Chapter 101 Pearly. The next morning, Fong Jie called the mermaid girl to him. He was so worried about the great underground palace all the way that he didn't even pay much attention to this mermaid girl, who was kidnapped for no reason. Hello, you should already know me. My name is Fong Jie. I'm sorry, I don't think I know your name yet. There's really a lot going on during this period. Feel free to drink the drinks on the table. In the laboratory, Fong Jie was doing maintenance while casually chatting with the mermaid girl, talking about family matters. Miss Mermaid shook her head quickly, sat down in front of the test bench, and gently changed the hand holding the little tentacle, so that the little tentacle could sleep more comfortably. She liked the little tentacle very much and respected her as a sacred beast. It's okay. It's okay. My name is Pearly Hydra, and I am a resident of the Gardesia Sea City. Miss Mermaid spoke in mermaid language, and Fong Jie's soul echo could understand the meaning. So although the communication was a bit difficult, it was not bad. Oh hello, nice to meet you, Miss Polly, your last name is Hydra. It sounds like a very noble last name. You are not some sea princess who sneaked out to play, are you? Fong Jie suddenly approached Polly, scaring her. How could that be? I am just an ordinary girl in the Gardesia Sea City. My father is the guard of the Gardesia Sea City. I am a clerk in a crystal jewelry store. I was originally going to follow everyone to open a branch in another city, but I met a sea hunter on the way. Miss Polly was a little panicked. Oh, that's true. How can anyone who saves someone become a princess or saint? It's not a novel. Fong Jie casually glanced at the little tentacle sleeping in the mermaid's arms, thinking about how to trick the mermaid. I heard that there is a kind of gem called Thetis crystal in your place. Do you know? Yeah, you mean Thetis's tears. Right? I know. We sell it in our store. It's a gem that can store magic power. Fong Jie never expected that Polly would say that. Didn't they say that this thing was very rare? How come this mermaid said it was no different from the jewelry store? Do you have a lot of them? Fong Jie became interested, jumped to Polly's side again, stared at Polly with wide eyes. Oh, so close. There are a lot of crystals of Thetis, but there are very few tears of Thetis. She moved the stool back a little uneasily, but the little tentacles in her arms patted her hands unhappily, forcing her not to move. Oh, from what you said, these two things are somewhat different. Yes, the crystal of Thetis is a low-quality tear of Thetis, and the manic magic contained in it is very easy to lose, and it is impossible to use it. The magic contained in the tear of Thetis is very peaceful, and it is easier to absorb and use. Polly raised the blueberry wine on the table with her free hand, took a sip, and she liked the taste very much. Then why is there so little in the human world? You also said that this is the sacred object of your sea tribe, and it cannot be easily touched? Fong Jie felt that there were more and more question marks on his forehead. This was very different from what he had known before. Whether it is the Thetis crystal or the Thetis tears, they will disappear in the air. The specific reason is unclear. But this kind of gem will disappear slowly. The speed is relatively slow in the sea, but it will disappear very quickly on land. Over time, people on land feel that the sea tribe is unwilling to give them this kind of gem. They think that this is our sacred object, and they have to send some mysterious troops to recover it. Although some of the Thetis tears are indeed our sacred objects. Polly took another sip to answer Fong Jie's questions. Will it disappear? Sublimation? The first thing that came to Fong Jie's mind was that ice cubes sublimate directly from solid to gas. Even metals have this phenomenon. Interesting. Wow, although I don't know what you mean by sublimation, but this kind of gem will indeed disappear, and all the sea people can only find them at the edge of the world. Ah, the edge of the world. I still don't quite understand what the edge of the world looks like. Can you describe it to me? Fong Jie heard the word edge of the world again. I haven't been there either. I just read about it in a storybook when I was a child. That place is the edge of the world. Beyond the edge is endless darkness. The sea flows into the darkness like a huge waterfall. It is ruled by the god of storms all year round. It is covered with dark clouds, strong winds, and thunder and lightning. Only the most powerful warriors can conquer them and bring back the tears of the goddess. The more Polly described, the more excited she became. She almost stood up. Finally, she was suppressed by the little tentacles and barely regained her composure. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Fong Jie looked at the longing eyes of this little girl. She looked like a middle school boy who was brainwashed by storybooks and wanted to be a hero and uphold justice in the future. It seems that you are longing for the edge of the world. But he was slapped in the face the next second. Who said that? That place is just a dead place. What do I have to yearn for? I yearn for those warriors. Every year, our sea tribe holds a wave trial. The bravest teenagers from each tribe will participate. Ah, those chest muscles. Those strong arms. Pink hearts appeared in Polly's eyes. The sleeping little tentacle moved. Lust scent? Where is it? Fong Jie covered his face, and quickly interrupted Polly, who had become a fangirl. If he didn't stop, he would be eaten by the little tentacle. Okay. Stop for a minute. Girl. I just want to ask where the crystal of Thetis you mentioned came from. Oh, all the crystals were blown out from outside the world by the strong wind, so no one knows how they were formed. The edge of the world is within 100 kilometers. The water flow there is very fast, and it is impossible to enter. If you accidentally enter, then the only outcome is to be swallowed by the darkness outside the world, but the strong wind will carry the crystals out of the sky, and we usually have special workers to pick up these crystals outside the restricted area. Polly finally returned to normal, and answered Fong Jie's question seriously, while the little tentacle fell into a deep sleep again. Okay. Finally. Miss Polly, can I know why you always call the little tentacle a sacred beast? Fong Jie returned to work again, repairing those delicate gears while talking to Polly. There is an ancient mural in the Water God Church where I am, which records the sacred beast cruiser, and its appearance is very similar to the little tentacle. Is your holy beast different from the holy beast I understand? Others call the little tentacle a world-destroying demon beast. How come it becomes a holy beast in your place? Fong Jie suspected that this girl might be in a cult. Oh, it's almost the same. In our doctrine, the world will eventually be destroyed, and Crusader will return the world to its original state in anger. Fuck. You are really a cult. But Fong Jie didn't say it, but thought about it, and said to Pearly, well, if it wants to destroy the world, why do we still believe in it? Or do you want to summon it to destroy the world? How can we summon it? We exist to serve the holy beast, to extinguish its anger, so that it can wake up later, and give the world some time to survive. As she spoke, Polly gently stroked the tentacles of the little tentacles. Okay, just be happy. Fong Jie's mouth twitched, and he was speechless about Polly's sect. Okay, so now Miss Polly, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to contribute to the future of the city of 10,000 races? I want to go back home first. I have been out for a long time, and I don't know how my family is doing. As she spoke, Polly's voice dropped. Of course, it's no problem. We won't restrict you. If you want to leave, then leave. Fong Jie glanced at the sleeping little tentacle. I don't believe that you can run away with the little tentacle here. Sure enough, Polly hesitated for a while and said, can I take the little tentacle back with me? She will definitely receive the highest courtesy in the church. Woo, this may not work. The little tentacle belongs to the great underground palace. This is her home. You don't like to be separated from your family. Then how can you bear to let your holy beast be separated from its family? Besides, is your way to extinguish the anger of the holy beast to let it be separated from its family? Fong Jie said with difficulty. Woo. Polly hesitated for a moment, and lowered her head in disappointment. Then I'd better stay. The Lord Holy Beast is more important. Don't be so absolute. I've taken care of things here. I take the little tentacles to the edge of the world. You can go home by the way. How about you live in the underground palace normally, and take good care of the little tentacles? Fong Jie finally showed his fangs, and smiled like a fox. Is it okay? Polly was also a little surprised. Sure enough, people with faith are easy to deceive. As long as they use the banner of their gods. No matter how they deceive, people will believe them. Fong Jie was very happy. Not only did he get a Sea Tribe guide for free, but he also worked part-time as the full-time nanny of the little tentacles. How good is that? She can help him keep an eye on the most mischievous little tentacles in the underground palace. It's a win-win situation. Of course. No problem. Miss Polly, you will live in the same room with the little tentacle from now on. I will build you a special bathroom in it. And I will also make new furniture for you. You should take a bath in the pool first. Your skin has become dry again. Fong Jie sent the mermaid lady who bought him twice and helped count the money back. At present, the Tear of Thetis of the Sea Clan is the most promising thing to become a magic storage device. This task has been stuck for Fong Jie for a long time. And it is time to find a way to make it. Fong Jie shook his head, and his hands moved faster. He was going to go to the big turntable and do 10 consecutive draws. The 12,000 soul points from the last mission, plus the 4,500 points from Jade, who was beaten into ashes by Lostia, plus the points from the mercenary group that came to the underground palace for adventure before, altogether. It's more than 20,000. It's time to go out and have some fun. Chapter 102: The European Emperor and the African Clan. Inside the Devil's Treasure House. Heaven and Earth. Taishan Laojun. Tathagata Buddha. God Jesus. Father Odin. Please show your spirit quickly. Fong Jia was wearing a primitive grass skirt of an African native, holding a skull totem staff in his hand, and was singing and dancing around Xiaobai, who was wearing a white gauze-witch costume in the center of the altar. Xiaobai looked at Fong Jia, who was surrounded by a two-headed body, with a look of despair on his face. Who can come and save me? A few days ago, Fong Jia suddenly dug her out of the library and insisted on making her a guest sacrifice, not letting her eat meat, and forced her to take a bath, and forced her to change into this ultra-thin white gauze dress that can't cover anything, and then began to surround her with incense and dance. Everyone in the underground palace was attracted by Fong Jia. They all came to see what Fong Jia was going to do. Little Tentacles and Little You were the most restless. They stole the fluorescent flowers of the two sisters Xiaohuabao from somewhere, and swung them around. It seemed that they were cheering for Fong Jia crazily. I have fasted for 3 days. I have taken a shower and changed my clothes. I would like to offer the European Emperor Xiaobai as a sacrifice, to help me sneak into Europe. After saying that, Fong Jia turned around and put his hand on the big turntable treasure chest. 10 consecutive draws. 1 warehouse to go. Drops white common items, glass crystal cups. White common items, musical instruments and music scores. White common items, medical human anatomy analysis. White common items, fairy tales 2. Purple special items, labyrinth aura, torture aura. Ah! 5. 5 only gave 1 purple item. For white ones. Fong Jia covered his eyes, and dared not look at the items behind. Drops white common items, home decoration. White common items, movie visual arts. Blue rare items, pistol structure design. White common item, C++ from entry to the grave. Blue rare item, ship design. Ah! Another day with blue sky and white clouds. My 10,000 soul points. My soul points. You have to compensate me for my soul points. Not even 1 orange epic. What a crappy game. I'm going to sue you. I want a guaranteed minimum. Your game planner should be burned to death. Fong Jia was completely defeated. He lay in front of the big turntable treasure chest, and kept complaining about the unfairness of the system. What the hell is the use of this? C++ from entry to death. Why do you use this thing without even a computer? It's not a machine language. Film visual art? What's the use of it? It's not hot enough even for burning fire. Ha ha. Everyone around burst into laughter. Xiaobai was laughing on the side. I told you not to give me some meat. This is retribution. Then he put a spider hand on Fong Jia's shoulder to comfort him. It's nothing. You look pretty good. There's also a book called Home Decoration Design. It's quite suitable for you. Pa! Xiaobai's words instantly turned into a sharp knife that stabbed into Fong Jia's chest. No metal shell is useful. It broke the defense instantly. Woo! Fong Jia cried even louder. Okay. Okay. Let's not talk about home decoration design. Don't you have a purple item? What is it? Xiaobai asked, covering his mouth. The maze halo has no entity, so they can't see it. It's the maze halo. Fong Jia opened the system panel and took a look. It's a maze halo specially used for torture. The effect is that it can destroy the psychological defense of the tortured person faster. But the range of effect is very small. Only 10 meters. Oh! Isn't that good? Xiaobai was a little surprised. You are just hitting me. 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws only give a maze aura, and it's basically useless. After hearing what Xiaobai said, Fong Jia felt like he was stabbed countless times again. Are these really useless? I think there are still many things that are quite useful. Xiaobai took the pile of garbage that Fong Jia opened and turned it over. Fong Jia also cheered up and seriously looked at whether these things were useful. The first one, glass, is useless, just exclude it. The second one, a complete collection of musical instruments and music score, I gave it to Xiaoyu directly. She was fascinated after just 2 glances, and quickly found a place to try out the new things in it. The third one, medical human anatomy, Fong Jia gave it to the sister Xiaohuabao and Xiaobayan. They should be very interested in it. The fourth one, the second part of the story collection, the little tentacle had already taken it away by himself. There was no need for Fong Jia to distribute it. The fifth one, Home Decoration Encyclopedia. What the hell? Are you teaching me how to do things? Just throw it into the box at the deepest part of the library. I am a game designer, and I can't make a nice decoration. There is nothing I can't do. I just can't think of it. The sixth one. Film visual art seems to be very interesting to Shagar. She took it to read. The seventh one, the pistol structure design drawing. It is a little useful, but the process is very complicated. Fong Jie can only get some black powder now, mercury fulminate for primer, and smokeless powder for bullets. He has no idea at all. The eighth one. C++ is really useless. Even if Fong Jie scratches his head to the point of making a hole, he still can't make a computer. The ninth one. Ship design maybe, except for the maze halo. This thing is the most useful among these things. They will go to the Sea Tribe's territory soon. How can there be no ship? However, Xiaobai is very interested in the pistol structure design and C++. Xiaobai said while looking at the pistol design, it would be great if I could make a computer design like you said. The design of the differential engine is really too difficult. It's a headache. Here, Xiaobai paused. The big turntable seemed to respond to Xiaobai, and it started to spin. Ding. Obtain the orange epic item Babbage's difference engine design draft. Fong Jie had a look on his face that said, "Are you kidding me? Oh, it really exists." Xiaobai also opened the big turntable treasure chest with a surprised look on his face. A lot of drawings fell out of it, and directly buried Xiaobai in it. This really scared everyone. Xia Wabao and Shubian wanted to go forward and dig Xiaobai out of the design drawing. "Don't come over here. Don't step on my design drawings. Especially your little tentacle. Put down my design drawings. Don't eat them. These are very precious design drawings." Unexpectedly, Xiaobai's voice came out first. Everyone was relieved to see that Xiaobai was fine. The little tentacle just took a design drawing and was about to put it in his mouth, and was also frightened. Xiaobai was so happy that she wanted to swim in the design draft. It really helped her a lot. In contrast to Xiaobai, Fong Jie was directly autistic, and he felt bad. "Xiaobai, take the spear." Fong Jie angrily threw the skull totem staff in his hand towards Xiaobai. Ha ha ha. Xiaobai didn't dodge, but caught Fong Jie's spear, and said happily that I didn't expect your strange practice method to be effective. This is unscientific. Why? It was me who performed the ceremony. Fong Jie's current look was simply incompetent and furious. Haha. I was the one who ate vegetarian food, and I was the one who bathed and changed clothes, so of course I must be more ruthless than you. Xiaobai pushed his glasses and ruthlessly exposed the facts. Okay. The quarrel was over. Fong Jie quickly changed the subject. Why don't you try again? The first time you opened a red item, it was garbled. This time you didn't touch it and it moved. Why don't you try again? Is it possible that the computer design drawings were sent directly? Fong Jie looked at his panel, and indeed 1,000 soul points were reduced. Well, Xiaobai really closed his eyes and felt it, and felt nothing. As he said that, he jumped back and made a Spider-Man gesture, and yelled at the computer. No response. Computer? Make another Ultraman pose. Still no response. Xiaobai spread out her claws, and it seemed useless. Luckily encountered it once. Fong Jie covered her face. Which idiot taught her this pose? Although the pose looked familiar, Fong Jie couldn't help but complain. Where did you learn this pose? It's too Chunabaku. It's strange if it works. Is it too Chunabaku? Isn't this what you often use when you are researching something? Xiaobai naturally made the angry Guangdong opening pose again. Damn, don't learn such shameful things. Fong Jie felt that his forehead was about to be dented. Now he remembered that. He seemed to have used it when he was studying the Heart of Fire. Ahem. Stop laughing. Everyone come and try it. Put your hands on the treasure chest, and it's best to think about what you want. Fong Jie coughed, interrupting the laughter of the crowd watching the show, and helped Xiaobai clean up the design drawings, giving up his seat to everyone present. Everyone except Little Tentacle came up to try. But without exception, the big wheel treasure box did not respond to them. Little Tentacle was very familiar with this thing, because she came out of it. And as soon as she came out, she saw Fong Jie emitting the scent of lust. So she was not very interested in this thing. Woo! Although I don't know why you can use it suddenly, but I think you can come here more often if you have nothing to do. Fong Jie saw that no one had any gains, so he had to look at Xiaobai again to please her. Xiaobai just smiled and said nothing, because only she knew that just when she finished saying that she wanted a computer, she heard the sound of snoring again. Fang Jie helped Xiaobai move all the design drawings into the library. He originally wanted to help Xiaobai sort them out, but was driven out of the library by Xiaobai. Xiaobai sat in the library full of drawings and began to use soul echo. Hello? Are you still there? Hello? But Xiaobai didn't see any movement, nor did he see the snoring sound of the magical creature. I know you are right beside me. Can you come out for a moment? Still no response. Just when Xiaobai wanted to give up, the magical creature appeared, right at her feet. Now her body is much bigger than before, but the mysterious creature has not changed at all, lying at her feet and yawning lazily. Xiaobai was a little surprised. Hello, did you help me today? The mysterious creature seemed not to hear, still rolling leisurely, rubbing Xiaobai's feet with its belly. Anyway, I want to thank you, if you can understand. Xiaobai said to the mysterious creature seriously. The mysterious creature just yawned and disappeared from Xiaobai's sight. Chapter 103 Lostia breaks out of her cocoon. Today is the day Lostia breaks out of her cocoon, so all the members of the great underground palace gathered beside Lostja's swimming pool. This week, Lostja's cocoon has become bigger and bigger, more than 5 times larger than when Fang Jie and the others came back, so that the original blood pool couldn't hold it anymore. Fang Jie had to expand her blood pool a lot more in the middle. This cocoon is egg-shaped, pink, translucent. You can see a huge monster curled up in the middle of the egg. The heart is thumping. The sound was crisp and powerful. Fang Jie opened his system panel and looked at the countdown of Lostja's evolution. There were still 5 minutes left. Xiaobai looked at the huge egg with some worry. Fang Jie, what do you think if Lostia becomes ugly? Fang Jie was concentrating on looking at the panel. When he heard this, he didn't react for a moment. Become ugly? How could it be? Think about it. Those orcs were just exposed to radiation and became so ugly. But they turned themselves into nuclear bombs and let the fission reaction occur in their bodies. Not to mention the internal irradiation. Her own DNA chain might have been completely shattered. Doesn't the blood spring repair itself? Fang Jie still didn't quite understand. How could he be so stupid? I felt that the blood spring's repair was definitely not a random repair. It has always been said that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. After such a large radiation impact, would she still be herself after the repair? Our previous experiments only showed that the blood spring could regenerate broken limbs, but it would not revive. This is the first time I have encountered a case of completely reshaping a living being from a genetic level. Your words remind me that this time, Lottie is not completely repairing, but evolving. When you and the little flower but evolved before, someone told me that your aura had completely disappeared. I didn't care at that time. Now that I think about it, evolution may have completely changed from a genetic level. But aren't you still you? Fang Jie comforted Xiaobai, telling her not to worry too much. After all, this is a magical world, and even the physical rules may be different. Just as Fang Jie comforted Xiaobai, the countdown for Lostja's evolution ended. The monster in the egg seemed to have awakened, and began to move, inflating the huge cocoon. She may have realized something, and pushed hard, breaking the cocoon membrane, revealing the true appearance inside. The monster under the cocoon membrane was pink all over, with a slender neck, strong limbs, and a slender tail. Although its body size had increased, its scales had become more delicate, and it also exuded a metallic luster. The overall look is so elegant and beautiful. Even the fat body shape has been improved. It can be said that it has been completely renewed. Lostia stretched, and the fins on her back and limbs were completely opened. The reflection of the surface scales cast a pink and purple halo. The dragon horns on her head opened 6 orchid-shaped fins, like a huge cherry blossom. Very elegant and beautiful. Roar! Lostia howled to the sky. And then she realized that she was lying in a larger swimming pool, surrounded by people. Losha Puff, Puff Xiaoyu and Xiakusha were the first to pounce directly on Lostia. But they were too small. Probably not even as big as Lostja's fingernails. Just like 2 little fleas. Xiaoyu? Little Chusho. You're back. Lostia was also a little surprised. How did you become so small? It's not that they've become smaller, it's that you've grown up. Okay, the evolution you've always dreamed of has finally come true. Fang Jie's voice came from below. He was riding on Xiaobai's back, but because his body was too small now, almost the same size as Xiaoyu, so Fang Jie didn't say anything. She didn't see it. Why are you so small? So cute. Lostia put her huge dragon head in front of Fang Jie, and the familiar little heart appeared in her eyes again. Don't worry about these details. Fang Jie was speechless. If it wasn't difficult to refine tungsten, he would have returned to his original state long ago. Okay. Okay. You have evolved now. Feel it carefully, and see if you have gained any new power? Woo. Is this what evolution is? After being interrupted by Fangjia, Lostia realized that he seemed to be really different. Not only did he grow bigger, but his whole body seemed to be different. Ah! It really evolved. Then, my wings. Lostia turned back in surprise to see if her wings had grown bigger, whether she could fly. But when she looked back, where were the wings on her back? Even the two small wings the size of a palm were gone. Wings? My wings are gone. Lostia's eyes widened, and she searched for wings on her back in panic, but she was doomed to be disappointed. There was no trace of wings on her back, only two thin fin-like membranes from the back of her neck to the tip of her tail. Fangjia. My wings? My wings are gone! Lostia cried out. And her cry was so earth-shattering. Lostia moved her hand and set off a huge wave in the blood pool, which almost knocked down the people standing by and watching the show. You should know that Lostia is no longer the 30-meter-long body before, but a behemoth with a length of more than 140 meters. The longest ordinary adult dragon is only 100 meters. Lostia's body size exceeds that of all dragons in one evolution. Fangjia also had a headache. What he had thought of before still happened. After the evolution, the two useless little wings were completely eliminated. It's okay. It's okay. Even if you don't have wings, there are still ways for you to fly. Don't worry. Fangjia quickly comforted the huge monster whose size had increased by more than 5 times. You said so. You want me to fly? Let's make a pinky promise. Lostia cried loudly for a while, finally stopped, sobbing softly and holding out her little finger. Fangjia looked at the huge dragon claw with a twitching mouth, as if he was looking at the pillar of heaven. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. Fangjia reluctantly stretched out his little finger and touched it with Lostia's huge dragon claw, considering it a pinky promise. Oh, I'm hungry. Can I have grilled beef on the iron plate later? Lostia, tired of crying, finally remembered that he hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Fangjia was stunned at this moment, looking at Lostia's huge body, not knowing how to respond. I'm afraid that God will eat up the great underground palace with this meal. How about, Luati, you just eat some fireballs for now? Fangjia smiled bitterly. Now Lostia can eat at least 8 or 9 bull monsters in one mouth. It was okay before, but now she can't even get out of the bathhouse door, let alone eat. No, I want to eat. Lostia put away her cherry fin membrane and shook her big head like a spoiled child. Okay. Fangjia had a headache. This time, the position of the first glutton in the Pamir underground palace might really be confirmed. Xiaobai was relieved to see that Lostia was so beautiful and recognized everyone. She was really worried before, just like she was worried about her own child. This was the first time she felt this way. Xiaobao and Shubian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. No matter how many cow monsters they raised, it would not be enough for Lostia to eat. Shadnar was relieved to see Lostia break out of the cocoon. She always felt that she had failed to protect the underground palace. Although Fangjia did not blame her, she still put the responsibility of Lostia's injury on her own head. The little tentacles and Xiaoyu climbed onto the tip of Lostia's nose. Now they can sit on the tip of her nose safely. The arrival of the little tentacles and Xiaoyu made Lostia's eyes completely cross-eyed. Ha ha ha. Lostia, you've become so big and beautiful now. Xiaoyu made a big circle with both hands. Poochie so big and beautiful. This is the little tentacles of the repeater G. Oh, you didn't become more beautiful just now. Don't think you'd be able to do it just by saying that. Lostia was so arrogant that she almost shook Little Tentacle and Little You off. You saw Little Tentacle and Little You both went up and shouted anxiously from below. Lostia. And me. I want to go up too. Lostia heard you shout and lowered his head, allowing you to successfully climb onto his nose. The 4 little ones, who had met in victory, gathered together, talking and laughing, and occasionally explained, telling each other about their adventures. When talking about the thrilling parts, the 4 little girls would take a deep breath and pat their chests. Fangjia's eyes twitched, and he shook his head. Fangjia sat by the blood pool and opened the panel to check Lostia's panel. Sure enough, Lostia's panel also had special effects. Lostia opened 6 fin-shaped membranes and spit out a light blue breath straight into the sky. As expected by Fangjia, There was a series of skills related to nuclear fission. Radiation absorption LV3, radiation resistance LV3, fission control LV1, atomic breath LV1, 2 auxiliary strengthening skills. High temperature internal organs LV2, tough body LV1. Finally, there is a dragon-specific skill that caught Fang Jie's attention. Dragon shape shifting LV1. Lottie. Fang Jie shouted Lostya's name loudly, interrupting the four little ones, who were communicating with each other. Fang Jie waved his hand, asking Lostya to come over. Lostya also lowered her head very obediently, and put her head in front of the two-headed Fang Jie. Lottie, try it, thinking about becoming a human. See if you can change your form? Become a human? Lostya hesitated for a moment. Do you think I can also become a human? Yeah, try it, Fang Jie said encouragingly. Chapter 104, Shio's music. After hearing Fang Jie's answer, Lostya really closed her beautiful eyes, thinking about humans. Her body began to shrink. She grew long, smooth pink hair, and finally became a 1.2 meter tall, slim, pink-haired little loli. But this loli is not exactly like a human. Her ears retain 6 pink fin-shaped membranes, and her 2 chubby short legs and a chubby dragon tail are very cute. As her body shape changed, the little tentacles, and you sitting on the tip of her nose, both fell down. Only Xiaoyu was floating in the sky and laughing. Ah! I really became a human. Lostya happily hugged the two-headed Fang Jie in his arms. Yes. Yes, you have become a Lolita, and you are naked. Put me down quickly. Do you still want to eat barbecue? Fang Jie said helplessly to the pink-haired Lolita with his eyes closed. No. Hold me for a while longer. Before eating barbecue, go to Xiaobai and let her make you some clothes. Fang Jie struggled to push away the naked Lolita dragon, and ran out of the bathroom. TSK. I want to hug you again. Lolita dragon. Lostya pouted. Huh? Fang Jie, who escaped from the clutches of the four Lolita, breathed a sigh of relief. Who is the one who can automatically change clothes when transforming? Fang Jie muttered in a sullen voice. In the small white room full of silk and satin, the four little ones in the underground palace were looking at a small picture book, which was full of beautifully woven children's clothes. Xiaobai pushed his glasses, and looked at the naked Lostya with some curiosity, which made Lostya feel creepy. Sister Xiaobai, can you stop staring at me? I always feel that you are going to dissect me when you look at my expression. Just like Sister Xiaowabeo, who just got the microscope. Lostya was a little restrained, and covered her body with her hair. Ha! Don't be nervous. I'm just curious about your shape-shifting magic. It's very magical. Xiaobai smiled, walked forward and picked up Lostya, and tested her weight. What is the principle of your magic? You are so light now. Where did all your other mass go? This magic directly breaks the law of conservation of matter. So I am a little curious. I just want a piece of clothing. Looking at Xiaobai's eyes full of desire for exploration, Lostya is about to cry. Danger. I'm really going to die. I don't want to be sliced. Okay, have you decided what to choose? Although Xiaobai still looks like he wants to dissect it, he still cooperates and changes the subject. Oh, let's take this one. Lostya pointed at one of the pictures in the album at random. Without even looking at what it looked like, she just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Xiaobai waved his claws, and countless silk threads were wrapped around Lostya's body. Lostya, Xiaoyu, Xiaokusha, you all widened their eyes, and showed shocked expressions. After a while, these silk threads were woven into a very beautiful white princess dress. White stockings wrapped around Lostya's short legs, adding a little princess-like cuteness to this exotic pink-haired lowly dragon. How is it? Does it look good? Xiaobai tilted his head and looked at Lostya, looking at her whole body. Yeah, it looks good. It looks very good. Lostya was very satisfied. She turned around herself, showing her new clothes to the other three little ones in the underground palace. Looking at Xiaoyu, she said proudly, Look, look, I have new clothes too. Just when she was proud, Xiaowabeo and Xiubian appeared in Xiaobai's room at the same time, and saw the proud lowly dragon Lostya at a glance, making the proud Lostya stiffen all over. Lottie, you really turned into a monster girl. Little Bian looked at Lostya in a surprised look. Let me collect some blood for research. Little Huabao looked at Lostya with a fanatical look. Ah! I don't want it. Help! Lostya was about to run away. But before she took 2 steps, she couldn't walk anymore. Looking down, she saw that she stepped on Xiaobai's super sticky spider web, and the little tentacles were dragging her feet. Xiao Yu summoned a few little black people to grab her clothes. Ah! You betrayed me. Unable to leave, Lostia stretched out her chubby hand to Yu, the only one who did not trip her up. You? Save me! Save me quickly! Unexpectedly, Yu smiled and held her hand, and scratched her ribs. Instantly, Lostia fell to the ground and giggled non-stop, laughing until she had no strength left. Hee. Little Flower Bud and little other sure approached Lostia, who was powerless to struggle, with evil smiles, and tied her up like a dumpling, which was still squirming. You are all traitors. Traitors? Before being kidnapped, Lostia kept complaining about the betrayal of her friends with tears in her eyes. The others were all trying to hold back their laughter. Of course, they only did a detailed physical examination, drew some blood for observation, and let Lostia, who looked like she was being played, go. The following content is best to open NetEase Cloud Music and find a passionate and epic BGM playlist to listen to. At night, the central hall of the Earth Palace, all the people gathered. A barbecue party will be held here. Monster girls, humans, orcs, ghosts, people of all races will have a carnival here. Xiao Yu specially selected her favorite songs from the book Instruments and Music Score given by Fang Jie to celebrate Lostia today, and planned to sing them here. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu regarded Instruments and Music Score as a Bible. She made all the instruments in it, and played them. These instruments were all new to her. From small handpans, to medium-sized pianos, to the largest organ. The piano was her favorite instrument. This time, because of her upgrade, the number of little black people following her soared from 32 to 4096, directly upgrading from a small orchestra to a super large troupe. When there are no performances, these little black people take on various positions in the underground palace, such as messengers, couriers, guides, and other auxiliary professions. As the work in the underground palace increases, these little black people will also turn into black fire skeletons with the help of Xiao Yu. Today, they played the role of waiters and helped to set up the venue because Lillian was too busy. Now Xiao Yu put on a snow-white silk dress and stood in front of a black grand piano that the little black people turned into as cold as an iceberg beauty. Good evening, everyone. This is the first song of the day. After that, Xiao Yu sat down in front of the piano. Besides, the black people around her also sat down, took out their instruments, and waited for Xiao Yu to start playing. The clear sound of the piano rang out, and a sense of ancient vicissitudes of life emanated from Xiao Yu. As Xiao Yu played, everyone present stopped what they were doing. Shagar forgot to put the steak he was holding into his mouth, and his hand just stayed in the air with the steak in it. As the music progressed, the surrounding band of black men joined in, and the whole song became tragic and sacred, like a ray of light shining directly on the soul. And in a trance, it seemed as if the dead bones were purified, and it seemed as if the king was born. Shuyo's humming also sounded along with the music, and the whole song reached a climax, which rendered the tragic and heavy atmosphere to the extreme. The music was wonderful, and with Shuyo's playing and singing, it seemed to have magic, moving the souls of everyone present, as if pulling the souls out of the body and sending them to paradise. After the song was over, Xiao Yu stood up, bowed to everyone, and without any explanation, she went backstage in a cold and aloof manner. She still had to prepare other songs. But now the whole hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The first one to move was Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai knocked on Fang Jie's head, destroying the atmosphere and saving everyone from the aftertaste of the song. Oh my god! I seem to see heaven just now. Xiao Huabao was the first to speak. I saw the redemption of death? Xiao Baiyan was a little unsure. I seem to have seen heaven, too. Lostia was also a little dazed and unsure. Puff puff. Seeing the light. The little tentacle also saw the light of heaven. What kind of song is this? Is it used specifically for the salvation of the dead? Xiaobai poked Fang Jie, who had just been hit by her. I don't know if I can save the dead, but I feel like I'm about to be saved. Fang Jie smiled bitterly. This song is called Overture to the Dead, and it tells the story of a prince who was crowned king and ruled the dead. Woo, no matter what this story is about, I found that Shuyo's musical ability is really much better. If Xiao Yu sings this song at this time, and meets the kidnapper again, it is possible that the person on the other side will be sent to heaven. Yeah. Fang Jie agreed deeply. Just as the two of them were whispering, Xiao Yu appeared on the stage again, but this time she changed into a set of knight's armor and sat in front of the piano. This is the second song of today. Victory. This time everyone has learned their lesson. Let's not eat anymore. Sit down quietly and wait for another audiovisual feast. As the piano sounds, a feeling of impending storm comes over us. Suddenly, the heavy hammer drum beats start to sound. Each beat hits everyone's heart, as if a large army is approaching, and their breathing becomes anxious. As the music progresses, the heavy hammer drum beats become lower and lower, and the rhythm becomes faster and faster, as if the howl of victory has sounded. Ah! A clear female voice flowed out from Xiuyo's throat, breaking through the previous depression with an overwhelming momentum, opening up a new world for everyone. Such an exciting piece of music, under Xiuyo's perfect interpretation, seemed to have magic, making all the audience feel their blood boiling. The orcs had some adverse reactions while listening to it, which scared Fangjia. Chapter 105 Lolita Dragon also makes trouble. Roar! Dick was the first to roar. His muscles bulged, his body flushed, his eyes widened. Frightened, Fangjia used steel to wrap him into a cocoon. If this big table of food was overturned, it would be a waste. What happened to him? Fangjia looked at Shagar with some confusion, only to find that this girl was also flushed, but her muscles were not bulging like Dick's. But it could be seen that she was also trying to restrain herself, which could be seen from the fact that her shaking hands were about to break the chair. In addition to the two of them, several other orcs also showed the same symptoms. Fangjia snapped his fingers and tied up all the orcs with steel. As expected, just after tying up Tiger, Brook, and Sam roared one after another, and officially entered a frenzy state. Except for Cheong, Yu, and the orc grandmother. Although Cheong and Yu were a little excited, they did not lose consciousness directly. The orc grandmother's eyes were filled with tears, and her eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu on the stage. Frenzy. Shagar lowered his head and said it with difficulty. Do you want my help? Fangjia looked at Shagar with some uncertainty, prepared to tie her up if Shagar lost her mind. I'm fine, Shagar suddenly raised her head. I feel very good. Fangjia was shocked by her action, and almost snapped his fingers at her. I feel I can control this power. I didn't lose consciousness. Excitement shone in Shagar's eyes. Well, I see you don't look like you're okay now. Fangjia finally snapped his fingers, and put a steel insurance on Shagar. Really? I can feel my blood rushing through my body power. As Shagar said this, he stretched out the steel bars that bound him under Fangjia's stunned gaze. It's pouring out. After breaking free from the restraints, Shagar clenched his fists. This feels so comfortable. Why haven't you used this skill before? I'm not sure about this question. Logically, there are very few orcs who can use this skill. It depends on the bloodline. But Sagar looked at all the orcs around him in disbelief. Basically, they were in a frenzy to some extent. Then it seems that there is only one reason, that is. Fangjia pointed at Xiaoyu, who was singing loudly on the stage. Her music is magical. Well, I think this is the only reason. Shagar nodded in agreement. As Xiuyo's song ended, the orcs' frenzy slowly subsided. Dick, Tiger, and the others were confused. How could they be tied together after listening to a song? Sure enough, it has something to do with Xiuyo's music. Shagar felt that the manic power in his body was calming down. I think I have guessed the reason. You have all been bathed in the blood spring to some extent, which has purified you more. Then, with Xiuyo's passionate music, it has stimulated the inner power in your body, and put you into a frenzy. Fangjia touched his chin and analyzed. The orc grandmother heard Fangjia's guess. Maybe more than that. From her music, I seem to see a lost sacrificial skill. War aura. Using passionate roars to inspire the strength of the warriors. I have only seen this technique in literature. Then the orc grandmother smiled bitterly. But this ability is too much. I have never seen a war aura with such a good effect. It directly drives people crazy. Generally speaking, at most everyone feels that their morale has been greatly increased, and their strength has been strengthened. Xiuyo's performance was over, and she turned back into the cute little doll. As soon as she got off the stage, she was blocked by Cheong, who had starry eyes, as if she was a fanatical fan picking up her idol at the airport. Xiaoyu, can I learn to sing with you? Looking at Cheong's shining eyes, Xiaoyu was still a little confused about what was going on. But that didn't mean she was unhappy. She was very willing to teach Cheong to sing. Of course. No problem at all. Cheong was so happy to get Xiuyo's answer that she almost jumped up. Lostia had a very happy meal. She had barbecue, hot pot, braised chicken, which she hadn't had for a long time. And she also heard wonderful music. She had fun with everyone. What life could be better than this? The only bad thing was that she was not full. Although she was only a little girl now, her appetite was still as big as before. Woo! Lostia rubbed her belly, feeling a little worried. Will she really have to eat a whole pasture of a small flower bud in one meal in the future? At this moment, she had unknowingly walked into the passage of the North Foothills. Here she smelled the smell of radiation again, although it was very faint. But it was indeed there. Lostia took a deep breath and felt that the energy was attracted to her. The 6 fin-shaped membranes beside her ears unfolded, and all the energy poured into her body. This feels like a needle, but it's like eating a small dessert. Lostia was excited. She smelled that there seemed to be more desserts outside the North Foothills passage. Fong Jie is now looking for Lostia in the underground palace. While he was washing the dishes, the lowly dragon disappeared. Since Lostia can absorb radiation, it is time to open the calcium uranium mica mine to her. Outside the underground palace, next to the Mir village, Lostia slipped out of the underground palace alone, just at the place where her atomic breath burned into black glass. Because Shagar had not washed it with the blood spring at that time, the radiation energy here is the most concentrated. Lostia stood on the black glass with his eyes closed, absorbing the radiation energy nearby. But the speed was too slow. Duncan was originally an ordinary villager in Mill Village. A few weeks ago, the village suddenly issued a notice, saying that a militia self-defense team needed to be formed, and there was a salary of $3 a day. This was much more interesting than farming, and he immediately volunteered to participate. After being selected by the Devil Instructor Brook, he officially became a reserve member of the militia. After entering the militia, he found that it was completely different from the previous soldiers. There were more regulations here than outside, and even getting up had a time limit. If you can't comply, you will be whipped at the lightest and expelled from the army at the worst. In addition to the more stringent regulations, there are also strict training, and even going to school to learn knowledge with those children. He had the idea of quitting several times, and every time he was left with the damn delicious food. Eating in the militia is free, and there is meat for almost every meal. If he quits, he will have to save money to buy meat. After 2 weeks of training, he finally became a formal militiaman and joined the Mir village patrol team. He had to patrol the village border every day. Although this job was boring, he had clearly understood what it meant for a soldier to obey orders during these 2 weeks of training. 2 weeks ago, a stream of underground fire directly penetrated the mountain of Mir Peak. Under the leadership of Shagar, they rescued an underground dragon. From that time on, he knew that there was such a magnificent building behind their village. After that, he was arranged by Brook to patrol around this scorched earth, in order to prevent the disobedient children in the village from coming here to play. Originally, this job was very boring, but after realizing that radiation was the death of Singadil, he still took this job very seriously. Finally, this time he caught a naughty kid, who actually crossed the isolation circle and ran directly to the center of the black crystal. Hey! That kid! Don't go in! Come out! Didn't you see the radiation warning sign here? Come out! You can't go in here! Duncan waved his arms at the edge, hoping to attract the kid's attention. Seeing that the kid looked back at him and stopped moving, he hesitated a little, whether he should step into the cursed land. Standing in the black crystal land, Lostia heard the orc shouts, turned her head, and saw an orc waving his arms and shouting at her. Yabai! I've been discovered! Hurry up! Lostia was a little panicked, and quickly accelerated her absorption progress. But her efficiency was too low in her current human form. Seeing that the child ignored him, Duncan gritted his teeth and prepared to run into the cursed land to carry the child out, and then beat her little, but until it was swollen. Lostia was anxiously absorbing the radiation, but the orc came in. She was reluctant to give up the energy, so she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, removing the dragon illusion and revealing her true form. Duncan ran quickly towards the child, but she was shocked by what happened. The child lay down on all fours, became bigger and bigger, and became taller and taller. The size of the child could cover the entire cursed land. Finally, it turned into a huge pink earth dragon. Its fine scales shone with metallic colors. He had never seen such a beautiful dragon before. Just as he was shocked, the earth dragon took a deep breath, as if it wanted to suck the whole sky into its mouth. It immediately became smaller after taking a breath, and turned into a pink-haired little girl again. It jumped at a very fast speed and disappeared from sight. Duncan rubbed his eyes, as if what he saw before was an illusion. But the huge footprints on the ground kept telling him that it was real. Back in the village, he immediately reported everything he saw to Brooke. Unexpectedly, Brooke just looked at him very strangely, and then said seriously, "You must have seen it wrong." As soon as Lostia slipped back to the underground palace, he saw Fangia standing seriously at the door of the underground palace. Chapter 106 Enriched Uranium Ice Cream. You run pretty fast, and you dare to transform outside? Are you afraid that others won't know you sneaked out? Fangia scolded Lostia seriously, while making a square box for her to wear. I'm not full. Lostia looked at Fangia aggrievedly. Can you eat enough by running outside? I smell the smell of radiation outside, somewhat like a small dessert. I couldn't help it, and ran out to eat a bite. One bite. Did you take one bite? The sky and the earth changed color. Fangia hit Lostia's head hard. Let's go, and I make you a set of clothes again from Xiaobai. I was hiding very well, but who knew an orc would come, and he ran towards me, so scared that I had to transform. Take a deep breath, and run back. Lostia covered his head, stuck out his tongue, made a face, and trotted after Fangia. Fangia shook his head helplessly. Let's go! I know that radiation is no longer harmful to you. I was going to open the uranium mine for you to eat, but you insisted on running out to eat what you vomited out before. Oh, really? Lostia jumped up happily, and the box in her hand fell down without her holding it. Fangia quickly turned his eyes away and said helplessly, It's true. You can't have one piece of clothing torn every time you transform. Bring more sets next time. Is it time to care about clothes now? We ran naked for so long before. For Lostia, it doesn't matter whether she wears clothes or not. If it weren't for Fangia's request to wear clothes, she might not even think about this problem. After putting on her clothes again, Lostia was taken to the calcium uranium mica deposit by Fangia. Seeing these lovely green ores again, Lostia cried with greed. But she only took out one piece, licked it, and didn't eat it anymore. What's wrong? Aren't you full? Fangia was a little puzzled. Wow, there are too few ores here. I'm afraid I eat them all in one go. Let's save some. The tone of Lostia saying this is like a poor little girl saving up delicious food to save money for her family. Although this is not much, it should be enough to fill you up. And the radiation is not only here. Everything in the world has radiation, but the radiation is not strong. If you have a strong ability to absorb radiation, you can eat enough by just basking in the sun. Just basking in the sun? Lostia was a little puzzled. Heat energy is also a kind of radiation. Not just from the sun, but also from the Earth's core. And even if you don't like these, I have other ways for you to get nuclear material supplements from other places. Fangia thought for a while, and then said, the chain reaction of uranium-235 should only be considered the lowest level of nuclear reaction. When you evolve again in the future, if you can control nuclear fusion, you can eat protium, deuterium and tritium. Although they are isotopes of hydrogen, they are all considered nuclear materials. There are a lot of these things in the sea. There is not much tritium, but there is enough protium and deuterium. And I guess you don't need to eat it every day. When the uranium in your body reaches a certain level, you don't need to eat it every day. You can just fast. Really? Lostia was very happy now. He immediately picked up a piece of calcium uranium mica and threw it into his mouth. But he spit it out after chewing it twice. Wow. There is a lot of sand. Lostia hesitated for a while, and said to Fangia a little embarrassedly, Brother Fangia, can you help me refine it? The piece of metal uranium, or you put in a crystal box before is much more delicious than these. Fangia covered his forehead, and said, Damn it. This little brat has been spoiled. Fangia helped Lostia refine a large piece of metal uranium again, and made it into the shape of ice cream, so that Lostia could lick it and eat it. Looking at Lostia's greedy look, Fangia suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have built a room specifically for Lostia, because Lostia was quite big before, so she was temporarily allowed to live in the swimming pool next to the blood altar. Now that Lostia can become a human, then the special dormitory must be built. What kind of room do you like? Lostia? I remember that you don't seem to have your own room yet. It's time to make one for you. Woo. Lostia licked the uranium-235 ice cream, thought for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and said, I want to live in the magma lake. This way I can absorb more heat radiation. Fangia's mouth twitched. It's a fire dragon indeed. Even the places they live in are so similar. Okay. But if you put it in the lava pool, you can't use Xiaobai's furniture. It will all burn if you put it in there. In the end, Fang Jie agreed. After all, Lostia likes it. Since he said he wanted to do it, Fang Jie prepared it. He designed a huge dragon's nest for Lostia. The dragon's nest was surrounded by some statues of giant soldiers holding giant swords to guard the dragon's nest. The huge chain of rocks surrounded the entire dragon's nest. To outsiders, it looked like they had entered purgatory. Of course, it didn't matter to Lostia. She could transform back to her original form and sleep here at night. After all, her original form was much more efficient in absorbing energy. Those fin-shaped membranes were specifically used to absorb energy. After solving Lostja's food and accommodation problems, Fang Jie could finally calm down and solve his image problem. He had been acting cute with this two-head body for a long time. If he didn't transform himself back, he would really lose all his prestige. This time Fang Jie was going to use tungsten steel directly, with the blessing of the blood spring, to form blood demon tungsten. The melting point was 1,000 degrees higher than ordinary tungsten, reaching a terrifying 4,400 degree, so that he could join Lostia and the little tentacles and swimming in the magma. During this period, he had been accumulating materials to reshape his new body, refining tungsten steel, which was a rare metal in itself, and its content was extremely low. In order to refine it, Fang Jie had to work hard to accumulate enough materials. Now Fang Jie used his shaping skill to push a huge tungsten steel ball with difficulty, and carefully pushed it into the blood spring pool. The density of this thing is 3 times that of blood demon steel. If it is thrown directly into the blood pool, it may collapse the blood pool. Are you finally going to do something with your two-headed body? Xiaobai looked at Fang Jie's homework with a smile. What do you mean you are going to do something with my two-headed body? It's time to change it. Before, I didn't have the materials. Now I have finally accumulated enough materials. It's time to take back my dignity. Fang Jie made a cheering gesture and said, Alas, the two-headed body is so cute, why don't you change it, just be a mascot? Wouldn't it be great? Xiao Huabao sighed, and sighed sincerely. That's right, it's a pity to give up such a cute image. Xiao Baiyan also joined in. Oh, I won't listen to you. I don't want to be a mascot. No! Fang Jie shook his head, and almost rolled on the ground. Shaking your head is also cute. Little Baiyan covered his mouth, his eyes full of pink hearts. See? That's why I can't be a mascot anymore. Fang Jie helplessly held a huge piece of tungsten steel. After successfully placing the tungsten steel ball into the blood pool, there was still enough refined gold, which was the material for blood circulation. Okay. The ingredients are all ready. Fang Jie clapped his hands and sprayed high-temperature energy directly from his chest to melt the tungsten steel. After 6 hours of continuous heating, the huge tungsten steel was finally melted into molten steel. Okay. It's my turn now. Fang Jie resolutely stood in front of the molten steel pool. And the pool of molten steel with a terrifyingly high temperature was surrounded by onlookers. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Baiyan took out 2 handkerchiefs from somewhere, crying like pear blossoms in the rain, and said goodbye to Fang Jie in unison. Goodbye, Xiao Fang Jie. We will miss you, Wu. That's enough. You 2 drama queens, stop acting. And you, Xiao Bai, stop selling handkerchiefs and melon seeds. Wait. Xiao Yu, stop singing the Black Coffin March. I'm not dead yet. Zayakusha and Luati, you 2 are not allowed to play with my molten steel anymore. Get up here quickly. Fang Jie drove the last 2 little bastards out of the molten steel pool, took a deep breath, calmed down, run up, jumped into the molten steel with a standard diving posture of 2.5 somersaults, without a splash. Scarlet swept Fang Jie again. This time the temperature was higher. It was hotter, and shaping was more difficult. As if he had tied an extremely heavy sandbag on his hand, and was carving a piece of tofu. Fang Jie gritted his teeth and persisted, using shaping vigorously, shaping his body bit by bit according to the previous design. Controlling the temperature and shaping consumed a lot of his energy. He didn't know how long this process lasted. In the end, he was numb, and the only thought left was to shape, and shape again. After 64 hours, the molten steel in the pool finally condensed into a humanoid shape. This time, the bald robot looked taller and more imposing. The blood formed by refined gold flowed all over the body again. The surface was completely covered with pure black blood demon tungsten. No more refined gold lines were used. All moved into the body. Huh? The moment Fang Jie finished shaping, he immediately knelt on one knee. His energy was basically exhausted. He tried hard to open his eyes and saw Xiao Bai, who was standing by the blood pool with a worried look on his face. He smiled. I'm back. Xiao Bai cried with joy, wanted to hug him, but held back. This wasn't steel, even if it was formed. The temperature was still terribly high. Xiao Bai's fur was singed by the heat when he got closer. Welcome back. Xiao Bai wiped her tears and gave Fang Jie a gentle smile. Really? Why did it take so long this time? Fang Jie lay in the boiling pool of blood, using the temperature of the blood to dissipate the high temperature on his body. You must have been worried during this period. It's okay, I'm back, but I'm just too tired. I take a rest first. As he spoke, Fang Jie slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 107 Fang Jie 2.0. After 2 days of deep sleep, Fang Jie finally woke up and stood up from the blood spring, and the blood spring flowed through his body, forming small waterfalls of varying sizes. Fang Jie stretched his body. Huh? This sleep was the best sleep he had ever had. Fang Jie? You finally woke up. Xiao Bai threw herself into Fang Jie's arms again. Xiao Bai moved a table and worked next to Fang Jie, so when Fang Jie woke up, she noticed it immediately. Ha ha. I'm awake. Did you miss me? Fang Jie hugged Xiao Bai and turned around. Really? Who missed you? Do you know how thrilling this time was? Xiao Bai hit Fang Jie hard, but it hurt his own claws. Asshole. The first day you entered the steel jar, the fluctuation of your soul was already shaky. Do you know? No matter how I called you, you didn't respond. You really scared me. Okay. As Xiao Bai said this, big tears fell from his pink eyes. Didn't I come back safe and sound? Fang Jie helplessly helped Xiao Bai wipe away tears. This time I didn't calculate the magic power well, and I didn't expect that shaping the blood demon tungsten would be so difficult. Ah! Fang Jie. You woke up. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Baiyan rushed to Fang Jie at the same time, hugging Fang Jie from the left and right. You almost worried us to death. Poochie Poochie. Worried. Worried. Die. The little tentacle rarely showed an angry expression, and directly covered Fang Jie's face. Yeah. Lolita Dragon also joined in the fun, and hugged Fang Jie's thigh. Xiao Yu floated directly to Fang Jie's bald head and sat down, and did not forget to angrily knock on his metal head. Next time you dare to make everyone worry, you be dead? Miss Salty Fish had been sitting on the side watching the show, with no intention of coming up to help Fang Jie. Shagar also came to the big bathroom, and saw that Fang Jie had been surrounded by the monster girls, so he did not come up to join in the fun. Okay, I'm sorry, I made everyone worry. Fang Jie was now covered in monster girls, and he could only helplessly comfort these cute little pendants. I promise to be fully prepared next time. By the way, I will go to the Sea Tribe's territory, and maybe go to the edge of the world. Is there anyone interested in going with me? Fang Jie quickly changed the subject. Otherwise he estimated that these monster girls would complain about him all day. Me. Xiao Bai was the first to respond to Fang Jie. Fang Jie had said before that he would not abandon her again, no matter where he went. Both of us. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Baiyan said at the same time. The two sisters held Fang Jie's hand tightly, and would never let go. Puff. Edge? Can it be eaten? Ignore the little foodie Xiao Chusho. I want to go too. Xiao Yu said loudly, almost shattering the chandelier on the ceiling. Me. 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 Lolita Long jumped around Fang Jie and said, this time she didn't want to stay at home anymore, she wanted to go out and play too. Ha ha ha. Okay. Then let's go together. Fang Jie was also very happy. What could be more interesting than going on a spring outing with your family? Let's stay and guard the house. As soon as Shagar entered the bathroom, he saw Fang Jie, who was covered with monster girls. Of course, she didn't want to ride in Xiao Bai's car. Okay, but before I go, I still have some things to do. I've thought about it. We can start from Cape Hopeless. With the mermaid guide Polly leading the way, I don't think we will get lost. But we need to design this big ship carefully, so it may take some time to make preparations. Fang Jie took off the monster girls on his body one by one, and told him his plan in full. My plan is that we will set off for the Sea Tribe's territory next spring. Winter is coming soon. During this time, I will renovate the underground palace, store food where it is necessary, and hibernate where it is necessary. I will help build our ship first. Okay. No problem. Our cow monster breeding farm will not be affected. Although the fat stored in winter will decrease, it is also their breeding season. Next year we will have more cow monsters. I will take good care of them before they are released. The little flower bud drooled. Sister, you are so embarrassing. Little Bian was too embarrassed to look at him. He covered his face and said, It's harvest season for Golu. This time, the Gola yield is quite large. Not counting the Gola fields in the orc village outside. We can harvest about 8 or 9 tons. I think it's enough for us to eat. If it's not enough, my sister and I can give birth to another batch. Well, before we leave, you have to make me a few ice creams. I take them with me on the road. The only thing Lostia was thinking about was her uranium block. Little Tentacle Xiaoyu and the others just played. Okay, then it's settled. Fang Jia sent all the monster girls away, letting them go back to do their own things. Finally they left. Okay. Xiaobai, what kind of bed do you want this winter? I make it for you. Fang Jia said to Xiaobai gently when he saw that she hadn't left yet. This time, I won't hibernate. Xiaobai looked at Fang Jia and said with determination. Fang Jia was a little surprised. Why? I want to spend this winter with you. I don't want to be protected by you anymore. What are you thinking about? Aren't we always protecting each other? Besides, isn't it a big burden on your body if you don't hibernate? Xiaobai just shook her head. To be honest, she was a little afraid of hibernation. She was afraid of what to do if she entered that infinite reincarnation space again. I want to be with you. You said you wouldn't leave me. Okay, you have the final say. Fang Jia looked helplessly at the somewhat stubborn Xiaobai. The two sisters Xiaogar and Xiao Huabao found Fang Jia, who was lowering his head in the library. At this time, Fang Jia was flipping through the book Ship Design. To be honest, this book had a hypnotic power beyond his imagination. Well, it was full of drawings and various parameter coefficients. I really fell asleep when I read it. Just when he was about to fall asleep, he was awakened by Xiao Bian. Fang Jia, wake up, don't sleep. Xiao Bian came forward and shook Fang Jia. I didn't sleep. Fang Jia was woken up but refused to admit it. Xiao Huabao looked at him helplessly. Your book is about to fall. What's wrong? What do you three want to say? Fang Jia quickly put the book away and asked as if nothing had happened. It's like this time. Thanks to Xiao Huabao. The Golu in Fomir village has a lot of harvest, so everyone wants to hold a harvest festival to pray for the same good weather next year. I want to introduce everyone in the underground palace to the villagers of Mir village, especially Xiao Huabao and her two sisters. It's easy to talk to Zaya Wabao and the other two. But can they accept the monsters in the underground palace? There are still humans and sea people here. Fang Jia frowned. Xiaogar also hesitated. I think it should be okay. The last time Lostja's incident actually exposed the underground palace. The orcs helped her together. Although some people in the village talked about it afterwards. They did not show obvious hostility. From what you said, it seems that we can do it. Fang Jia nodded slightly. Is the reputation of the orcs so high? What's Xiao Huaba's opinion? Of course, I have no problem with it. We have done almost all the research we need to do during this period. There is nothing else to do except guarding the underground palace. It would be nice to hold a harvest festival. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian seemed very interested. During this period, Sam and Brooke have done a lot of publicity work for the underground palace, so now the villagers are very curious about the underground palace. Xiaogar also interjected. Okay, then strike while the iron is hot. We will participate in this harvest festival. I will find time to make a big stage. Since Xiaogar said so, Fang Jia will not be hypocritical. This time it will be a test. But security work must not be relaxed. It will be bad if someone attacks us during the celebration. Don't worry. Don't worry, Xiao Bian and I are the two guards. What are you afraid of, besides? There are not so many people who want to attack the underground palace. Little Flower but waved his hand impatiently. Yeah, although more people have come to Pamir during this period, most of them did not go to the underground city at all, and all went to climb the mountain. Little Bian shrugged and told Fang Jia the news. Climbing the mountain? Fang Jia was full of question marks. They want to climb over the Mir Peak. Is there any conspiracy? It's okay, don't keep thinking about conspiracy or not. Can people climb the Mir Peak? It's so steep. And the top of the mountain is covered with snow. People who go up there basically never come back. We will strengthen our investigation. Don't worry too much. With Xiao Huaba's assurance, Fang Jie was not too worried, and just nodded to show his approval. Okay, let's talk about this harvest festival. If possible, I want Xiaobai and Qiong to dance the sacrificial dance together. The clothes you put on Xiaobai when you took a bath and changed clothes last time were very nice. Can you wear that one this time? Seeing that they had almost finished their discussion, Shagar expressed his own thoughts. Well, there is nothing wrong with the clothes. You can just tell Xiaobai directly. But let Xiaobai go up and dance. Fang Jie was still a little confused. It's not that he didn't want Xiaobai to dance, but the dance that Xiaobai was dancing was a dance of killing. Although it was beautiful. Basically, as long as he danced, the audience would either die or get injured. Is there a problem with dancing? I think Xiaobai danced very beautifully. Shagar tilted his head and thought about Xiaobai's dance on the battlefield. It seemed that there was no problem. Oh, forget it. You should ask Xiaobai directly. She doesn't want to hibernate this winter. It's better to find something for her to do. Fang Jie waved his hands helplessly. He let Shagar deal with all these. After saying goodbye to Shagar and the little flower bud sisters, he casually threw the sleep-inducing ship design on the desk, picked up a pen, and prepared to design a stage. By the way, dance beauty seems to be a big category. Although he had heard of it before, he had never done it specifically. It seems that the quality of this stage design is related to the final effect it presents. But Fang Jie doesn't understand these very well. After thinking for a long time, drawing 5 or 6 pages of paper, he still can't think of a better solution. This gave him a headache. Circular ring? Fang Jie hit his head with a pen cap. It won't work. Although the audience sitting around can show they're dancing well, there is an empty flat ground around, so it is impossible to amplify the sound. Fang Jie tore off the plan for the circular stage, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it aside. How about a fan-shaped stage? Fang Jie quickly drew a fan-shaped stage on the paper. No, it's not big enough. It's so difficult. Just when Fang Jie was scratching his head, Shagar came back. Fang Jie. Well, I was wondering if Xiao Yu should go up and sing a song. Shagar's tone was very uncertain. Fang Jie's mind immediately appeared Xiao Yu walking onto the stage, singing loudly, and the orcs below going crazy. That scene was too beautiful. Wu Fang Jie shuddered. God, please spare me. I think we should not let her go up. Otherwise it would not be good if the orcs went crazy. But among us, the only one who sings well is Xiao Yu. Shagar said with a wry smile. Wow. You go ask Xiao Yu first to see if she can control herself. I asked that salty fish lady to see if she can come out and sing. Fang Jie suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a very salty mermaid in the underground palace, who hadn't appeared for a long time. Chapter 108 Stage Design. Fang Jie found Miss Mermaid, who had been paddling in the underground palace. The life in the underground palace during this period made her gain weight. Now she is taking a light bath next to the bath. Hey, Miss Salted Fish, get up. It's time to collect the rent. You have been collecting the rent for free for so long. You should make some contribution to the underground palace. Get up quickly. Fang Jie helplessly pulled the salted fish up. Woo! Who are you? Oh, Fang Jie, you are awake. Miss Salty Fish, Polly, was a little dazed when she slept. Fang Jie was shocked when she saw the iconic black and red color combination. I say, Miss Salty Fish, you are really careless. Fang Jie was really speechless at the salty fish, who was sometimes a little off the track. Polly stretched and asked, What's wrong? The holy beast has been eating and sleeping well recently. And she is also having fun with her friends. During this period, Polly just accompanied Little Tentacle at night. During the day, Little Tentacle was either in class or playing crazy in the dungeon with other little Lolas. Of course there's nothing wrong with the Little Tentacle. She's our baby. You don't seem to have anything to do now. Let me ask you, can you sing? If he didn't need her to lead the way later, Fang Jie really wanted to find a rope to hang the salted fish up and pickle it. Who knows if it can be used as a reserve food for the Little Tentacle? Oh yes. I once joined the choir. Polly laughed, and then she hummed. The unique voice of the mermaid made her singing have a sense of sadness. After singing for a while, she stopped. Her face fell, and she said with a wry smile, But not as good as Xiao Yu. Her singing is the most beautiful I have ever heard. Fang Jie looked proud. Of course I know Xiao Yu is good. She is my family. But, because she is too good, it is easy to make up for it. This time, the orcs are planning a harvest festival, and they need someone to sing. So I wonder if you are interested in participating in this festival together. Polly became interested as soon as she heard it. Okay. Okay. I want to go. Hearing Polly wanted to go, Fong Jia was relieved. Polly sang very well, with her own unique style. Okay, now that the singing problem has been solved, then the remaining thing is to build the stage. Oh, headache. Fong Jia scratched his head in distress again. Polly heard Fong Jia's complaint, and asked curiously, "What kind of stage do you need?" Seeing that Perry was so curious, Fong Jia told her about the previous plan. Perry listened very carefully. After listening to Fong Jia's explanation, she said, "I think you can borrow the design of the Sea Clan's Clamshell Theater." Clamshell Theater? Yes. The Clamshell Theater is a very large clamshell. The clamshells on both sides are seats for the audience. The middle of the clamshell is the stage. And the openings on both sides are the passages for the actors to enter. After listening to Perry's explanation, Fong Jia's eyes lit up. But I'm not sure if it can be built on land. In the water. We just need to swim to the seats on the clamshells and sit down. On land? Let alone pile it up so high. Polly shook her head in embarrassment and said to herself. But in Fong Jia's mind, it was a completely different picture. A magnificent theater emerged in his mind. It can be built directly in the canyon. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon are the audience seats, the middle is the stage. And the cracks in the canyon are the entrances and exits for the actors. Such a stage can take into account both the visual and the sound amplification effect. You are really geniuses. Very good. Fong Jia left Polly impatiently, and immediately ran to the library to draw this magnificent building, leaving Polly there confused. Fong Jia did what he said, putting the work of renovating the underground palace aside for the time being, selected a steeper mountain next to Mir village and opened a crack, started to build inside, first compacted the stone on the wall, made the entire interior space into an eggshell shape, with step seats at the bottom, and a single row of movie seats on the cliff. Finally, the transportation problem that Pearly was concerned about was replaced by an elevator. In this way, a super theater that can accommodate 10,000 people was built in just one day. When Shagmar saw this place, the corners of his mouth twitched. What are you thinking about? Shagmar covered his face. You can just dig a hole and put the stage in it. Even if you build it so big, there are less than 100 people in Mir village and the underground palace. Why do you build a stage for 10,000 people? Fong Jia was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't consider their current needs at all. If this happened in the previous life, the client's father would only exclaim, "Wow! So grand. So awesome. I like it. But I don't have money." Then the whole plan was sent back for redo. You need to have a long-term vision. Fong Jia argued with his neck stiff. This is my beautiful vision for your future. In the future, Mill City will become a super city in the world, so we should prepare in advance. Xiao Bai was also a little helpless. Don't you have anything else to do? Go and help me make the parts of the differential machine. Tens of thousands of tiny parts will definitely take you a long time to make. In addition, I have also studied other gadgets during this period. If you can help me, I won't do such stupid things. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Baiyan were laughing on the side. They were responsible for the greening of the theater. They heard Fong Jia's conversation and interrupted. Do you know what your behavior is called? Xiao Baiyan covered his mouth and explained to the other party. Huh? Fong Jia had been speechless by Xiao Bai, and there was no way he could turn around at this time. This is called a spectacle that ruins the country. Ha ha ha. Xiao Huabao taunted mercilessly. Critical hit x 1,000 times damage. Fong Jia felt as if the newly replaced blood demon tungsten could not withstand such a critical hit, and it broke the defense directly, and the one who was hit could only hide in the corner and draw circles. Since being complained by Xiao Huabao about the spectacle that ruined the country, Fong Jia made up his mind not to care about their harvest festival, and concentrated on staying in the underground palace to transform the underground palace. Recently, no one was in the underground palace, which was just right for him to work. During this period, Joan was the busiest. First, she had to learn singing with Xiaoyu, and then she had to choreograph with Xiaobai. She was so busy that she couldn't even handle it. Xiaoyu was a little unhappy when she heard that she was not allowed to go on stage. She dragged Dick to experiment for a long time. Anyway, as long as it was a passionate song, no matter how she sang, the orcs would go crazy. This led to Dick being skinny when she saw him again a few days later. Xiaoyu still didn't believe it, and she tossed Sam, Brooke, and Tiger around. except for Shagar, who could endure it. The others were like a powder keg, and they would explode at any time. This situation deeply hit Xiaoyu, and she also joined Fangjie's circle drawing team. However, she would not follow Fangjie obediently, but joined the naughty kids. The little bad guys in the underground palace were very happy, because the people who were in charge of them were busy. So they just let themselves go, and played wildly everywhere. Lostia also jumped around in the underground palace with her body shape changed into a Lolita, either stealing vegetables from Xiaowabeo's farm, or stepping on all the mechanisms in the big maze. There are so many messy things. Every day there is endless work to do. Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, the Harvest Festival is here. This year is a miracle year for the orcs. Not only did they find a place to stay, they also planted food for the first time on the barren black sand moss land. Now you went to the orc village for a walk and came back with all kinds of items hanging on his body. What small dolls, what roasted gulu. Although they are not expensive, they are all little thoughts from the people of Mir Village. She has been worshipped as an angel by the villagers of Mir Village. If Shagar gave them hope, then you was the one who made hope come true and put it in front of them. Today, she commanded 2 huge mammoths, pulling a car to help these orc villagers harvest. Little Tentacle, Xiaoyu and Lostia hid in the driving car and secretly looked at the scenery outside. Originally, the 3 of them were not allowed to come out, but you could not resist the persuasion of these 3 naughty children. And you was also a child, and had a strong desire to play. So he sneaked out with the 2 of them. This time, after you handed the mammoth car to the orc villagers, you found an opportunity to slip away from the orcs' eyes. The 4 of them agreed to sneak to the theater today, but you was stopped by the villagers halfway. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Little Tentacle, Little You, Lostia made a helpless expression and left her behind, and ran away. She was so angry that her face was puffed up. The tools are good. The other 3 climbed to the top of the theater. The view here is the best and most people don't climb that high, so the 3 of them watched the orcs below doing the final decoration work with peace of mind. The 3 naughty little guys didn't sit on the chairs, but sat in a row by the fence, stretched their short legs out of the fence, swaying, very comfortable. Now the stage in the center of the theater has been built. It is a stage with orc characteristics. There is a square stone altar at the highest point in the middle, and 4 strings of bone wind chimes are hung on the 4 corners. Wow, how long will it take before we start? Xiaoyu is already a little sleepy. Puff, puff. Start, start, start. The Little Tentacle was very excited, looking at them. It might take a while. I heard that the ceiling in front of us can be opened to let the moonlight in. Lostia was also a little excited. Not to mention Dorgan, she had never seen such a lively scene in the underground palace. Then wait a little longer. Want some special snacks of the ghost tribe? Xiaoyu took out the pollen of Ghost Face Orchid from his pocket. Puff. The Little Tentacle accepted everything, and naturally took it with its tentacles. Lostia didn't take it. She had no interest in the pollen that could turn into a skull, but she wanted to eat her own ice cream. But unfortunately, she couldn't take it out of the isolation room. While they were chatting, the orcs in the village entered one after another. They also had a rustic look on their faces. They had never seen a theater of this scale. Even the biggest sacrifice among the orcs could not reach 1/10 of the scale here. The confidentiality here is very good. Except for Brooks Militia Patrol. No one has ever seen such a building before. Hey! Shagar stood on the stage, with a trumpet-shaped loudspeaker in his hand. The Harvest Festival of Mir Village is now officially starting. Oh 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 oh! The orcs around cheered very politely. It's finally started. The 3 little ones at the top of the theater also became excited. Chapter 109, The Harvest Festival begins. With the cheers of the orcs, the fluorescent plants that illuminated the theater all went out, letting the theater fall into darkness. Qua qua qua. The high-temperature spotlights around were turned on, shining on the stage, illuminating the 2 dancers on the left and right sides of the stage. One was the barefoot orc priest Xiong wearing a silk witch costume, and the other was the pure white spider monster Xiaobai with several ribbons wrapped around her body. The prelude of the little black band resounded throughout the theater. Following the rhythm of the music, the 2 dancers on the stage took light steps and danced gracefully. Xiong was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, and Xiaobai was like the fairy's guardian monster. Fairy, fairy, guardian, guardian. The audience cheered in surprise. As the music entered the chorus stage, a spring suddenly appeared on the top of the altar, a beautiful singing voice sounded, and a graceful mermaid jumped out of the spring in the middle. Mermaid? Mermaid? The orcs present were all excited. They had never seen a mermaid before. Luckily, Sam had gathered everyone together and made arrangements a few days before entering the theater. They will see a whole new world today. At first, a few orcs didn't quite believe it, but when they walked into the theater, they opened their eyes wide, as if they had really come to another world. Everything here was so fantastic, and the theater did not disappoint them. Such a magnificent building seemed to let them really see a whole new world. Outside the theater, Duncan and his team also entered the theater after they finished their patrol and handed over their shifts. Hurry up! Hurry up! The skinny monkey pushed Duncan forward. He was a new member of the group and not very old. As an old man, Duncan had to take good care of him. Don't worry. You can see it all. Most of the adults in the underground palace will come out. Duncan was pushed away helplessly by the skinny monkey. You told us about the magic of the underground palace when you came in. Although we entered the magical theater before, we didn't see anyone. Of course. I am very curious. Hurry up. The thin monkey's eyes were full of yearning. He opened the door curtain that blocked his view and saw Polly standing at the highest point of the altar singing. Ah! That's the legendary mermaid from the sea. The thin monkey was excited. Duncan was also a little surprised. He had never seen this mermaid before. As Polly's singing reached a climax, Joan twisted her waist, showing her beautiful figure perfectly. Xiaobai jumped on the extremely thin spider silk, which looked like dancing in the air from a distance. Two extremely long ribbons were so elegant, guarding Joan and Polly on both sides. Water fell from the top of the altar, covering the entire altar, splashing countless water. As Joan danced, some water splashed up, and under the effect of Polly's magic, she danced slowly with Joan. With the illumination of the lights, a beautiful rainbow was formed, making Joan seem to dance with the rainbow. As the water continued to fall, it entered the last layer, was heated by the solution below, turned into white steam, and floated up again, making Xiaobai in the air seem to dance in the clouds. Two people, one human and one spider, each with their own beauty, coupled with various special effects, and beautiful singing. The beastmen were stunned, and all opened their mouths wide. The three little ones on the top of the theater also saw the three people performing under their feet, and made oh sounds following the rhythm of the music. And the little tentacles waved their tentacles to cheer for them crazily. Xiaoyu pouted her mouth in jealousy. She also wanted to perform on this stage. It's all because the orcs are so weak. Lostia also stared closely at the dancing Xiaobai below. She seemed to see herself flying in the sky in the future. She was so excited that she unconsciously clenched the guardrail in her hand. Oh. The skinny monkey failed to get the fluorescent flower, so he could only wave his hands vigorously to vent his excitement. Duncan sat in his seat, watching the performance quietly. Unconsciously, he thought of the strange little lowly standing on the black glass restricted area, which suddenly turned into an extremely beautiful dragon. Compared with her, these all seem to be much dimmed. I am sure that it is not an illusion. I really hope to see her again. Duncan thought so in his heart. Just when Duncan was daydreaming, a pleasant voice sounded beside him. Do you need roasted golu? Honey lizard meat? And melon seeds? 1 yuan for each portion. Duncan looked at the figure next to him in surprise. It was Lillian, who was wearing a beautiful waitress outfit and smiling. Human? Yeah. Yes. Do you need roasted golu? Honey lizard meat? And melon seeds? 1 yuan for each portion. Lillian repeated with a smile. I want a piece of lizard jerky. Duncan took out a $1 bill and handed it to the human in front of him. Although he was very surprised to see her. Since she was here and selling snacks, she must not be an enemy. What's more, behind her stood Brooke with many goods. Thank you for your patronage. Although Lillian's voice was still a little low, at least she looked at the person opposite her and spoke. She took out a piece of honey lizard jerky from the tray and handed it to Duncan. Lillian took the tray again and walked towards the next person. Duncan picked up a piece of honey lizard meat with a wooden stick and took a bite. Instantly, the sweet honey pot and honey mixed with the crispy and delicious taste of lizard meat spread throughout his mouth. As Polly's singing reached a climax, the sky of the theater suddenly opened, the bright moonlight sprinkled directly down, covering the bodies of the three dancers in the center of the altar with a layer of cold moonlight. The three dancers all bent down towards the altar. For thick vines suddenly stretched out from the altar and grew bigger and bigger, finally turning into a huge tree, and two identical twin goddesses sat on the tree. As soon as they waved their hands, fruits appeared on the tree. When they were ripe, they fell directly onto the audience seats. The audience caught the fruits, took a bite, and the sweet fruit fragrance instantly filled everyone's mouth. I don't know who shouted first. Harvest Goddess. It's the Harvest Goddess. Pray. In an instant, as if it was contagious, all the beast men were boiling with excitement, and all prayed to the two goddesses. May there be a good harvest next year. I hope there will be no disasters. May the goddess bless me to have no war. I hope I can graduate this semester. Hey, the last person, you worship the wrong one. God really exists. Really exists. The twin gods of harvest live behind us. Ah! The skinny monkey waved his hands like crazy. I couldn't stand it anymore when I saw Duncan. Why was he assigned to such a fool? At the top of the theater, the three little ones became more and more excited. Xiaoyu was sulking hard, and puffed up her little face like a bun. She kept whispering, I will definitely sing better than them. Ah! So annoying. Why are those orcs so weak? Why can't they be like Shagar? The little tentacle was very excited, staring at the stage below, jumping over the fence, and sticking most of its body out. The fluorescent dots on its body changed faster and faster, several tentacles waved together, and its mouth kept making the sound of Poochie! Poochie! Following the rhythm. Lostia was also very excited, and her hand had already deformed the fence without her noticing. As the sky opened, the little flower bud and the little other shore appeared. Lostia, who couldn't control her emotions, raised her hand excitedly, and the guardrail finally couldn't support her ravage, and it was broken. This break, coupled with the support of the little tentacles that basically supported the whole body, made it fall down. No! Little tentacles. Lottie! Xiaoyu only had time to shout, and the other two little ones fell down. The little tentacle didn't react yet, she just felt that she seemed to be getting more and more outward, and when she reacted, she and Lostia had already fallen from a high altitude, directly pointing to the viewing platform below. Not good. Xiaobai was the first to notice something was wrong. He looked up, and saw two little bad guys falling from above. Xiaobai took 2 steps back, pulling the spider silk, and bounced up. He opened a huge spider web on the top of the orcs, blocked the falling fence, and hugged the little tentacle. Another spider silk directly stuck to Lostia. Lostia fell from such a high place, and closed her eyes in fear. The dragon illusion magic that maintained her lowly figure was unconsciously lifted. She instantly increased in size, and turned into a super dragon in midair. The fin membrane unfolded, and she slid a short distance with herself, successfully getting away from the top of the orcs. So the orcs saw an extremely beautiful scene. After the harvest twin goddesses appeared, they summoned an extremely beautiful super dragon, which slid over their heads with the wind and landed in the center of the venue. The cold moonlight hit the beautiful pink dragon, reflecting an extremely beautiful light spot. Roar! After successfully landing, Lostia still closed her eyes and roared. Her limbs were still sliding around, as if she was still flying in the air. The little flower bud and the little tentacles floated to Lostia's big head with a flower umbrella, and hugged her big head on the left and right. Lostia, open your eyes. You have landed. Landed? Lostia opened one eye tremblingly, and saw the twins in front of him. I think I still have something to do. Lostia looked at the orcs in the audience with a guilty conscience. The twins said helplessly. You want to run away now? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you were making trouble before? Don't move now. Wait until the performance is over. Duncan stood up directly, looking at the beautiful dragon in the center in disbelief. This is the dragon he saw in the land of black glass. She really exists. She really exists. The skinny guy was stunned, and just stood there in a daze. Brooke, who was following Lillian in the audience, immediately wanted to comfort the orcs, tell them not to be afraid, but before he could say anything, the orcs roared excitedly again. Guardian Dragon! Guardian Dragon! The audience's emotions were aroused again. I hope you can protect the village from being invaded. I hope you can protect me from disasters and diseases. Please bless me to pass the exam. The last one can be ignored. Chapter 110. It's time to get busy. Fong Jie saw Lostia transform back into a dragon, and he stood up in the secret room in shock. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her slide for a distance and land safely on the stage. These little bastards. They're so crazy that they be punished if they're not punished for 3 days. You have to wait for confinement when you come back, Fong Jie said angrily, clenching his fists. Fortunately, no one was injured this time, and it seemed that the problem was not serious judging from the expressions of the audience. Everyone in the center of the stage of the theater said goodbye to the audience and ended the whole performance smoothly. It's useless for anyone to come today. Where are those 3 little bastards? Lock them in the confinement room. One set of papers for each subject, and you can't eat until you finish them. Before they walked back to the Earth Palace, the three little guys heard Fang Jia's roar. They all shrank their necks in fear and hid behind Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai also made a helpless expression. Fortunately, it was dark in the theater this time. The audience's attention was on the stage. No one saw the guardrail that fell from above. Although the final performance was not bad, the punishment should still be punished. These naughty kids have indeed been a little arrogant during this period. Yu was the happiest, and even made a face at the three little ones who were caught. You are so disloyal. You didn't save me. You just ate alone. Seeing that Xiao Bai couldn't help them, the three little ones had to go to the confinement room to receive punishment like eggplants hit by frost. Although the harvest festival was over, the orcs' harvest of Golu was basically completed. Every orc's face was filled with a happy smile. With a warm home and food that they didn't have to worry about this winter. This place was simply an ideal paradise. Winter is coming in a month, and the harvest is basically done. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sam looked at the harvest list compiled today, as if every number on it was like a beauty. And he liked it no matter how he looked at it. Hey, that's enough. It won't give birth if you keep looking at it. Shagar knocked him helplessly. Come and help me think about what we should do in winter. Huh? Winter? What else can we do in winter? Fight? Sam was a little confused. In his memory, if there was enough food, they would either stay in the tent and make little orcs in winter, or fight outside. If there was not enough food, it would be more miserable. They might need to participate in the battle and rob humans. Pa! Shagar took the document in his hand and hit Sam hard. I think you should go back to the underground palace and be retrained. Wouldn't it be a return to the past if you took the people to fight? Just kidding. Sam rubbed his head, whispering, and now I do have to go back every week for further study. I haven't finished the homework assigned by teacher Xiaobai yet. I've decided that we can't let everyone stay in tents this winter. There wasn't enough food before, but now there is enough. First, we do a census, then develop the mines, and arrange for water towers, heating, and everything else. Next year, we connect everything that should be connected, and prepare for our future city construction. Shagar thought for a while, and made a decision. When the work at hand is finished, you will form an expedition team and seek if there is a suitable iron ore nearby. Okay, I do whatever you say. What about you? You have handed all the work to me. What do you do? Sam said helplessly. Shagar smiled mysteriously. What do I do? Haha, of course, I will try to pester Fangjia to make him remember the formula of cement as soon as possible. The next morning, 3 notices appeared on the notice board in the square of Mill Village. The villagers gathered together and read the words written on it word by word. What? Recruitment. What's written on the stone? We know this word. Study. Literature. Culture? What the hell? Sam covered his face when he heard this. Didn't he say that he would go to the orc grandma's school to attend classes when he had nothing to do? Why is he still like this? Just as he was about to speak, a child next to him said fluently. The first is to recruit 5 exploration mission members. Requirements: strong physique, certain wilderness survival skills, those who can identify or are preferred, 2 yuan per day salary, settled after the exploration. Those who meet the requirements should register with the Mill Village Council. The second one said, Mill Village is about to start its first census. Please cooperate actively, don't panic. The third one is that the adult self-study class has started. The time is 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is for you adults. I heard from the principal today that you all need to study. Don't stay at home all day, otherwise you won't understand the recruitment information. The little guy pulled his small bag and shook his head in a mature manner, and his expression seemed to say that this class of leaks is not good, and everyone wanted to beat this naughty kid to death. Sam looked at all this with a smile. The educational work of Mill Village Primary School has finally paid off. At the same time, it also made these adults realize the importance of knowledge. It seems that this winter will be different. This winter came earlier than last year. It is not winter yet, but the temperature has dropped a lot. There is also light snow in the sky. Although it is not enough to pile up, it is still bitterly cold. A few days ago, Xiaobai rushed to prepare a batch of winter supplies and distributed them to the orcs. Therefore, the orcs now have no objection to going out for expeditions in winter. As for Fangjia, he was having a headache now. Xiaobai had locked herself in the library since the temperature started to drop. She placed braziers all around to keep herself warm. She also insisted on dragging Fangjia along to talk with her. She nodded her head. But she just refused to sleep. Fangjia felt so distressed. If she wanted to sleep, she could sleep. What was there to be afraid of? He would hold up the sky even if it fell. Xiaobai stayed like this for a week. And Fangjia stayed with her for a week. Finally, Xiaobai couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Even when she fell asleep, her mind kept saying no. No, I don't want to sleep. Fangjia really couldn't bear to wake her up. So he gently put her back into the nest covered with white silk. Covered her with a quilt. Put the two-headed Fangjia doll next to her in her arms. And walked out gently. Fangjia closed Xiaobai's door quietly. And was startled when he turned around. He saw Shagar, Xiaoyu, Xiaokasha, Lostia, Lilian, Xiaowabao and Shubian all standing at the door. What are you doing? Want to rebel? Fangjia was so scared that he crossed his arms. Where is the power armor you mentioned? When can it be delivered? Xiaoyu stood on Lostia's head and pouted and questioned Fangjia. Before Xiaoyu finished speaking, Lostia came forward and said, When will I start building my magma lake maze? When the little tentacle heard Lostia mention the maze, it jumped directly onto Fangjia's head, waving its tentacles happily. Puff! Maze! Maze! I want it! I want it! Yes! And our ranch! How long have you been waiting for us? Since the beginning of autumn. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian hugged Fangjia's hands on the left and right. Fangjia had never seen such a scene before, and was so scared that he wanted to escape. But he was stopped by Shagar. Yes! Yes! And my Gundor! Don't try to escape. Even if Gundor is hopeless now, you have to prepare the cement for me first. I plan to let the orcs build brick houses first. No, you have to eat this meal bite by bite. There are so many things to do these past 2 days, including the big theater and the stage, haha, haha. No, what do you want to eat tonight? I make it right away. Fangjia was surrounded by a group of monster girls, and he forced a smile. Don't try to change the subject. You're just being lazy. Otherwise, why would you leave so much work to build a big theater for 10,000 people? Xiao Huabao grabbed Fangjia's neck mercilessly, not allowing him to escape. That's right. You said you would take us to the Sea Tribe for a spring outing next spring? Now we can't see the boat anywhere. Xiao Bian ignored Fangjia's look of I'm the only one who cares about you, and continued to hurt Fangjia's heart. I'm here to build it, so let's start with your third endless forest maze. Fangjia smiled bitterly. Just when he said he would start from the third maze, several murderous eyes came from behind. What, Xiaoyu? Don't worry. This armor needs Xiao Bai's help to design. She's in hibernation, you know. When she wakes up, I make it right away after you give me the design. Shagar, I give you the cement you want now. It's also very useful in this relatively dry and cold winter environment. You can collect some materials this winter. Smelt iron, etc. If you have nothing to do, go to your grandmother's school. First of all, we must eliminate illiteracy. Lottie, you should make do in the magma pool for a while. You people can go to your place. The temperature is too high. Finally, the little tentacle is the best. Please eat more when the beef monster is roasted later. Puff. Okay. The small tentacles are the easiest to deal with. Finally, Fangjia used his eloquence to deal with these monster girls. Although there was still some reluctance in their eyes, at least they managed to fool around for a while. As they left one after another, Fangjia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now there was only Lilian left in front of him. Just now, when others were making requests, she was the only one who was considerate of him, and stood quietly not far away. Ah! Lilian, you are such a good maid to me. Fangjia felt that he was about to cry. Lilian blushed and moved closer to Fangjia. Well, I just wanted to remind you that Xiaobai has sorted out the design of the difference machine. And it can be built. If Xiaobai wakes up from hibernation and sees the difference machine, she will be very happy. By the way, Xiaobai has also completed the blueprint of a radio receiver during this period. You can make it when you have time. Lilian put the paper roll in Fangjia's hand and ran away like a deer with a red face. Fangjia was left standing there stiffly. Give me back my feelings. Bastard. Fangjia wanted to cry, but had no tears. This really means he has to work non-stop for the whole winter. This is how Fangjia's miserable life as a tool began. Chapter 111 Gary and Jamie. Outside the Pamir Underground Palace, in the Endless Forest. Here, The drizzle mixed with hail hit the green leaves. The gray-black clouds were very low. Even the small animals didn't want to come out to look for food, all huddled in their nests, and didn't move. A young man in ragged clothes, carrying his brother in his arms, walked hard on the gravel road, unexpectedly. The forest became smoother and smoother. Sujia, hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. The utopia that the orc said is almost here. As long as we can climb over this mountain, we will definitely find it. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. It's so cold and painful. Cough. 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 Jamie was the child in his arms. His face looked terrible. Some black scars appeared on his hands, and he would cough up blood from time to time. Don't talk. Save your strength. Cough, cough. Gary pulled the thin rag hard on his brother in his arms, not noticing that he also started coughing from time to time. The mountains here are really high. Can we really climb over them? Jamie looked up blankly and saw the towering mill peak. Those white things should be snow. Gary trapped Jamie behind him with a cloth and saw the snow line looming under the thick clouds. It's not snow. It's your favorite white cake. Gary held back his tears and began to climb the mountain step by step. Really? That's white cake. So many white cakes. Jamie lay on his brother's back, looking at the high snow line, and unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I really want to eat another bite. We be there soon. Ahem. We be able to eat. Gary climbed the mountain with great effort, while trying to talk to his brother behind him. Do you still remember the steps Mom taught us to make white cake? Brother, let me test you. Of course. Brother. First, hull the ice wheat. Then wash and dry it. Jamie's eyes became more and more dull, and his panting became louder and louder. Brother, I'm so cold. I want to sleep. Don't sleep. Talk to brother again. Talk to brother again, brother. I didn't remember. Ahem. Gary's tears flowed down like they were free. Now Jess's symptoms were exactly the same as his father's at that time. His body was as hot as a stove, but he kept saying he was cold. Jamie! Don't sleep. Talk to your brother if you want to, or you be scolded by your father again. But Jamie ignored Gary no matter what he said. Jamie? Jamie! Don't sleep. Wake up! Brother. You're so stupid. Finally. In Gary's shouting, Jamie responded a little. Yes. Brother didn't remember it again. Brother is so stupid. Don't sleep. Talk to brother again. We are almost there. We are almost there. We can eat delicious white cakes again after we arrive. Gary shed tears while climbing up the mere peak. The frosted stones were like cold knives, and they would immediately cut the straw sandals that were not very strong. But Gary couldn't stop. If he stopped at this time, he might never get up again. His feet became bloody in a short while. At this moment, Gary slipped, broke through the camouflage snow layer, and fell into the cave next to him with Jamie. Fong Jie. There are more people in the dungeon. 2 children, and they seem to be in a bad state. Xiao Huabao found Fong Jie, who was working as a poor tool. Children? What's wrong with them? Fong Jie finished his work and looked at Xiao Huabao. They seem to be sick. It's so cold. And they only wear a single piece of clothing and a piece of rag. Xiao Bian is watching them from the big sand table. Then let's go over and take a look. Fong Jie heard this and followed Xiao Huabao to the meeting room. These 2 kids want to climb over the mere peak. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Xiao Bian saw Fong Jie coming and reported everything he saw to Fong Jie. These 2 kids. The older one is no more than 19 years old, and the younger one is no more than 15 years old. The younger one seems to be seriously ill, and the older brother has been carrying him forward. I just used vines to open a path for them, but they fell directly into the dungeon and are still dizzy now. Fong Jie looked at the 2 children thoughtfully. The large sand table could not accurately display colors, so it was not very clear. He could only tell that the 2 children were extremely thin, as if they were just skin and bones. The younger child had bumps all over his body. I go check the situation. Don't follow me, Fong Jie said, and took 2 red bottles and walked out of the underground palace. At the entrance of the underground city, Fong Jie saw the 2 children, who were lying on the stones at the entrance of the underground city and had fainted. Fong Jie went forward to check the injuries of the 2 children. The elder brother's injuries were not too bad, mostly just skin injuries. The main injury was on his feet, which was already bloody. As for the other child, Fong Jie gently lifted the rags on his body to reveal his scarred body underneath. There were large areas of black spots on his body, and it was festering and oozing pus. Fuck. Plague? How could the Black Death appear at this time? Fong Jia subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, and touched it after covering it, but he didn't touch his nose. Then he realized that he was now made of steel, and he was not afraid of any virus. Fong Jia, who had reacted, calmed down and fed the blood spring water in his hand to the two children who were already on the verge of death. Just as he was feeding Jamie, Gary woke up and saw a huge black monster with a strange red light feeding his brother something. Monster! Go away! Gary burst out with strength from nowhere and rushed straight to Fong Jia, biting Fong Jia's wrist. You know, Fong Jia can be made of blood demon tungsten, which is many times harder than teeth. He only heard knock. With a sound, two of Gary's teeth flew out. But he still didn't let go, just holding Fong Jia's hand, pulling back hard. Your brother is sick. Don't get close. Do you want to save him? Fong Jia lifted Gary away. Hearing Fong Jia say this, Gary let go of his hand, but turned around and hugged Jamie. What disease? This is a curse. Who are you? Why are you here? I am the owner of this place. Stop talking nonsense. Bring your brother with me. Fong Jia looked at the kid's alert face and said nothing. Just walked into the depths of the dungeon. Gary hesitated for a moment, glanced at Jamie, whose face looked better after being fed with a blood bottle, gritted his teeth and followed the monster into the dungeon. Fong Jia didn't dare to take the two kids back to the dungeon, but took them to a cave and opened up a small room. Put your brother in this small pool. Lie on the other side. Don't look at me like that. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Fong Jia dug 2 bathtubs. Wait for me here. I get the medicine to save your brother. After that, Fong Jia waved his hand and sealed the passage in the whole room. No! Damn it! Gary rushed over to stop Fong Jia when he saw him seal the passage. But he was still a step too late, and hammered hard on the stone. At this moment, a voice rang out from the bottom of his heart. Stop knocking. Your brother has a highly contagious disease, and you probably have it too. I can't let you two go out and infect others. Hold on. I'll be back soon. Hearing what the monster said, Gary had no choice but to return to Jamie, hugged him, and prayed that what the monster said was true. The Black Death? Little flower but widened his eyes. Is it the kind of highly contagious disease caused by bacterial infection? Little Other Side also widened his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly. I get the petri dish. I get the microscope. The two of them started to prepare excitedly. Hey. 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 It's okay. We don't have any protective clothing. What highly contagious disease are we studying? Fong Jia drew 2 large buckets of blood spring water, ready to see which was stronger, the blood spring or the plague bacillus. Of course, he didn't dare to put the pathogen directly into the blood pool. What if it was contaminated? As a result, Fong Jia turned around and saw the 2 sisters, Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, wearing loose protective clothing and masks. We are ready, the 2 said in unison. No! No! That's a highly contagious disease. Your protective clothing is useless. I dare to come out only after being sterilized at 1,000 degrees. Fong Jia covered his face. These 2 crazy scientists are hopeless. How can we miss such a good opportunity? Besides, we evolved from plants, may not be infected by this kind of bacteria at all. Take us there. Xia Wabeo began to act coquettishly by holding Fong Jia's hand. That's right. We have almost studied all the microorganisms that can be seen around us. Autumn pear paste. Xiao Bian also hugged Fong Jia's other hand. No. Although you 2 evolved from plants, no one knows whether you will be infected. So no. This virus is too contagious and lethal. You can't go. Fong Jia said it firmly, leaving no room for maneuver. Then, can you help us collect some samples? Xiao Huabao had to settle for the second best, and turned to Fong Jia to help them collect samples. Looking at Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian's big, blinking eyes, with a glow of desire, Fong Jia had to agree. Okay, I help you collect some samples, but I put them in a closed laboratory, and then you can only study them inside, and you're not allowed to take them out. Great. The 2 sisters jumped up and clapped their hands again. Come on. Bring all these tools. As he said that, Xiao Bian stuffed all the tools in his hand into Fong Jia's arms, such as saws, scissors, skull crushers, and dissectors. Are you going to collect samples or kill people? Chapter 112 The Beginning of Tragedy. Fong Jia looked at these tools, and felt his jaw drop. No wonder people as big as the little tentacles, and as strong as Lo Stia would avoid these two people. Just this scene, it's scary to look at it. Okay, it's not like we're going to kill anyone. I bring you some blood samples for your experiments. By the way, Xiao Huabao, please prepare some sleep pollen for me. It might be useful later. Fong Jia thought that if there was any emergency, he would use sleep pollen instead of anesthetics. In the end, Fong Jia did not bring these scary dissection tools, but only a syringe and a petri dish. As soon as Fong Jia untied the stone seal of the passage, Gary jumped up and looked at him warily. Fong Jia ignored Gary's wary look and threw a set of soft bedding on the bed next to Gary. Don't look at me like that. Wash your hands and make your beds. Gary took a look and found that it was soft and white bedding. After hesitating for a while, he moved. Just after finishing the laying, Fong Jia took a cylindrical object and poked his brother's arm. What are you doing? He immediately rushed over, but halfway through the fall, he was wrapped up by the rocks on the ground, unable to move. Let me go! Let my brother go. Shut up. Noisy. Fong Jia frowned, and sealed the kid's mouth with a stone, so that he could only make a woohoo whimpering sound. The world is much quieter now. Fong Jia continued his work with satisfaction. After drawing a tube of Janie's blood, he collected some pus. He placed Janie in the warm blood pool and began to wash his body. The black scars were washed by the blood spring as if they were alcohol. They melted away directly, revealing the muscle tissue inside. Janie was already covered with black scars all over his body. After washing, he turned into a bloody man. It hurts. Janie frowned again and couldn't help but groan. Don't open your eyes, hold on, this is the pain you must endure to remove the curse, be a real man. Just bear with it. A voice suddenly appeared in his heart, although he was surprised. He had no strength to struggle. Where's my brother? Ahem. He felt pain all over his body, it was very painful. A pair of hard and warm hands covered his forehead. He's fine, it's okay, go to sleep. You will see your brother when you wake up. As Fong Jia spoke, he felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing Jamie stop struggling, Fong Jia put the sleeping pollen in his hand back. With the ability of the small flower bud, if this thing shakes too much, Jamie may not wake up. Fong Jia is a little embarrassed now, because this plague is far beyond his imagination. He used the blood spring to remove these black scars, revealing the muscle tissue underneath, and slowly grew skin under the blessing of the blood spring. But as the skin grows, these scars appear again. It just keeps peeling off and growing again. This is not a solution. The child will not be able to hold on for a while. There is no other way. Fong Jia had to lift Jamie up, wrapped him with a small white gauze, and put him in the quilt. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and the whole room began to deform. It soon became two identical wards, with a thick glass in the middle, so you can see the situation on the other side. Fong Jia placed Gary in another room, and didn't care whether Gary listened or not, and just talked to him. Your brother is seriously ill now, and your illness is not necessarily better than his. In order to prevent you two from cross-infection, I separated you two. This is good for both of you. The glass in the middle allows you to see your brother, and you can feel a little more at ease. Fong Jia poured the blood spring into the bathtub and said, This red potion will help your illness or curse. Soak in it yourself. I will give you food. After saying this, Fong Jia left the ward. The stone that bound Gary in the ward opened instantly, and Gary, who was still in the action of pounce, fell to the ground. Cough. Cough. Gary fell to the ground and started coughing. He struggled to get up, and pounced in front of the glass. Jamie, who was sleeping on the bed opposite, looked much better. He believed Fong Jia's words a little bit, and after struggling for a while, he took off his dirty clothes and lay in the bathtub. Fong Jia quickly built a laboratory outside the two wards. This was the Black Death Research Laboratory that Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian wanted. This place is completely sealed, the top is made entirely of glass. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian will not enter this room. The experimental operation part is all handed over to the plant vines. As long as they can see inside and operate, the observation hole of the microscope is directly inverted to the second floor using the principle of reflector. Although it is different from what Xiao Huabao and her sisters imagined, but as long as it can be used, what's the point of a bicycle? Fong Jia doesn't have time to build a level 4 biosafety laboratory. With Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian in place, the seeds in the laboratory quickly took root and sprouted, taking the hands of the two sisters, quickly extended to the experimental equipment. Ah! It's really the plague bacillus. Little Flower Bud saw the culprit of the Black Death from the observation hole on the second floor. Let me see! Let me see! Little Bian was also excited. She also leaned closer to the observation hole and saw a large group of oval-shaped light red bacteria inside. They were attacking a normal round cell very fiercely. This one is still a little small, it's not very clear, just change it to a 1500x microscope. Little Bian controlled the plant vines and skillfully replaced the microscope with a larger magnification microscope. Now the mystery of these red bacteria has finally been completely torn off. Under a high-power microscope, you can clearly see these bacteria breaking through the cell membrane and brutally tearing apart healthy cells. Let me see. Let me see. Little Flower Bud also became interested. Snatched the observation hole of Little Bian and watched the bacterial war inside with interest. Little Bian supported his chin with his hand and frowned slightly. In the ward, Fong Jia brought Gary some gola porridge. After a long period of hunger, it is not suitable to eat greasy meat. So gola porridge became the first choice. Eat it, this is for you. Gary, who had washed himself, had blonde hair and blue eyes. If he hadn't been too malnourished, he would have been a handsome boy. Gary looked at the food in his hand, and unconsciously looked at Jamie, who was sleeping on the other side of the glass. Now a plant appeared in Jamie's ward, and one end of the vine was wrapped around his arm. Don't worry about him. See those plants? It will provide your brother with the necessary nutrients. He needs a good rest now. The main thing is you. Eat something quickly, and then tell me why the two of you are here, and how you were infected with this highly contagious disease. Fong Jia sat cross-legged opposite Gary. His terrifying image gave him a strong aura. Gary had been starving for a long time. He felt relieved when he heard Fong Jia say that. He picked up the goluhuhu and ate it quickly. Don't worry. Don't worry. Drink some water. It's all yours. No one will snatch it from you. Fong Jia got a glass of water and put it next to Gary. Thank you. Thank you. Gary took a sip of water and began to talk about the cause and effect of all this. My name is Gary. My brother is Jamie. We used to live in Perry County. Our family was in the white cake business, and our life was relatively easy. At the beginning of this spring, my father fell ill after returning from hunting. Last winter was too cold, and there was not much money at home. In order to save money for my father's treatment, my mother donated the small shop at home to the local church. As Gary told his story, Fong Jia understood roughly what happened. After Gary's mother donated the shop to the church, the clergy of the church took his father away. A few days later, people from the church came with people from the Inquisition, saying that his mother was a witch and his father was the witch's messenger. His mother risked her life to help the two of them escape. He would always remember that night, when his mother was taken away and never came back. His home was set on fire by the Inquisition Knights, and nothing was left. From that day on, he and his brother were the only ones who depended on each other, and they lived a life of hiding from place to place, begging for food while avoiding the nights of trial. They escaped from Perry County, but they didn't expect that the plague was like a curse, and they would not let them go. Every time they arrived at a place, an evil witch would appear and spread the curse, causing them to wander again, until one day they came to Tartana, where his brother couldn't escape the witch's curse after all, and he also showed the symptoms of his father at that time. He gave all the things he begged to his brother, hoping that his brother would get better, but this was impossible. It was also in Tartana that he heard people talking about it. The news was brought by an orc merchant. It said that there was a strange city behind the Kepamir mountain. It was a city that could accommodate all races. There was no pain, and everyone could live happily. However, the city was blocked by the evil monsters in the Kepamir underground city, which cut off the way forward for mankind. If they wanted to get there, they could only climb over the punishment of Heaven Kepamir Peak. So the little fool took his brother and began the feat of climbing the Kepamir Peak. Fong Jia covered his face after hearing this. No wonder more and more people want to climb the mountain these days. Okay, you have a good rest. You must have been infected. Curse. I won't let you out until I confirm that you have recovered. Don't worry. I am not an evil monster. You have already arrived at the city without pain. Don't worry. Fong Jia patted Gary's head comfortingly. Are we there yet? Ahem. Gary's eyes widened. Yes, you are here. Chapter 113: The True Face of Superbacteria. In the stairwell on the second floor of the laboratory, Fang Jie was discussing Gary's treatment plan with Xiao Huabao and her two sisters. This bacterium is amazing. It is red all over, and the surface of the skin glows black. Each one is full of magic. This is the first time I have seen such magical bacteria. The blood spring can kill some bacteria, but this does not mean that it is omnipotent. Some bacteria will use the magic power on the surface of the body to form a protective layer, so they can always survive in the blood spring. Then when the blood spring stimulates the growth of healthy cells, it can catch up with the growth express and reproduce wildly. So there's no hope? Fang Jie had a slight headache. From Gary, I got a rough idea of the situation. It's estimated that the human world has already had a large-scale outbreak. Starting today, the Great Underground Palace must be prepared for epidemic prevention. The little flower but nodded. We must be prepared for epidemic prevention. This bacteria is very ferocious. I use my lozenges and the cells of the small tentacles to conduct infection experiments. Only the cells of the small tentacles directly swallowed up this bacteria. Lozenges cells fought against this bacteria for 300 rounds, and finally won. In the end, it was mine. I don't know why. These bacteria seem to like my cells more. The infection speed is very fast. Fang Jie rubbed his forehead with a headache. What was going on with this bacterium? It felt much more vicious than the plague bacillus in the original world. It even attacked the small flower buds of plants. However, he didn't see the forest outside being infected by this bacterium, which was very strange. Hey, those two children may not be saved. I make them something delicious later, so that they can at least be full on the road. Fang Jie sighed and prepared to see the two children off. Wait, Fang Jie. Unexpectedly, Fang Jie just walked to the door, and was stopped by Xiao Bian, who had been pretending to be a thinker. Fang Jie turned back in confusion and looked at Xiao Bian. Xiao Bian frowned and said to him, I suspect that this kind of magic bacteria is man-made, because I think these black magic powers have always been seen somewhere. So I want to enter the isolation room and get in close contact with these bacteria. Are you crazy? Your sister said that these crazy bacteria will attack everything they see. Even the pure-blooded fire dragon cells of Lostia dared to fight for 400 rounds. Fang Jie frowned in confusion. Don't be afraid. You can seal the room after I go in. Have you forgotten that I was born with Xiao Huabao? Even if I die, I will be reborn because of Xiao Huabao. Xiao Bian stood in front of Fang Jie and looked at him with red eyes. No, I don't agree. Fang Jie frowned. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Even if you are born with the same life, you can be resurrected. But I can't let you take risks like this. Everything has a price. Are you sure that after you die, the one who is resurrected will still be you? This, how to prove that you are yourself, is a very complicated philosophical question, and Xiao Bian couldn't answer it. Fang Jie, this is just the worst plan, I think. Before Xiao Bian finished speaking, Fang Jie interrupted her again. No means no. I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion. I can't let you take risks. After speaking, Fang Jie turned around and walked into the passage leading to the underground palace. Xiao Huabao saw that Xiao Bian was very disappointed, and reluctantly came to her sister to comfort her. He just wants to protect all of us, don't blame him. I know, sister. But when I saw that magic, I felt like I had seen it somewhere before. It's possible that this bacteria was created by those people in the Rift Valley Abyss. Rift Valley Abyss? Little Flower but heard the key point. Yes, they have been studying black magic, studying the power of death. You remember that stitched monster? Can ordinary people study such a thing? The plague looks like something they would study. Xiao Bian was somewhat helpless. After hearing what Xiao Bian said, Xiao Huabao also felt that this matter was very strange. She remembered that Lillian went to the town next to the Rift Valley Abyss to inquire and came back. She said that the people in that town were very strange. She said that a demon had cast a curse, and many people died. Could this be what they were talking about? The more she thought about it, the more it looked like it. Now Xiao Huabao couldn't be sure. At first, she also thought that this kind of bacteria was a product of nature. It turns out that there is such a thing. Sister, why don't you help me persuade Fang Jie? Xiao Bian asked tentatively. No, as long as there is a risk of infection, he will never let you in. Xiao Huabao was also a little embarrassed. Although the two of them were bound by the same rebirth skill, but as Fang Jie said, even after resurrection, Would Xiao Bian still be the same Xiao Bian? Xiao Bian shook his head in disappointment, prepared to walk out of the laboratory to calm down. Wait. Don't leave yet. Xiao Bian looked back in confusion. I want to say, you are younger than those naughty kids in Little Tentacles. Right? Little Flower Bud winked at Little Other Side, and then pretended to step on the glass floor of the laboratory accidentally, and the isolation room was underneath. This glass doesn't look very strong. I find Fang Jie to reinforce it later. After that, Little Flower Bud whistled and left. Poochie! Ha ha ha! Little Other Side also laughed after Little Flower Bud left. You are worthy of being a sister. Little Bian squatted down and touched the thick glass floor. Thinking about how to crack it, Fang Jie didn't know how to make tempered glass. And ordinary glass was relatively brittle. So in order for them to walk on it, they had to make it thicker. The glass floor was divided into 32 pieces, each 1 square meter. And the thickness exceeded 5 centimeters. Well, I need to find something small and hard to break it. Little Bian rested his chin on his head and thought for a while. And suddenly his eyes lit up, and he ran out of the laboratory. Little Bian sneaked up to Lo's Tia. Losha, what are you doing? While digging a moth-eared thief lizard with little tentacle. Little you. And you. A small animal in the underground palace. Lo's Tia in the cave was frightened and shuddered. And subconsciously covered her ears. Woo. Little Sister Bian. Please speak nicely. Every time you speak to me so gently, I feel like I have lost a lot of scales. Lo's Tia said a little aggrieved. Don't be afraid. Can you lend me your precious diamond? Little Bian said gently and moved closer to Lo's Tia. No. Lo's Tia just said one word and heard a crisp sound of ding. A scary syringe fell from Little Bian's skirt to the ground, making a crisp sound. Well, I've been studying the effect of magic on the blood spring these days. Don't mind it. What did you say just now? I said. Ding. Another scary scalpel appeared on the ground. I'm still studying these days. Stop talking, Little Sister Bian. We have such a good relationship. Take it, you can use it as long as you want. With a look of if I don't go to hell. Who will? Lo's Tia resolutely took out the diamond she had hidden from her chest and stuffed it into Little Bian's hand. Ha ha, thank you, Lo's Tia. I will return it to you after I use it. Little Bian finally laughed from the bottom of her heart, and left with satisfaction after taking the diamond that Lo's Tia had forced on her. In addition to borrowing diamonds from Lo's Tia, she also secretly went to Dick to borrow a war hammer. Back in the laboratory, Little Bian first gave birth to a huge blade, which blocked the entire passage tightly. After ensuring that the passage was closed, she was ready to break the glass floor. Everything was ready. Little Bian carried the war hammer and placed the small yellowish diamond in the middle of a piece of glass. Little Bian took a deep breath and spit a little saliva in his palm like Dick did. Then swung the war hammer and hit the diamond with all his strength. The huge pressure coupled with the smallest contact area caused the glass floor to shatter instantly. Just like that, Little Bian successfully entered the isolation room. The vines in the isolation room made way for Little Bian. Standing in front of the petri dish that was already emitting black light, Little Bian took a deep breath again, then closed his eyes and gently placed his hand into the petri dish with an extremely high concentration of superbacteria. When Little Bian's fingers touched the black petri dish, the black sticky bacteria instantly clung to Little Bian's fingers, as if they wanted to envelop Little Bian. Xiao Bian also mobilized his magic power, rushing towards the substances in the petri dish, trying to suppress them. Unfortunately, the moment they came into contact with Xiao Bian's magic power, these black superbacteria were like chicken blood, spreading faster, and almost instantly spread to Xiao Bian's whole body. Xiao Bian only had time to let out a scream of awe before being wrapped up by the black bacterial liquid. The petal clothes on his body were instantly corroded and withered, and died, turning into ashes that floated in the air. Little Bian. Just then the wall dissolved. Fang Jie jumped in from behind the wall. He said why Xiao Huabao pulled him to chat with him halfway, out of character, and was bored. It turned out that she was covering for Little Bian. Damn it! But he was still a step too late. These terrible superbacteria had spread to Little Bian's whole body. Fang Jie stepped forward and picked up Little Bian and ran back, preparing to throw Little Bian directly into the blood fountain. Wait a minute. Little Bian, who was held in Fang Jie's arms, made a sound. This sound was not panic at all, and even had a little surprise. Fang Jie ran 2 steps and saw that Little Bian did not seem to be in as much pain as Fang Jie thought. So he slowly stopped. Ah! I succeeded. I really succeeded. I can control them. Little Bian opened her eyes in surprise. The black substance wrapped around her body slowly retreated, and the graceful body around Little Bian turned into a sexy black lace underwear. The excess black substance flowed down to form black stockings. Fang Jie put Xiao Bian down with a cold face. I can now confirm that these plagues were developed by the bad guys in the Rift Abyss. The reason why those bacteria are so cruel is that they are blessed by the magic of death. I can completely control them now. Go and save people. Xiao Bian didn't see Fang Jie's unhappiness at all. Instead, he said to Fang Jie excitedly. Unexpectedly, Fang Jie responded with a voice that was several degrees colder. You're still saving people? It's better to ask someone to save you. Go kneel down under the ancient statue of Arachne. Chapter 114 Lillian's Request. Kneel down properly. You still want to go out and save people, right? Write the inspection report first. If you don't finish writing 20,000 words, you won't get food. Fang Jie sat on a special chair and raged. The little Bian below was dressed and kneeling on the ground alone, watching her nose and her heart, as obedient as a little tentacle monster being scolded. Really, Fang Jie was scared when he thought of the scene where the clothes on the little Bian were eroded. What if she couldn't control herself? Wouldn't that mean the whole person is gone? This bacteria is fine when it comes to other people. It's just a slow infection and erosion, but when it comes to Xiao Bian, it's like a chicken blood shot, and it's violent. Looking at Xiao Bian, who doesn't talk back when he's scolded, and doesn't fight back when he's beaten, Fang Jie's head is full of headaches. Anyway, I say yes to whatever you say, but I'm going to do bad things. Forget it, she's kind-hearted too. Xiao Huabao tried to smooth things over. Oh, I forgot when you didn't say anything, you've been talking to me to cover for her. Right? Kneel down together. Fang Jie glanced at Xiao Huabao and said to her coldly. Xiao Huabao was speechless now. It seemed that she was discovered. She had no choice but to kneel down with Xiao Bian. Outside the door, Xiao Tentacle, Lostia, Xiao Yu and other naughty kids all stretched their heads to peek inside. This was the first time they saw it. Fang Jie scolded Xiao Huabao's sisters. What are you peeking at? Get out. It's useless for anyone to plead for them today. Fang Jie saw those sneaky little bad guys. As soon as he said this, these little bad guys ran away cleanly. After saying this, Fang Jie glared at Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian. At this time, Shagar came. What? Didn't I say it? It's useless for anyone to come today. You still want to come and plead for them? You don't know how dangerous this matter is. It might kill someone. Shagar shook his head and said with a smile. Yes. They deserve to be punished. They must be punished severely. Just punish them first and right. You go make dinner first. Everyone is hungry. Where's Lillian? Fang Jie was still a little reluctant. She is taking care of the two little patients, so I have to trouble you to go. Okay. Fang Jie said, and glared at Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian again. He suppressed the urge to break their legs. Tell me about you. You are the oldest people in the great underground palace, but you don't take the lead, and you learn from these little bastards to climb up the roof and tear down the tiles. Reflect on yourself. I go cook. When Shagar left, he secretly winked at the two sisters. Fang Jie left angrily. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian looked at each other. Both smiled with suppressed lips. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Yeah, but so cute. Before, Fang Jie said that he would immediately let Xiao Bian kneel under the statue, but in fact, after confirming that she could control the bacteria, he asked her to help the two brothers cure their illness as soon as possible before settling the score later. In the ordinary ward, Gary woke up and saw a blonde human sister wearing strange white clothes watering the flowers on his bedside. But for some reason, this sister was a little uneasy, and the water was about to overflow. There was a strange ball of light on the ceiling that was emitting soft light, making the whole room warm. I don't know whose magic it was. Who are you? Where is my brother? Gary's voice was still a little weak. Lillian came back to her senses after hearing Gary's voice. She turned around and quickly stopped Gary, who wanted to get up. I'm Nurse Lillian. Your illness has just been cured. You are still very weak and need to rest. Your brother is next door to you. You can go see him when you get better. What about his illness? He has recovered too. Don't worry. Take care of yourself first. Lillian's voice was as gentle as soft marshmallows. I want to see him. Just one look. Gary begged Lillian. Lillian hesitated for a moment. Okay, I help you up. but you can only watch from the outside. Your brother is in a much worse condition than you, and he needs a better rest. Lillian helped Gary to the door of the next room, so that he could see Jamie still soaking in a pool of blood in the room. After watching quietly for a while, Gary followed Lillian back to his bed obediently. Thank you, sister. Is this really the magical city without pain behind Mount Pamir? A city without pain? Lillian's mind immediately flashed to little Bion, who was struggling to write a self-examination, and the elementary school students in the underground palace, who were struggling to carry their small school bags to school every day. Ha ha, yes, it's that city. It's not completely without pain, it's just different from the pain outside. Ah! Gary was confused by Lillian. You can explore these slowly by yourself. I want to ask you, how did you come to the underground city? Gary repeated the information the other party had explained to Lillian. Unexpectedly, Lillian's expression changed drastically, especially when he mentioned the witch's curse. Lillian stood up and knocked over the stool. What's wrong? That scary puppet told me that this is an infectious disease. Gary was still a little confused. You have a good rest. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Lillian said goodbye to Gary in a hurry and ran out of the ward immediately. In the kitchen of the underground palace, Lillian found Fangjia, who was preparing to cook skillfully. Fangji. Lillian was running out of breath. Hey, Miss Maid. Have you finally remembered that you are a chef? Fangjia, who was wearing an apron, heard the noise and turned back to see Lillian, who was sweating profusely. What's wrong? You are running so fast. Lillian took a deep breath, slowed down, and then said anxiously, Which two children's diseases are cursed by the witch? Well, yes, the boy said that they were cursed by the witch, and they were wronged by the people of the tribunal. Actually, it's not. It's mainly because they were infected with a super bacteria due to unhygienic conditions. Xiao Bian can perfectly solve this disease. It's really the witch's curse. Do you know this is the second time? What do you mean the second time? Fangjia was confused by Lillian's words. Don't be so anxious, just make things clear first. This witch's curse is the cause of the dark ages of witches. Oh! Hearing Lillian say this, Fangjia became interested. The cause of the dark ages of witches? Hundreds of years ago, witches rebelled against the Protoss and brought this curse. This curse raged for 2 years. At that time, humans had no power to resist. Even the most powerful recovery magic could only delay people's death. At that time, countless people died. There was no way to count them. Often, all the people in a village died. So it took humans a long time to recover. Then one day 2 years later, the curse suddenly disappeared. The gods sent down an oracle saying that the rebellious witches were destroyed, but there were still witches hiding in the world. It was also from this time that the execution of witches became an activity that everyone talked about. The rules of execution became more and more bizarre and cruel. Oh, I see. Fangjia dragged out a long tone. Then people used the name of the execution of witches to make money. Right? I don't want to know, I don't think so. Lillian hesitated. Fangjia shook his head. I understand. Both worlds are acting according to the same script. None of this matters. This curse spreads very quickly. I am very worried about the safety of the church orphanage. So Lillian paused. I want to ask you for leave to go back to the chapel. Yeah. Fangjia heard her say that, and then realized that she was not like the monsters and orcs in the underground palace. She still had a home outside, and now such a large epidemic broke out outside, she would be in a hurry. It's no use for you to go alone. Anyway, if you want to go, Xiao Bian has to go with you. If someone is really infected with that disease, then only Xiao Bian can save them. Then can I ask Xiao Bian to go with me? Lillian asked anxiously. Don't worry, I go and modify the car, and I go with you too. By the time you get there, I'm afraid the flowers will be cold. Fangjia thought about it, and decided to go with her. But before that, I have to tell you that even if Xiao Bian goes, he will only save people close to you. Don't expect us to be good guys and save everyone. Yeah, I understand. Lillian nodded quickly. She had been in the underground palace for a long time, so she could still understand these things. After saying everything that needed to be said, Fangjia was going to modify the car. They needed a more powerful engine. Since Fangjia used tungsten to reshape his body, his weight had become horrible. It could not be explained by false fat. After dinner, Fangjia immediately put down his work and devoted himself to the transformation of the small steam car. This time the journey was long, and most of the roads were mountainous. So Fang Jie replaced the tires with metal tracks, added a few more pairs of road wheels, and reinforced the car body to a certain extent. In order to prevent the car from tipping over when he sat in it, he had to lower the center of gravity and put the driver's seat in the middle of the car. Since he had to be both the driver and the boiler operator, he had to put the boiler under his buttocks. Now its shape is more like a small tracked exploration vehicle than a tank. Thus, the first magically modified steam explorer in the other world was born. The side could barely fit Xiao Bian and Lilian. The last members of this expedition were only Fang Jie, Lilian and Xiao Bian, and all the rest stayed in the Great Underground Palace. This time, it's urgent, I leave the Great Underground Palace to you. No problem. You go, I take good care of Xiao Bai and everyone. Little Flower Bud nodded. Where are those little bad guys? Before Fang Jie set off, he suddenly thought, I haven't seen those little bad guys come out to rob the roof these days. And I'm a little uncomfortable. I really don't know. A few days ago, I asked them to help me find the moth-ear thief lizard in the dungeon. So they are probably digging holes all over the dungeon. Little Flower Bud was also a little unsure. Well, magic element exploration. Fang Jie didn't think about it anymore. He directly used the magic exploration to include the entire Steam Explorer in the exploration range. After confirming that they were not in the car, he said goodbye to Little Flower Bud and set out on the expedition. Chapter 115 Naive. Do you think you can do without the naughty kids? In the trunk of the Steam Explorer, the little tentacle retracted all its tentacles, revealing Xiaoyu and Luostia hiding underneath. Escaped a disaster. Xiaoyu wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. I did escape a disaster, but the problem is that we can only eat Golu these days. Lolita-shaped Luostia picked up a Golu from the trunk with some disdain. Poochie Poochie. It's fun outside. The little tentacle also whispered, she has been closely watched by Polly these days, and hasn't been able to go out and play properly. This time, she finally got rid of Polly, and she wants to play to her heart's content. Xiaoyu flew up and knocked Luostia. Look! You only know how to eat. Even the little tentacle knows that it's more important to go out and see the world. Luostia rubbed her head aggrievedly. I'm just a little worried. What if we are discovered? He will definitely die. It's a very miserable kind. Is it possible that he will break his hand while writing the self-criticism? What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a few more papers, and being locked up in a small dark room? You have to know that we have grown up, and need to learn to take care of ourselves. Come on! Xiaoyu said, and made a cheering gesture. Poochie Poochie. Come on! Come on! But if we run out like this, I feel that Brother Fang Jie may beat our butts to pieces this time. Luostia was still a little hesitant. It's already out. It's useless to regret it. You might as well think about how to act pitiful later, and get through it. Xiaoyu spread his hands and said, Fang Jie drives more steadily, not as manic as Xiaobai, after all. In addition to driving, he also has to boil water with his buttocks. The Crawler Explorer is more stable than a small car, except that the speed is a little slower. Everything else is good. It's still very different from driving a car. It feels like driving a tractor. This time, the destination, Calimouth, is located to the west of the Patalia Mountains. You need to cross Patalia directly. The altitude here is much higher than the Great Underground Palace, and unlike the Caparis Mountains, which has a steep main peak, the Patalia Mountains are composed of several large mountains. The road is very difficult to walk. The only way to reach Calimouth is to go around the mountains, except to climb the mountain directly. However, if they use this method, it may take them a month to walk. And by the time they reach that place, the flowers may be cold. The first day of the trip was very smooth. They avoided the main cities, and did not even see traveling merchants on the road. The Steam Explorer was also very powerful. It can be said that it waded through water and climbed mountains. It drove out of the kingdom of Cochin on the first day, and was expected to start climbing the mountain on the second day. On the evening of the first day, the truth was revealed. Lilian got out of the car to get food from the trunk. As soon as she opened it, she saw 3 little ones staring at her with 3 pairs of big eyes. She was so scared that she almost screamed. The little tentacle acted very quickly, and immediately covered Lilian's mouth. Shoo! Xiaoyu immediately raised a finger, blew it to her mouth. Why are you 3 little bastards here? Lilian reacted, secretly glanced at Fang Jie, who was resting by the car, and asked in a low voice. We want to see the outside world, so we followed you out secretly. Xiaoyu said, as a matter of course. Are you crazy? Even Xiaowabao and Xiubian were punished for this disease. You three dare to run out at this time. Aren't you afraid that your brother Fang Jie will hang you up and beat you until your butts are bruised? Shh. Just don't say anything. We will just follow you outside secretly. We won't leave this car far away. Xiao Yu even squinted her eyes. In addition, Lostia and the little tentacle stared at Lillian with wet eyes. Please, Sister Lillian. It's a waste of time to go back now. We've already walked for a whole day. You? Lillian covered her forehead with a headache. She finally understood Fang Jie's sadness. It's really too much of a headache to manage this group of little bad guys. No, what if you get lost? How can I find you in such a big world? No. We each have a pot of love grass. Xiao Yu smiled and took out the love grass from her small bag. Lostia nodded frantically, took out the love grass from her skirt, and took it out from her mouth with her little tentacles. She also wiped the saliva on it shyly. Lillian didn't know what to say to them after seeing how well prepared they were. Okay. I won't say anything. But you are not allowed to run around. You can only stay in the car. Lillian had no choice but to agree. Yeah. Lostia made a sound accidentally. Xiao Yu immediately covered her mouth. And Zaichu quickly wrapped them both with his tentacles. Lillian? What's that sound? Fang Jie's voice came from the front. It's okay. There's a moth-eared thief lizard hiding under this golu. I beat it away. Lillian dealt with Fang Jie while closing the trunk lid. Moth-eared thief lizard? Why is there a moth-eared thief lizard in the car? Fang Jie said as he was about to walk towards the trunk. Nothing, haha. The little moth-eared thief lizard cub looks like Golu when it is rolled up. It was probably caught accidentally when Golu was being transported. Ha ha ha, let's go, I got Golu, we still have to go, let's go. Lillian immediately blocked Fang Jie's way and said to him with a stiff upper lip. Fang Jie said nothing, just looked at Lillian with a strange look. Just when Lillian thought she was exposed, Fang Jie smiled with relief and patted her shoulder. You are finally brave enough. That's right. Speak properly. Your throat is fine now. He sat back in the driver's seat. Puff Lillian felt her face instantly warm up. And a burst of hot air spurted out from the top of her head, which was enough to burn the boiler for half a day. It had been 4 days since they set out. And according to Lillian, they were already halfway through their journey. In the past few days, Xiao Bian has been traveling while investigating plants and animals along the way. Therefore, he needs to take some utensils to collect specimens from time to time. But he is stopped by Lillian every time. She actively helps her, but does not allow them to get close to the trunk of the explorer. This makes Xiao Bian very curious. And he quietly asks Fang Jie, who is checking the boiler. Fang Jie, what did we bring in the trunk? Huh? Nothing? Just some food for Lillian and you, bedding, change of clothes, water, and the collection tools you need, etc. Fang Jie didn't see what was wrong. But I always feel that Lillian is a little strange. Why is she so active now? As if she has hidden some big treasure in the trunk and doesn't want us to know? Huh? Is there? Fang Jie's main focus was on driving, and he didn't notice Lillian's abnormality. You are so slow. How did you catch up with Sister Xiaobai? Look at me! Little Bian rolled his eyes and walked to the back of the little explorer. Lillian was still eating roasted golu. When she saw Little Bian walking to the back of the car, she immediately approached Little Bian and asked, Little Bian, are you looking for something? I get it for you. Yeah, I'm going to use a long neck flask to collect some water from the area. I go back and study the microorganisms here when I get back. Xiao Bian made up a random excuse. Lillian was fooled immediately. Okay. I get it for you. You take a rest first. Lillian quickly ran to the trunk, took out a long neck bottle, and handed it to Xiao Bian, with a professional smile on her face, looking more like a maid than a real maid. Yeah, nothing to do. Xiao Bian took the long neck bottle and walked back to Fang Jie. Xiao Bian casually threw the long neck bottle on the seat and immediately explained to Fang Jie. Did you see it? Did you see it? It's not once or twice. It's every time. It's every time. She must be hiding something from us. Could it be the secret of our great underground palace or something? What are you thinking about? The secret of the great underground palace. The secret of the great underground palace is you, really. Fang Jie said, as he pretended to knock on Xiao Bian's forehead, which scared Xiao Bian so much that he crouched down with his head in his hands before saying, I go take a look. Before Fang Jie reached the rear of the car, Lillian rushed out and blocked Fang Jie's way. Fang Jie, do you want to take something? I help you get it. Lillian said a little unnaturally. Fang Jie smiled. Xiao Bian is right. Did you hide some big treasure in the trunk? Take it out, and let me see it. Lillian froze for a moment. Where is the big treasure? You are such a joker. Then I take a look myself. Don't block me, Fang Jie said, and walked around Lillian. No. Don't look. Lillian was about to go up and stop Fang Jie. But she was fixed in place by the vine summoned by Xiao Bian. Xiao Bian even made a hushing gesture to her. Fang Jie stood in front of the trunk and suddenly opened the trunk lid. Lillian had closed her eyes in despair. It's over. It's over. I'm exposed. Fang Jie searched the trunk for a long time, but didn't find anything strange. Well, there's nothing. Why are you hiding it? Lillian opened her eyes in surprise, broke free from Xiao Bian's vines, and ran to Fang Jie. The three little bastards were really not in it. Lillian was stuttering. But suddenly she said firmly, I just wanted to help. You drive all day, and you don't rest much at night. You two treat me like a donkey. I'm angry. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Lillian sat aside, as if she was really sulking. She picked up the unfinished roasted goric and took a big bite. Really? Xiao Bian was also a little surprised. Fang Jie glared at her. It's all because of you. You are responsible for coaxing her. Little Bian said unwillingly. Don't you know Soul Echo? Didn't you hear what Lillian was thinking just now? Go away. Why are you using Soul Echo on your own people? Fang Jie closed the trunk door. Under the little explorer, the little tentacles wrapped around Xiaoyu and Lo Stia and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they heard Lillian and Fang Jie talking just now. Otherwise they would be exposed. Chapter 116 The Night of Judgment. 11 days later, Fang Jie drove the explorer and successfully crossed the last mountain. Below was the destination of this trip, Calamouth. On the way, Lillian was very excited. She kept talking to Fang Jie and Xiao Bian about the past, including the kind old Bishop Joshua and the kind Mother Mary. From being naughty as a child, to Mother Mary teaching her to read word by word, and finally going to make porridge with everyone, one thing after another, she couldn't stop. This town was not big, with only about 200 people at most. In the center was a small church that looked weathered. Fang Jie parked the explorer in the woods halfway up the mountain, and put on pure black hooded cloaks with Lillian and Xiao Bian. The sun was about to set, and the red afterglow turned the whole sky red. Lillian couldn't wait to go back to the church to take a look. After being out for so long, she didn't know if Bishop Joshua and Mother Mary were okay. Halfway up the mountain, Fang Jie frowned. No, there is a fire in front of the chapel. Lillian immediately took out a telescope from her bag and looked at the chapel. Not good. Mother Mary? Why? Why was she tied to the stake? Lillian, who was originally very excited, immediately turned pale and ran towards the small village below. Fang Jie glanced at Xiao Bian and followed him. Buddha Chapel Square. In addition to Mother Mary, there were 4 or 5 other women tied to the cross, 2 of whom were already on fire, burning under the blood-red sunset. Among them were very old women, and young girls of 16 or 17 years old. Under the judgment seat were 6 or 7 children in linen clothes, each of whom had tears of anger and fear in their eyes. 2 of the older children were violently pressed to the ground by the Night of Judgment. Old Bishop Joshua was tied to one side. He kept yelling at the Night of Judgment, but something was stuffed in his mouth, so he couldn't hear clearly. His slightly turbid eyes were full of anger. A guy wearing gorgeous knight armor stood under Mother Mary's stake and loudly pronounced the verdict. Do you admit that you have fallen into the devil's claws and spread the devil's panic in the world? I don't admit it. Mother Mary's hair had been shaved, and her nun's clothes were full of holes. I said I was teaching the children to read. The trial knight next to her immediately whipped Mother Mary with a whip, and a bright red blood mark immediately appeared. Your stubbornness will only bring you endless pain, the judge knight below said coldly. Humph. Just these little tricks of yours? Bah! Mother Mary said while enduring the pain. Do you admit that you summoned the witch's curse, causing the death of 21 people in the village? No. Admit it, Mother Mary panted, but her voice was still firm. Stupid. We already know your crimes. You need to repent and atone in public. Be redeemed in the grace of the great Heliska. Burn her! Burn her! The angry villagers stood below the stage. At this moment, their expressions were like they were punishing a sinner who had done all kinds of evil. They had completely forgotten that it was this nun who had helped them. Ha ha ha. I believe in the goddess Una. You bastards. Who the hell is Aliska? Mother Mary spitted and stared at the Knight of Judgment. Asshole. How dare you slander the great true God? His Highness Aliska. You evil witch. Go to hell. The Judgment Knight threw the torch onto the firewood pile at Mother Mary's feet. The firewood pile, sprinkled with kerosene, was instantly ignited, and the fire immediately shot up into the sky, and instantly engulfed Mother Mary's body, and Mary, who was in the fire, didn't even scream. No! Flower of light. The flywheel made of light came from a distance, and chopped directly at the Judgment Knight. The Judge Knight, who was on guard, immediately drew out his sword and cut the flower of light. However, he did not expect that the moment he cut it, the huge light wheel turned into flames, and instantly enveloped his whole body. Ah! The Judge Knight screamed immediately, and he was roasted to half done in the armor. Line up. Meet the enemy. The devil is here to save his believers. The gorgeously dressed Judge Knight said immediately. The Judge Knights immediately lined up in a well-trained square formation, raised their shields, pointed their spears outward, and armed themselves like hedgehogs. The villagers who were watching the excitement immediately dispersed. Two figures wearing black cloaks emerged from the shadows. One of them was Lillian. Her signature long golden hair immediately attracted the attention of Bishop Joshua and the children. Their eyes immediately sparked with hope. Shaping. A cold voice came from under the tall cloak. The surrounding stones immediately became soft and rushed towards them like a big wave. Blessings are coming. The Judgment Knight, who was protected in the middle, spoke immediately, and the Judgment Knights around him immediately emitted a glowing white light. Fong Jie's shaping wave stopped half a meter away from these people. Under the influence of other people's magic, Fong Jie's shaping became difficult to move again. TSK. Stone Guardian. Fong Jie made a sound and frowned, and waved his hand again, and those stone waves immediately deformed and condensed into a tall giant. In the fire, the stones immediately wrapped around Mother Mary's whole body, and the ordinary flames immediately extinguished in the oxygen-free environment, and then the stone cocoon was immediately carried by Fong Jie's shaping and moved in front of Lillian. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. But Mother Mary was already burned all over. Mother Mary. Hold on. Lillian knelt beside Mother Mary. With tears in her eyes, she gathered her magic power into a ball of light, pushed it towards Mother Mary, and used magic to keep her alive. Lillian. Hurry up and leave. Mother Mary, who was already unconscious, heard Lillian's voice, and her first reaction was to tell her to leave quickly. Those bastards will catch you. No, Mammy, no. Hang on, I rescue you soon. Lillian couldn't stop crying anymore, and big tears fell down. The Colossus in the battlefield took shape instantly, waving its huge fist, and smashing the hedgehog-like square. Be careful. As the gorgeous Judgment Knight exclaimed, the 4 people in the square were smashed into pulp. Blade of Judgment. A Judgment Knight on the side swung a fluorescent long sword, and chopped the ankle of the Colossus with one sword, and the entire blade sank into it. But what responded to him was the giant supergiant fist. Line up. Line up. The Judgment Knight in gorgeous armor at the back wanted to gather the scattered team again, but it was useless. Facing the attack of the giant, they would be fatally injured if they were touched. At this time, Xiao Bian finally arrived. Halfway through, Fong Jie saw that it might be too late, so he asked Xiao Bian to go back and get the blood spring. As long as the blood spring was enough, then this kind of large area burn would basically not be a big problem. Fong Jie dug a pit on the spot. Xiao Bian poured enough blood into it. Lillian immediately put Mother Mary in. The 3 people moved in perfect harmony. It can be said that the connection was seamless. Xiao Bian also looked at Mother Mary, who was burned all over. For the first time, she felt her anger directly. With a wave of his hand, countless black gases drifted out. Although the white holy light could eliminate some of them, as long as any black dots fell on the bodies of these trial knights, they would start to have a fever and cough up blood within 2 minutes. The super bacteria blessed by the magic power of the little other shore will be contagious. And the lethality has reached the extreme. Devil. Devil. Kill him. Kill him. The captain-like Judge Knight behind him screamed immediately. In panic, the blessing holy light disappeared. And the suppression of the opponent's shaping ability completely disappeared. The hidden Fong Jie in the shadow of the hood grinned dangerously. Shaping. This time the shaping went very smoothly, and directly turned the armor of these Judge Knights into Iron Maidens. Countless steel needles pierced the skin of these knights, and penetrated into their bones. Screams came one after another. These trial knights who were still struggling to resist instantly became lambs to be slaughtered. Humph! Seeing that all the rebels were subdued, Xiao Bian waved his hand and took back the super bacteria in their bodies. Lillian rescued the tied old bishop. Lillian? Is it really you? Old Bishop Joshua looked at Lillian in disbelief, and the children all surrounded Lillian in surprise. Lillian, how is Mother Mary? Joshua hugged Lillian. She's fine. She just needs to rest because of the extensive burns. She has bathed in the holy spring. She won't be in any serious trouble. Lillian's eyes were also filled with tears. I miss you, old Bishop Joshua. 2. The flames had been extinguished by Fang Jie, and the other 2 women who were tied to the stake were also rescued. Your voice. Joshua looked at Lillian in surprise. He always felt that it was both strange and familiar. Back then, he had used all kinds of healing magic, but couldn't save Lillian's voice. But now it was healed. Yeah, I've had an adventure in the past few years, and my throat has been cured. He and the others. Joshua saw Fang Jie carrying the bathtub containing Mary, and the little Bian coming over. Don't be afraid, they are all my friends. Lillian wiped her tears, and wanted to introduce Fang Jie and the others to Joshua, but she was interrupted by Fang Jie before she could open her mouth. Let's go into the chapel first, the people around here are staring at us. Fang Jie didn't even need to look around, to know that the villagers were staring at them. Chapter 117 Hatred should not be remembered. Lillian was stunned for a moment, and immediately led everyone into the chapel. As for the Judgment Knights who were enjoying the Iron Maiden, they were all piled up by Fang Jie at the door of the chapel, and the Colossus was guarding them here. Entering the chapel, Fang Jie and Xiao Bian untied their cloaks, revealing their true appearance underneath. This action scared Joshua and the group of little rascals. One of the younger children exclaimed directly, Wow! Fang Jie's image is needless to say, he is a demon king, and the kind of demon king who lives in the abyss. Xiao Bian's black hair, blood-red pupils are exactly the same as those legendary witches. Be careful. Joshua immediately protected Lillian and these little rascals behind him. He stared at Fang Jie and Xiao Bian. Don't be nervous, this is Fang Jie and Xiao Bian, they are all good people. Lillian came out to smooth things over. Don't be nervous. Although we look a little ugly, we are not those Judgment Knights. We won't set you on fire. Fang Jie spread his hands and said helplessly. Joshua didn't say anything, just stared at Fang Jie. Well, okay, we are just accompanying Lillian back to her parents' home. Back to her parents' home? Joshua finally reacted, looking at Lillian with wide eyes. Are you married? Puff. Lillian's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's, but... No. No. Lillian blushed, patted Fang Jie. Don't talk nonsense. After that, she hurriedly explained to Bishop Joshua. I just owed someone money, and then I became friends with them while paying them back. Owed money? How much? The old bishop wanted to say that he would pay it for you, but he paused. The small church was not rich to begin with, and now it was plundered by those trial knights. Where would he get the money to pay it back? No. I can pay it back myself. Besides, I also learned a lot of knowledge there. Knowledge that can change the world. They are all very kind to me. Look, I have gained weight. Lillian saw what the old bishop meant, and immediately waved her hand. It's good that you are back. It's good that you are back. Lillian saw the embarrassment of the old bishop, and immediately changed the subject. They came back with me this time, because they can remove the infection. The witch's curse. It can remove the witch's curse. The old bishop looked at Fang Jie, who looked a little scary. In surprise. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a bodyguard. And this lady is the one who can remove your curse. Fang Jie pulled Xiao Bian over helplessly, and told her to stop watching the show. Ha. Xiao Bian smiled gently at the little radish heads, squatted down, opened his palm, and a small yellow trumpet flower emerged from his palm. Look! This little flower is very sweet. You can eat it. Do you want to try it? As he said that, Xiao Bian picked a flower and put it in his mouth. All the little rascals looked at Lillian and Joshua. When Lillian nodded, each of them picked a small flower and put it in their mouths to suck. A mellow sweet taste filled their mouths. Now these little guys who tasted the sweetness finally laughed. Fang Jie raised his eyebrows. Why don't these little rascals like him? He is so domineering. Old bishop. Hello. I believe you can see that according to you humans. I am the daughter of God. I can help you get rid of the disease you call the witch's curse. Do you have any patients here? Little Bian's voice was as smooth as a breeze blowing through the old bishop's heart. Well, I noticed it. But generally speaking, other gods will not enter other people's churches. So I am not sure. As for the witch curse patients you mentioned, they were all killed by the Knights of Judgment, and their bodies have been burned. Don't take it lightly. This disease spreads very quickly. Come, put your hand in my palm. Little Bian stretched out his hand to Bishop Joshua. The old bishop hesitated for a while, and finally put his hand on Little Bian's hand. Little Bian closed his eyes, and the magic power flowed to the old bishop, to feel the subtle magic reaction on the old bishop's body. After a while, Little Bian opened his eyes, and said seriously, "You still have it in your body. I don't know if it's because of the light magic in you, the bacteria are suppressed, but it's only a matter of time before they explode." Lillian was worried when she heard it, and looked at Little Bian nervously. "Then can you kill them? Your magic properties are similar to those of these bacteria. Will you hurt the old bishop?" Little Bian smiled. "Don't worry. It's okay. I have just recovered all those super bacteria." After that, he turned to the group of little kids around him. "You all need to be checked. After the check, everyone can eat delicious nectar." These little kids immediately lined up and looked at Little Bian with hopeful eyes. The nectar of the little trumpet flower has successfully captured their hearts. In this era where people can't even get enough to eat, having a sweet snack is enough to make them happy for a long time. Xiao Bian was checking the little friends, and Fang Jie was not idle either. He felt that he needed to explain the witch's curse to the old man. This was a good opportunity to subvert a person's worldview. Fang Jie made a microscope, and now he was very good at it. Under the microscope, the old bishop saw for the first time the true face of the curse that caused people's death. So the main way this kind of bacteria spreads is rats and fleas. Right? After a long silence, the old bishop finally uttered a word. Although he looked very calm on the surface, he was full of anger in his heart. Fang Jie had been watching from the side. He saw the old bishop's expression change from disbelief to curiosity to calmness to anger. Not necessarily. This bacteria infects humans, and when they sneeze or cough, they will bring out a large number of bacteria. These bacteria are more potent than those transmitted from animals to humans. Basically, the mortality rate is 100%. Fang Jie paused and began to persuade the old bishop. "So my opinion is that you should go with us and leave here together, so that you will not be infected by the villagers outside. Can you save them too?" The old bishop finally said this. "No." Fang Jie hadn't spoken yet, but Lillian was the first to speak. "Didn't you see it? They were the ones who wanted to burn Mother Mary to death before. How come these ruthless guys didn't remember how hard Mother Mary had tried to help them before? Lillian, have you forgotten the teachings of chapter 5? Section 39 of the Gospel of Ona? I remember that hatred should not be remembered." Lillian lowered her head unwillingly. "Ha ha ha. Shit shouldn't be remembered. I won't turn the other cheek to someone else if someone slaps me. If someone hits me, I will definitely fight them to the end. So we won't save other people. Those people have nothing to do with me. There are so many people who need to be saved in this world. I don't have the time to save them one by one. We saved you just for Lillian's sake." Fang Jie finally spoke, and stood firmly behind Lillian. "If you don't want to leave, I won't force you. Lock the doors and windows. Wear a mask. And if there are patients, isolate them immediately. If they die, burn the bodies. Keeping the living environment clean and tidy is the only hope for survival. This is the last warning for Lillian's sake." The old bishop sighed deeply. Fang Jie was right. He had no right to ask Fang Jie to abide by their doctrine. "Lillian, please persuade the old bishop. We will stay here for a week," Fang Jie said to Lillian and snapped his fingers. He shaped a chair and sat next to the microscope. "Here you can directly see Xiao Bian helping the little kids to check their bodies. Momo is the youngest in Una's church. Although she was a little frightened, she was much calmer than the other children, whether it was the battle in front of the church or seeing the true faces of Fang Jie and Xiao Bian. Although she had been hiding behind the older children, there was no fear in her eyes, only curiosity. When the older children were being examined by little Bian, she was observing the microscope on the table. She had been watching the changes in the old bishop's expression just now, and coupled with what Fang Jie said about bacteria and the fact that what is invisible to the eyes is really real, she became more and more curious about that thing. After she saw Fang Jie finish talking to the old bishop, she slowly moved to Fang Jie's side holding a tattered doll. Hello. Hello. Little friend. Fong Jia was a little surprised. There were still children willing to approach him. Can I see that thing? Momo pointed at the microscope on the table. Sure. Fong Jia picked Momo up and let her stand on his legs, so that she could see the microscopic world through the observation hole. Wow! Black and red little bugs? Momo's eyes widened. Yes. This is called plague bacteria, which is the real cause of the witch's curse. But they are so small. Can they really kill people? Don't underestimate them, because they are small. Their attack power is very strong. Fong Jia was free anyway, so he decided to teach this curious kid some common sense about the microscopic world. A cute little girl and a scary-looking puppet, their styles were totally incompatible, but the pictures looked very harmonious. After the popular science, Momo wanted to take the slide with her hands out of curiosity, but was stopped by Fong Jia. You can't use your hands. These bacteria are very deadly. Although these samples were under the control of Xiao Bian, there was basically no threat, but Fong Jia still couldn't let such a young child touch them. Well, just now you said there were other microorganisms. Can I see the others? Momo asked Fong Jia naively. Chapter 118 Momo. Of course you can. Fong Jia smiled. He thought of the little flower bud that he had tricked. Fong Jia put the slide containing the plague bacillus aside, and sterilized the microscope with high temperature, and handed it to Momo. Use this small iron skewer to scrape your mouth, and put it under the microscope to see the oral epithelial cells. Fong Jia handed a small iron skewer to Momo. Momo carefully scraped her mouth with a small iron skewer. Ouch. I got poked. Be careful. Little fool. Fong Jia touched Momo's little head lovingly. This child is so cute. Ah. Open your mouth and let me see. Momo opened her mouth and put the small iron stick with a drop of her blood on Fong Jia's hand. The blood bond was successfully established. Object. Reborn witch. Fong Jia was shocked and could not help but be stunned. It turns out that there are witches in the world. And they are so small and cute. And they are not human. Before, the orc Shagar, the human Lillian, and Fong Jia had all tried. But they all failed to meet the blood contract conditions. However, the witch could. So the witch is not human. The reborn witch Momo has the following skills. Rebirth LV1, max, magic affinity LV10, max, bloodline activation, not activated. The reborn witch Momo only has these 3 skills. Big brother? Momo saw Fong Jia suddenly froze, and couldn't help but tilt her head and look at Fong Jia in confusion. What's wrong? Big brother? Did you bleed a lot? But I don't feel any pain. Oh, not a lot of blood. Why are you so careless? Fong Jia immediately returned to normal, calmly inserted the small iron stick into the little lowly's mouth, and gently scraped her mouth. But Fong Jia became alert in his heart, and immediately activated the soul echo skill. Looking at this little lowly, maybe under this childish skin lives an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years. Fong Jia put a scraped piece of cortex on a glass slide, and let Momo observe it. Oh, it really exists. Are these yellow bubbles the cells that make up a human being? Momo looked at the observation hole of the microscope excitedly. How many cells are needed to make up a human body that big? About tens of trillions. To be precise, all organisms are basically made up of cells, but cells with different functions look different. Fong Jia thought for a while, and asked a question that was far beyond the knowledge level of the child. Before Momo saw these cells, what did you think living things were made of? Momo frowned. Oh, I've never thought about this question before. Maybe people are people, and animals are animals. Fong Jia raised his eyebrows. This is not a question that a 7- or 8-year-old girl can think of. But Momo's soul echo was pure and flawless. Just like what the girl said. Without any lies. Which made Fong Jia a little difficult to judge. Momo is so cute. Where are your parents? Does Momo know where they went? Fong Jia deliberately asked this question again. He wanted to test whether Momo would lie again. Woo, Momo doesn't know either. Momo only remembers that when Momo woke up, he was already in the chapel. Momo said while showing a longing expression. I also hope to have a father and a mother. I heard that children with a father and a mother can sleep in bed and listen to their mother's stories and rest on their father's back when they are tired and maybe get a loving goodnight kiss. Fong Jia looked at the eager glint in the little cute boy's eyes and became even more uncertain. Yes, it will be there. It will be there. Momo, can you play with the microscope by yourself? Brother has something to do. Fong Jia said perfunctorily. He had something to confirm now. Fong Jia felt a headache. Could it be that the soul echo magic has failed? He felt that there was no difference between using the soul echo and not using it. Fang Jie found Xiao Bian, who was checking the bodies of the little carrot heads. Little Bian, tell me something. I always feel like my soul echo magic is ineffective. Little Bian rolled his eyes. I can't tell you if you suddenly come to me and ask me to lie. Little Bian's eyes turned, and he suddenly thought of a good idea. He approached Fang Jie mysteriously. Go ask Lillian directly. She must be hiding something from us. Ask her directly what's in the trunk. She will definitely lie. This is a woman's sixth sense. Lillian, who was persuading the old bishop, shuddered involuntarily. Why do I always feel that I'm in danger? It was clearly in the small church, where he had lived since childhood. Seeing Xiao Bian's suspicious look, Fang Jie had no choice but to follow Xiao Bian's method and find Lillian, who was trying to persuade the old bishop. Fang Jie looked at the old bishop apologetically and pulled Lillian aside. Tell me honestly, what's in the trunk? As soon as these words came out, Lillian immediately knew where the inexplicable sense of crisis just now came from. Nothing, just some daily necessities, Lillian said directly. Why are you asking this? Did you find out something? Fang Jie stared at her with his scarlet eyes. There is food, Lillian added tentatively. I told you I wouldn't lie. Now I'm exposed. Fang Jie still stared at her. There shouldn't be any. Lillian's voice became smaller and smaller. It's over. It's all because of those three little bastards. Fang Jie was furious. His face changed immediately. Tell me, who are those three little bastards? Where are they now? Lillian was so scared that she crouched down with her head in her hands, and said loudly with her eyes closed. It's Little Tentacle, Little Yu, and Lottie. The speed of his speech was amazing. When did you know? Fang Jie was really pissed off. It seems that he didn't discipline them strictly enough. They all learned to lie. On the first night after departure, the three of them hid in the trunk, and Little Tentacle wrapped the other two with its tentacles, so your magic exploration didn't find them. Lillian poured out everything like pouring beans. What about now? Where are the three of them? Fang Jie swore. This time, he must make these three little bastards pay the price. Woo woo woo, they all took the love grass with small flower buds. They said they would not lose it. They came out this time just to see the outside world. Humph! See the outside world? Don't you know how valuable they are now? Go and find them for me quickly. Otherwise, wait to go back and lock them up in the small dark room. Fang Jie was really furious. Xiao Bian had been listening with her ears perked up, listening to the conversation between Fang Jie and Lillian, and almost burst out laughing. These three little bad guys might have a hard time this time. She closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the plants nearby. The three little ones had been staying in the trunk before, and she thought it was the love grass prepared by Fang Jie, so she didn't think much about it, although she was a little surprised at the time why they had to bring love grass to protect her. Wasn't she more useful than love grass? Now I know that they are three little bad guys. The three of them are all halfway up the mountain. I can sense the location of the love grass they brought. Xiao Bian also interrupted. Did you hear me? Catch these three little bastards back quickly, or I will punish you too. Fang Jie threw Lillian out in anger. At this time, the three little ones were lying on the big rock and looking at the stars. Xiao Yu and Xiao Chusho had never seen such a beautiful starry sky, and they had no idea that they had all been sold out by Lillian. Fang Jie suppressed his anger and found Bishop Joshua again. He needed to solve Momo's problem first. Well, old bishop, I have something to confirm with you. Is Momo showing any abnormal behavior? Abnormal behavior? The old bishop was confused by Fang Jie's question. This child is very well behaved, very sensible, and curious about everything. The old bishop smiled kindly as he spoke, as if he remembered the past. He told Fang Jie about every little thing that happened after Momo came to the chapel. Generally speaking, there was no problem. She was just a little girl who was curious about everything. She was a little precocious, but she didn't show it too much. This made Fang Jie frown. How did Momo come to this small church? There is an anomaly in this case. When Momo first came, she was brought back by a hunter. 2 years ago, the hunter said he saw this little girl in the depths of the Patalya Mountains. There was no one else around. There was just this little girl all alone. For her safety, the hunter brought her to the small church. We looked for her parents in the nearby villages, but after visiting many villages, no one knew the origin of this child. At that time, Momo's condition was very strange. Her eyes were wide open. Like a doll. If you didn't tell her what to do, she would just stand there stupidly, not eating, not crying, and not making a fuss. We all thought that Momo's soul was taken away by the evil necromancer. But a year later, she seemed to wake up suddenly and became a normal little girl. Suddenly became a normal little girl? Fong Jie frowned. Just now, the test of Lillian showed that his skills were not invalid at all. So now there are only two situations. Situation 1, the witch took over her body 2 years ago. Situation 2, she really gave up everything and was reborn, and her consciousness only awakened 2 years ago. But judging from the magic feedback of the soul echo, the first situation can be ruled out. If her consciousness was reborn, then her mind would definitely not be so pure and flawless. Do we really have to kill her directly? Fong Jie couldn't help but think of the question he had asked before: if you could travel through time, would you kill baby Hitler? Ah! Fong Jie scratched his head frantically, looking at the cute little face of the little loli. Fong Jie could only shout in his heart that I can't do it. Why are there so many troubles? First, this cute loli turned out to be a witch who was beaten by everyone. Then the 3 troublemakers in the underground palace ran out of the underground palace again. Chapter 119, the naughty kid was caught. On the hillside, outside the range of Fong Jie's magic exploration, 3 monster loli girls, like wild horses, were playing wildly under the starry sky. The 3 little ones rolled together, rolling a beautiful grass into 3 gullies of different sizes, playing together with grass debris all over their bodies. Ah! So happy. Lostia rolled tired and lay flat on the grass, looking at the endless starry sky. I feel so free. Little Tentacle and Xiaoyu also happily lay down on the lawn, looking at the endless starry sky. Take a deep breath of the fresh air with the smell of soul. It is so comfortable. Puff. Freedom. Yeah, I feel so free. Close your eyes and let the cold moonlight sprinkle on the surface of your skin, and suddenly a cleansing feeling spreads throughout your body. Do you think those bright stars are really huge fireballs? The most delicate figurine girl Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the starry sky. Most of them are. And some are the reflections of planets. Alas, I don't know when I can use the telescopes written in the book to see those very far-away stars. It would be great if I could control nuclear fusion like a star. Maybe I could fly into the sky like a star. Lostia looked at the stars and couldn't help but think of her lost wings. Puff puff, the little tentacle couldn't get a word in. Her grades were really bad. She didn't understand what Xiaoyu and Lostia said, but she still nodded in agreement. Ha yes, Fong Jie told us before that there is a course called astrophysics. Why don't you ask Fong Jie if there is a book you can learn from? If you learn it, you may be able to fly like a star. Xiaoyu suggested to Lostia with a wild imagination. Poochie. What is astrophysics that can be eaten? The little tentacle looked silly and cute. Lostia also seriously thought about the feasibility of this kind of thing. Well, I think we can try it, but can Fong Jie write it? Didn't he say before that he wrote down everything he remembered? What are you afraid of? You just need to talk to Sister Xiaobai. Let Sister Xiaobai beg him. He will definitely rack his brains. The little devil Xiaoyu was excited. Fong Jie was thinking about how to deal with Momo's problem in the chapel. Suddenly, he felt a chill and shivered involuntarily. Isn't this unscientific? I can raise my body temperature to thousands of degrees. How can I still feel cold? Could it be Momo? What skills did you use that I don't know about? Fong Jie looked at the little witch who was excitedly staring at the microscope observation hole. Fong Jie involuntarily put his blood demon tungsten hand on the neck of this little loli. As long as he exerted a little force, this little witch would definitely die. Since this little girl can be recognized by the system, she shouldn't be too scary. After all, although the system looks a bit useless, it has never made a mistake in linking the blood bond. Feeling the warm breath on her neck, the reborn little witch turned her head to look at the tall Fong Jie, showing a sweet smile, and buried her head in the microscope again. Fong Jie smiled helplessly, and gently put a few strands of naughty black hair behind the little loli's ears, so that she could focus more on the magical microscope in front of her. Fong Jie would not admit that he really couldn't do it as a loli control. Facing such a cute little loli, Fong Jie felt that he should observe more. Besides, it's hard to say that she gave up everything and was reborn. Maybe it includes the previous consciousness? On the hillside, just as these 3 bronze rookies were discussing how to use astrophysics to send a massive Lostia into the sky, Lillian climbed up holding a constantly shining ball of light. Someone! Xiaoyu was the first to be alert. The little tentacle also raised its tentacles. Lostia lowered his body, revealing his little dragon teeth. It's me. You three little rascals. Lillian waved vigorously while holding the light ball. Woo, why are you here? Did you bring us something delicious? Lostia was the first to stand up, looking at Lillian with shining eyes. Lillian rolled her eyes. Do you want to eat the jumping rice noodles? Do you know that the three of you are exposed? What? Puff? The three little ones all looked at Lillian in horror. Are you sure we are exposed? Shuyo's hands were shaking a little now. Although she was the most high-spirited one at that time, she was still a little afraid of being punished by Fangjia. Fangjia directly used his ability to hear minds. I can't do anything about it. Lillian spread her hands helplessly. It's impossible, unless he doesn't use soul echoes to communicate with his own people. Lostia was also a little surprised. Puff. The little tentacle is now in a trance state, and hasn't recovered yet. Ah? Does he not like me anymore? Is it because I was so stubborn that I had to come? Or is it because the old bishop said something he didn't like? Will he not want me to return to Capamere? When Lillian heard what Lostia said, she suddenly became anxious. Don't worry, it's definitely not the case. He must have found something interesting somewhere. If he didn't recognize you, you would have been thrown out of the underground palace like that Gilbert. Lostia even began to comfort her. Oh! Can you stop talking about those useless things? Now we are exposed. Exposed? Okay. Xiaoyu became the most panicked one. When you came out, weren't you just locked in a small dark room? Didn't you just do a few more test papers? Why are you shaking so much now? Lostia slapped Xiaoyu's face mercilessly. Ah! Stop talking. I'm going to fight you. Xiaoyu threw herself on Lostia's face in anger. Ah! My eyes. Eyes. Don't put the shoehorn in my mouth. The internal conflict between Lostia and Xiaoyu broke out instantly. And they fought each other. Lillian looked at the three dirty monsters covered with grass and sighed deeply. If those who wanted to break into the underground palace saw them like this, they would probably doubt their lives. Okay. Okay. Come back with me. We have been playing for several days. Lillian felt that she had no hope. Why did she believe the evil of these three little bad guys? So the three naughty children had to follow Lillian down the mountain obediently. When approaching the village, Lillian put the black cloak she took out from the chapel on Lostia. And the little tentacle was held in Lostia's arms. And Xiaoyu rode on Lostia's neck, hiding in the shadow of the hood. There was always a strange gaze in the houses around. And even Lillian frowned. Back in the cathedral, Fangjia crossed his legs and sat on a stone chair. There was also a broken bench next to him. Don't ask how it was broken. When Lillian came back, she lowered her head and dared not look at Fangjia. Behind her were three dirty and shrunk-necked kids. Are you back? Fangjia smiled slightly and ignored the three kids, but helped Lillian take off her cloak intimately and put it aside. Lillian froze in place because of Fangjia's attitude, and her hair stood on end. I was wrong, Lillian said in a very, very low voice. Oh, what's wrong? Fangjia still smiled, just looking at Lillian. I shouldn't have protected these three little troublemakers, Lillian said frustratedly. I know I was wrong, so don't chase me away. Okay? Fangjia raised his eyebrows. Did he show that he wanted to chase Lillian away? No, instead, he was worried about what would happen if she didn't return to the underground palace. Don't cry. Don't cry, I won't chase you away. Fangjia hugged Lillian, who had begun to cry and sniffle. I said I was going back to your parents' home with you this time. In my opinion, you have already married to Kazakhstan. Don't think of running away. Hearing Fangjia say that she was going back to her mother's home, Lillian's face turned red again. She burst into laughter and gently hit Fangjia. You are talking nonsense again. Really? Ha. Crying and laughing and blowing bubbles with your nose. Fangjia pinched Lillian's small nose. Then come here, and I want to ask you a question, Fangjia said and took Lillian away, leaving the three worried troublemakers looking at each other, confused. Why didn't Fangjia get angry this time? Forget about getting angry, he didn't even look at the three of them. Brother Fangjia didn't let us go out to play at first, right? Lostia said hesitantly. Does he think we've grown up, so he's not angry anymore? Xiaoyu said what she thought. Poochie. No. Lostia and Xiaoyu both looked at the little tentacle, only to see the little tentacle in tears. No. Ignore me. The little tentacle could sense the anger in Fangjia's heart, which was deeply hidden under his smile. This was the first time Fangjia completely ignored the little tentacle. Every time before, as long as she jumped on Fangjia's body and acted coquettishly and behaved a little better, Fang Jie's anger would disappear immediately. This time, Fang Jie only comforted Lillian, and did not blame the little tentacle. He treated her with a completely indifferent attitude, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. While thinking about the little tentacle, she quickly crawled towards Fang Jie, and after a few bounces, she directly lay on Fang Jie's calf. But Fang Jie still ignored her, and just talked to Lillian on his own. At this time, Xiao Yu and Lo Stia also noticed something was wrong. They followed immediately. I want to ask in detail, what is going on with the witch? Fang Jie kept looking at Lillian seriously, completely ignoring the little tentacle lying on his calf, and constantly poochie begging for his forgiveness. Chapter 120. Start fooling around. Lillian looked at the little tentacle on Fang Jie's leg with some embarrassment, then looked at Fang Jie, who was very serious. Unexpectedly, she was interrupted by Fang Jie just after she said a word. Answer my question, Lillian. Lillian could only give the little tentacle a helpless look. No one knows where the witches came from. Some people say they are traitors of the gods, and some say they are people who have broken the boundary between gods and humans. So what did they do to be suppressed by humans? Fang Jie frowned. He felt that things were not as simple as he imagined. The specific reason is that the gods and the witches went to war. The witches cast a curse that caused heavy casualties. Then one day, the greatest god of light in human beings, Aliska, sent down a miracle saying that the gods had completely defeated the witches. But there were still a small number of witches hiding in the world, and asked humans to find and kill them. This is how the dark age of witches began. So, except for that Aliska who popped up, no one has come out to talk about this matter again. No. Are there any more detailed records, such as books that record what happened in which year? Lillian frowned. No, all the stories have only a very vague time point, which is passed down by word of mouth. No one can tell the exact time point clearly, but we only know that it was about 400 years ago. So no one can prove that the witch's curse was cast by the witch, and no one can explain what the witch did to be wanted. Right? Fang Jie touched his smooth chin. Well, I think so. Lillian was a little uncertain. Before Xiao Bian mastered the power of the plague, Lillian had never thought about this question. Now the bloody facts are telling her that witches may be innocent. So why are you suddenly so interested in witches? Lillian was a little confused. Oh, I always thought witches didn't exist before, but just a scapegoat put forward by the church to make money by attacking witches. Now I can be sure that witches really exist. Fang Jie smiled, but didn't explain it clearly. Did you see the witch? Lillian opened her eyes wide in surprise. Don't ask so many questions. Go take care of your Aunt Mary first. Her injury will heal soon. Fang Jie dismissed Lillian, who was full of questions. He took a step and was about to leave when he remembered that there was a small tentacle on his leg that was holding him like an octopus. Xiao Yu and Lo Stia also stood obediently at the door, looking at Fang Jie carefully. Fang Jie raised his eyebrows and walked around as if he didn't see them, which made Lo Stia and Xiao Yu feel uneasy. This was a big problem. Side room of the chapel. Well, here's the thing. I want to ask if your chapel needs to go through any procedures to adopt orphans? Fang Jie found the old bishop, who was sorting out his belongings, and said straight to the point. Adopt? The old bishop looked at Fang Jie in surprise. Yes, I want to consult. Adoption doesn't require you to pay anything. You just need to love her sincerely. But there is one thing. She must be willing to go with you. The old bishop looked Fang Jie up and down carefully. Are you sure you want to adopt? I'm not sure your kind of puppet can raise a human girl well. You can rest assured. You can ask Lillian, and you will know. Life is very good there. Free 9 years of compulsory education, which is not worse than the Enlightenment education here. There are many peers. She will be very happy there. Fang Jie slapped his chest and swore. Really? And I wanted to ask you just now, is this strange creature on your leg also a member of your great underground palace? Is the child that Lillian just said she was caught? The old bishop looked at the little tentacle pretending to be an octopus lying on Fang Jie's leg. Well, she is also one of the naughty children in our place. Fang Jie covered his face. It was really embarrassing. Apart from her, are there others? Can I meet them? The old bishop was also very curious about them. Fang Jie made way, and the old bishop saw Lo Stia and Xiao Yu sticking their heads out of the door, looking inside. Hello. The old bishop greeted them kindly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu and Lo Stia seemed to be frightened, and quickly retracted their heads. Don't be shy, come here and let Grandpa Joshua see you. Joshua didn't care about Xiaoyu and lost his reactions, and continued to speak kindly. Xiaoyu and Luostia looked at each other, and then at Fangjie, but still had no reaction. They had no choice but to walk in from behind the door, took off their hoods, and revealed their true faces. Oh! The children in your great underground palace are really quite unique. The old bishop paused, thought about the words, and said to Fangjie, my place is a gathering place for many races, and all intelligent life will live equally there, including dragons, monsters, sea creatures, orcs, and humans. They are all equal. The old bishop fell into deep thought. Okay, I agree. As long as Momo is willing to go with you, I won't stop you. The old bishop didn't expect Fangjie to shake his finger. No. I think you may have misunderstood. I'm not talking about adopting just Momo, but all the children here. All the children? The old bishop widened his eyes slightly, a little surprised. Of course. You said you have no food and no defense here. These children will only suffer with you if they stay here, and they may even be in danger of their lives. So why not leave with me? Fangjie had been wandering around for so long, but actually he still wanted to persuade the old bishop to take everyone back to the underground palace. Originally, Fangjie thought that if they didn't want to leave, then he could take Lilian away alone, which was already the most righteous thing to do, but the appearance of Momo successfully changed Fangjie's mind. He had to take Momo away no matter what, and now the only obstacle was that if he only took Momo away, Momo might refuse him, because her family and friends were all here, so Fangjie just took them all at once. After this move of cutting off the source of the fire, it can be said that it was a huge blow to the old bishop. I can't do it. Although the old bishop was a little shaken, he was still unwilling to leave. I have been a bishop here for a lifetime. I can't leave the god I serve. Fangjie took a deep breath. He had seen through this stubborn old bishop. Then move your faith with you. Isn't it just a statue? All of it. How much do you need to move? Sorry. I will move it all for you. There may be conflicts of faith in different regions. Don't talk nonsense. The great underground palace doesn't care which god you believe in. We believe in science. Fangjie was a little impatient. First, he tricked them into the great underground palace, and then these people who believed in or didn't believe in anything would be eliminated naturally. The old bishop was silent again. But Fangjie had no patience. If you want to wait for those damn trial knights to come and kill you and that Nani, just wait. I will take all the children away. They can't be buried with your stubbornness. After saying that, Fangjie ignored the old bishop and left the room. Pucci Fangjie. I was wrong. The little tentacle was still lying on Fangjie's calf crying. Fangjie still ignored her. These naughty kids only remember to eat but not to be beaten. If I don't teach them a lesson, she will definitely. I know I was wrong, but I will dare to do it again next time. Fangjie stripped off all the armors of the knights piled at the door. He needed some metal to transform the explorer. This time he was planning to empty the church. As for their people, Fangjie released them all after pulling them out. They were no longer a threat anyway. Most of them couldn't even walk steadily, especially the magic-wielding Knight of Judgment. He was the one that Fangjie's Iron Maiden paid special attention to. Now he was in a coma, looking at this group of downtrodden knights limping away, supporting each other. Fangjie looked up and looked around. People hiding in the surrounding buildings were spying on him. Humph! Fangjie snorted coldly and walked back to the chapel. The armor stripped from the Knights of the Order of Inquisition melted into liquid and flowed into the chapel with Fangjie. The next day, Lilian was guarding Mother Mary. After a night of treatment, Mother Mary's injuries have basically healed. Wow! Lilian. Is that you? Mother Mary was probably in her 40s. After the repair, she looked younger. The wrinkles on her face were gone. The slightly loose skin became tight. Now she looked more like Lilian's sister than Lilian's elder. Lilian, who was dozing off beside her, woke up when she heard Mother Mary's voice. Mother Mary, it's me, I'm here. Seeing Mother Mary wake up, she immediately grabbed Mother Mary's hand. Mother Mary, who was lying in the blood pool, cried like crazy. Did I fail to save you after all? Are we in some blood pool hell now? Lilian was obviously confused. How did it become a blood pool hell? Looking at the blood spring water that Aunt Mary was soaking in, she suddenly realized. Lilian said helplessly. Aunt Mary, what are you thinking about? You are still alive and well. Where does the blood pool hell come from? This is a healing potion, not the blood pool hell. This is the holy spring of Capamere, which is very effective in healing external injuries, and my throat was cured by this holy spring. Holy spring? Aunt Mary was startled, and quickly stood up from the blood pool. Lillian immediately took out a bath towel, and wrapped Mother Mary up. It's a miracle, it's really healed, even my old cold legs that I've always had don't hurt anymore. Mother Mary looked around in surprise. Well, Mother Mary, I want to tell you something. Don't be angry, I want to take you, the old bishop, and all these children to the Capamere underground palace. I hope you can support me. Lillian looked at Mother Mary's face, and said seriously. Chapter 121 Inspection. Capamere? Isn't it full of mountains? I heard that there might be orcs crossing the mountains to attack humans. Mother Mary put on her nun's clothes, and asked with some doubt. Oh yes, Capamere is indeed a mountain, but now someone is planning to build a city there, and it is a city of all races. All races can be treated fairly in the city. Really? Treat every race fairly? Mother Mary opened her eyes in disbelief. Yes, because the person who built this city is a monster with human-like intelligence. Oh, maybe his intelligence has surpassed that of humans. Monster? Possessing intelligence that exceeds that of humans? Have the gods returned? Lillian smiled bitterly. Rather than the gods, their image may be more like demons. I talk about this later. When you see them, you know what I mean. Now I still hope you can help me convince Bishop Joshua. The witch's curse is rampant now. I am not at ease taking these children away from the protection of Goddess Huna. Mother Mary was still very worried. Oh, don't worry about that. In addition to the owner of the underground palace, there is also a little girl of God who is responsible for curing the witch's curse. She has checked all the children in the chapel, and there is no problem. Lillian saw that Mother Mary was relieved and said quickly, Can it cure the witch's curse? Mother Mary was shocked again. Alas, this involves too much knowledge. It's hard for me to explain it to you. You will know it when you get there. Children under 18 years old must receive 9 years of compulsory education there. 9 years of education? Mother Mary found it more and more magical as she listened. This is a huge contrast to her educating children in the church alone and being framed as a witch. Yes, there are many things that seem incredible outside, but they are basically commonplace there. As Lillian told her story, Mary became more and more curious. Lillian explained to Mother Mary, and took her to the church hall. Fongia piled all the damaged seats and other things aside, and formed a large stone table under the feet of their sacred statue of the goddess Huna. All the children were given a portion of delicious goluhuhu. Mother Mary finally saw Fongia. It was indeed as Lillian said. Fongia's red and black color scheme. His sturdy figure and majestic appearance made him look just like a demon king. But if I don't put Momo on my lap and feed her goluhuhu gently with a spoon, I might look more like a demon king. Momo's mouth was already full of goluhuhu. She saw Aunt Mary, and immediately smiled happily. Auntie! Auntie! Come and eat the roasted goluhuhu. Brother Fongia made it delicious. Fongia also nodded slightly to Aunt Mary. Little Tentacles, Lostia and Xiaoyu all sat obediently at the stone table. They didn't even have roasted golu. They could only watch everyone eat. They were also given a pen and a piece of paper. They kept writing something. The little tentacles would wipe their tears from time to time and blow snot bubbles. Mother Mary noticed the difference between Xiaoyu and Lostia, and couldn't help but ask Lillian in a low voice. Are these two little girls also the intelligent monsters in Capamere that you mentioned? Yes. Not 2 girls, but 3 girls. The monster with tentacles is also a little girl. Lillian quickly corrected Mother Mary. Mother Mary's face was a little stiff. Are all the girls in your place so strange? No. There are more orcs there. And there are also sea people. Lillian patiently explained to Aunt Mary. It is truly a multi-ethnic city. But I think the Fongia you mentioned is not very good to the children of Capamere. Will we really get the fair treatment you said if we go there? Maybe he just wants to trick us into being slaves. Auntie! Lillian said helplessly. Don't think too much. These 3 little ones were punished to write self-criticisms because they did bad things. Because what they did this time was really too much, they were punished by Fongia to write a 20,000-word self-criticism. They are not allowed to eat until they finish it. This kind of punishment is the first time I've seen it. Aunt Mary thought of the little troublemakers who were spanked. Seeing that Lillian and Aunt Mary didn't move, Momo jumped off Fongia's legs, ran to Aunt Mary's legs, pulled Aunt Mary's nun's skirt, and said to her happily, Aunt, come and eat. Come on. Brother Fongia's food is delicious. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Aunt Mary was helplessly pulled to the table by Momo. Aunt Mary bowed to Fangjia. Good day, Lord Fangjia. May the goddess bless you. Momo is sorry for causing you trouble. It's okay. It won't be a problem. I want to adopt all the orphans here. If you are willing to leave with us, I will be even happier. Fangjia acted indifferent. After experiencing that stubborn old bishop, he felt that this nun might also be stubborn. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Mother Mary looked around at the children, who were trying hard to eat the roasted goluhuhu, and sighed. If possible, I will go and persuade old Bishop Joshua. But are you sure you can take all our things with you? Even a puppet as tall as you can't carry so many things. Oh! Fangjia finally sat up straight and began to look at the nun. Although not all, but most of them should be fine. We have a special means of transportation, which is more than enough to carry your things. Fangjia stripped the armor from the Night of Judgment last night, just to see if he could make a cart. With the participation of Mother Mary, Bishop Joshua, who had been wavering, finally gave in and agreed to move the chapel to Kapamir. But there was a condition that the statue of the goddess Huna, whose face could not be seen clearly with the veil, must be taken away. This condition was not difficult for Fangjia. Since the decision was made, Fangjia decided to set off quickly. After all, those Knights of Judgment who had been released could come back at any time. When Fangjia drove the crawler exploration vehicle to the door of the chapel, Joshua and Mary opened their eyes wide. This huge vehicle was very steampunk in style. In their eyes, it was simply a steel monster from another world. As Fangjia shaped it, the metal became a simple bag, and everything needed could be stuffed into it, including the statue of the goddess Huna. Fangjia also slightly modified the top of the Explorer, adding 10 new seats. The old bishop, Mother Mary, these little rascals, and the 3 naughty kids in the underground palace were all arranged on the second floor of the Explorer. With Fangjia here, it is more reliable than any moving company. No matter what, everything can be moved quickly. It took less than half an hour to load all the things. Since we were going to set off, the chapel was no longer useful. Fangjia waved his hand, and the dilapidated chapel collapsed immediately. After the dust settled, it was as if the chapel had never appeared. The old bishop shook his head with some regrets, and officially followed Fangjia on the relocation journey. The villagers around hid in the house, and watched Fangjia's actions. They dared to come out of the room tremblingly after the huge monster, with a booming sound left, looking at the original site of the small church that was now empty. They felt scared. The devil is gone. The devil took his believers away. We succeeded. Many villagers actually cheered and gathered at the original site of the small church to cheer. Little did they know that the plague was spreading quietly among them again. The Explorer car had enough horsepower, and it could easily climb the slope even with heavy cargo. Even if it encountered an obstacle, Fangjia could still use shaping magic to help it. As for the tracks left behind, Fangjia used shaping magic to erase them. He would not be so stupid as to go home with a long track and then be caught by someone. This journey was very long. So during the break, the 3 naughty kids finally finished writing the checkbook and handed it to Fangjia. Looking at the 3 naughty kids with their heads hanging down in front of him, Fangjia sighed. They had been in a cold war for 3 days, and it was almost over. He flipped through the self-examination books they wrote. Lostia wrote quite well. At least she really realized her mistakes. She wrote a lot about things like I shouldn't run out without permission, and I shouldn't make adults worry. Xiaoyu was a little resentful. She felt that she had grown up, and should be able to go out and play by herself. But overall, she realized her mistakes, and shouldn't have instigated others to take risks with her. Fangjia just turned a blind eye and let her off. The last one was the little tentacle. When Fangjia got the paper she wrote on, he almost spurted out the liquid blood magic gold in his body. On the whole white paper, there were crooked words written on it. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. 20,000 words were written just like that. Coupled with her innocent little eyes, she looked like a little kid who was punished to copy after class. Fangjia rubbed his head with a headache. Forget it. Forget it. You can't even speak clearly, what can you expect? Forget it. Forget it, I forgive you, go play. The 3 little ones saw that Fangjia had finally forgiven them, and they laughed happily like silver bells. Time always passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Fangjia and his team's journey was coming to an end. When Fangjia drove the Explorer into the underground palace, the first one to greet them was Xiao Huabao. Xiao Huaba's voice was heard by everyone at the first time. Little Tentacle, Lottie, and Xiao Yu. You three little bastards. Get off. I must hang you up and beat you half to death today. It was also the first time that Fang Jie discovered that the usually gentle Xiao Huabao could actually roar so loudly. The three little ones shrank their necks at the same time and wanted to escape. But they were tied up tightly by the vines that sprang out. Chapter 122 Welcome to the Capimer Underground Palace. Fang Jie looked at Xiao Huabao with amusement as he angrily lifted Xiao Yu and lodged his ears, and tied a small tentacle like a zongzi behind them, and locked the three of them into the confinement room amid a series of screams from the naughty children. Fang Jie has forgiven us, Xiao Yu said unconvincedly, while being lifted by the ears. Humph. That's him. I haven't forgiven you yet. Each of you three has 10 sets of papers. Don't think about going out to play if you can't finish them. And then, the little flower but pointed at Luo Ti. Your uranium ice cream is confiscated. Then pointed at Xiao Yu. The storybook is confiscated. Then pointed at the little tentacle. The meat is confiscated. No. In an instant, the screams of the three naughty children became louder. The little flower but seemed to be really angry. Fang Jie did not dare to go up to speak for the naughty children. After the little flower bud dealt with the naughty children, he saw Fang Jie holding back his laughter, and rolled his eyes helplessly. I am really angry, and you don't laugh. What's wrong with me? Fang Jie felt innocent. Xiao Bai woke up 2 days ago. Seeing that you were not there, I told her that you were on an expedition. Then she got angry. I thought you'd better try to comfort her. What? Fang Jie was stunned for a moment. He remembered his promise not to abandon her. He felt that he was in big trouble. He might have to write a self-criticism this time. Please help me settle those humans first. I go and comfort Xiao Bai first. Fang Jie rushed to the library while talking to Xiao Huabao. Xiong and Yu hid behind Uncle Shagar Tiger, looking at the children getting off the car. Their eyes were full of curiosity. As for the children in the small church, they gathered behind Joshua and Mary with some fear. The people on both sides just looked at each other. At this time, Jamie ran out from behind the orcs. Really? They are all human. If my brother knew, he would be very happy. There are no more than 3 of us humans here, Jamie said excitedly to the orc grandmother behind him. Gary recovered faster than Jamie. He has completely integrated into the big family of Mill Village. He even joined Brooke's patrol team and became the first human to join the patrol team. Yeah. Don't run too fast. Your body is not fully recovered yet. The orc grandma just said something kindly to Jamie and looked at the human group. Welcome to the Capamere Underground Palace. Hello, I am the orc grandma. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. The orc grandma spoke first. Her gentle smile broke the ice between the two tribes like a spring breeze. Hello grandma, I am Mother Mary, a nun from the Una Chapel. Mary straightened her back and took the initiative to reach out her hand and shook it with grandma. Let's go, I take you to visit the underground palace. You will definitely be shocked here, ha ha. The orc grandma laughed heartily, holding Mary's hand, and taking these children, who were still not used to humans, to walk around in the underground palace. You rode her little pheasant, and came to Momo with some curiosity. When you got off the car just now, you clearly saw that this little girl who was about the same age as you was sitting in Fang Jie's arms, so naturally you became curious about this human child holding a rag doll. Hello. My name is Yu. What's your name? My name is Momo. Hello. Nice to meet you. Momo smiled back. Can you show me your doll? Yu said with some curiosity. She had never seen such a human doll before. She only had Fang Jie's 2-headed doll. Of course. In exchange, I can let you touch my big bird, Yu said while patting the soft scales of the walking pheasant. Can I touch it? Momo also had twinkling eyes, and generously handed her doll to Yu. Yu also brought the little walking pheasant named Big Bird to Momo. Shagar almost broke his head when he heard the 2 little girls' lewd words. He had felt that it was inappropriate for Yu to give such a name to the walking pheasant. And now, he finally knew what was wrong. Compared with Yu, the other children were much more shy, and they didn't even dare to talk to Jamie. Jamie always pulled them to tell them about his magical adventures. Let's not talk about the collision between humans and orcs. Fang Jie can be said to have poked a hole in the sky. Xiao Bai was indeed in the library. Fang Jie ran to explain the whole story to Xiao Bai as soon as possible. But Xiao Bai just glanced at him and snorted coldly, facing Fang Jie with his butt, and reading a book by himself. Xiao Bai's action made Fang Jie feel a little nervous. This is the rhythm of a Cold War. It's really a tit for tat. Xiaobai. I was wrong. Fang Jie pinched his throat and made a goosebump-inducing sound. Combined with his strong black metal demon body, the lethality was not as simple as 1+1. Fang Jie hugged Xiaobai's body while speaking, just like a little tentacle hugging him. As soon as he finished speaking, he clearly felt Xiaobai's body tremble, and all his bristles stood up. You little brat. You're still playing the Cold War with me. I'd play with the rest. Of course, Fang Jie only thought about this in his heart, and would not let Xiaobai hear it. Even the Soul Echo could not hear it. As long as one side is shameless, the Cold War will not continue. Speak nicely. Xiaobai spoke helplessly. This was broken in the next second. Fang Jie took advantage of it, and kissed Xiaobai's forehead. Go away. Don't hug me. Anyway, you don't want to take me with you. Why do you come back? Xiaobai pushed Fang Jie away, and climbed upside down on the roof. She knew that as long as she was in Fang Jie's arms, she would never be Fang Jie's opponent. I'm afraid of disturbing your sleep. Fang Jie knelt down obediently. Well-behaved. JPG humph. I said I don't want to hibernate. You won't wake me up? Xiaobai pouted as she spoke. She actually slept very well this time, without any dreams, and woke up the next morning. Fang Jie shook his head when he heard her say that. No! You have to hibernate when you need to. This is the living habit of every living thing. You will hurt your body if you do this. You have become nearsighted from reading so much. I won't allow you to ruin your body like this. I don't want it. What if you're gone when I wake up? Xiaobai said as tears fell. Ah? No. No. It's just an accident. And it's not dangerous. Seeing Xiaobai start to wipe her tears, Fang Jie panicked. I swear. I'll be by your side when you sleep in the future. Write a self-criticism. Write a letter of guarantee. Xiaobai was unreasonable and started to cheat. Yes. Yes. I write a self-criticism. I write a letter of guarantee. Don't cry. Take a rest. Fang Jie hurriedly wiped Xiaobai's face with paper, and hugged Xiaobai, and said nice things to him. After coaxing Xiaobai, Fang Jie and Xiaokasha, Lostia, and Xiaoyu, the three naughty children, sat together to write their apologies. The people in the small church now visited the Mir village. This small village was peaceful. Hearing that humans were coming, everyone gathered in the small square. Under Sam's leadership, the villagers of Mir village were no longer so hostile to humans. This time, a small group of children were organized, holding small flower buds and special flowers, forming a welcoming team. A large banner was erected at the northern exit of the Great Labyrinth, which read warmly welcome human friends to settle here. Old Bishop Joshua, Mother Mary had never seen such a scene before, and looked at Grandma a little at a loss. Don't be nervous. We all welcome your arrival. Fang Jie should build a house for you today, so we will live together. The orc grandma smiled and explained to Mary and her group. When Shagar, who was standing next to him, heard what the orc grandma said, his eyes lit up, and he immediately ran back to the small stone room of the village council, took a large roll of drawings, and rushed into the underground palace. In the small dark room, he found Fang Jie, who was struggling to write a self-criticism and a letter of guarantee. Fang Jie? Fang Jie? Look at these, look at these! Shagar panted, and put the drawings on Fang Jie's small desk. What are these? Fang Jie looked at these very complicated drawings, with a confused look on his face. These are the city construction plans made by our Mir Village Planning Bureau. The orc expedition team we formed before went out to explore the nearby mountains, and found a hematite deposit. There are a lot of limestones, as you said. The mountains are basically made of it. What is more unexpected is that we found a coal mine. Coal mine? Fang Jie also opened his eyes wide. If there is a coal mine, then it can be used to provide a large number of useful elements, such as carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus and potassium. Right. Right. So cement can basically be made, but our population is too small now, so I want to ask you for a sum of money to import a large number of people. Didn't more than 30 people come here one after another before? Fang Jie frowned. Even the two human children heard the news, so why is there basically no movement from the orcs? I don't know about that either. It's just that a few people came some time ago, and then no one else came. So I want you to give me some funds, so I can go out and see what's going on. No! You can't go now. Why? Shagar showed a puzzled expression. The current epidemic is still very serious. No one knows what the situation is outside. Based on the situation I saw when I went to the human city this time, it may not be optimistic. Shouldn't we take them in before all the people die? The smaller the population, the more difficult our immigration work will be. Let me think about this first, don't rush. Fang Jie also noticed the problem. Okay, then our expedition team found several tamed wolves when they went out this time. The key is that there were no owners beside them. We suspected that their owners had died in the tribal war, so we brought them back. Oh, there is such a good thing, picking up tamed wolves for free? Fang Jie didn't care much about this thing, mainly because it was something the orcs needed for war, and it was not useful at all. Don't look down on the wolves, they are our good partners, with good endurance and strength. By the way, Shagar had some complaints about her ward that was killed instantly by Fang Jie. Okay, I understand, you can keep it if you want. Fang Jie spread his hands helplessly. It's okay to keep it as a pet, although in his opinion, those wargs are not good looking at all, because they look more like jackals than huskies in the game. The last thing, this time we also found a strange ore. It's relatively light. No one has ever seen it, so I bring it to you to have a look. As he spoke, Shagar took out a piece of yellowish ore from his bag. Is this bauxite? Fang Jie stood up directly. This discovery was even more surprising than coal mines. With it, we can make a lot of light metals. Is it very useful? Shagar looked at Fang Jie's expression, and was also a little surprised. It's very useful. Thank you, Shagar. Fang Jie wanted to hug Shagar and turn around a few times. It's useful. That's great. I can negotiate with you. I heard that you are going to build a small church for humans. You can't be so partial. Orcs also want it. Gundor. Let's build the first phase first. Shagar smiled like a fox, pointing to the drawings on Fang Jie's desk with a dagger in his eye. Chapter 123 Mill City Phase 1. Fang Jie sat back at his desk with lifeless eyes, and said, I was careless. I didn't dodge. I was tricked. I was really tricked. Compared with Fang Jie's helplessness, Shagar smiled happily like a flower. Okay. Okay. You win. I will help you build the house tonight. That night, Fang Jie appeared in front of everyone again. This time, he did not hide himself. It was the first time for the orcs in Mir Village to see Fang Jie. Although Sam, Brooke and Shagar had made efforts to let them know that there was a powerful force behind them, providing them with many living materials and a super huge theater, Fang Jie's appearance still caused the orcs to whisper. After all, Fang Jie's image was much more terrifying than in books and paintings. Fang Jie stood on the black glass floor, facing the gate of the underground palace, with his hands open, and the shaping started. Fang Jie waved his hand, and the uneven ground began to wriggle, automatically compacted and leveled, and paths, flower beds, foundations appeared according to their plan. Buildings began to form on the foundations, each of which was a two-story building. There were also many bone claw-like patterns on the outer walls, which looked quite orc-like at first glance. As Fang Jie moved, the entire shaping area began to expand. The next second, a huge black city rose from the ground under the moonlight. Every house is made of black glazed tiles. It is more like the color scheme of Mordor than Gundor. After all, the materials are limited, so we can only make do with what is available. Sister Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian also followed Fang Jie. As long as Fang Jie finished the construction, they would take over the subsequent landscaping work. Countless vines and mosses climbed up these houses, adding an element of nature to these buildings. Finally, a miraculous town was built in the blink of an eye. There is a unique building on the side of the town, a Gothic building with 2 spires, which incorporates both orc and human styles. This will be the new Ona Church. As the town circuit was connected to the steam power grid of the great underground palace, the whole town seemed to come alive. The street lamps illuminated the whole town. The light, brighter than torches, dispelled the darkness and lit up the hope of everyone present. The orcs around watched this miracle town officially take shape and gave a deafening cheer. Thank you, the goddess of harvest. Landwini, thank you, the goddess of return. Manjusaka, thank you, the miracle. Cresette, thank you, the god of Kato, for bringing us to this land of miracles. An older orc actually knelt on the ground, watching the town take shape with tears streaming down his face. The people in Una Church watched all this. The children had seen such a scene before, and were also infected by the orcs, cheered for the miracle town. They knew that would be their new home. Mother Mary held Bishop Joshua's trembling hand. I think I know why they don't care if other believers enter. Because they are the real gods. After the gods disappeared, no gods were willing to come to the world. Now they appear, closer and brighter than the previous gods. Bishop Joshua also patted Mary's hand. The rules of this world are about to change. We are lucky to witness this change. Fang Jie completed the construction of his residence at a very fast speed. Now he is going to start the real construction of the center of the city. This place will draw on the design of Gondor, winding up the mountain, and building one step at a time. If completed, it will include finance, trade, services, exhibitions, learning, research and everything else that people need in life. This will be a CBD, Central Business District, in this world. However, Fang Jie only built the first floor, which is the exit of the underground palace. This will become the village council, and perhaps the first station of the city council. Standing at the gate of the Earth Palace, Fang Jie looked at the town, and could not help but feel a sense of pride. Okay. It's finally done. Xiao Huabao rubbed his shoulders, and stood on Fang Jie's left. On the right stood Xiao Bian, who was covering her mouth with a smile. Sister, my moss grows much faster than your vines. You lose this time. Your moss doesn't need many nutrients. My vines consume much more nutrients than yours growing in such a barren place. Xiao Huabao rolled her eyes, and started bickering with her sister. Alright, you two stop bickering. Does it make sense to fight with yourself? Fang Jie rolled his eyes. Look at those orcs, they are cheering for us. Thanks Fang Jie, we will leave the city expansion work to ourselves. From today on, you will also become our god. Shagar, Sam, Brook, the three giants of Mill Village found Fang Jie, knelt on one knee, and presented Fang Jie with the highest courtesy of the orcs. Come on. I see you didn't treat me like a god when you tricked me before. Fang Jie pulled Shagar up helplessly. The rest is up to you. I finish the subsequent plans when I have time. After that, Fang Jie ignored the orcs, and took the two sisters, Xia Wabao, who were still bickering, back to the underground palace. Shagar stood up and covered his mouth with his hands and laughed, watching Fang Jie leave. The group of people from Una Chapel walked into Una Chapel. Everything here was so magnificent. The lights that had never been seen seemed to imprison the sun, making the statue of Una in the middle of the church shine brightly. Everything that is found in the world's largest church is here, such as colorful glazed windows, luxurious confessionals, gilded murals, and statues. Everything is available. Joshua and Mary were shocked. This is much more advanced than the small church they used to live in, which makes those who are used to hard times uncomfortable. And the orphans are very happy. Everything here is so fresh. But Momo is not among them. As soon as he came back, Fang Jie invited Momo to live in the underground palace. Old Bishop Joshua seemed to see Fang Jie's different attitude towards Momo, so he also tacitly agreed to Fang Jie's adoption of Momo, but warned her to go back to the church to see them more often. The construction of the city came to an end, and Fang Jie returned to the Great Earth Palace to continue his own business. The plan to expand the ranch and create an endless forest promised to Xia Wabao was also nearing completion. This place was a huge hemispherical space with a diameter of more than a kilometer. In the middle was a towering tree that broke through the sky, with a trunk diameter of tens of meters. There were endless forests all around, and even countless inverted forests grew on the top of the cave. Located in this forest that blocks out the sun, all adventurers will be unable to identify the direction. Just like Shuyo's moving maze. If you want to get out of here, you may also need to see Xia Wabao's mood, or pray that there is a compass girl like Lillian in the team. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Kepamir. The Mir village outside is holding a city-building celebration, and a celebration party for the completion of the Endless Forest maze is also being held in the underground palace. Momo is even dragged by you to eat delicious food everywhere, such as barbecue, hot pot, pearl milk tea, and blueberry juice. The next morning, the combat meeting room of the Kepamir underground palace. Fang Jie convened the first residence meeting of Kepamir. In addition to the various monsters of Kepamir, there were also human Mary, Lillian, the orc's orc grandmother, Shagar and Sam. Today's topic is very simple. Shagar proposed to go outside to lead some people to Mir village, because the labor force in Mir village is seriously insufficient, and with the current epidemic, Shagar is afraid that many people will die if he goes too late. Fang Jie roughly described the current situation. So I would like to ask for everyone's opinions. Xiaobai thought about it, and was the first to speak out his thoughts. I think it's better to go if I can. This year's winter has come too early. It's snowing outside before winter even starts. If we wait until winter starts, the temperature will probably drop even more, and it may be even lower than last winter. After winter, The population in various places may drop sharply. Shagar nodded when he heard Xiaobai's heartbeat. But the orc grandmother poured cold water on her. I don't agree. Our orc population is very small. The loss of any one person will be a big blow. Most of the orcs live in sparsely populated areas with large areas and long journeys. What if you also get this disease? What if we don't have time to come back for treatment? You have to know that this is a disease that ordinary people can't treat. Grandma, I think we'd better go. We now understand the transmission route of this disease. So as long as we take good precautions, there will be basically no problem. Sam stood firmly on Shagar's side. Lillian looked at Shagar and then at Fangjia, and raised her hand. Lillian, this is not a classroom. There is no need to raise your hand to speak. Just say your opinion. Fangjia glanced at Lillian, who raised her hand like a child in class. Lillian blushed, but still expressed her meaning in a low voice. Well, I also think we should go if we can. Not only the orcs, but also the humans. The human side is easier. Now more and more people are climbing the Pamir Peak. There are 1 or 2 people every week. We just need to put up a sign at the entrance of the dungeon saying the Utopia is here. Little Flower but also spoke up. It's mainly on the orcs. The news has been out for so long, even humans know about it, but it's strange that only a few orcs have come one after another. Little Other Side added. I don't agree. In this way, the people of all tribes talked frankly, fully exchanged opinions, and enhanced the understanding of all parties. So much so that Little Tentacle, Lostia, Little Yu, Momo and other little ones were eating melon seeds in the back row. This scene is comparable to a TV drama. Alright. Stop arguing. Fangjia rubbed his aching head. Now you are not only thinking about whether to go on the expedition, but also arguing about where to go. And many people have brought up the interests of their own race, which is not good. Let's vote now. Raise your hands. Those who agree to go. Shagar, Sam, Xiaobai, Lillian, and Xiaobin all raised their hands. And of course, the Little Tentacle also raised his hand. And there were more than one. But Fangjia ignored it. Okay. 5 votes in favor. Who won't go? Orc Grandma, Mother Mary, Little Flower but raised her hand. Little Tentacle raised it again, and raised it in front of Fangjia, but was still ignored. Okay. If you want to go, then make preparations. This work expedition is established. Yes. Shagar clenched his fist. After the meeting, Fangjia left Shagar alone, and smiled and winked at Shagar. Come and see your new weapon. Xiaobai has already designed it. Chapter 124 Mini Revolver Rifle. In the Capamare Laboratory, Shagar saw a long pole weapon about 130 centimeters long on the test bench, and picked it up with some doubt. Is this the new weapon you mentioned? Shagar fiddled with it, and became even more confused. Isn't this just an iron pipe? It's not even as long as my halberd. Can it really hit people? It's too thin. Shagar seriously doubted that this thing might not hurt people if it hit them. The pole was bent. Fangjia rolled his eyes. What an ignorant fellow. This is not a halberd for stabbing. This is a minigun, the prototype of the powerful weapon I mentioned. Really? How do you play with this? When Shagar heard that this was a gun, he immediately became interested. The book Visual Art of Film had all kinds of explosions and gunfight elements in it. Shagar had been drooling over this thing for a long time. Don't worry, this gun was designed and modified by Xiaobai based on the pistol design drawing. Equipped with an 8-round revolver. The hammer is a small flint. Fangjia rolled his eyes, and snatched the modified mini-gun from Shagar. After Fangjia snatched the mini-gun from Shagar, he picked up a yellow metal-headed bullet from the table, and showed it to Shagar. This mini-bullet is specially made by me. The black part at the back is black powder, and the front is a metal bullet. This kind of gunpowder is no longer loose under my shaping ability, and it can be easily carried. But be careful not to get it wet. Fangjia opened the safety, and with a flick of his finger, he opened the handle and the revolver of the mini-gun, revealing the magazine inside. The magazine can be replaced. I have equipped each of your guns with 3 magazines, so you can reload them repeatedly, Fangjia said, as he stuffed the yellow special mini-bullet in his hand into the magazine. And with a click, the magazine closed. The gear automatic bolt designed by Xiaobai can be fired 8 times in a row to empty all the bullets in the revolver magazine. Fangjia loaded the revolver and aimed it at the farthest target in the lab. The aiming method is the same as your small crossbow. The 3.1 line aiming method. You should be able to get the hang of it quickly. Fong Jie pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous gunshot resounded throughout the lab, and a puff of white smoke followed the gunshot. A round bullet hole appeared on the red target 200 meters away. Although it was not exactly in the center of the target, it was at least on target. Ahem. It's just that the smoke is a bit heavy. Fong Jie had no way to solve this embarrassing problem. He really didn't know how to make smokeless gunpowder. There are rifling inside the barrel. The effective distance is 900 to 1000 meters. The accurate hit distance is 600 meters. You don't need to calculate the Coriolis force for this 200-meter target. I also thoughtfully equipped you with a monocular scope. Fong Jie picked up a detachable monocular scope from the table again and installed it on the revolver mini rifle. Finally, if you really can't defeat others and have to fight hand-to-hand with others, you can also equip a triangular thorn. Fong Jie picked up the triangular thorn with 3 edges from the table again and installed it on the gun head, and made a stabbing motion. Equipped with a thermometer and a hygrometer, you can become a sharpshooter. Tadic Pamir's special revolver minigun is completely born. Fong Jie placed this epic-making weapon with a steampunk style in front of Shagar. Oh my god! Shagar had opened his eyes wide since Fong Jie started introducing it, with a look of disbelief, and his face was red with excitement. So amazing. Shagar was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. He held the revolver and stroked it gently, as if he was stroking some big treasure, and his face was flushed. If an ignorant passerby saw it, he would definitely misunderstand something. Can I try it? Shagar's voice was trembling. As you please, there are enough bullets, I made a box. Fong Jie waved his hand nonchalantly. The materials for black gunpowder were actually complete when the lava lake was found. The poisonous gas on the lava lake mentioned by Fong Jie included sulfur dioxide. Later, the orcs found coal mines, which were too much to use up. After all, this thing is one of the 4 great inventions. It is something I have learned since elementary school. It was not made before because it was really useless. The population of Mir village is small. It has always been under the protection of the underground palace, and cannot use this weapon. And the strength of the people in the underground palace is far beyond the power of this thing. We also have to be careful that this thing will hurt those naughty children. So it has been delayed again and again. Shagar's fingers gently slid across the gun, and he raised the mini revolver like Fong Jie. Took a deep breath, and his expression instantly became serious. The whole world seemed to disappear. Only Shagar and the target with a red circle were left in this world. He held his breath, held the gun steady, and pulled the trigger. The whole set of actions was done in one go. Bang! With a gunshot, another bullet hole appeared on the target paper, which was closer to the center of the target than Fong Jie's. Shagar adjusted the scope and pulled the trigger again. This time, he fired 5 shots in a row, all hitting the center of the target. Wow! So cool! It's so useful. This range can beat all weapons. Shagar shook his hair handsomely. Of course, it would be more handsome if her face was not covered in dust from the mini rifle. Okay, go and call someone to help you move everything away. Fong Jie held back his laughter and opened a cabinet. There was a row of brand new mini revolvers in it. Practice before the expedition. Yeah. Shagar was reluctant to put down his gun, and he turned back every few steps to call Brooke to move the supplies. Fong Jie also shook his head and left the laboratory. Zayakasha, Xiaoyu, Lostia, Momo and you, the 5 naughty kids, sneaked in when they saw Fong Jie leave. They wanted to come in when they heard the thunderous sound just now, but they were afraid of being punished by Fong Jie, so they didn't dare to come in directly. This is the weapon that made the thunder just now. Lostia pointed at the mini-gun on the table and said curiously, Yeah, this is it. I just saw it when I used my spirit to pass through the wall and hid under the cabinet. Xiaoyu stood on the table excitedly, circling around this weapon that looked like a fire stick. Puff. Can the weapon be eaten? The little tentacle also climbed onto the table curiously and stretched its tentacles into the not-so-thick barrel of the gun and stirred it randomly. So narrow, taste, so weird. The little tentacle pulled out the tentacle that had been stuffed into the gun barrel and licked it in his mouth. It smelled like a volcano. I think we should not move. Momo hesitated. She remembered that Fong Jie seemed to have said that this kind of thing was very dangerous. Yeah, I think so too. Instead of studying it yourself, it's better to ask Fong Jie what it is used for. You also thought it would be better not to do it yourself. To be honest, she was just curious about what the thing that could make a thunderous sound was. This thing was not an animal or a plant. So there was no need to study it herself. No. I just saw how Shagar used it. Xiaoyu didn't care. She just stepped forward and laboriously lifted the mini-gun, which was much bigger than her. Lostia. Help me lift it. It's a bit heavy. Xiaoyu had a hard time lifting it. So she asked for help from Lostia. Lostia had to step forward to help her hold the barrel of the gun, not caring that the muzzle was facing her. Then the next step is to press this thing. Xiaoyu struggled to pull the trigger, but her foot slipped and she fell, pressing the trigger at the same time. Bang! Little Gulu. Lostia was about to say be careful when the mini-gun fired with a bang. The bullet hit Lostja's mouth at a very fast speed, and sprayed Lostja's head with white ash. Lostia swirled his tongue in his mouth strangely, and spat out a drooling metal bullet with a poo. This thing is really disgusting. Ugh. He wiped his tongue with his hand in disgust. Now the little tentacle was curious. Poochie poochie. What fun! I want one too. I want one too. He pointed the gun at himself, and then signaled Xiaoyu to fire. Don't move. Fang Jie was talking to Xiaobai outside, when he heard the gunshot, and his mind immediately skipped a beat, and he quickly ran back. As expected, when he ran back to the laboratory, he saw a group of naughty kids playing around the gun. When these words came out, Xiaoyu trembled with fear, and his hand unconsciously loosened the gun, and the gun fell on the table. Bang! The mini-gun was fired again. The last bullet, pushed by the gunpowder explosion, with extremely fast kinetic energy, shot on the head of the little tentacle, and then deflected by the extremely elastic skin of the little tentacle, and hit Fang Jie's forehead directly. A crisp sound of ding came from Fang Jie's forehead, and it was obvious that it was a good head. Xiao! You? Xiao! Tentacle! Fang Jie's gritted teeth came out from his throat word by word. Every time Fang Jie said a word, Xiaoyu and Xia Tentacle's neck shrank. After saying 5 words, the heads of these 2 monster girls were almost gone. Both of you get off the test bench. All of you. Gather in the confinement room. Now! Right now. The 3 masterminds, Xiaoyu, Xiakusha, Lottie, and the 2 followers who were caught in the crossfire, Yu and Momo, all walked out of the laboratory with their heads down in shame. Fang Jie watched the 5 naughty kids leave, then turned to Xiaobai and said, I think that safety is still necessary. See how to add it. This broken gun needs to be improved. Xiaobai ran in with Fang Jie and witnessed the whole process. So he nodded in agreement. Shagar brought Brooke and Duncan to the laboratory excitedly, and saw Xiaobai waiting for them with a stack of white paper. You are finally here. Xiaobai waved to Shagar. An accident just happened. Fang Jie needs to remelt your mini-gun, so you may not be able to use it for a while. This is the newly compiled firearms instructions. You should memorize it with all the combatants first. Xiaobai stuffed the stack of papers in his hand into Shagar's hand. The 3 orcs who were confused and didn't understand the situation were left behind. They looked at each other. How could such a big gun of mine disappear just like that? Chapter 125 Orcs. Let's go! Although it was remade, it only took half a day. The remade mini revolver was back in Shagar's hands again, with an additional safety compared to the previous trial version. After a week of training, this weapon with high lethality and simple operation won the hearts of the combat team members. Each of them took care of their own weapons as if they were protecting their wives. Brooke was even worse. He would take it out and touch it every day, and he couldn't sleep if he didn't touch it. During this week, the shooting range outside the village of Mir has become a place where the villagers of Mir must check in every day. Everyone is envious of the agile patrol members in the shooting range, who carry guns and shoot targets. However, the patrol members protect these weapons very well every day. Except for themselves. No one else is allowed to touch them. So from this day on, the number of people who signed up for the patrol team began to increase dramatically. After a week of practice, the list of the expedition team was confirmed. All 19 members were members of Bruce's guards, and one of them was a human named Gary. Shagar looked at the patrol team standing in 2 rows in front of him with satisfaction, ready to go. Report to Comrade Shagar, the militia patrol team should have 19 people, but the actual number is 19. Please give instructions. Bruce stood straight and shouted loudly, this is the result of the teaching during this period. At ease? Tell me. Shagar said casually. There are 2 main tasks this time. The first is to find out why no refugees have joined us recently, and the second is to give guidance to the suffering people. Do you understand? Got it. The patrol members all shouted in unison. Shagar nodded and distributed the equipment to everyone present. This is a gas mask. You must wear it in the epidemic area. They can protect you from the invisible plague in the epidemic area. Sagar picked up a steampunk-style plague doctor's birdbeak mask and showed it to all the team members present. This black and white cloak combat uniform is made of special spider silk, non-reflective, extremely tough, easy to clean and dust-free, with tough spider silk and steel plates inside, which can effectively protect you. And you must cover your whole body, no skin is allowed to be exposed. Shagar picked up a matte combat uniform with black interior and white exterior and showed it to the team members. The two camouflage colors can be interchanged, which is more suitable for combat in black sand areas and snowy areas. Then it's your favorite mini revolver rifle, equipped with 3 magazines and 150 rounds of bullets. Take care of it yourself and don't let the bullets get wet. On the battlefield. Before Shagar finished speaking, everyone laughed and answered loudly. On the battlefield. Bullets are our lives. This sentence is from the instructions for using firearms. Shagar has said this sentence countless times during this week's training. You are smart. Shagar also laughed and continued. Finally, there is the Holy Spring Blood Bottle. You all know it, so I won't introduce it. Each person has 4 bottles. Use them sparingly. Do you understand? Shagar's voice suddenly increased when he said the last sentence. I understand. This suit was designed by Fangjia, and the birdbeak mask is his masterpiece. When Shagar asked him why he designed it this way, he said complacently that this is the standard equipment for doctors of the Black Death. Wait. Shagar. Lillian ran over at this time and stood in front of Shagar, panting. What's wrong? Lillian? Shagar, who was half-dressed in his plague doctor combat suit, asked with some confusion. Well, I want to go with you. Lillian tried to stand up straight and loudly imitated the words of the patrolman. Huh? Does Fangjia agree? Shagar was a little surprised. My magic power can suppress the plague bacillus to a certain extent, so I want to go with you. No. No. You are a human. The tribes outside are not as harmonious as here. If they find out you are a human, they will probably roast and eat you. Shagar shook his head vigorously. I just need to not take off the crow mask. No one can find out that I am a human. They will only know that I am a relatively thin orc. And if Gary can go, why can't I go? Lillian pleaded. Shagar looked Lillian up and down and finally said helplessly. Gary is a member of the patrol team. How can you compare with him? Shagar looked at Lillian's determined eyes and didn't know what to say. Forget it. If Fangjia allows you to go, then come on. But I have to make a promise first. You must stay by my side and can't run around. Yeah, he agreed. I've already told him. Lillian's eyes were a little evasive when she spoke, but Shagar was busy getting dressed and didn't notice. Lillian saw that Shagar had loosened his mouth, and she was surprised to pick up a spare plague doctor suit and put it on. As for Fangjia, he was now reviewing his mistakes with Xiaobai and had no idea that a certain light mage had sneaked into the orc expedition under his banner. Xiaobai lifted his spider legs and read the letter of guarantee and the inspection written by Fangjia word by word. On the other hand, Fangjia stood aside a little stiffly, like a kid whose homework was checked by the head teacher. Yeah, it's not bad, yeah, if you make the same mistake again in the future, I will never forgive you. Yawn. Xiaobai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and yawned again. Fangjia nodded vigorously. I will definitely do it well. Well, when will you start building my differential engine? Fangjia was overwhelmed when he heard Xiaobai ask this question. There were countless people watching him behind him. There was Xiao Yu's power armor, there were various large mazes, and a ship waiting for him to build. I build it right away. Fangjia, who was frightened by Xiaobai's 6 eyes, immediately patted his chest and said that he would start working right away. Xiaobai rolled his eyes. You always say you will build it right away, but you always procrastinate. Your procrastination is really hopeless. Or you will go off the track and build something else, such as the mini rifle this time. So come on, don't lie to me, and what about the ship? What did you design? Fangjia was really seen through by Xiaobai, said somewhat embarrassedly. Regarding the boat for going out to sea, my original idea was that we would take the Explorer car and go to the coastal city to buy an existing small boat for modification. But a few days ago, the orc exploration team discovered bauxite in the nearby mountains, so I changed the plan. Aluminum is a light metal, that's good, otherwise I guess there is no boat that can withstand your tossing, You weigh 8 or 9 tons now. You are so fat that it's unbearable to look at. Xiaobai snickered. Fang Jie glanced at Xiaobai with resentment. Don't laugh, I know I'm a bit bloated, so I plan to fly directly over. Then he took out his design from the bookshelf next to him. This is the airship I designed. Take a look. This is a huge airship, 236 meters long, 30 meters in diameter, made of hollow aluminum alloy frame, and a dense array of airbags are placed inside the huge airship. Oh! Now Xiaobai is interested again. Looking at the design, his mind is working fast. These airbags can hold about 100,000 cubic meters of hydrogen. The buoyancy they provide can lift objects weighing 300 tons. Forget about you. It can probably hold 10 Lostjas. TSK. If this thing is built, it will definitely be a super monster. Just kidding. It's a super giant in the sky. It can't hold it. I estimate that its own weight must be more than 200 tons. And the payload that can be used is less than 100 tons at most. And we have to do waterproofing and anti-corrosion and other treatments. I want to let this thing float on the sea. Well, then I guess I need to redesign it. The power room and cockpit can't be placed at the bottom. Yes, the bottom is completely a cargo hold and living area. The cockpit is placed at the front of the airbag area of the airship, and the power area is placed at the tail of the airbag area of the airship, to balance the weight problem caused by placing the cockpit at the front. Fang Jie pointed at the design drawing and began to explain the design principle to Xiaobai. This is a good idea. Xiaobai was successfully attracted by Fang Jie's design drawing, and forgot about the differential engine that he had been craving before. The diversion operation was successful. In the ice storage of the Great Earth Palace, Little Flower Bud and Little Other Side were studying a kind of food that Fang Jie brought back from the human village this time. It looked a bit like wheat, but the wheat ears were light blue, and the seeds inside were crystal clear. This crop was called ice barley by Joshua and his friends. It was a plant that could only grow in winter. If the temperature was higher than -8 degrees, it would stop growing. So generally speaking, it could only be planted in winter. Although they were easy to raise, the yield of high-quality ice barley was very, very small. And the planting season also limited the growth of this crop. If you were not careful, if God didn't help, you would get nothing. In addition, this crop tastes very good, and the high-quality barley is monopolized by the nobles. And some inferior barley has become a more expensive food for the common people. The white cakes made by Gary and Jamie's family before were made of this crop. Under such a market, a large number of people who want to make a fortune by growing barley have emerged. When winter comes, they buy barley seeds like gambling. And imagine growing high-quality barley. As a result, the barley they grow is either of poor quality, or they lose all their money. That's why some people donate these inferior ice barley to the chapel as tribute, praying for the goddess's blessing. The ice barley in Xiaowabeo's hand was grown from that inferior ice barley, but with the magic of Xiaowabeo and Shubian. After repeated experiments, the inferior ice barley finally grew nearly perfect fruits. This thing is really hard to grow. It will die if you are not careful. Xiaowabeo wiped his sweat. Yeah. I roughly recorded that the temperature is about -21 degrees. This kind of ice barley grows fastest. If you want to grow it on a large scale, you need a constant temperature environment. Little Bayan said, as he looked at the chart in his hand. That's because of our magic power. If you want it to grow naturally, you probably have to reduce this number by another 10 degrees. The temperature on the top of the Pamir Peak is about -20 degrees. Do we have to let those orcs run to the top of the Mir Peak to farm every day? Little Flower Bud spread his hands and said, That's not very realistic. The Mir Peak is more than 8,000 meters high, and the road is steep. It's not something that ordinary people can climb up. Even if Fang Jie built the road, it would probably take the orcs several days to walk up. Xiao Bayan said with a headache. It would be great if we could find someone who could use cooling magic or teleportation magic. Xiao Huabao also rubbed his head with a headache. There are more fire-type people in the great underground palace now. Fang Jie and Lostia are both fire-type people. Alas, we don't have cooling magic, but we do have teleportation magic. We can use the elevator. Xiao Huabao suddenly thought of Shuyo's moving maze. Good idea. Xiao Bayan's eyes lit up. Fang Jie was thinking of going to Sam to ask where the aluminum deposit was, because building an airship would require a lot of aluminum. But he was stopped by Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bayan halfway. After listening to their opinions, he readily agreed. He had been looking at this kind of barley for a long time, And his braised chicken rice was just missing this kind of rice-like grain. After hearing their opinions, Fong Jia started working immediately. For a mature technology like an elevator, it was not a big deal to build one. It would take more than 2 hours to build a sky elevator that goes straight to the top of Mere Peak. A barley field was established in a sheltered valley at the top of Mere Peak. The rest of the work was handed over to Sam, the current head of Mere Village. The great underground palace and Mere Village will be able to eat delicious barley rice next spring. After doing all this, Fong Jia remembered that Shagar had already set out. His first reaction was not whether Shagar and his men would be in danger, but to confirm whether the 3 little demons in the underground palace were still there. Those little demons had just been released from the confinement room. After seeing the 3 troublemaking little devils catching moth-eared thief lizards in the underground palace, Fong Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was better to harm moth-eared thief lizards than to harm orcs or humans. However, when Mary found Fong Jia with a letter, Fong Jia felt that his blood demon gold blood pressure instantly broke through the sky. Lillian ran out with him. In this regard, Fong Jia thought he was tired and wanted to retire, saying that this group of people was really unmanageable. It was lawless. Forget it. Lillian was an adult anyway, so if she wanted to follow, she could follow. As soon as Mary left, Xiao Huabao found Fong Jia with a large basket of moth-eared thief lizard eggs. Chapter 126 Dark Cuisine in the Underground Palace. It was Xiao Huabao who first asked the little bad guys to go out and look for moth-eared thieves. The number of these small animals has increased sharply since summer, and has even affected part of the ecological environment. So Xiao Huabao launched an extracurricular activity to capture moth-eared thieves, and by the way, it can help the little bad guys who have nothing to do in the underground palace to vent their excess energy after class. This little animal looks like a lizard with 2 moth horns. According to Xiao Huabao's research, the 2 organs that look like moth horns are its ears. This organ is very strange. It can not only be used to hear sounds, but also to sense air flow. So these little guys are very difficult to catch. Generally speaking, you can't catch them unless you force them into a dead end. In addition, these little guys lay more than 10 or 20 eggs in one nest, and can lay 10 nests a year, which is why they are so rampant. Fong Jia thought of using this little thing to make dried meat, and he didn't expect it to taste good, so it became a source of snacks for the children in the Great Earth Palace. So much so that they often make appointments to go out and dig holes for moth-eared thieves. However, even so, the number of moth-eared thieves still skyrocketed. So Xiao Huabao, who was in a headache, found Fong Jia, who was refining aluminum. These little things are multiplying too fast. Even if we eat them, we can't eat them all. You should find a way to control them for me, or go out and find me some animals that can prey on them to improve the ecosystem. The little flower bud rubbed his head and found a solution. Can't you catch these little guys and raise them together? No. I planned an area for them, but it was full in less than 2 months. Plus, they basically eat everything, plants, insects, and leave no leaves behind. Fong Jia looked at the basket of moth-eared lizard eggs that Xiao Huabao had plundered and said, "Then take them out to the orc market to sell. These lizard eggs seem to taste good. The dried lizard meat is okay, but the eggs are not. The incubation period is very short. They are already formed in 1 or 2 weeks. The little lizards inside are very unpalatable after they are formed. Well, then try pickling them." Fong Jia thought of something that used to be delicious. He mixed wood ash with lime powder to make a thin mud, and evenly coated the mud on the surface of the lizard eggs, and then shaped a large stone jar to hold them. Okay, let's see if it works in 2 weeks. If it does, it will be a rare delicacy. Are you sure that this kind of mud-pickled food will taste good? Xiao Huabao was skeptical. If it works, it will taste good. I promise to the ceiling. Fong Jia immediately patted his chest and promised. Finally, Xiao Huabao walked back to the ranch with the jar in his arms, looking skeptical. Xiao Bian also saw the jar that Xiao Huabao was holding. When he opened it, he found that it was actually a thief lizard egg wrapped in mud. "Sister, I said just smash them all and mix them in the mud, so that the nutrients in the eggs will all return to nature. See, Fong Jia has the same idea as me." Little Bian still complained that Xiao Huabao didn't listen to her. He said this thing is a dish. Let's see if it can be successful in a week or 2. What? Dish? You guys don't even let go of the soil now? Little Bian was shocked. I don't know either. Let's give it a try. The little flower but also had a look of doubt on his face. This was just a small episode. Fangjia was mainly building the skeleton of the huge airship. Therefore, Fangjia built a huge dock on the top of the cliff halfway up the mountain. The airship was built here. Xiaobai was weaving airbags with special spider silk beside Fangjia. However, it was basically winter now. Xiaobai would fall asleep from time to time. If he woke up and didn't see Fangjia, he would get upset again. So Fangjia simply built a small lounge next to the dock. There was a small brazier inside to keep it warm. Xiaobai could read books, weave, and fall asleep when he was sleepy. Making an airship is simple, as long as the materials are sufficient. It is not difficult to shape it. However, the key lies in the materials. The amount of aluminum alloy consumables required for the super airship is very large. So he had to run back and forth between the aluminum ore deposit and the dock. The production progress was delayed again and again. It took more than a week to build the frame of the airship. The special airbag cloth made by Xiaobai cannot be used directly. A very thin layer of aluminum alloy coating must be attached to it to ensure that the hydrogen inside will not escape. This is a more delicate operation, and time is consumed very quickly. It took more than a week to install all the airbags. The rest needed to be built with conduction devices, steam turbines, living quarters, control rooms, etc., and their weight and specifications had to be calculated, so they must not exceed the standards. All these things made Fangjia's head hurt. But there was still good news, that the thief lizard preserved eggs could be taken out of the can. Early in the morning, Fangjia dug up the aged blueberry vinegar he had buried in the ground to go with the preserved eggs, and everyone else gathered in front of the dining table. On the dining table of the great underground palace, a small thief lizard egg was placed on a large plate. It was covered with gray-brown mud. All the other people stood around the table, looking at the food that Fangjia called delicious. Sniff, sniff. The little tentacle jumped directly onto the table, approached the strange mud ball, and shrugged its little nose. After sniffing for only 1 second, the little tentacle wrinkled its little nose and hid aside with a look of disgust. Puff! Puff! Stinky! Not tasty. Everyone present saw that even the most picky little tentacle was like this. Can other people really eat it? Little Flower Bud poked Little Other's side with his elbow. Sister, I give you a glorious mission. Go and try this thing to see if it's edible. Little Other side shook his head like a rattle. Well, sister, you need to take some responsibility as a sister. You should try it first. I'm not hungry yet. Xiao Huabao looked embarrassed. Xiao Yu also floated to the side of the mud ball, and knocked on the mud ball, which had become hard. Are you sure this is the delicacy that Fang explained? I feel that this thing may be more lethal if it is thrown directly into other people's cities with a catapult during a siege. Momo, and you stood aside and watched the drama of these dungeon actors. Xiaobai yawned and came to the underground palace, and saw a group of people surrounding this mud ball, looking at each other. What are you doing? Xiaobai looked at the group of people in confusion. Why are they all gathered here so early in the morning? This is a delicacy made by Brother Fangjia, but none of us dared to do it. Momo explained the whole story to Xiaobai. Xiaobai walked forward and picked up the hard little mud ball with his claws. He gently knocked it against the edge of the plate, making cracks in the mud ball, and gently scraped the hardened mud shell off. A slightly pungent smell of preserved eggs floated out. Lostia, Little Flower Bud, Momo, and you took a step back. Xiaobai peeled off the mud shell in a few strokes, and a crystal clear black-brown preserved egg was perfectly presented to everyone, with a completely undeveloped black-green yolk in it. This egg might be bad, or should we forget it? Little Flower Bud said hesitantly. Don't. Xiaobai shook his head, put it to his mouth, and took a bite, and frowned. The taste is a bit strange, slippery, but after the mouth gets used to the taste, it seems to still have a fragrance. The Little Flower Bud widened his eyes. Are you really going to eat it? Aren't you afraid it will go bad? No. Even if you can't stand its taste, you should at least trust Fangjia. Xiaobai said, as a matter of course. Sister Xiaobai, your mouth won't go bad. Will it? This is something that even the little tentacles hate. Lostja's face was wrinkled. Yu and Momo nodded frantically. What are you doing? Fangjia finally returned to the restaurant with a jar of blueberry vinegar and a big handful of iced barley. You're back. Just now. Sister Xiaobai ate your rotten egg and said it smelled good. Momo quickly told Fangjia what happened. This is not a rotten egg, nor is it my egg. I don't know how to lay eggs. Fangjia covered his face. This is a preserved egg. You can eat it directly, but some people may not be able to stand the taste if you eat it directly, So you have to add some ingredients. Wait a minute. Fong Jia smiled and rubbed Momo's head after saying this. Fong Jia started to work again, cut the other preserved eggs into 8 pieces, drizzled them with blueberry vinegar, and sprinkled some coriander. Okay, this is the preserved egg salad that retains the original flavor. You can try it. There are other ones for those who really can't accept it. After saying that, he went back to the kitchen to work again. Everyone looked at each other again. Xiao Bai immediately picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Wow, it really tastes a lot better. You guys try it. Little Bian hesitated for a while. And then he picked up a piece of preserved egg and swallowed it with a heroic look. His face wrinkled, but he relaxed as he chewed, and finally opened his eyes in surprise. It tastes really good. Try it. It has a special taste when paired with blueberry vinegar. He picked up another piece. Little Huabao looked at him with horror. Little Bian, I know you belong to the dark attribute, but isn't your attitude changing too quickly? It's really delicious. Try it. Little Bian was still a little unconvinced. Forget it. Forget it. I wait for the next dish. Little Huabao still didn't dare to try. Seeing how delicious Little Bian was eating, even the little tentacles couldn't help it. Secretly, they rolled up a piece of preserved egg with their tentacles and stuffed it into their mouths, but they spit it out in disgust within 2 seconds. Here it comes. It's just right for breakfast. Fong Jia put on a pink apron and carried a big pot in front of everyone. Chapter 127 Crushing in the Snow. This is my secret recipe of iced barley preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Everyone come and have a try. Fong Jia wiped his hands on his apron. Tada. When Fong Jia opened the lid of the pot, a special fragrance entered everyone's nose. Fong Jia took a portion of preserved egg porridge without meat and placed it in front of Xiao Bian. It smells so good. Xiao Bian's mouth was watering. Xiao Bian didn't like to eat meat very much. The food she ate most was salad. She was so moved that she almost cried when she saw Fong Jia prepared a portion of meatless porridge for her. Fong Jia didn't expect Xiao Bian to like it so much. Seeing her eating so much, he felt proud from the bottom of his heart. As a chef, seeing diners like the food he made so much is the greatest compliment to him. Everyone started to eat one after another. Xiao Bai had already ordered a second bowl. Even Xiao Huabao couldn't resist the temptation and ordered another bowl. Although she still felt a little strange seeing the dark green preserved eggs floating in the white porridge, she still plucked up the courage to try it. The fishy smell of the preserved eggs completely disappeared, and was replaced by a refreshing fragrance, which made people feel a little bit unable to stop. Paired with the slightly cool and tender texture of the iced barley, it was simply impossible to stop eating. How is it? Is it delicious? Seeing that everyone was eating so happily, Fong Jia thought that some dark dishes could be cooked in the future. The residents of the great underground palace were quite receptive. In the future, stinky tofu, soybean juice, canned herring, and the like should be available in turn. Compared to everyone eating warm preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the warm great underground palace, the work expedition team that went out on an expedition was not so lucky. It was just the beginning of winter, but the snow was already knee-deep. The expedition team had no problems. They had honey juice dried thieves for food, and wore special combat uniforms made of camel hair and snow boots. Shagar was worried that something might happen. There was a plague and heavy snow, and the situation was very bad. They had been marching for a week and encountered several small orc settlements, which were basically in ruins. There were still many dead people in these settlements, but most of them did not die of illness or freezing, but were killed by others. If we go further, we will enter the town of the Rock Tribe, and we may be attacked by them. Duncan pointed to the simple map and said, "The Plague Doctor Orc Expedition team is now hiding in a snow cave, gathering around a map to determine the next itinerary. No one knows the situation in the Rock Tribe now, so I still want to go in and take a look, because there has been no gain in the past few days." Shagar is a little impatient. "Don't worry, Shagar. The Rock Tribe is a large tribe of the orcs. We must go there, and we can get more information there. But you know, we are dressed like this now, and we may be regarded as enemies before we get close." Lillian comforted Shagar. "Why don't I take a few people and dress up as wandering orcs to go into the Rock Tribe and have a look?" Brooke suggested. "No. The plague is no joke. You can survive even at minus 20 degrees. You can't take off your protective mask." Shagar immediately objected. Just then, the sound of ravens came from outside. "Cack, cack. The skinny monkey has found something. Let's go." Shagar immediately put down the small map, climbed up the hill, and joined the skinny monkey on guard. "What did you find?" Skinny monkey immediately handed the monocular telescope to Shagar. An orc slave caravan appeared at 4 o'clock. Shagar took the monocular telescope and looked at the 4 o'clock direction. In the snowy snow, a huge caravan was moving. There were about 30 orc cavalrymen and 50 ordinary orc soldiers in front and behind the caravan. In the middle were 8 beast carts pulled by mammoth beasts, and the people in them were all ragged orcs. Suddenly Shagar paused. She saw a familiar figure on the slave cart. Uncle Gruel? He was caught? Shagar frowned. "All combatants, load your guns and prepare for battle." Following Shagar's order, all combatants crawling in the snow loaded their mini revolvers in unison. The only one who was not equipped with a mini revolver was Lillian, but she also drew out her staff. Shagar and the other 9 members secretly moved to a small hill beside the route of the orc convoy and ambushed. The combatants half crouched on the ground, wearing white camouflage cloaks, almost blended into the snow. It is estimated that even if the orcs moved to a distance of 10 meters, they might not be able to distinguish them. When they were more than 600 meters away from the convoy, they had entered the attack range of the mini revolver rifle. But the current wind was sideways, so Shagar prepared to let the orcs get closer to improve accuracy. When the convoy was 400 meters away, Shagar immediately ordered, "Prepare to shoot." All the orcs pointed their mini revolvers at the enemy. Shagar took a deep breath, steadied the mini revolver in his hand, and was the first to pull the trigger. There was a loud bang. The bullet spun with huge kinetic energy and instantly crossed a distance of more than 400 meters and hit the forehead of the leading wolf cavalry. In an instant, blood spurted out 2 meters away. The orc was stunned for a second. When the orc who was hit fell to the ground, the stunned orc finally reacted. Enemy attack. But it was too late. After the first shot, the thunder sounded continuously. Each thunder sound represented the fall of a member. In an instant, 7 or 8 wolf riders were shot and fell. The wolves without their masters also became a mess. Shagar, who had rich combat experience, chose this position very cleverly. The wind was blowing horizontally, which would not let the orcs' wolves smell their scent, and would not particularly affect their shooting. So the wolves couldn't smell anything at this position. In addition, the orcs couldn't find out who attacked them because they were wearing snow camouflage combat uniforms and lying on the snow more than 400 meters away from the target. The thunderous sound was like the claws of the god of death, pressing down on their hearts. "The enemy is just in front of us. Wolf cavalry, charge." After a period of commotion, some orcs finally found the location of Shagar and his men through the sound and the white smoke from the revolver rifles, and organized the wolf cavalry to charge the expedition team. A distance of several hundred meters is only a matter of tens of seconds for the wolf riders, who are good at bursting. But these tens of seconds became an insurmountable chasm for them. The powerful burst of the mini revolver rifle was fully demonstrated, 2 rounds per second, and the running wolf was shot first, and basically one shot could kill a wolf. Even if the wolf was not hit in the vital part, it would fall to the ground due to injury, and then shoot its night again. At this time, it was almost the same as a massacre. The only one who had no combat experience was Gary. He was a new recruit who had just finished training and joined the expedition. TSK missed the target again. Gary was a little anxious. This was the 5th shot. 5 of the 8 shots missed. If he was still in training at this time, he would definitely be punished by the instructor Brooke to become autistic. This invisible attack with thunder became the last straw that overwhelmed the wolf cavalry after their failure. A huge and indescribable fear swept over all the orcs present. This one-sided attack did not last long. Less than 10 minutes. As the first orc began to flee, the 30 orcs behind him could only abandon the corpses on the ground and flee. But if they wanted to flee, they had to ask Shagar for permission. Shagar led his team to stand up and shoot at the fleeing orcs. The fleeing orcs found that their teammates fell one by one, and they ran harder and harder. One of the orcs was riding a wolf, and he ran the fastest. He ran a distance of 700 or 800 meters in a short while. Report to the captain, only one person rode the wolf and ran away, the others have been killed. Brooke reported to Shagar. But Shagar did not give up. She half squatted to make her hands more stable. The wind is northwest. The temperature is -2 degrees. The humidity is 13. The distance is 1,100 meters. Shagar adjusted his sights and pulled the trigger. As the bullet was ejected, 2 seconds later, the orc who was riding on the wolf fell down and was dragged away by his giant wolf. Oh my god, This is beyond the effective range of this gun. How can it be shot? Gary widened his eyes and sighed unconsciously. Brooke glanced at Gary and said, "This is the power of mathematics. I told you to study hard before. But you didn't. And you? Gary, go back and practice more. 8 shots and 5 misses. How did you get into the patrol team with such shooting results?" Gary smiled bitterly, thinking that Brooke didn't see it, but he bumped into the muzzle of the gun, but still answered loudly, "Yes." The skinny monkey was trying to hold back his laughter and patted Gary's shoulder comfortingly. "It's okay. It's okay. It's just 5 out of 8 shots. Just practice more. Don't be complacent. I also saw that you missed 2 out of 8 shots. Go back and practice more." "Yes." The skinny monkey couldn't laugh anymore. After confirming that the orcs had fled, Shagar led the expedition team to clean up the battlefield and achieved 20 v 83 in the first battle. 0 deaths, 0 injuries, and 83 kills. This is the advantage of thermal weapons. When the first thunder sounded, Gruel, who was sitting on the prisoner car, stood up with a flushed face and kept looking for the person who made the thunder sound. Finally, when the group of people in strange clothes stood up, he was shocked to find that the attackers were so far away, especially when Shagar's last shot killed the orc, who was running so fast that he could not see his figure. Gruel almost dropped his chin on the ground. He was stunned by the series of attacks displayed by these people in strange clothes. With such accuracy and distance, they are basically all archers. This is just indirect shooting, not direct shooting. In some small countries, they are all worshipped. "Brooke, take people to be on guard." "Yes." Brooke responded immediately. "Follow me." After that, he took Duncan, Skinny Monkey, Gary and other 5 members to be on guard. Beware of the orcs coming back to attack them. Chapter 128, split into 2 groups. Shagar immediately opened the cell door. "Uncle Gruel, are you okay?" Although Shagar's voice was a little muffled by the beak mask, Gruel still recognized Shagar's voice at the first sight. "Shagar, is it really you?" In Gruel's eyes, this group of 20 people in strange costumes showed extraordinary combat capabilities. Originally, he thought it was a secret force of a powerful human country, but he didn't expect it to be Shagar. "Of course. Sorry, Uncle Gruel, I can't take off my gear." Shagar released Gruel, along with several ragged orc slaves, whom they should have been members of Gruel's caravan. Judging by their clothes, Lillian also stepped forward to unchain the other prisoner cars, release the orcs inside, and check the infection status of the slaves in the prisoner cars. "How did you get caught?" Shagar took out a bottle of blood and handed it to Gruel. "Our caravan came back from Cape Hopeless. We encountered a tribal war with orcs in the water fish settlement. After bypassing their tribal conflict zone, we wanted to go through the rock settlement to find you. However, we didn't expect to be attacked by these orcs again as soon as we entered the Black Moss Plains." Gruel was not hypocritical. He took Shagar's blood bottle and drank a sip. As soon as he drank the red liquid, a warm current emanated from his inside out, and even his injuries were much better. "It seems that there are more than just people from the rock. These days, I feel like they are a mixture of multiple tribes." Gruel was also confused. "What about you? How did you end up here?" Shagar was about to speak when he was interrupted by Lillian, who was checking the situation. "Shagar, a severe case was found here." "Case? What case?" Gruel was still confused. "Come on. Go help Lillian right away." Shagar gave orders skillfully. 2 expedition members, who were cleaning the battlefield nearby immediately, went to help Lillian get the unconscious patient off the prison van. The witch's curse, we always thought it was a real curse, but the latest research by Capmer confirmed that it is a disease, a highly contagious disease. While handling the emergency skillfully, Shagar thought about Grolkop. This disease is called plague by fungia. It is divided into bubonic plague and pneumonic plague. The mortality rate of pneumonic plague is 100%. Generally speaking, infected patients will have fever, black spots and necrosis on their bodies, bleeding and other symptoms, and finally die. Black spots? Gruel lifted his clothes and saw a lot of swollen blisters and black spots on his chest. Shagar saw Gruel's actions and frowned. "Damn it! I knew it. There is no hygiene in a prisoner car. Hurry up and sit down." At first, Shagar also saw Gruel's face turn red and thought he was excited, but it turned out to be because of fever. "Damn it! I was wondering why the orcs threw the orcs' corpses into the city when they attacked the water fish settlement." It turned out to spread this plague. Gruel covered his face in annoyance. It's okay. This time I came out to see if there are any people who need help. Our little other shore has completely controlled this bacteria. Just go to Mir village to receive treatment. Bear with it. It hurts a little. As Shagar said this, he poured the blood spring water on Gruel's black spots, washing away the black spots, revealing the red muscle fibers underneath, taking out the bandage to bandage the wound. Then you should go to Mount Amanta. Gruel let Shagar treat his wounds. We were attacked and taken to Mount Amanta, where there is a new gathering place, and many orcs were sold there as slaves. I saw at least 50, and there may be more in the mine. Shagar paused when he heard this. How many guards do they have? I don't know the exact number, but since they have to manage so many slaves, there should be at least 100, well equipped. Gruel paused when he mentioned the weapons, looked at the long pole Shagar carried on his back, and said helplessly, but compared to your strange weapons, they may not be so well equipped. Be more confident, and remove the possibility, this is the latest weapon of the Mir village guard. No one in this world can say that they are well equipped in front of such weapons. Shagar thought with some amusement, but he didn't say it out loud. Luckily Gruel couldn't see Shagar's expression through the plague doctor's big gas mask, otherwise he would definitely see that Shagar was showing off. But Mount Amanta might be worth a visit. If there are many slaves there, we can trick them into joining Mir village, then the second phase of Gundur that Fangjia promised can start construction. Shagar. The situation of these orcs is very critical. At least 20 of the nearly 100 people are seriously ill. Almost all of them are infected. They need to rush back to Capamare for treatment immediately. Just as Shagar was heading, Lillian brought some bad news. Well, I understand. Shagar thought seriously. Brooke! Come here! Brooke, who was on guard, heard Shagar's call and immediately ran back to Shagar. Choose 2 people to send all the orcs back to Capamare. We will continue to move towards Mount Amanta. Notify the expedition members. All members check the ammunition. I need to know how many bullets we have left. Yes. Brooke responded and immediately notified all the expedition members. All of them. Count the ammunition. Report the remaining ammunition. After hearing Brooke's voice, everyone started to count the ammunition in unison. Gary! Skinny Monkey. Come here. Here. Gary and Skinny Monkey immediately ran to Brooke. You 2 have changed your mission. You must send all the orcs here back to Mir village as soon as possible. Ah? The 2 rookies and recruits looked at Brooke with a confused look on their faces, which made Brooke even more angry. What? Brooke was so angry that he slapped them twice on the head. Didn't you hear the order? The answer is yes. But, Gary wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Brooke. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. No objections. Yes, now they had no way to say anything, and could only accept the order. Go back and practice your shooting skills. Now follow me. Brooke led the 2 to find Shagar. Captain, we have 2,866 rounds of ammunition left. We leave it to Shoho and Gary on the way back. Okay. These bullets are a little short, but it should be enough. Shagar thought for a moment and looked at Gary and Shoho, the 2 youngest members of the expedition. In addition to escorting the convoy back, you 2 have another very important task, which is to help me bring a message to Fangjia. Shagar rolled up a piece of paper and stuffed it into a special information barrel and handed it to Gary. Understood. Gary took the information barrel and said in unison with Skinny Monkey, although they both had some complaints in their hearts. The habits formed during this period of training have been deeply rooted. Shagar looked at Lillian again, raised a finger. Lillian, you follow. Shagar was interrupted by Lillian's action before he finished speaking. Lillian held Shagar's hand, pressed her finger back, and said, I will follow you closely. Wherever you go, I will go. But the place we are going to this time is very dangerous. What if something happens to you? Then I will probably be beaten to death by Fangjia, Shagar said with some worry. No, I have been to Hades' Abyss with Fangjia. You haven't been there. My combat awareness is not worse than yours. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself, Lillian said with a smile. Okay, then follow me, don't leave. Shagar had to warn Lillian in the end. The expedition team was divided into 2 teams. One team, Gary and Shoho led Gruel, and all the remaining orcs back to Mir village. The rest of the expedition team went to Mount Amanta under the leadership of Shagar. On the way back to the team, Gruel sat next to Gary, looking at the gun on Gary's back, and felt itchy. This kind of weapon, that can control thunder, has a natural attraction to the orcs, who are naturally more warlike. Hello. I am an orc merchant who has done business with Mir Village. Kepamir before. Gruul Alduin. Who are you? Gary glanced at the orc uncle who wanted to get close to him, and answered concisely. I am Gary. Can I see your staff? I've never seen such a weapon, which can control thunder. Gruul rubbed his hands, trying to make his voice sound gentler. But Gary was very alert, holding the gun to his chest, not even letting Gruul touch it. No, this is our life. If you like it so much, you can join the Mir Village Guard when you recover, then you will be able to see it. Gary ignored the somewhat embarrassed Gruul after he finished speaking. Driving the car seriously, he wanted to return to Mir Village as soon as possible, practice his shooting skills, and try not to take such missions in the future. Gruul was extremely embarrassed. Seeing that he couldn't get Gary, he ran to the back of the convoy and stood guard over the skinny monkeys around him. Well, I want to make a deal with you. Gruul was afraid that the skinny monkey would reject him, so he directly proposed his idea. Oh, deal? What deal? The skinny monkey, who was bored, was quite interested. I want to buy your long staff that can control thunder. I can give you 10 Thantos gold coins or 20 Thantos gold coins. You can give me a price. The skinny monkey looked at Gruul, and then at the gun in his hand. You are such a weird person. Where can I get peaches to sell to you in the middle of winter? I still want to eat peaches. Don't disturb me. Go away. The skinny monkey drove Gruul out of the car. Gruul was confused. It seems that this thing is the strongest combat weapon for Kepamir. This made him more determined to buy one. If these people don't give it to him, then he will go directly to Fangjia to buy it, no matter how much it costs. He will buy it. Chapter 129 Battle of Mount Amanta. After nearly 5 days of trekking through mountains and ice, Shagar finally led the expedition team to the vicinity of Mount Amanta on the 6th day. Shagar, who was walking in the front, raised his fist. The expedition team lined up in a row and immediately stopped, half knelt on the ground and began to be alert. Mount Amanta itself is not big, and it is an isolated peak, which cannot form a mountain range. Shagar used a monocular telescope to survey the mountain and successfully found a camp with a very orc-like style at the foot of Mount Amanta. Everyone, be on guard. Shagar took out a blueprint, adjusted the monocular to the maximum distance, saw the camp surrounded by wooden fences, and observed and recorded. Wooden fence, about 4 meters high, with 5 archer sentry towers. I can't see exactly how many people there are. Let's go. Move forward quickly. I need to go to the mountain to see how many people there are in their camp. In the evening, Shagar successfully led everyone to lurk halfway up the Amanta mountain. From here you can roughly see the situation in some settlements. A mine cave, outside are all guarded by orcs, and visually there are 12 large barracks tents. Each can hold at least 20 people. Brooke looked at the blueprint drawn by Shagar, and pondered for a while. At least 250 people, their number greatly exceeds our previous expectations, not including those wolves. How about we wait here for a few days, until the support from the great underground palace arrives, and then we attack together? No, we can't wait until then. From the equipment of this camp, we can see that the work intensity is extremely high. The miners underground may have no time to rest at all. Damn it! These bastards. Shagar suddenly saw something, and angrily hammered the ground. What's wrong? Look at the 2 o'clock position, the edge of the camp, below the number 3 engineer tower. Brooke also raised his scope, and looked at the position Shagar mentioned. What came into view was a huge pit, in which many orc corpses were piled up. 3 of the orcs pressed an orc with black spots on his body to the mass grave, ignoring the orc's struggle, and stabbed him in the heart with a sword, and threw him into the corpse pit. Mass grave? Brooke's face also became serious. These bastards. We can't wait until they come. Every death will be our loss. You take a team to the dead forest on the left side of the camp to ambush. We will conduct cross-cover shooting. Wait until I lead those orcs out before shooting. Understood. The 8 of you follow me. Brooke waved his hand, and the 8 soldiers of the expedition team followed his footsteps and rushed to the dead forest on the left side of the camp. Duncan! Here! I go down and lure them out later. You take the other 8 brothers to occupy the high ground, and provide cover fire when I come out. Yes. Lillian, you follow them. After explaining everything, Shagar remembered that there was a big tail following him. I go with you. You need my strength? Lillian opened her hands, and a small light snowflake magic took shape in her hands, and began to spin wildly. I can cut that kind of wooden fence silently. Lillian had cut open the magic cages that she used to chain her tentacles. So this kind of wooden fence was no problem. Well, okay. Follow me. Shagar sighed, and had to let Lillian follow. At noon, the sun shone a pale white light on the snow on the ground. Shagar and Lillian successfully circled around the wall of the orc camp from the side, with the help of the snow camouflage cloak. The orcs used thick trees to make the wall, and each tree was probably as thick as Lillian's waist. After confirming that this location was in the blind spot of the archery tower above, Shagar was on guard, and Lillian began to make a hole on the fence. Microflower of light wheel. As Lillian whispered the spell, a palm-sized snowflake appeared in Lillian's hand, and easily cut through the thick tree fence. After cutting up and down twice, Lillian successfully cut a hole in the wooden fence that could accommodate one person. Okay. Shagar. Follow me closely. After we go in, we will go find the landing pheasant as soon as possible. After we find the landing pheasant, use your fire magic to shine on the tents in the camp. It would be best if we can burn them to death inside. After Shagar gave his instructions, he lowered his head and went into the cave. Lillian followed him in immediately. Inside the fence, the orcs had not yet realized that danger had quietly arrived. Shagar made a stop gesture, and Lillian immediately shrank behind her. Shagar gently pulled out his triangular thorn from the scabbard, targeted a patrolling sturdy orc, gently moved behind him, and covered his mouth. The triangular thorn pierced into his trachea. The sturdy orc died without making a sound under Shagar's attack. Shagar's stealth action ability was extremely strong, and he had no pressure at all to lead a rookie Lillian. On the contrary, Lillian had a different experience in this stealth action. Her cheeks flushed, and her hand holding the staff trembled slightly. Soon, Shagar led Lillian to the orc zoo. There were 3 orcs here. 2 of them were on guard. One was feeding a walking pheasant tied to a stake, and there were 2 orcs sleeping on the ground. I deal with the 2 guards. You use fire magic on the 2 wolves, and immediately use the walking pheasant after releasing the magic. We are going to lead them out. Lillian nodded. Shagar leaped nearly 3 meters away, and jumped directly behind one of the orc guards. At the same time, the 3-edged thorn scratched his throat, and threw it directly at another orc, hitting the orc's neck. The orc could only open his eyes wide, looking at Shagar, who suddenly appeared in astonishment, and finally fell down unwillingly. This series of actions happened in a flash. Even the wolves didn't react completely. The 2 lazy guys stood up and prepared to attack Shagar after the 2 orcs killed them. But it was too late. A huge snowflake that was not very bright under the sun had formed, and instantly turned into a flame that pressed directly on the heads of the 2 wolves, and the tents next to them were also ignited. Go! Shagar shouted, and he didn't forget to rush to the other orc to pull out his triangular thorn. Lillian quickly ran to the slightly frightened landing pheasant, trying to untie the reins. Shagar also rushed to her and cut the reins with a knife, then picked Lillian up and jumped onto the spacious back of the landing pheasant. Chirped the landing pheasant chirped and started running wildly. You can cast your magic now. Shagar drove the landing pheasant, and Lillian sat in Shagar's arms. Okay. Lillian closed her eyes and began to chant her magic. Instantly, countless light spots appeared around the land pheasant, expanding rapidly, and then turned into a wall of fire that pressed down on the surrounding tents. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's a human mage! Enemy attack! The orcs' alarm finally sounded, and countless orcs ran out of the tents. But what greeted them was basically a huge wall of fire, which scared them to dodge in a hurry. Not to mention, Lillian's moves scared Shagar. She didn't go to the Hades dungeon with him, so she had never seen Lillian use this move to attack those Bendis. Of course, but this trick doesn't seem to be particularly effective against these orcs. They hide really fast. Lillian complained to Shagar while casting magic. While talking, Lillian had already set several tents on fire, and also set a strange altar totem pole on fire. Under this totem pole, there is a blood-red stone basin. I don't know what it is used for. Okay, don't act like a good kid after getting the advantage. The gate of the orc camp hasn't been opened yet. We are going to jump out from it. Hold on to me. Shagar didn't care much about the altar. He rode on the landing pheasant, and jumped onto the small platform behind the wall, and knocked away the archer standing on it. He jumped out from this place, and jumped out on the 8-meter-high platform. The landing pheasant also subconsciously spread its wings and flapped, glided a short distance in the air, and landed successfully. Hurry! They jumped out of the wall. Chase! Chase! Wolf cavalry? Where are the wolf cavalry? As the orcs shouted, the heavy wooden door slowly opened, and the wolf riders inside filed out. Chase! Chase! They ran over there. If we catch them, we must chop them up for wine. At this time, Shagar and the others had already run far away. The wolf riders roared and chased after them. The landing pheasant, sensing the danger, ran even faster. When the landing pheasant was almost at the ambush circle, Shagar grabbed Lillian and jumped off the landing pheasant. He turned around in the air and loaded the gun, which was done in one go and looked extremely handsome. He pulled the trigger the moment he landed. On the other hand, Lillian was in a very bad state, rolling on the ground for more than one round. Bang! With the first gunshot, a blood-red round hole appeared on the forehead of the most arrogant orc. This gunshot was also a signal of the coming of the god of death. Intensive gunshots rang out from the dead forest and hillside nearby. Those wolf riders fell down like harvested wheat. Archers. They have archers. Many of the wolf riders also took out their bows and shot at Shagar's position. Shagar was not afraid at all. She was about 200 meters away now. Bows and arrows were basically inaccurate at this distance, not to mention that these orcs were just shooting with indirect fire based on their instincts. Shagar emptied a magazine directly, lightly flicked the revolver rifle away, changed to another revolver slot, raised the rifle again, and continued shooting, much faster than the speed of the orcs drawing bows. In 2 minutes, more than 50 orc wolf riders, who had chased out, all lay on the ground wailing. Chapter 130. Rushing into the outpost. The orcs, who were a little behind, immediately turned around and ran towards the camp in panic. How could Shagar let them escape? He immediately shouted, "Chase!" The ambushers who were attacking from both sides also stood up and fired at the fleeing orcs. No matter how fast the wolf ran, could it outrun the bullets? It was obviously impossible. More than 20 orcs were hit by bullets and fell to the ground one after another. They were either killed directly or lay on the ground wailing. It was like hell for the orcs guarding the settlement walls. The wolf cavalrymen they were proud of were like paper in front of these white monsters. They had never seen such a thunderous attack before. They had never seen such lethality from such a long distance. Add to that the snow-white cloak and the inhuman beak mask. The uncanny valley effect enveloped their hearts and frightened them directly. Quick! Quick! Lock the door. Lock them up. Keep them out. These people must be demons from hell. They must be white messengers of hell. A man wearing a sacrificial outfit was singing and dancing, looking crazy. Shagar brought Lillian and drove the pheasant again to a safe area more than 200 meters outside the gate of the settlement, and shouted loudly inside. Listen to the people inside. Put down your weapons. Surrender immediately. We will treat the prisoners well. Say it again. Lay down your weapons. Surrender immediately. We will treat the prisoners well. If you resist stubbornly, we may use violence to suppress you. Lillian was startled by Shagar's voice, and rubbed her ears helplessly. It's useless for you to shout so loudly. It's almost 200 meters away now. It's strange that you can hear it. Watch me. Lillian drew out her staff and pointed it in the air. The light spot appeared again, forming a line of text, writing what Shagar just said in the air. The orcs hiding in the settlement saw clearly now. They really didn't hear the shouting just now. They all looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Don't be fooled by those devil's messengers. They must want to trick us into opening the gate, and then they will slaughter us like they slaughtered the wolf riders just now. The somewhat crazy priest knelt on the top of the settlement gate. We should now pray to our great god Cato. Let him give us strength. Bring our slaves up. Offer them to the great god Cato, in exchange for the gift of Cato, and protect them from the erosion of the white devil. Following the words of this crazy priest, 5 ragged orcs were caught from the mine and brought to the altar. The priest came down from the city gate, took a crescent-shaped sacrificial scimitar, and slashed the slave's neck with the scimitar under his horrified gaze. Blood spurted out instantly, and flowed into the stone basin in the altar. The blood of the 5 orc slaves was quickly drained, and a large basin of blood was collected. The priest also cut his palm and dripped blood into the blood basin. Come on, warriors, drink this blessed blood. It will strengthen you and prevent you from being eroded by the white devil. Then go out and send them back to hell. The priest stood under the burnt totem pole, with a sacred face, and opened his arms, as if embracing the world. The orcs below also had crazy faces, stepped forward to scoop up the black blood in the stone basin, and drank it all. The orc who drank the black blood, his muscles began to swell, his skin turned red, as if he had really been strengthened by divine power. Roar! After drinking it, he let out a long roar, and the orcs around him quickly opened the gate. The orc howled and rushed out, his eyes turned completely red. They seemed to be moving. Lillian saw the open gate of the settlement. Are you ready to surrender? Why do these orcs look a little red? Lillian asked Shagar with some confusion. However, Shagar, who was holding the monocular telescope, looked a little unhappy. No. These bastards used the blood frenzy secret method. Quick! Get up and ride on the landing pheasant. We need to retreat a little. These are all lunatics who have been strengthened and don't know what pain is. Shagar raised his gun and aimed at the head of the first orc, and pulled the trigger. However, at the moment of pulling the trigger, the orc's head shook, and he didn't hit it. Instead, he hit the leg of an orc who rushed out from behind. In the scope, you can clearly see the blood gushing out of the orc's leg. But the enhanced orc didn't even react and continued to howl as he ran towards the two of them. This made the orcs, who were still guarding the wall, cheer. The White Devil's weapons really had no effect on them. TSK? What a trouble. Don't move your head. Ah! Shagar spent another 2 seconds aiming at the first orc's head and pulled the trigger again. With a gunshot, he successfully opened the orc's head. The red and white substance spilled out, and the orc fell to the ground and died. The cheering orcs on the wall were like ducks whose necks were suddenly strangled, and made an extremely strange sound. But for the orcs, who had already drunk the black blood and lost their minds, this kind of thing did not affect them at all. They stepped over the bodies of their companions, and waved their weapons to kill Shagar and the others again. Lillian led Shagar back to the encirclement. Everyone, aim for the head. Free fire. Seeing the nearly 100 irrational and frenzied warriors, Shagar shook his head helplessly and issued the attack order. As Shagar spoke, countless thunder sounded again around the encirclement, and countless blood flowers bloomed on the bodies of these orcs. These more than 100 enhanced orc warriors, in front of the hot weapons with a range of 500 to 600 meters, could only become the role of sending heads. It's over. We have been abandoned by the god of Cato. Abandoned. The priest witnessed the tragic death of his warriors again. He knelt on the city gate and began to talk to himself in a low voice. He looked like he was autistic. Shagar led the expedition team and stood directly and blatantly in the safe area outside the settlement. The settlement lost more than 100 people again. In addition to the previous ones, there are very few people in the settlement now. Lillian once again wrote the warning declaration of surrender your weapons, and we will not kill you in the sky. Just like that, Shagar led 19 white camouflage plague doctors to surround an orc outpost with hundreds of people. We have been waiting for a long time, and they still don't come out. What should we do if they are like turtles hiding their heads? This broken magic word requires much more mana than the light flower wheel. Lillian complained a little. Shagar looked at the guards, who were like turtles hiding their heads and peeking at them from time to time. Then we won't wait. Everyone, load your guns. Guard the wall. Let's go in. The response to Shagar's words was the sound of guns being loaded in unison without any hesitation. Lillian also became alert, no longer looking like she was struggling to hold up the magic words just now. Shagar shook his head and ordered, Lotus tactical formation. Escort Lillian to the gate. Go! The 18 expedition members put Shagar in the front, 8 on the left, 8 on the right, and 2 in the back, surrounding Lillian in the middle, like a lotus. Everyone was on guard at the top of the wall, and entered the archers' attack range. When they were 100 meters away, the orc archers finally couldn't hold back and showed their heads. But as long as they showed their heads, they would be greeted by a ruthless and cold-blooded bullet. Reload. One of the expedition members emptied a revolver magazine and shouted, and immediately changed the bullets. The team members behind him immediately stood in front of him, providing him with cover. After the ammunition was loaded, he raised his gun again and stood behind the team member who was covering him. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. They were so skilled and tacit. They already had some of the demeanor of modern soldiers. It took Shagar and his team 5 minutes to walk the 200-meter distance. When they stood in front of the gate, Lillian immediately summoned the huge flower of light wheel to cut the wooden gate. The gate didn't even last 3 minutes before Lillian cut a huge triangular hole. The expedition members filed in, like a sharp knife stabbing into the heart of the enemy. The remaining orcs were so scared that they had no fighting ability at all. They couldn't escape in this closed settlement, so they just fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. Unexpectedly, This group of demons stabbed the dead orcs one by one with strange knives. Now all the orcs, who wanted to pretend to be dead and escape, were caught. You know, it was a three-edged thorn, which would make a hole with one poke. And it couldn't be stopped. After the final battle, the enemies in the entire outpost were finally cleared out. 21 people were captured, and 263 people were killed. Leave 4 people on guard, and the rest of you follow me to the mine to rescue the oppressed people. At the entrance of the mine, Shagar did not rush in, but shouted to the inside. Listen, people inside, your settlement outside has been destroyed. Don't resist. Come out and surrender immediately. Otherwise we will take coercive measures. After saying that, Shagar nodded to Lillian regardless of whether the people inside agreed or not. Lillian lit the sundries placed at the entrance of the cave, then rotated the flower wheel of light, blew air hard inside, and let the thick smoke pour into the mine. After about 10 minutes of continuous output, Lillian finally stopped. Her mana consumption was a bit high, and she needed to take a good rest, although it was not enough to suffocate the people inside. The message she wanted to convey was already very clear. The orcs inside ran out one after another, and fell to the ground and coughed loudly. The expedition team waited outside. If they saw someone well dressed, they would subdue and tie him up. If he still wanted to resist, they would shoot him. The thunderous attack, like a punishment from heaven, successfully shocked everyone. As for the ragged laborers, they were led to the side to rest, and the confiscated food and water were distributed. The rescue work was carried out in an orderly manner. The harvest this time was greater than they had imagined. At least 300 laborers were rescued, and the small square was directly filled with them. Just as Duncan and Shagar were reporting the battle situation, an obviously old orc was supported by a young orc laborer and walked in front of Shagar. Chapter 131. The enemy is coming. The thin young orc laborer helped the old orc to come to Shagar, and knelt humbly in front of Shagar. Hello, excuse me. Are you their war chief? My name is Greg. You can call me Old Greg, because you are wearing the same clothes, so I am not sure. The old man's voice was hoarse and humble. When Shagar saw the old man kneeling, he immediately stepped aside and hurried forward to help Old Greg up. Old man, get up quickly. Don't kneel. I'm not the chief. I'm just the captain of this team. You can tell me anything. Old League was helped up by Shagar. There was still some disbelief in his eyes. Although Shagar's voice was muffled by the bird-beak mask, Old League still recognized the voice of a young woman. A woman became the captain of a team of super warriors. For the orcs, it was incredible. You are just a captain? Then where is your war chief? Old League was a little disappointed. Of course it is true. Our captain's status is much higher than your so-called war chief. Hearing the disappointment of the old orc, Duncan, who was standing behind Shagar on guard, frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Hey! Don't say that. Go help Lillian to settle the orcs, use blood bottles when necessary, and try your best to reduce the death of these orcs. Shagar said to Duncan with some dissatisfaction. Yes. Duncan responded loudly, glancing at the old orc before leaving, and then trotting to help Lillian. Old man, you don't have to care about what he said. We no longer have the position of war chief. You can tell me if you have anything to say, and I can take full responsibility. Shagar patted his chest to show that he was the boss of this team. As your spoils of war, we should be dealt with by you, but we have been out for a long time, and no one has come to tell us where we will go next, and who will rule us, but instead give us food and drink. Therefore, as an old man who will not live for a few days, I dare to come out and ask, no matter what punishment you have, I will accept it. The old orc hunched over, lowered his head, and said his purpose in an old and hoarse voice. Don't be nervous. We won't punish you. We have destroyed the outpost. There will be no one to oppress you here. If you want to leave and survive alone, it's okay. We won't stop you. But seriously, you are infected with a serious disease. We have a way to treat you. So I still suggest that you go with us to our village later. It won't be too late for you to leave after you are cured. Can we leave? Not only the hunchbacked old orc, but also the young orc, who was supporting the old orc, opened his eyes wide, looking at the fully armed Shagar in disbelief. Of course. Shagar repeated his words again. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. It's best not to contact those people with black spots on their bodies. They have a highly contagious disease. Except for our mere village, there may be no place to cure it. After Shagar finished speaking, he patted the old orc who had not yet turned around. Our place is a village that yearns for peace. Everyone who yearns for peace will be treated fairly there. There will be no slaves and no oppression. So don't worry that we will force you to stay again. If possible, please help me pass these words to other people. Old League was helped by the young orc back to the labor base. He took a short rest. The conversation with Shagar just now was a devastating blow to his worldview. After that, he told all the workers all the news he knew. When the younger workers who had just arrived heard the news, they were immediately overjoyed. They didn't dare to show it at first. But finally one of them mustered up the courage to ask Shagar to leave. Shagar didn't make things difficult for the young man. When he left, Shagar waved goodbye to him. When he left, she just said to him, "If you can't survive outside in the future, you are welcome to go to Mir village next to the Pamir Peak. There is clean food and water there. It is an ideal place for all people who yearn for peace." After the first one, there was the second one. More than 10 or 20 people left the mining settlement one after another. The remaining people were either too sick to walk, or had their backs bent by life. It didn't matter to them who they mined for. They could only be said to be alive, not living. Old League was worried about the first person who wanted to leave. He thought Shagar would be furious or scold and insult those who wanted to leave, or whip them like other tribes. But he didn't expect this result. This made him more curious about the Mir village that Shagar mentioned. After a night of rest, the sky was a little gloomy. Just as the sky was getting light, a strong drum sound came from the distance of the settlement. It was the war drum used in tribal wars. The people who came back with the drums were the expeditionary team members, who went out to investigate. "What's the situation?" Seeing Duncan coming back, Brooke asked immediately. "It's a very large army. There are too many to count. There are more than 300 light wolf cavalry, and there are war elephants. I even saw the Jek flying dragon. It's an army composed of multiple clans and tribes. I saw the flags of several clans. They didn't fight. I wonder when these orcs became so united. This mixed force is estimated to reach us in 2 hours." Duncan panted, and told Brooke and Shagar what he saw. "Damn! Why are there so many enemies? We may only have less than 1,700 rounds of ammunition now. How can we fight? Or we can move with those laborers." Brooke frowned and hammered the already shaky table. "Move? How to move? With less than 300? More than 200 skinny orc laborers. Can we outrun those wolf cavalry?" Shagar mercilessly poured cold water on Brooke. "Then let's go on our own." Duncan took a breath and suggested. As soon as he said it, he was slapped on the head by Brooke. "What are you thinking? What is the purpose of our coming out? Isn't it to liberate these refugees? If you say such spineless words again, I guarantee that you will not have a good ending." "Yes," Duncan shouted directly. "Yes, I can't leave them alone, so let them go, and we stay behind to cover them, to leave time for their transfer." Shagar made the final decision. Even Brooke hesitated. "Follow the order. Everyone count the ammunition, build fortifications on the spot." Shagar left the order and left the room alone. Shagar dragged Lillian to find the old orc, who helped her pass the message. "Old man, we may not be able to send you back to Mir village safely. You can only walk this section of the road by yourself. Try to travel light." "Then, what about you?" Old League hesitated. "We stay here to attract the enemy's attention, and provide time for your transfer." Old League had never seen such an orc before, let alone an orc. Probably, he had never seen a human before. It was not like a person from this world. "I want to stay." The young orc standing next to the old orc hesitated and expressed his thoughts. "Don't look at me because I am thin, but I am very strong. I can help you. I have lived here for long enough. I want to go to the battlefield. I want to live." Shagar looked at the young man in silence for half a minute, then burst out laughing. "Okay. Then you stay. Let's fight side by side. What's your name?" "My name is Colin." The young man saw that Shagar agreed, and immediately said excitedly. Old League wanted to stop him, but seeing the yearning look in Colin's eyes, he had to shake his head and acquiesce to his behavior. "Finally, there is one more thing, which is to take her with you. She will take you back to Mir village." As he said that, Shagar pulled Lillian in front of the old man. "I said, I won't leave. My magic has a wide range. It is very useful for such a large-scale battle." Lillian kept struggling, trying to break free from Shagar's restraints. "Don't make trouble, no matter what you say. It won't work this time. Your magic is very useful, but who kept helping everyone heal last night?" Do you still have magic power now? Shagar ruthlessly exposed Lillian's true situation. Don't make trouble anymore, or I will find a rope to tie you up. If you have the energy to make trouble, you might as well run to the underground palace to call for help. Old League knew Lillian. Yesterday, Lillian had been busy treating and bandaging them. She was busy until the early hours of this morning. She finally healed everyone's injuries. For this angel-like girl, even though he had never seen her true face, Old League did not dare to disrespect her. When she heard Shagar ask her to go back and call for support, Lillian calmed down and said to Shagar in a crying voice, "Then you must hold on until we come back. You must. Let's make a pinky promise." He then extended his pinky finger. Okay, make a pinky promise. Why are you so fussy? It's like a life and death separation. Let's go! Shagar also hooked Lillian's pinky finger with his pinky finger, pulled Lillian into his arms, and hugged her, and then pushed her to Old League behind him. In this way, Shagar finally sent away Lillian and the orc army, who were in tears and looking back every few steps. He returned to the settlement wall with a few orc warriors. The gate here had been blocked by the expedition team with all kinds of miscellaneous items. The expedition team members, who were defending, saw the young orc. Why didn't he leave? Brooke looked at the orc, who was getting familiar with the use of the sword with some confusion. He stayed to help. Teach him how to load the ammunition. When the fight starts, you won't have time to load the ammunition, Shagar said, and picked up the monocular telescope to observe the movements of the orc army on the opposite side. Chapter 132. Ian and Colin. The army was so large that you couldn't see the end of it. It can be said that they had taken over the entire mining settlement. At this moment, 3 black dragons flew over the settlement. This kind of yak dragon had fine black scales. Its head looked more like a snake than a dragon. It had bat wings and 2 sharp claws, and the knight on its back was also covered in gorgeous armor, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Everyone get ready. Target the orc knight on the dragon's back. Get ready. Shagar had been watching these 3 small black dots for a long time. Seeing them approaching quickly, Shagar immediately ordered everyone to raise their guns. Fire! Bang! 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 A burst of dense gunfire rang out, and countless sparks flew from the front of the flying dragon, and a small hole was punched on the wing membrane. However, the knight on it did not have such strong defense. He was hit directly in the torso and fell down. He was still holding the reins of the yak flying dragon in his hand. The moment he pulled it down, he also led the yak flying dragon away, and almost hit another flying dragon. The other 2 knights were so scared that they immediately pulled their dragons up. Shagar's shot must have been calculated for a long time, and it hit the 3 dragon knights on the head. Bow and arrow? So far away? It can't be a bow and arrow. Be careful of their attack. An orc knight riding on the dragon's back warned loudly, and pulled the dragon back. Another round of gunfire rang out, and another dragon knight screamed, and one of his legs was hit. It's not a bow and arrow. I was bitten. Bite by something. The 2 embarrassed dragon knights were doused with cold water on their first reconnaissance. Swoosh. 2 knights, 3 dragons fled back to their main force in a panic. Did they really hit it? It was the first time that Colin, who stayed behind, saw this kind of weapon firing. The look in his eyes when he looked at Shagar and the others was different. He acted as the loading officer of each expedition team member. As long as someone shouted, "Reloading," he would run over to help the expedition team members fill the empty magazines with the orange-yellow metal ammunition. Save bullets. Aim at a point. The skin of the jet dragon is very thick. Our bullets can't penetrate it. Aim mainly at their knights, and secondarily aim at their wing membranes. At least 20 rounds of ammunition were wasted in 2 rounds of attack, which made Brooke a little distressed. Now is not the time to have sufficient ammunition. As the dragon fled back, the orc army began to beat drums, blew giant bone horns, and advanced towards the mining settlement. For huge woolly mammoths were at the forefront, and behind them were the soldiers wearing heavy armor. As the woolly mammoths approached, gunshots were heard again in the mining settlement, targeting the mammoths' heavy skulls and the guiding orcs hiding on their backs. The bullets collided with the armor of the war elephants, making crisp sounds and sparks. But none of the 4 war elephants were knocked down. The woolly war elephants let out a long roar, and one even raised its long nose, as if mocking Shagar's weapons, and then began to charge towards the mining settlement. "No! Captain! We can't penetrate their armor. It's too thick," Duncan immediately reported to Shagar. But Shagar didn't respond. He didn't even raise his head. He stared at his scope tightly. Bang! Shagar pulled the trigger again, along with the sound of Shagar's gunshot. There was also a scream of a war elephant. The huge body fell down as if out of control, slid a long way on the ground with huge kinetic energy. Seeing this, the other war elephants slowed down their pace in fear. The weakness is in the eyes. Tell them to aim at the eyes and shoot. Shagar's voice was calm and cold, without a trace of warmth, and he spoke to Duncan without turning his head. Duncan, who was still a little dazed, had not reacted yet. After adjusting the tactics, the expedition team fired again, and the sporadic gunshots knocked down the other 3 war elephants that had rushed to a distance of nearly 200 meters. The 4 teams of orcs hiding behind them had no choice but to charge towards the mining settlement with shields raised, and rush towards the settlement with loud roars. Everyone, fire freely. With Shagar's order, all the expedition warriors pulled the trigger, and the bursts of white smoke and thunder were like the propaganda leaflets of the god of death, drawing an uncrossable line of fire within the 100 meters. The orcs had never seen this man's attack, and all the dead were like being attacked by invisible magic. Slowly, an indescribable fear spread among these teams. When the first orc began to flee, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone began to retreat. Don't run away. Charge forward. The only pterosaur knight at the back couldn't sit still anymore. He kept roaring, but he didn't dare to ride the Yek-flying dragon directly into the range of Shagar's firepower. He was still a little afraid of that invisible attack. Huh? After repelling another wave of probing attacks, Ian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, report the remaining ammunition. Shagar's voice spread throughout the entire small city wall. 21 rounds. 18 rounds. 24 rounds. 15 rounds. Ian was also a member of the expedition team. When he heard Shagar's order, he immediately looked at his ammunition bag and shouted, 19 rounds. Colin held an empty ammunition slot of Ian. He had just finished playing the role of Ian's temporary loading officer. Sir, your weapons are so powerful. Do you have more? Colin looked at the weapon in Ian's hand with some yearning. Haha, don't call me sir, we are all equal. We all have one of these weapons, and there are many more powerful ones than this. If you have the opportunity to go there, you will find that what I have in my hands are just the most ordinary things, but there are a group of gods standing behind us. Ian said excitedly, and drew a circle in the air with his hands. There is the goddess of nature and harvest land Winnie, the goddess of return and death Manjusaka, the powerful and beautiful guardian dragon Lostia, and the mysterious and powerful lord of creation Cresset. There is nothing he can't do, except what you can't think of. Taking advantage of the gap between the enemy's attacks, Ian told Colin all his admiration for Mill City. Duncan glanced at Colin and Ian, who were full of admiration. Frowned. Is this the time to chat? Just as he was about to step forward to stop him, he was stopped by Brooke. It's okay to relax at this time. Don't worry. People can't be overwhelmed by pressure. Duncan nodded, and looked at the dark figures in the distance. Duncan also felt a little bitter in his mouth. He still had 25 rounds of ammunition. He felt that he really had to die here this time. However, he didn't regret it. After all, killing one would make up for the loss, and killing 2 would make a profit. Everyone, put on the bayonet. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Shagar's voice remained calm. Even in such a desperate situation, these orcs of the expeditionary army did not show any hesitation, as if they had practiced it thousands of times, pulled out the triangular spikes, and stuck them on the barrels. These people were warriors who followed Sam and Brooke all the way to the underground palace, and with the help of the underground palace, they trained themselves to be strong and resilient, and no one could destroy their will. Although Ian was bragging to Colin, but when he heard the order, he did not hesitate at all and executed it immediately. Okay, it feels like they are about to attack again, and there is no more ammunition to load. You take your weapons and hide. If those orcs break through the wall, you will seize the opportunity to attack. Poke their ass. As he said this, Ian made a vicious stabbing gesture. Looking at Colin bursting out laughing, the pressure was immediately reduced a lot. Of course. Take your weapons. The last weapon is always for yourself, remember. Don't be a slave anymore. Join the Mill City Guard. You will become the people's first line of defense in the future. Ian patted Colin's waist to make him stand up straight. If we can win this battle, I will give you my knife. This is our most special knife. It is much more lethal than other knives. Ian gave Kaling a thumbs up. Colin nodded vigorously, his hands trembling involuntarily. He saw the belief of never giving up from this team. He saw optimism and persistence. Seeing the straight spine, he couldn't help but tighten the weapon he found in the settlement. This was exactly the spirit he longed for. He hid in a tent next to him, with Ian's advice. As the thunder on one side of the mining settlement became sparse, the sound slowly disappeared. Their attack has slowed down. Blow the horn. Catapults attack the city. All troops attack. A commander in the front slowly saw a clue and commanded the orcs to start a general attack. The war elephants dragged 6 huge catapults towards the wooden wall of the mining settlement that seemed to be broken by a single poke. With the orc commander's roar, release, 6 huge stones drew a smooth parabola and flew rapidly towards the outpost. Hide. Be careful of the stones. As the catapults threw, Shagger's voice also spread to the ears of all the expedition teams. Ian took a look at the huge stones thrown over, and just when he wanted to hide, he remembered Colin, who was hiding in the tent. One of the stones would probably hit the tent. Damn it! Ian pounded the ground, and immediately rushed to the tent where Colin was hiding, shouting, "Colin! Come out! Come out!" When Ian quickly rushed to Colin's tent, he could even hear the sound of the stone whistling. Ian grabbed Colin, who was still a little confused, and threw him out with all his strength. As Colin flew backwards in shock, a huge stone smashed into the tent, and at the same time, snowflakes and dust covered Ian's figure. Chapter 133. I've surrounded you. 6 huge stone balls whizzed towards the settlement. 4 of them hit the wooden wall, making the wall seem like paper, and a large part of it collapsed instantly, while the other 2 directly hit the inside of the settlement, and wherever they touched. Stone, wood chips, and snow flew everywhere. Report the casualties immediately. Shaggar shouted loudly, fanning the dust in front of him, taking off the bird-beak mask covered with dust, throwing it aside, revealing his true face. Gerald. Here. Campbell. Here. Garcia. Here. Duncan. Here. As the expedition team spoke one by one, Shaggar's heart was relieved a little. As the last, Brooke. Here. Sent, Shaggar's heart was hanging again. Ian! Ian! Where is he? Shaggar looked around quickly to find the figure of the expedition team member. Here. Sir. Hurry up and save Sir Ian. Colin's voice came over. Just now. Lord Ian save me, Colin couldn't say any more, his tears flowed down. Shaggar immediately looked at Colin, who was crying in the ruins. He couldn't help but lift his heart. Colin was dragging Ian out of the ruins. His left arm had completely disappeared, his left ribs were all broken, pierced into the lung lobe, only half of the bird-beak mask remained, the front half disappeared. Shaggar immediately stepped forward and tore off Ian's bird-beak mask and threw it aside, revealing a face that was only a few years older than Colin. Blood flowed out of Colin's mouth, nose, and mouth as if it was free. Shaggar immediately poured all his remaining blood into Ian's mouth. Ian couldn't drink it at all. As much as he poured in, it flowed out with the blood. Ian's pale face showed an ugly smile, and he said to Shaggar, Ian, here. That's enough. Stop talking. You need to rest now. Hold on. I give you a Medal of Honor when we return to Mill City. Ian nodded. His face seemed to turn a little red, and he turned his head with difficulty to Colin, whose face was covered with tears. I'm not an adult. Have you forgotten? Straighten your spine. Ian, who uttered the last word, turned pale, closed his eyes, and never opened them again. All the expeditionary forces took off their beak masks. They lost a teammate, a trustworthy partner, and a good soldier. At this time, the orc army outside blew the giant bone horn of attack. The wolf cavalry took the lead, howling and approaching the mining settlement at a rapid speed. Shaggar's eyes were also a little red, but his voice was still calm. He picked up the gun that Ian had dropped, and handed it to Colin. Colin wiped his tears, stood up straight, and solemnly took Ian's gun from Shaggar's hand. You will replace Ian and become a member of the Mill City Reserve. Get ready for battle. Yes. This word was roared out by Colin, like a tiger roaring in the forest. Shaggar nodded, looked around at the dusty expedition team with tears in his eyes, took a deep breath, and rushed out with a shout. Follow me. For our beliefs. For Mir. Orcs will never be slaves. As Shaggar shouted, all the orcs became excited, their faces flushed, raised their weapons, and rushed out with the same shout. Orcs will never be slaves. When the orc wolf riders saw the expedition team rushing out, they drove their wolves even harder, and rushed over fiercely, wanting to tear apart Shaggar, Who was in the front? Shagar and the wolf riders roared at each other and charged. Shagar's face became redder and redder as he ran, and his pale skin turned a little pink. Go to hell, bastard. Pay for my expedition team members' lives. Shagar's blood was boiling now, recalling the feeling of going crazy when listening to Shirio's music, and he entered a frenzied state. He jumped towards the charging wolf knight from a distance, leaped 7 or 8 meters away, ignoring the bloody mouth of the wolf, and directly stabbed the wolf knight with a triangular spike. The wolf knight wanted to block with his armor, but the fragile armor was no match for the bloody steel, and was pierced instantly, directly poking a hole in the wolf knight's arm. And with a huge force after Shagar's frenzy, the spear not only pierced the orc's hand, but also pierced into the orc's chest and the orc's incredible eyes. The first wolf rider died instantly, thrown out by Shagar, and just hit a wolf rider behind him. As for the wolf rider that was killed, Shagar twisted his neck and killed him. As Shagar approached the enemy, the members of the expedition team roared and fought with the wolf riders. The specially trained members of the expedition team showed a strong sense of combat, and they were not at a disadvantage when facing the swift wolf riders. Frenzy? Impossible. A woman actually went berserk? The wolf rider behind him immediately pulled back his charging wolf, not daring to get close. Where's the war elephant? Charged towards her. The wolf rider didn't dare get too close, so he prepared to use the war elephant to attack, wanting to trample Shagar to death. Shagar saw the war elephant roaring and rushing towards her, and took a defensive posture ready to stab. His eyes were still calm and determined, without any fear. Captain! Be careful! Brook saw Shagar in danger, and used all his strength to push away a wolf that was biting him madly, trying to rescue Shagar. Shagar, who was less than 2 meters tall, seemed like a small toy in front of the mammoth war elephant that was 8 or 9 meters tall. Although the war elephant looked bulky, its sprinting speed was not slow at all. As the war elephant ran, it was getting closer and closer to Shagar, and Shagar could even clearly see the contemptuous expression of the orc sitting on the neck of the war elephant. Shagar took a deep breath, raised his gun, and aimed the triangular spike at the huge war elephant that was charging, preparing to confront the war elephant head-on. At this moment, a strong wind swept over Shagar's head, and then the huge war elephant in front of Shagar turned into blood mist with a bang. The huge body of the war elephant seemed to have turned into countless pieces of blood foam, flying everywhere in the sky, as if it was raining blood. And not only the war elephant in front of Shagar, but also the wolf knights in a straight line behind the war elephant turned into blood mist, with pieces of flesh flying everywhere, as if they were in hell on earth. Then Shagar heard a huge thunder from behind. Shagar was drenched in blood, and his face was full of confusion. He turned around and saw the other side of Mount Amanta. A huge metal fortress appeared in the sky. The sun shone on the cold metal surface, and the reflected light dispelled the haze here. Such a huge metal creation flying in the sky was a miracle to these primitive and barbaric orcs. All the orcs stared at the huge metal fortress in the sky with wide eyes. Everyone stopped moving and stepped back involuntarily. The huge metal fortress floating in the sky was not slow at all. It flew over Shagar's head in just a few minutes. A tall black figure jumped down from it and slammed into the ground in a weird posture. The ground shook instantly, and snowflakes were everywhere. Following Fang Jie, the Lostia paratroopers carrying small touch-card parachutes jumped down. However, they made much less noise. Then came Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, who were holding a huge flower umbrella. They airdropped directly to the injured expedition team with supplies. I'm here to save you, Shagar. As the snow dispersed, the Fang Jie inside was revealed. Yes, we're here to save you, Sister Shagar. Lostia landed lightly. Puff. Save you. The little tentacle brought Lostia to the ground and immediately retracted its tentacles that were made into parachutes. Shagar looked at the 2 little ones among the 3 troublemakers in the underground palace speechlessly, and then looked at the Fang Jie, who only showed the upper half of his body. Why have you become shorter? Ahem. Help me. I'm stuck in the mud. You little guys. Go away. Don't make trouble. Fang Jie blushed a little. He wanted to jump down and kneel on one knee to save the situation handsomely. But he was over 8 tons in weight and fell down, and fell into the mud. He waved his hand to drive the 2 little ones aside, and looked at Shagar for help. I can't pull you out. You should get out quickly. Shagar covered her face. She who had been acting very calm could no longer hold back. When she took her hand off, her eyes turned red, Tears flowed down like a broken thread, and she hugged Fang Jia's head. Why did you come just now? If you had come a few minutes earlier, Ian would not have died. I have been spreading the news for many days. Those damn bastards killed one of my expedition members. I want them to pay with blood. She had already given Fang Jia a message when the troops were divided into two groups, asking him to drive to transport the people. But she didn't expect him to come so late. Seeing Shagar so sad, the two little troublemakers didn't dare to play anymore, and came to hug Shagar to comfort him. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm sorry. I didn't know there would be so many enemies. I only saw you leave a message saying that you need a car to transport people. So in order to give you a big surprise, I spent a few days to build this big guy. Although it's not finished yet, it's enough to deter people. Fang Jia saw that Shagar was crying, and he stopped playing tricks. He quickly squeezed himself out of the ground with the shaping magic, and hurriedly comforted Shagar. It's a pleasant surprise, but we are on the battlefield now. You should deal with this group of orcs first. I'm tired and need to take a rest. After saying that, Shagar sat down on the ground, took the little tentacle into his arms, and squeezed it hard, making the little tentacle emit a comfortable puff-puff sound. Shagar learned this trick from Miss Salty Fish. Polly. Oh, yes. There are also those orcs. Fang Jia realized that there were more than 1,000 orcs watching on the opposite side. Fang Jia stood behind Shagar, gently helped Shagar cover his ears, and then reminded the two little ones following him. Cover your ears, I'm going to show off. After saying that, he turned up his voice to the maximum. Listen to the more than 1,000 orcs on the opposite side. You have been surrounded by me alone. Put down your weapons, immediately surrender. The Mere People's Army promises to treat the prisoners well. Chapter 134, Meeting an Acquaintance. The most excited one was the little tentacle. Thinking that Fang Jia was going to start a fight, it struggled to jump out of Shagar's arms, and climbed directly onto Fang Jia's head, excitedly. Puff! Puff! The airship in the sky was beyond the orcs' cognition. The orcs couldn't even describe the steel fortress flying in the sky. Facing the pressure brought by such cross-era technology, passive defense became their best choice. The orcs did indeed slowly gather together, set up fortifications, and retreated while defending. Many orcs also used catapults to launch huge stones in an attempt to attack the airships flying in the sky. However, how could those simple catapults hit the airships? They couldn't even touch them. You are so stubborn. I said that you won't kill those who surrender, and you will treat prisoners well. You have to force me to use your ultimate move. Fang Jia looked at this group of stubborn orcs with contempt, waved his hand, and made an attacking gesture. Boom! The airship in the sky made another loud noise. One of the catapults was instantly scrapped and smashed to pieces. The orcs gathered behind it undoubtedly made the shells more lethal. No matter how heavy the armor was, it was useless. A long blood mist was created again. Dozens of people died instantly. This made the orcs completely collapse. They began to flee in all directions, even abandoning the large siege equipment. If you run away, it will be difficult for me to deal with you. Fang Jia snapped his fingers helplessly. More than a dozen spherical giants stood up, and quickly rolled towards the fleeing army, surrounded the orcs, and gathered them together again, like a sheepdog driving a flock of sheep. During this process, Fang Jia was still in the mood to chat with Shagar. Xiao Yu is very accurate in firing cannons. Right? I found that she is quite talented in using these equipment. In the future, build a few more and give them to her. Who knows if she can evolve into the Queen of Cannons? Hee. Shagar didn't understand the hidden meaning of Fang Jia's words. He grabbed the small tentacle pretending to be Fang Jia's hair and put it in his hand, while paying attention to the development of the war. Compared with the leisurely Fang Jia, it was a horror movie for the orcs. They couldn't escape, and they couldn't fight. They didn't even know what kind of attack they were under. These orcs could only tremble, kneel on the ground unconsciously, and surrender to the huge fortress in the sky. If you don't show me your strength, you won't know that the small pot is made of iron. This should be considered our victory. Right? Fang Jia spread his hands. The little tentacle that was squeezed by Shagar looked bored at the orcs, who were already scared and collapsed, and kept complaining to Fang Jia that it was not fun. Poochie non-stop. Fang Jia patted the little bad guy's head helplessly, and always felt that she was getting more and more crooked. This worldview is wrong. You should grow up. Speak properly. Think carefully about why you don't let you fight and kill people casually like before. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Your great power is also used for self-defense. Our principle has always been not to be the first to use nuclear weapons. Looking at Fang Jie's serious face, the small tentacle's not-so-big brain seemed to be smoking. This sentence contained a lot of information. The small tentacle said that its brain capacity was not enough. Why did you mention Lodi? What is the relationship between him and her? Shagar rubbed the small tentacle that had turned into a mosquito repellent eye while curiously looking at the airship flying in the sky. What kind of weapon is this? How can it be so powerful? It's a prototype fortress cannon. The principle is the same as the mini-gun, but the caliber is a little bigger, about 200 mm that is. The range is a little shorter. It can hit 4 or 5 kilometers, and the indirect fire can hit more than 30 kilometers, but there is no high explosive warhead yet, so it can only be used as a larger gun. Are you interested in conquering the world? This weapon can crush those noble wizards to the ground. Shagar finally laughed. I'm not interested, and don't think about conquering the world. Who knows what strange magic there is in this world, and being too ostentatious may bring retribution. Don't forget the group of people in Hades' underground palace if they come. Such weapons will have limited damage to them. Shagar was speechless as he looked at Fang Jie's matter-of-fact manner. Looking at the extremely ostentatious airship, he really felt ashamed for him. Okay, you are right. Report. All members of the expedition team are here. 17 people are here. Out of the 18 they said they would be. Brooke and the others had already received treatment from Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, and their injuries were almost healed, so they immediately came to meet Fang Jie. Shagar. Shagar. You have worked hard. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian hugged Shagar and handed her a bottle of red blood. Shagar smiled, took it and drank it in one gulp. Although she was not injured, the blood bottle could restore her physical strength. Everyone, taken the prisoners in an orderly manner. After drinking the blood bottle, Shagar gave orders to the expedition team again. Their mission was not over yet. Yes. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian smiled and said in unison. Let's go with them after all. There are too few people in their expedition team. The little tentacle finally found a chance to escape from Shagar's clutches, and secretly followed Xiaoabao and the others. At this moment, the knight riding the Yek dragon flew up and flew towards Fang Jie. But the dragon seemed to be a little afraid of Fang Jie. Not only did it fly very low, but the dragon knight on its back kept scolding it and pulling the reins hard. And it reluctantly flew over. Brooke and the others immediately raised their guns after seeing it, aiming at the stumbling Yek dragon. The supplies that Xiaoabao and the others brought just now were not only blood bottles, but also ammunition. But before the Yek flying dragon came close, Fang Jie waved his hand to interrupt them. It's okay. You go and receive the prisoners. I can handle this flying dragon. The flying dragon, which was flying with a stumbling sound, fell to the ground when it was more than 100 meters away from the airship, and refused to fly again no matter what. In the end, it was driven by the knight and crawled from the ground. Seeing the enemy commander coming, Shagar immediately straightened her chest and raised her head, and turned back into the cold and ruthless battlefield Valkyrie. The knight commander on the opposite side finally saw Shagar's appearance clearly. After hesitating for a while, he still rolled down from the body of the Yek dragon. He took off the helmet of the armor, revealing the true face inside. Fang Jie saw it and almost laughed out loud. Oh! You are an acquaintance. You have upgraded. Last time I saw you, you were riding a wolf. Now you are riding a dragon. By the way, you are not from the lizard tribe. Ein. Yes. Ein lizard. That's his name. Right? Ein sighed helplessly. Yes, my name is Ein, but the crazy lizard tribe I was in before no longer exists. I am now loyal to the barbarian bull tribe. That mission failed, and our tribe was annexed by the barbarian bull tribe. Annoyed, so you are looking for a chance to retaliate against us? Fang Jie's voice became a little deeper. I didn't expect that the enemy would be you. If I knew it was you, I would definitely stay away from you. I used to be a wandering orc, but I just awakened the berserk bloodline. At that time, I had just joined the crazy lizard settlement, and was only responsible for escorting the priest and transporting the slaves that the priest wanted. I didn't expect that I would be wiped out by you because I was not as skilled as you. Ein waved his hand quickly, indicating that he was not so hateful. Then why did you bring such a large group of orcs this time? We received news that another slave team was robbed, and only a wolf dragged a seriously injured knight back to the camp. So we ordered 3 dragon knights to come to the nearby settlement to inquire about the situation. As a result, we started fighting before entering the settlement. Ein said helplessly. Hey, shouldn't you fight? Trading slaves, maybe the world would be better without you feudal rulers. Fong Jie snorted coldly and retorted. Ein lowered his head. We lost and we surrender, so just ask for anything you want. I hope you can keep your promise to treat the prisoners well. Can you represent your tribe and talk to us? Fong Jie asked doubtfully. This Ein is just a soldier with a relatively high status. I was sent to negotiate by the eldest son of our great chief. He is the leader of our mixed tribal army. So, in the end, we need his nod. In order to show sincerity, you should call the eldest son of your great chief to talk to me. Fong Jie heard that he could not fully represent the barbarian bull tribe, and he lost the desire to negotiate. At this time, there was a commotion among the captured orcs. Fong Jie realized at this time that the two naughty kids had run away again. Lottie and Little Tentacles had run away with Little Flower Bud when the expedition team went to receive the prisoners. Most of these frightened orcs did not even resist. They followed the request of the dozen expedition members very obediently, pile weapons at the designated location, and then squat in a row at the designated location. Some wanted to escape when they had the chance, but they were either burned by the black flame skeleton summoned by Xiaoyu and fainted from the pain, or were tied up, like dumplings, by the vines of Xiaowabao. As for the injured soldiers, Xiaowabao and Shubian helped bandage them with vines. Although it was a bit rough, it was good for a captive to be bandaged. One of them was the Yek Dragon Knight, who was shot in the thigh. After Xiao Huabao helped her bandage, he began to think about how to escape. When he saw a little loli with pink hair and 6 petal-shaped fins on her ears at the edge of the prisoner's location, holding a little monster toy and looking at them curiously, he felt that his chance had come. He hid a dagger under his breastplate and slowly moved to the vicinity of Lostia, who was watching the excitement. Seeing the right moment, he suddenly attacked, holding Lostia in his hands, and then putting the dagger against Lostia's neck. This series of actions confused Lostia and the little tentacle. Staring at each other, they never dreamed that they would be kidnapped like this one day. Back off. Back off. Or I will kill this little girl. The Yek Dragon Knight held Lostia and threatened the expeditionary army. Don't move. Let go of Lord Lostia immediately. Several expedition members, who were guarding nearby, immediately pointed their guns at the Yek Dragon Knight, who wanted to escape. Ah! He's still an adult. He's in a very high position. That's even better. I know your weapons that bite are very powerful. Back off. Or I kill your adults. Let her be buried with me. Yek Dragon Knight Byron looked at the expedition members surrounding him with a ferocious look on his face, and didn't notice the excitement in Lostia and the little tentacle's eyes at all. Chapter 135 Gangsters and Hostages. This is how the riot happened. The first person to arrive at the scene was Little Bayan. When she saw the excitement on the faces of the kidnapped Lostia and Little Tentacle, she knew that these two troublemakers were playing again. Little Bayan covered her face. What is this? Sister Little Bayan? Don't scare him. Let's play for a while. Poochie Poochie. Play for a while. Play for a while. Little Bayan rolled her eyes, helplessly accompanied Lostia and Little Tentacle to act. Okay, put down your guns. What do you want? Little Bayan waved his hand to let the members of the orc expedition put down their guns. The members of the expedition looked at each other, and finally put down their guns, but they still looked at Byron vigilantly. Byron saw the members of the expedition put down the strange iron rods in their hands, and he felt relieved a little, roared again, and said to Little Bayan, Then give me back my Yek Dragon. What are you doing? What are you doing? Little Flower Bud also came over at this time, and saw the kidnapped Little Tentacles and Lostia. Xiao Huaba's eyes widened, watching Byron's movements in a daze. Byron saw another strangely dressed human coming, and he became alert again. Stand back. I have a hostage in my hand. What Byron didn't expect was that the newcomer actually clapped his hands vigorously. Young man. Come on. I believe in you. You must succeed. These two little bastards should have been taught a lesson long ago. Thank you. Xiao Bayan covered her face. Xiao Huabao was good in everything, but sometimes she looked very childish. At this time, she always felt that she should be the older sister. Byron, on the opposite side, was confused by Xiao Huabao's behavior. This was the first time he had seen someone kidnap a child and still be applauded. How bad could this be? The knife in his hand slowly lowered down, because his worldview had suffered a huge shock. Ahem. Your knife is not against my neck. Don't underestimate the enemy. As he spoke, Lostia lifted Byron's knife up, making sure it was still against his neck. Byron shook his head vigorously, throwing his worldview behind him, and pressed the knife against Lostja's neck again. My knife is very sharp. If you don't want the little girl in my hand to bleed to death, get out of the way. Untie the vines tied to my Yek dragon. Quick! Just now! The other 2 Yek dragons broke free from the restraints of the black flame skeleton and tried to escape. They were wrapped up like a dumpling by the small flower bud. There was a small yellow flower growing next to the ear of the Yek dragon, making it look like a yellow-flowered girl. You're still a dragon knight. Awesome. I untie it for you right away. Is one enough? If not, we can buy one get one free. Come on. The little flower bud made a cheering gesture, snapped his fingers, and the vines that bound the 2 Yek dragons were instantly untied. After that, the little flower bud made a comfortable chair with vines with shining eyes, and pulled the little other side to sit on it to watch the show. He didn't know where he got a few pieces of honey thief lizard jerky, and ate while watching. Byron put the knife against Lostja's neck, and looked around vigilantly, especially the little flower bud and the little other side, who were sitting on the vine chair, and slowly moved to the side of the Yek dragon. He quickly put the knife in his mouth, and climbed onto the broad back of the Yek dragon while holding Lostja. This series of actions was very fast. He was particularly afraid that the orcs carrying strange iron rods would shoot arrows that would bite people again. However, he did not expect that the people in the expedition team did not move at all, and they all looked like they were watching a good show. These idiots! They actually watched me ride on the Yek dragon with my child. Goodbye. It seems that this little girl also has an important position in the tribe of these strange human orcs. If I bring her back, I should be able to prove my ability. I will be the next chieftain as a matter of course. Ah! Byron was still a little complacent, shaking the reins of the Yek dragon, preparing to take off with Lostja and the little tentacles. At this time, he found that the Yek dragon's body was actually trembling. Its body was completely stiff and straight, not daring to move, as if it had been greatly frightened. Ah! Take off. Byron was a little anxious, shaking the reins vigorously, urging the Yek dragon to take off. But the Yek dragon was motionless, as if it was pretending to be dead. At this time, Fong Jia also arrived with Shagar. Behind them was Ein, who was desperately pulling the Yek dragon forward. In the end, he could not try again, and he let the Yek dragon go. As soon as he let go, the Yek dragon crawled backwards as if it had been pardoned. It did not dare to open its wings, nor did it dare to open its mouth to shout, as if it was afraid of disturbing some incredible existence. Did something happen? The first thing Fong Jia saw was Xiao Huabao, who was sitting on a double rattan chair, shaking her smooth legs, and Xiao Bian, who looked helpless. Look! Someone has kidnapped Lostja and Little Tentacle, and wants to escape on the Yek dragon. We are watching a good show. What do you still have the honey thief lizard for? Hurry up and give me some, I finished mine. Xiao Huabao raised his chin, looked at Byron's direction meaningfully, and then naturally extended his hand to Fong Jia. Fong Jia then saw Byron, who was frantic. He urged the flying dragon Yek under his butt hard, no matter how he beat or scolded it. The flying dragon, which was originally very irritable, did not move at all and started to play dead. Not only the flying dragon under his butt, but also another flying dragon, which was also trembling and lying on the ground, was incredibly obedient. Do you want it to take off? Lostja saw that Yek was sweating with anxiety, so he asked kindly in a low voice. Shut up. Don't move. Byron scolded Lostja. Okay. Then I won't move. Lostja sat on the Yek dragon with peace of mind. After waiting for 2 minutes, he found that the Yek dragon still didn't move. Lostja, who was a little impatient, was ready to help the Yek dragon knight, who was going crazy. Hey! Take off. Lostja's voice was a little louder, and he ordered the Yek dragon, but he didn't expect the Yek dragon to make a hiccup. With a sound, his eyes rolled back. He foamed at the mouth, and his body twitched twice before fainting. What kind of broken flying dragon is this? It's so weak. How about we change one? Didn't Sister Xiaowabao just say that you can buy one and get one free? Lostja said to Byron behind him a little embarrassedly. At this time, Byron finally realized that something was wrong. Why was this soft and cute little loli with a knife against her neck so calm? Looking around, everyone was looking at his strange costume with ridicule the expedition team orcs. And even those special humans summoned puppets to make picnic food for them. Who are you? Byron's voice changed from the initial arrogance to a little doubtful. I'm just an ordinary little girl. Really? More real than real gold. After saying this, Lostia turned around and looked at Byron behind her with innocent eyes, trying to make her words more convincing. But Byron was more concerned about the pink dragon tail that appeared from Lostia's beautiful dress when she sat down. Is this long thing your tail? It's against me. Sorry, this is my tail, don't mind it. Saying this, Lostia covered her tail with her skirt. What on earth are you? Byron's voice had begun to tremble. Oh, that's so boring. You'd better continue with your kidnapping plan. I'm the only one among the three of us who hasn't been kidnapped. Lostia stood up with some regret, and took the dagger that Byron had been holding against her, completely forgetting that she had been kidnapped once by the orcs before entering the underground palace. Lostia opened her mouth and bit off his dagger. The iron dagger seemed to be made of paper. Pa, your metal is not as delicious as Shagger's bullets. After spitting out the metal in her mouth, Lostia looked down at Byron, holding a small tentacle like a monster toy in her hand. She told Byron a shocking fact in a crisp and cute voice. I am a purebred fawn fire dragon named Lostia, the demon king of the 4th maze of the Kepamir underground palace. And I am holding the demon king of the 5th maze of the Kepamir underground palace, the small tentacle of the world-destroying demon beast. Tremble. Mortal. You should be proud of kidnapping us. This achievement is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. The little tentacle in Lostia's arm shook its tentacles happily, as if telling Byron that it was alive. The dazzling sunlight shone on the metal film of the airship at the right time, and the reflected light just made Lostia's back shine brightly, as if a god had descended, which formed a sharp contrast with the demon kings Lostia mentioned. At this moment, the stage effect was full. Byron was stunned, looking at Lostia who was looking down at him, and then looking at the little tentacle in Lostia's arms. He trembled and got off the Yek dragon, while mumbling to himself with a dull look in his eyes. I kidnapped the purebred dragons with a knife. And I also kidnapped the world-destroying monsters. I still want to use them to prove my ability. As a result, Byron took 2 crazy steps and fell to the ground with his eyes rolled up, foaming at the mouth, and kept saying something difficult to understand, such as world-destroying monsters, purebred dragons, prove ability. Lostia looked at the little tentacle and said uncertainly, I should be telling the truth. Why is he reacting so strongly? Poochie, you scared people to death with facts. The little tentacle blinked its watery black eyes and said, That's right. So what big truth are you talking about? You scared people to autism. Fong Jia stepped forward helplessly, and took the 2 little ones, who were still standing on the back of the Yek flying dragon down. What is wealth not to be shown? Our motto is to make a fortune quietly. So don't talk about your name casually in the future. Fong Jia held the 2 little ones in his arms, and taught them a lesson. The little tentacle nodded no matter what Fong Jia said, but I don't know how much he listened to. Lostia nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood. Chapter 136 War Compensation Agreement. Several members of the expedition team came forward to drag Byron away. If he kept lying here, it would affect the appearance of the city. Ein looked at Byron, who was dragged away with a very complicated expression. He witnessed the whole process from the side, and sighed helplessly. No wonder his own Yek dragon didn't even dare to fly, and only dared to crawl on the ground. Shagar walked to the side of another trembling Yek dragon with interest, and touched the rough black dragon scales of the Yek dragon. Want to just use it as a mount? I help you find a few. Fong Jia taught Lostia and the little tentacle a lesson, and let them go to play. He turned around and saw Shagar, who looked like a curious baby. It's just the right amount to compensate for your old wolf. Woo. Shagar shook his head. Why would I want one that's so ugly? If it can grow up to be as beautiful as Lostia, I might consider keeping it as a pet. I heard that the strongest knight of the orcs is the Dragon Knight, but I've never seen one, so I'm a little curious. Shagar smiled and patted his dusty hands. Besides, it's a different era now. The big guy flying in the sky is the truth. Good for you, you're actually paying attention to my airship. Fong Jia smiled. Fong Jia? Shagar. Just then, Lillian came back with a large number of orc laborers, running towards them from a distance, waving her hands and shouting as she ran, and also took off the bird-beak mask that was in the way and threw it aside. It's Lillian. Shagar also ran up quickly and hugged Lillian. I said it was you? There is no one else in the world who can make such a thing except Fong Jia. Lillian was so excited that she was a little incoherent. We ran a long distance away. If we hadn't heard the huge thunder, we might have missed it. When I saw this big guy, I knew it must be Fong Jia. So I ran back with everyone. The orcs worshipped the airship flying in the sky, as if it were a god. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were also busy at this time. More than 300 orc laborers needed to be treated. As a result, the blood springs they had were not enough. So Fang Jie waved his hand, signaling Xiao Yu to lower the airship to prepare for rescue and transportation. As the airship descended lower and lower, these ignorant orcs finally realized how big the steel giant floating in the sky was. When the 245-meter-long behemoth landed on the ground, it was as if the sky was covered, and it reflected the metallic luster. The impact on these primitive people was extremely great. Many orcs had already knelt on the ground, and kept shouting God's miracle. The miracle is coming. Shagar was fine, but Ein was stunned. Everything he saw and heard today overturned his understanding of the world. In the past, he only knew that the sky was the domain of dragons and gods, and it was a forbidden place for humans. For them, this was really a miracle. As the airship landed, the boarding deck slowly lowered, revealing Xiao Yu standing inside, holding a coffee cup and wearing a captain's hat. Sister Shagar, welcome aboard. Isn't Xiao Yu super cool? Xiao Yu raised his head proudly, looking very proud. Go away. What Xiao Yu? It's not even finished yet. And you're already thinking about Taozi. Don't listen to her. This is called Kirov. What Xiao Yu? Fang Jie stepped forward and pushed Xiao Yu aside. Hurry up and guide those refugees aboard. And you prisoners of war. Fang Jie then remembered that there was another Ein next to him. Now you can go and call your chief's eldest son over. We have to discuss the war compensation agreement, Fang Jie said, patting Ein's shoulder with a complicated expression. Now there is a very embarrassing thing. The Byron who was scared crazy is the eldest son of our chief. Ein smiled bitterly. Fang Jie was also speechless. What should I do? Why is it that Byron is the one who is crazy? In the meeting room of the airship, Fang Jie made a cup of tea for Ein, and handed him a list that was about 1 meter long. Come and have some tea. We have used strategic level transport vehicles in Capamir this time. Bullet costs, battle damage costs, and other miscellaneous things are added together and rounded off to give you 3,000 Thastos gold coins. This is the detailed list. Do you want to prepare cash or scan the code? Fang Jie turned into an old fox again and laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. Ian took the list from Fang Jie with a wry smile. It really detailed fuel consumption fees, airship construction fees, airport construction fees, and the most outrageous ones were site occupation fees, channel planning fees, and fees for crushing flowers and plants. There were hundreds of these clauses. Ian was dazzled by them. He basically didn't understand what they were. I really don't have that much money. Ian emptied his purse on the table. There were 3 Hillier silver coins, and dozens of other coins of different denominations in it. There wasn't even a Sato's gold coin. Fang Jie raised his eyebrows, not even bothering to count the money on the table. And his eyes turned dangerous when he looked at Ein. Ugh! Are you giving a few dollars to beggars? To be honest, I don't even need so many people to dig a mine with so many of you. How about killing them all here? I really can't give you 3,000 gold coins. Think about it. There are more than 1,000 orcs here, and no one can take out 3 gold coins. Ein's face was full of bitterness. At this point, Shagar couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled Fang Jie aside. Do you really want 3,000 Thaltos gold coins? If you can't give them, do you really want to kill them? I don't think they can give them. Can't we take them all captive and educate them? We really need people, Shagar said with some concern. Why are you in such a hurry? That number is just made up by me. And I don't want people. These people are other people's warriors. They all have a certain status in the tribe. They are very difficult to recruit, difficult to control, very easy to turn against us. And there are so many people that we may be attacked by them if we are not careful. Well, what you said is indeed possible. Shagar also frowned and nodded. So, I will ask them to exchange the gold coins for orc slaves later. You can give these slaves some benefits at that time. After they are compared with the outside world, they will be more loyal to Mir City. Such people will be easier to control. After Fang Jie and Shagar explained clearly, they returned to the negotiation table with Ein again. If you really can't come up with it, just exchange it for slaves. But we have to ensure their health, balance between men and women, and those with certain skills are preferred. 1 prisoner of war for 1 slave, 2 cavalry for 2, 3 captains of the squads, and as for that crazy Mr. Byron, sorry to count it as 10. After Fang Jie finished speaking, He looked at Ein and thought for a while. Ah, I forgot about you, sir, you also count as 10. Slaves? Ein was a little confused. If they just wanted slaves, there would be no need to negotiate with him. Wouldn't it be slaves if we just took all the prisoners back? Don't ask why. Fang Jie raised a finger and shook it. Just do what we say. And you can get it out? Okay. We can get it out in this way. Very good. Fang Jie clapped his hands. After we finish the statistics, you can take your troops back. But Byron and those captains may have to stay in Kazakhstan for a few days. Bring your slaves to exchange. If you don't come after a month, they may work in the mines for the rest of their lives. And we will look for you again. So, you know? I nodded with a wry smile. After Shagger's statistics, a total of 774 infantrymen, 312 wolf riders, 8 mammoth war elephants, 123 of which were captain-level figures, were captured in this battle. In the end, there were a total of 1,541 slaves. The transaction was completed. Fang Jie packed all the hostages he needed to take away, the wolf, the mammoth war elephant, and the 2 jet flying dragons, and stuffed them into the cargo hold on the bottom floor of the spacecraft. The cabin was filled with more than 200 orc laborers rescued by the expedition team. Under the gaze of the enemy soldiers, who were stripped of their warm clothes, and the clear whistle of the Kirov prototype airship, they set off on their journey home. It only took 4 days for the Kirov airship to carry a large group of people back to Mir Village. The rest of the work was handed over to Sam's Mir Village Council, who asked them to start the population census. However, Fang Jie did not help build a residence this time, and it was all left to the orcs to solve by themselves. The technology of burning bricks and cement had been passed on to them, which happened to be able to develop the economy by using work instead of relief. As for the prisoners, although they were treated well, they all lived in the mines and worked as labor camps. They were guaranteed to have food and drink and not starve. And there were great gifts waiting for them. It was definitely more comfortable than living outside. Shagar was the busiest person among them. Not only did he have to deal with various government affairs every day, but he also had to train the new soldiers to cope with the population surge that might occur next month. And he had to guest star as a teacher from time to time. Fang Jie shook his head, secretly admiring himself for his foresight, and dumping all the things on Shagar early on. If he had been in that position, he would have quit long ago to protest against this 007 way of working. Although Shagar was tired every day after he came back, he was very pleased to see that his village had developed so well under his leadership. However, he did not know since when. Every household had set up a large jar, which contained something like black manure pit stones. After detailed inquiries, they said it was a delicacy. The enthusiastic villagers even made it specially for Shagar. Shagar could not get used to this strange food, so he had to politely refuse. As a result, when he returned to the underground palace for dinner at night, he found that this thing was also on the dining table of the underground palace, which almost made Shagar collapse. Chapter 137: The Funeral of a Hero. The next morning, when the sun just came out, the bright sunlight pierced through the cold mist and sprinkled on the city of Mil. A gentle and sad morning music spread throughout the city of Mil. A team dressed in neat black military uniforms and wearing expeditionary hats walked heavily through the square of Mill City and headed for the cemetery on the edge of Mill City. At the head of the team was an old woman wrapped in black gauze, with 2 other children, crying, while holding Ian's black and white portrait and moving forward. Behind them was a wooden coffin carried by Shagar, Brooke, Duncan, Colin and 6 others. The coffin was covered with a wrinkle-free Mir flag. Behind them were all the members of the expeditionary team, who were also dressed in neat black uniforms and holding many revolving rifles. They escorted the wooden coffin as if they were escorting a treasure. Behind the expeditionary army was a large team, including orcs and humans. All of them wore dark clothes and slowly followed the team. These were the citizens that Sam and Brooke had brought with them at the beginning. Many residents of Mill City were attracted by this scene and joined the team. They knew that a soldier who had sacrificed for Mill City had died. The team gradually grew larger, but no one spoke. There was no noise at the scene of hundreds of people, except for the heavy sorrow and the crying of the lady. There was no other noise. In the Mill City cemetery, little other side, whose face was covered by a carved black sand, had been standing here for a long time. Shagar and the other 6 people gently placed the coffin in front of Xiao Bayan. The ceremony began, and Xiao Bayan's ethereal voice sounded. Today we lost a brave guard, a hero who sacrificed for the people, a great Mir. You exchanged your sacrifice for our peace, and blocked the power of darkness from our sight. Your spirit, we will pass on from generation to generation, and your sacrifice, we will always remember. Your soul will go to the sanctuary, and your body will return to the earth. Dear Expedition member Ian Kepamir, may your soul rest in peace. Xiaoyu, who had been playing funeral music, flew to the coffin at the right time, put his hands together, closed his eyes, and said softly, "May you be like glass in the next life, pure and flawless." As Xiaoyu spoke clearly, a translucent soul sat up in the coffin, and his face could not be seen clearly, but everyone knew that it was Ian's soul. He went to his mother's side first, gently wiped away his mother's tears, and waved goodbye to his brothers and sisters. He became brighter and brighter, but he didn't want to leave yet. He raised his arm vigorously, and saluted in a standard military salute. His eyes swept through everyone in the expedition team, and finally stopped at the end of the expedition team, where Colin's face was already covered with tears. Nodding gently at him. "Fire a gun. Say goodbye to our comrades." Shagger's voice trembled, and he also gave Ian a standard military salute in return. All members of the expedition team lined up in 2 rows, with their long guns pointed 45 degrees upward to the sky. Bang! 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 Amid the thunderous gunshots, Ian smiled. The light on his body became brighter and brighter, but he became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a star, soaring into the sky, and disappeared into the sky. The thunderous gunshots continued. The wooden coffin slowly sank into the soil, and was replaced by a square stone with the words "People's Hero Ian Kepamir" engraved on it. Ian's mother and brothers and sisters burst into tears again, tears falling like rain. The people who came to see him off were also infected, and many of them wiped away their tears. Shagar gave the neatly folded Mir flag to Ian's mother, and also presented a first-class medal of honor. "Ma'am, don't worry. We will pay Ian's pension on time, and in full as promised. His brothers and sisters will also receive financial support from the Mill City Council until they reach adulthood." After saying that, he saluted Ian's mother solemnly. "Thank you. Thank you." Ian's mother knelt down with her 2 children in tears, expressing her gratitude. "This won't do. This won't do. Ian will come after us if he sees us. Get up quickly. These are what we should do." Shagar couldn't let the old man kneel down, and quickly helped him up. This scene was seen by everyone present. Invisibly, a thought of "I want to protect our homeland, work hard to protect our better life," emerged in the minds of these people. From today on, there will be an endless stream of people signing up for the militia patrol. The militia patrol also began to expand in large numbers, and was divided into 2 teams. One is the People's Patrol Team to maintain the public security of Mir City, responsible for internal order, and the other is the Mir People's Expeditionary Force to resist foreign invasion, responsible for external operations. Compared with the outside Mir City, the interior of the Pamir Underground Palace is much quieter. Several little guys in the Underground Palace all mixed into the funeral procession, and the Underground Palace suddenly became much quieter. Xiaobai fell asleep a few days before the flight, but Fangjie was afraid that she would wake up in the middle of the flight, so he carefully moved her nest to the airship. As a result, Xiaobai did not wake up all the way. Until now, Xiaowabao was promoting the growth of crystal ice barley at the top of Mir Peak. She quite likes to eat this crop. Miss Xinyu did not run around, but she was fascinated by fairy tales during this period. She originally read them to the little tentacles when she was taking care of him, but she fell in love with them unknowingly, and could not stop. When Fangjie was free, he learned to make something called white cake with Jamie. It looked good, a bit like the rice cake in his previous life. After making it, this white cake was crystal clear, not white at all. According to Jamie himself, this was because the quality of Fangjie's ice barley was so good that it basically reached the tribute level. Regarding this, Fangjie was not surprised at all. It was unreasonable that the crop studied and cultivated by 2 god-level agricultural scientists could not reach this level. This crystal cake is very worthy of its appearance. It tastes a little cold, chewy and delicious. It tastes even better after being chilled. Once it was launched, it was deeply loved by the naughty children in the Underground Palace. It became everyone's regular snack together with the honey thief lizard. In order to repay Jamie for sharing the recipe, Fangjie generously sponsored him a crystal cake shop. However, the high price of 10 yuan apiece made everyone a little discouraged. Fangjie completely finished the airship. The interior of the airship is decorated in a minimalist style. In order to reduce the weight to the maximum extent, Fangjia basically used the lightest and most durable materials while ensuring comfort. The exterior was painted with blue and white camouflage, and it looked like a huge cloud flying in the sky. After nearly a month of peace, at the end of the month, a huge cavalry team broke into the cordon of Mir City. This was a large team, most of whom were ragged orc slaves carrying large and small bags. Behind the large team were animal carts carrying various animals. There were 4 Yek flying dragons hovering in the sky. But when they entered the territory of Mir City, they seemed to be frightened, extremely uneasy, and their altitude became lower and lower. And finally they simply lay on the ground and did not move. The knight riding on one of the Yek dragons was Ian. Seeing the Yek dragon like this, he knew that it must have entered the range of Kepamir. Looking at the towering Mir peak from a distance, Ian shouted to the chieftain in front of him, "Klein Barbarian Bull, Lord Klein, we should have entered the range of Kepamir. I told you before that they have a purebred dragon that can transform, so the Yek dragon dare not get closer." Then changed to the warg. Klein's voice was as burly and rugged as his body. "Enoch, be on guard all around. Let's go down." Enoch Barbarian was the guard of Chieftain Klein, the first warrior of the Barbarian clan. He had a huge wound on his left eye, which went directly from the eye to the cheek. "Understood." Enoch's voice was also rugged. The 3 of them got off the Jek flying dragon and switched to the warg. Now they could finally move on. Although the snow here was thick, it did not hinder the warg from moving forward. After leaving the main group and moving forward for a while, we could see the black houses at the bottom of the Mir Peak. Although most of the roofs were covered with snow, they were still very conspicuous in the white snow. They were completely different from the tents in their tribes. And they didn't even have walls. Stupid. They are like lambs to be slaughtered. They have removed all defenses and are waiting for others to attack. Enoch looked at this peaceful village and sneered, and raised his eyebrows provocatively at Ian. "I really don't understand how a certain liar lost to such a lamb village army. Great chief, give me 1,000 people, I will flatten this village. They should pay the price for kidnapping Byron, instead of begging for peace like a stray dog." As a member of the Annex tribe, Ian has some strength to sit in his position. He has won several good victories in a row, recovered several tribes, and successfully threatened Enoch's position as the first warrior. So Enoch is very unhappy with Ian. And this time he caused the chief's eldest son to be captured, which made Enoch even more dissatisfied with him. Ian took a deep breath. "I've said it many times, they have weapons beyond our imagination. There are bows and arrows that can emit thunder. There are super war fortresses that can fly in the sky. Yes, there are also weapons that can smash mammoths to pieces. A liar is a liar. Where is that flying war fortress? Where is it? Why can't I see it?" Enoch was still mocking Ian. But what responded to him was the stone jumping up from the ground in front of him, and at the same time, bang, a gunshot rang out. And Enoch was so frightened that he almost fell off the frightened wolf. "Don't move. Put down your weapons. You are surrounded." More than 30 white figures stood up from the white snow and surrounded the 3 people in an instant. Even the chieftain Klein was startled, and he pulled the leash of the wolf, and it stopped. I am really not suitable for writing sensational parts. I always feel that there is a little difference. Crying? Chapter 138 Labor Changes Destiny. Woo! Don't get excited. Don't get excited. We are here to find your chieftain. Shagar. Ian took off his helmet immediately and signaled Colin not to shoot. "Chieftain? Shagar?" Colin raised his gun and looked at Ian, who took off his helmet, and said to the other guards, "Others, continue to be on guard. Open your eyes." After that, he pointed to the bushes that were almost invisible under the snow and said to Ian and the other 2, "There is a city ahead. Unregistered wolves are not allowed to ride in, and weapons are not allowed to be brought in. You can tie them to the evergreen bushes over there." After a month of training, Colin joined the expeditionary army with outstanding results and the youngest age. Now his eyes are no longer confused, but full of strength and determination. "Let's tie the wolf to the grass. Aren't you afraid that the grass will be killed by our wolf?" Enoll looked at Colin with disdain. "Then you can try it. I believe you will gain something different. To be honest, I can't wait to see it." Colin glared back at Enoll without showing any weakness. An old wolf also looked at Colin with fierce eyes, bared its teeth, and looked ready to attack. Colin glared at Enoll without fear and said, "Take care of your wolf. If you can't, then I don't mind helping you." Seeing the 2 of them butting heads, even Chieftain Klein couldn't stand it. "Enoll, Chieftain Klein gave Enola a look. Enola patted his wolf gently, making the wolf give up the intention of attacking. He tied the wolf's leash to the thin-looking bush. Only then did he realize that this bush was extremely tough. He wanted to tear the bush apart with all his strength to mock Colin, but even with all his strength, the seemingly soft bush was not damaged at all. Mere village council house. Report. Colin brought Ein and the other two to Shagar. Come in. Shagar was reviewing documents at his desk. He had a lot to do these past 2 days, including building a water tower and a brick and cement factory. The three of them are from the barbarian bull tribe that was defeated some time ago. They want to see you, Colin said, and he glanced at Enola provocatively. You? Enola glared at Colin angrily again, but was stopped by Klein next to him. Hello. You must be Shagar, the chief of the Mere tribe. And I am Klein, the chief of the barbarian bull tribe. Klein gave an orc salute to Shagar behind the table, then stood up straight and said with a bit of pride. Shagar did not return the salute, but nodded to Colin. Colin saluted Shagar with a standard military salute, turned around, and left Shagar's office. Hello. I am Shagar, the acting mayor of Mere City, and the orc representative. Shagar acted casually, and said to Klein at this time. You only came with 3 people? It seems that there is a big gap with our agreement. Shagar even looked behind the 3 of them. Asshole. This is our chieftain, not an orc slave. Enola couldn't hold it anymore. His whole body turned red, and he was about to go berserk. He was holding his breath everywhere after coming here, which had already brought him to the edge of going berserk. Shagar quickly jumped over from behind the table, grabbed Enola's hand and twisted it, and directly subdued Enola with a joint twist, and kicked him in the popliteal fossa, forcing the big orc to kneel on the ground, defeating the enemy with one move, and the whole action was extremely smooth. The guards outside, including Colin, rushed forward, all raising their guns at Klein and Ian. Don't move. Although Shagar's hands looked very slender, they were extremely powerful. Her skin also turned from pale to pink, which was a sign of her frenzy. Roar! Roar! Enola, who had fallen into madness, was not as powerful as Shagar, and was subdued by Shagar. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. We are here to negotiate, not to fight. Ion stood between Klein and the guards the moment Shagar attacked, stopping Klein, who was about to attack. It was fine for Enola to attack, but if Klein, as the chieftain, also attacked, the 2 tribes would fight to the death. Okay, put down your guns, they are not a threat. Shagar didn't even look at Klein and Ion, but just signaled the guards to put down their guns. If an orc goes berserk and loses his mind, it will cause unnecessary damage, so I stopped him. Klein and Ian were stunned. It was the first time they saw an orc who could go berserk on his own and still talk to others rationally. Okay, who is this guy? He has such a hot temper? He can't control his emotions and runs around. What if he steps on flowers and plants? Enola's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Shagar felt that one hand was a little bit powerless, so he added another hand and suppressed Enola again. He is the most hot-tempered warrior in our tribe. Ain reluctantly told Shagar about Enola's identity. The first warrior? Why does it feel so weak? Are you using strength to determine who is the first? Shagar didn't see what this man was so strong about. She thought that this man was just stronger than other orcs, and his combat skills were probably not as good as those of the Mill City Patrol. Well, if he holds a battle axe and rides a wolf, he is still very powerful. Klein was also a little embarrassed. His number 1 warrior was taken down in an instant, and he had no ability to resist. At this time, the ground began to deform, and metal emerged from the ground, directly wrapping up Enola. Perhaps because his roar was annoying, he blocked his mouth, leaving the frenzied orc man with only whimpering sounds. When Shagar saw Fangia taking action, he let go of Enola and exited the frenzy. Don't look at me like that. Fortunately, I took action. If the person behind me took action, you probably wouldn't have seen him. Shagar clapped his hands and tidied his desk. All right. Let him calm down. When his frenzy disappears, he will be released naturally. What is the purpose of your 3 coming here this time? Can you tell me? We have prepared the slaves you want, but because we don't have enough slaves, we came here early. We want to discuss with you whether we can use other things to replace slaves. Klein's tone softened at this time. Oh, so that's it. You should have said so earlier. We welcome you very much. Shagar also smiled. Where is it? Can we take a look? Klein was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Shagar to agree so readily. I want to see the prisoners you captured first, especially Byron. I hope you have fulfilled your promise to treat the prisoners well. Oh, okay. Guards. Go to the mine and call Byron over. Shagar said loudly to the guards outside. Yes. The guard replied to Shagar and left. Okay. Sit down and wait for them to come. What would you like to drink? We have tea and coffee. Shagar took out 2 cups from the tea room and placed them in front of Klein and Ian. Klein was a little hesitant and didn't say anything. Ian said generously, "Tea. Thank you." Ian took the tea from Shagar and drank a sip. The refreshing taste spread between his lips and teeth. He had seen this kind of treatment on the Flying Steel Fortress. Shagar didn't ask Klein any more questions, and poured him a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. Report. Representative Shagar. Number 025 Byron is here. The guard's voice sounded at this time. And Byron, wearing horizontal black and white stripes, stood behind the guard. Byron! Are you okay? Klein stood up immediately. After all, he was his son, and he still cared about him. Great Chief. I'm fine. I apologize for my ignorance before. Byron looked good. Although he had to work in the mines for 8 hours a day, he also had to attend an hour-long class at night. In addition, he would occasionally attend psychological exchange meetings. He ate well and slept well. He felt stronger than before. Klein and Ian were surprised by the first words they said when they met. What was even more surprising was that Byron bowed to Shagar and said, "Thank you, Representative Shagar. I have been taken care of by everyone during this period. In particular, please help me thank Miss Xiaoyu. If it weren't for her help, I might not be able to get out of the psychological shadow." Shagar just smiled and said nothing, leaving the time to Klein and Ian. Ian saw Byron's face full of disbelief. Is this still the narrow-minded eldest son of the great chief, who only cares about gaining fame and fortune? In just 1 month, he seemed to have become a different person. Didn't they beat you? Klein stepped forward and pulled Byron to look left and right, but did not find any signs of injury. What are you talking about? Father? They don't beat people. The most terrible punishment may be confinement in a small dark room. Generally speaking, they will only ask someone to teach you until you can correctly recognize your mistakes. Byron scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Besides that, we have to take exams. If we fail, we have to take remedial classes. This is the most painful thing. I failed the exams twice in a row. But anyway, I feel reborn here. Here I feel that everything is so beautiful. There is no violence, no bloodshed, no sacrifice. And even the air is so fresh and natural. Now it seems that we were so naive before. Why did we go out to fight? Working hard, developing peacefully, and helping each other to achieve win-win results are the true kingly ways." Crane secretly pulled Ian, who was standing beside him. "Are you sure they just scared Byron and didn't ask the necromancer to replace my son's soul?" "I don't know either." Ian was also at a loss for words. He was really not sure if there was such magic here. On the other side, Shagar was outside the house, watching Byron and his son talking inside. He was also very curious and secretly asked Fangjia, "What tricks did you use? How come you look like a different person when you come out?" Chapter 139 Receiving Supplies. Fangjia's voice came from the bottom of his heart. "It's not a difficult trick. Byron was mentally unstable at the time, so I used the torture aura in the confinement black room to directly break through his psychological defenses. Then let Xiaoyu play the role of a psychologist, healed his psychological trauma, and in this process, it is easier to reshape his worldview." Shagar's eyes widened. "This is a good idea. If all the people who come to Mill City are sent to be reshaped, then she will have nothing to do. Don't try to be lazy. Unless you are a few extremists, don't use this method. To be honest, I feel that we have overdone it with Byron. So for the people, the most reliable thing is to identify with him from the bottom of their hearts. Fangjia doesn't even need to use Soul Echo to know what Shagar is thinking." TSK. Shagar pouted in dissatisfaction. "Report. Shagar representative. The barbarian bulls are coming." Just at this time, the guards reported the arrival of the orcs to Shagar. Shagar stepped forward and clapped his hands, interrupting the conversation between Klein and Byron. "Dear Chieftain Klein, now that you see that your son is fine, are you ready to continue to fulfill our agreement?" Klein nodded. "Thank you for taking care of Byron. This time we brought a total of 1,176 slaves, and we plan to replace the remaining 365 with exotic beasts. Ian told me that you seem to like these monsters very much. Outside the Mir village cordon, a large group of ragged orcs were being escorted by a group of orc warriors to rest in place. Opposite them were the Mir village warriors on guard, wearing birdbeak masks and standing straight like javelins. Motionless. The orc warriors in charge of escorting were standing together in groups of 3 or 5, rubbing their hands and jumping their feet, and occasionally casting curious glances at the upright Mir expeditionary team members. In addition to these people wearing birdbeak masks, there was also a strange human who attracted the attention of these orcs. That was Xiao Bian, who was wearing a black hollow lace princess dress on a snowy day. She was extremely conspicuous on the white snow. She was waiting to examine the refugees. Everyone, be prepared to receive refugees in an orderly manner. After a while, Shagar brought Chief Klein and 3 others to the cordon of Mill City and ordered the orderly reception of refugees. Yes, the soldiers of the expedition were all well-trained warriors. They immediately stepped forward to guide these orcs, who had experienced hardships and dangers, to register and disinfect and treat them. Once a patient with fever or black spots was found, they were immediately isolated and then waited for Xiao Bian's treatment. Shagar mainly checked the exotic beasts worth more than 300 orcs in the back. Most of them were 2-horned milk beasts that the orcs often herded, and there were also a few wolves and mammoths. What surprised Shagar was that there were more than a dozen minotaurs in these cages, although it was a bit disappointing overall. Most of them were resources needed by Mir City, so Shagar did not make things difficult for Klein and Ian. As for Klein, he was very curious and watched the soldiers of the expedition team isolate the patients. They are checking for plague, which humans also call the witch's curse. That is Little Bien, an expert in epidemic prevention. I have learned a lot here during this period, such as what pathogens are. This disease spreads very quickly. As long as one person is infected, basically everyone in the village will not be able to escape. It is also very deadly, and the death is miserable. So, Chief, for the sake of the residents of your tribe, no matter how much it costs, you need to ask them to eradicate this disease. Byron knelt on one knee, begging his father, with the greatest courtesy of an orc. This Klein didn't expect Byron to say that. Some people in the barbarian bull tribe have already shown this symptom. It is indeed as miserable as Byron said, but they simply burn the bodies. For these orcs who eat raw meat and drink blood, they either die on the battlefield or on the way to the battlefield. Okay, let's do as you say. I go talk to Chief Shagar. Finally, Klein gave in. Byron said again, I have seen too many miracles here, and understood too many truths, so I want to go back to the tribe and organize a group of orcs to come here to learn their advanced system and knowledge. I hope the chief can agree. You? Klein looked at the determined, neither humble nor overbearing, familiar yet strange son in front of him, and was speechless for a moment. Come back to the tribe with me first. Your mother misses you. Yes. Byron stood up, not looking at his father again, but at little Byron, who was treating everyone with a friendly smile. Klein found Shagar, who was counting supplies again. Shagar, the representative of the Mir tribe. Klein uttered the word representative with some difficulty. We want to form an alliance with you, and then ask you to send the human who can eliminate the disease to help us fight the witch's curse. Many of us have been infected. Oh, we can discuss the alliance. But if you want little other shore, it may not be possible. She is our returning goddess, a sacred and inviolable existence. We have no right to ask her to do anything. Shagar thought and shook his head. She is a goddess? Klein opened his eyes wide again. Since the disappearance of the god Kato, they have not seen other gods. No wonder. No wonder you can develop so quickly. What weapons have you never seen before? I will go and beg her in person. Klein was about to go find little Byron. Shagar couldn't let him steal the wall of the great underground palace like this. He immediately stopped Klein. No! Chief Klein, you can't go to her like this. Why? She is a kind goddess. She will definitely agree if I beg her. Representative Shagar, do you want to monopolize the goddess's favor? Klein frowned. Just like that, Shagar and Klein had an argument, which also attracted little Byron's attention. What happened? Xiao Bian thought that Klein and Shagar were fighting, so he snapped his fingers, and countless vines appeared on the ground, and instantly wrapped Klein up. When the other orcs saw that the chieftain was captured, they thought that they were attacked by Shagar, and they also drew their weapons to attack. Just when the expeditionary force on alert raised their guns, and were about to shoot, Shagar and Klein's voices rang out at the same time. Don't shoot. This is a misunderstanding. Don't do it. This is a misunderstanding. Huh? Seeing that the two sides did not fight, Klein and Shagar breathed a sigh of relief. Little Bayan, put him down quickly, we are not fighting. Woo. Little Bayan stood beside Shagar, stuck out his tongue, and put Klein down. Sorry. Sorry. He wants you to help them get rid of the plague. It seems that the epidemic in their tribe is quite serious. Woo. I have no problem, but I need Fangjia to nod his head. I don't want to be locked up in the small dark room to write as self-criticism. Little Bayan shook his head in distress. See, her parents don't agree, Shagar said helplessly to Klein. Klein didn't believe Shagar's statement that Little Bayan had parents. He just kept begging Little Bayan, which caused Little Bayan a lot of trouble. But in the end, Little Bayan couldn't give him a definite answer. After dinner, Little Bayan found Fangjia, who was working on precision gears, and told Fangjia about the situation and ideas he had learned. Well, so you want to help them with their treatment, right? Fangjia put down the work in his hands. These days, he has been dealing with Xiao Bai's differential engine. This thing is too precise. In order to ensure its accuracy, Fangjia had to deal with it bit by bit. Yeah, I can save some. I think it's better to save some. Okay, if you want to go so badly, go ahead, but safety is the most important thing. Let Xiao Yu drive the airship to take you there, and call Lostia. I feel quite relieved to have her as your bodyguard. Xiao Bayan opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect Fangjia to agree so easily. By the way, aren't you going to call your sister? She is studying those Minotaur, the official name of the Minotaur, with great enthusiasm. I think it's better not to disturb her. Minotaur. Fangjia had no interest in it. When he took it, he tried it. None of them could trigger the blood contract. They looked a little silly. They were completely different from the talking Minotaur king he saw when he was just a stone. Okay. Then you go by yourself. The airship just needs a lot of testing after it's built. So you guys can help me test the airship while you're there. In addition, we need to test a new thing. Which is this little gadget. Fong explained as he picked up a square box from the workbench next to him and handed it to Xiao Bayan. What is this? Xiao Bayan took the box with some confusion. This is a Nixie tube telegraph. A little gadget that Xiao Bai made some time ago. It can be used for long-distance information exchange. In order for it to work well, I also built a signal tower on the Mere Peak. This time, the task for you to take it is to see what the maximum combat radius of this transmitter is. Fangjia pointed to another iron box on the table and said, they are a pair. They can communicate after being powered on. I have put the manual in the box. You will know when you try it on the airship. The transmitter with a Morse code is simply a magical tool. This way, you can command air units from the ground. Great. Great. The steady Xiao Bayan actually came forward and kissed Fangjia on the face. Then jumped and ran to find Xiao Yu. Fangjia touched his face, shook his head, and continued to work. The differential engine was almost finished. He estimated that when Xiao Bai woke up again, he would be able to see a complete differential engine. However, Fangjia had not worked for a few minutes when he saw the little tentacle crawling in with an uneasy look. Chapter 140 Winter Expedition Part 3. Poochie. Poochie. Fangjia. I want to go. Fangjia glanced at the little tentacle. Where to? Poochie. With Lottie. No. You're too naughty. Poochie. My obedient little tentacle's black oily eyes began to accumulate tears. I don't want to be left behind by them. Fangjia reluctantly put down the precision gear in his hand. He knew what the little tentacle was thinking. This time Xiao Yu was the driver, Lostia was the bodyguard. The three kings of the underground palace were both going. She was the only one left, so she was a little envious. Fangjia hated to see the little girl cry. He put down the work in his hands and picked up the little tentacle that was wiping tears. You can go, but you must listen to Xiao Bayan, and don't bite people casually, they are not your snacks. If you can't do that, I will never let you go out to play again. Fong Pudgy. Fangjia. Really? The little tentacle widened his black oily eyes, and said a word excitedly. You spoke? Say it again for me. Fangjia was also a little surprised. Poochie? What? The little tentacle didn't react. It's the Fong just now. Come and say it with me. Fangjia. Fangjia was ready to strike while the iron was hot. Poochie. Fangjia. No. No. If you say it nicely, I let you go. Hurry up, do it again, Fang Jie. Fang Jie used his ultimate move. Wu Pudgy Poo. The little tentacle was anxious now. It tried to make a lot of strange sounds from its throat, and its tentacles turned red. Fang Jie also widened his eyes, looking at the little tentacle, looking forward to the little tentacle saying its first word. Puff Fu Fa Fa. Jijia. Feiji Pudgy. The little tentacle finally spoke out. Fang Jie, I said it was rough. Fang Jie covered his face and smiled bitterly. It was good enough to make the sound of Feiji. Forget it. Forget it, you passed the test. Go find Luodi and the others. Remember to listen to Xiao Bian. If she comes back and tells me that you are not good, then you will never go out again. Great. Pudgy. The pronunciation is so accurate. Everyone can say these two words. Just like those tubers who just learn Chinese and act cute. Fang Jie was speechless. The little tentacles were all led astray by them. No. Great. The little tentacles stuck out their cute little tongues and ran to find Xiao Bian. On the other side, Xiao Bian put the Nixie tube transmitter in Xiuyo's cab. Under Xiuyo's gaze, the power of the telegraph was turned on, and the special antenna was connected. The Nixie tube on the iron box immediately lit up, emitting a soft orange light. Wow! What is this? It looks so advanced. Xiaoyu came up with great interest. Fang explained that this is a telegraph machine. It looks pretty good. He said there is an instruction manual. Let me take a look. Xiao Bian picked up the instruction manual next to him. Turn on the switch first. Then adjust the frequency. Then you can receive radio signals. Xiao Bian held up the instruction manual and operated it. After a while, there was an electric current sound from the telegraph machine, and a dripping sound. Here it comes! Here it comes! Xiao Bian listened to the beeping sound inside with surprise, while recording it with paper and pen. This is a test. Fang explained that it was a test. What should we reply? Yeah, I need to reply to Xiaoyu at this time. Got it. Xiaoyu also became interested, and lay directly on Xiao Bian's shoulder. Xiaoyu got it. Xiao Bian sent out the Morse code word by word seriously. After waiting for a while, the transmitter came again. Beep beep. S voice. Received. The task is to test the communication distance tomorrow. Ah, our task for tomorrow, to test the communication distance. Xiao Bian was a little surprised. This is simply an epic-making invention. Xiaoyu also liked it very much. With this thing, she can communicate with Fang Jie and the others remotely. The next morning, Xiao Bian took Xiaoyu, Luostia, and Xiao Chusho to the airship. Klein and Byron, riding the Yek flying dragon, became the guides. As for Ein, he stayed behind to lead the team transporting supplies. On the way, Luostia kept lying by the window and looking at the scenery outside. He could also see the two flying freely Yek dragons from a distance, which made Luostia envious. This was an ability Luostia wanted to get back even in his dreams. Little Bian and Little Tentacle were in the communication room, testing the transmission distance. Every 10 minutes, they sent a message to Fang Jie to see how far away the communication would be interrupted. The speed of the airship driven by Xiaoyu this time was not very fast. It could only be considered an economic cruising speed, because the boiler was no longer fueled by Fang Jie, but by the coal burned by the black people. In order to carry enough coal for navigation, the airship sacrificed a lot of space and carrying capacity. Klein and Byron were flying side by side in front, and the speed was not very fast. Even if Klein had flown dozens of kilometers, he would still look back from time to time to see the huge airship flying in the sky. Byron, can their weapons really bring down thunder? Of course, father, they call that weapon a fortress cannon, and the airship can carry 8 of them, but they didn't bring that weapon this time. Byron explained to his father as he flew. Now he was almost a Milton. It's a miracle that such a big thing could fly. It's worthy of being a town protected by God, if we can also have such a powerful weapon. The people of the Rock Tribe will never be our opponent. Klein looked at the big guy behind him with envy. Father, if you want such weapons, you have to listen to me. First, you have to change your aggressive and plundering ways, build friendly relations with them, send specialized personnel to them to learn professional techniques and advanced systems. These things are more valuable than those 100 fortress cannons. To be honest, the management level of our tribe now is completely incomparable to that of Mill City. Byron was still instilling the values of the Mill Village into his father. Well, I think you have grown up a lot during your absence. Maybe it's time to hand over some things in the tribe to you. Klein couldn't help but sighed. Byron, who was standing by, curled his lips slightly. 2 days later, the Sky Team successfully arrived at the Bull City, where the Bull clan was located. Bull City was built on a hill. The city was quite large. The entire clan had at least 3,000 to 4,000 people. And there were many surrendered tribes around. The entire barbarian Bull City looked like a randomly built settlement, with no planning at all. All the residents' houses were clustered around the building in the center that looked like a bull's head. When the airship appeared above the barbarian Bull clan, it was simply stunning, and the orcs kept worshipping the airship. And Klein even advertised to his people that he had brought a goddess who could save them, but when little other Shore appeared in front of the orcs, he still suffered a lot of criticism from them. The reason is that Little Bayan's appearance is somewhat unlike the god Kato worshipped by the orcs, and more like a human. However, Little Bayan doesn't care about these issues. She came out this time just to treat the plague and improve her reputation. If they don't cooperate, she has no obligation to ask them to treat her. After the unique banquet of the barbarian Bull tribe, Little Bayan successfully opened a small clinic in the barbarian Bull settlement and started a 20-day epidemic prevention work. As for those orcs who complained, they were suppressed by Klein with a strong attitude. Xiao Yu drove the airship to conduct flight tests, recording various flight postures and problems encountered. After playing with the telegraph for a few days, the signal was finally lost when the Bull City was in sight. Xiao Yu estimated that the location was about 300 kilometers away. Zayakusha and Lostia played around the Bull settlement during the day, climbing trees to catch birds, digging holes to catch insects, and there was nothing they dared not do. Some orcs wanted to attack them, but because of the existence of Byron and Klein, the orcs who wanted to attack them did not have a good ending. The 20-day medical work was going well, but 2 days before the end, the sound of war drums came from outside the Bull City. The whole Mania City was in a state of emergency, but it didn't affect Little Bayan much. She still eliminated the plague and watched the show. On the other hand, Lostia and Little Tentacle, these two naughty kids, happily went around to join in the fun. A ragged and dusty defeated general was brought into Mania City from outside the city. This was the war chief of the Mania clan. He was not in a very good condition. A huge wound extended from the abdomen to the thigh. The barbarian Bull tribe's own witch doctor had no way to deal with such injuries. He could only sprinkle some wood ash on the wound and wrap it up. Little Bayan stared at their witch doctor's treatment in amazement, and always felt that his teeth were hurting. Klein originally wanted to ask Little Bayan for help, but was sternly rejected by Little Bayan. They came to help fight the epidemic, and would not participate in their dispute. But no matter what, the general still fulfilled his obligations. Before he died, he told Klein about the deployment of the Rock Force. A piece of news here caught Little Bayan's attention. A death sacrifice appeared in the Rock tribe? Summon the Death Army? Little Bayan, who was curing the plague for a patient, stared at Little Tentacle and Lostia, who went out to inquire about the news. Chapter 141 Tribal War. Yeah, that's what the returning war chief said. They were almost winning, but a death priest suddenly appeared on the other side, who could revive all the dead warriors on the battlefield as undead, so they lost the battle. Lostia said, while holding the Little Tentacle. When the Little Tentacle in her arms heard about reviving the undead, it raised its tentacles and put on a vicious expression. The Little Tentacle still can't forget the humiliation of being scared by the skeleton. Could it be the necromancers from the Rift Abyss? Yes, it's possible. After all, I haven't heard any news about the dead in other places except that place. Lostia tilted her head and thought for a while. These people are really annoying. Plague and war. What on earth do they want to do? Xiao Bayan's head hurt. After thinking for a long time, he decided to contact Fang Jia and the others. So he wrote a letter and stuffed it into the cute little black messenger sitting on the windowsill of the small clinic. The black messenger also gave Xiao Bayan an okay gesture, and then floated away. Before we get Fang Jia's order, you two must not act on your own. You can stand and watch from a distance, but you must not get involved in the battle. Understand? Xiao Bayan said to Lostia and the Little Tentacle in a serious tone. Yeah. Lostia nodded, and took the Little Tentacle out to continue watching the orcs fight. When he received Xiao Yu's message, Fang Jia was doing the final assembly work on the differential engine. When Fang Jia saw the message that a death priest who could summon the dead appeared on the battlefield, he immediately took it seriously. He responded to Xiao Yu without hesitation, and let the expedition team sit back and watch the fight, determine the location of the death priest, and wait until the barbarian bulls could no longer resist. Then help, and use a thunderbolt to end the battle. to demonstrate the most powerful deterrent power of Capamir, and at the same time capture the Death Priest. Xiao Huabao was relieved when she received the news. With Fang Jie's order, things would be easy to handle. Anyway, she had almost finished the work of eliminating the epidemic, so she watched leisurely from the side. Attack the city. Woo! The other side blew the attack horn first. Many violent orc warriors roared ferociously and charged towards the barbarian bull settlement. The barbarian bull settlement relied on the external city walls to use long-range weapons to consume the enemy's manpower. But the inherent advantage in numbers gave the rock tribe the upper hand. They had a sufficient population, and heavy weapons such as mammoth siege weapons and catapults. Every launch would pose a considerable threat to the walls of the barbarian bull settlement. In addition, the mammoths carried huge siege towers directly on the top of the city wall, which made the battle on the city wall even more intense. Byron had already ridden his Yek flying dragon to join the battle. This flying dragon could not spit fire, but it could spit out an acidic liquid, so its lethality was still very considerable. The archers of the rock village were not the kind of troops, like the mere expeditionary force, that could accurately strike at a distance of hundreds of meters. The effective distance of the arrow shot out was at most 100 meters, and that was in a tailwind state. Therefore, Byron's Jet Dragon can fly at a higher position and contain the orc troops below. However, the rock army is not without a solution. A guy wrapped in black rags appeared on the huge siege machine where they beat drums. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 5 green undead spirits. They screamed and rushed towards Byron's Jet Dragon. Their screams could pierce people's eardrums, not to mention the Jet Dragon. So Byron had no choice but to ride the Jet Dragon and fight with these undead spirits. Xiao Bian, who had been watching everything from the inner city wall, happened to see the scene of the necromancer priest summoning the dead through a monocular telescope. "I found you, bastard. Yo, you even summoned the dead banshee. If Xiao Yu saw this, you would be dead." Fang Jie couldn't stop it. The dead banshee was artificially created. They tortured living women, made them die in agony, and then imprisoned their souls. They looked a bit like the little black man. Not only the dead banshee, the death priest waved his hand, countless dead bodies stood up, mixed with the soldiers of the rock tribe, and continued to charge towards the barbarian bull settlement fearlessly. And because those corpses had just died, their flesh was still fresh. Such corpses did not care whether their muscles would be torn or not. They attacked with the greatest force every time. Therefore, the rock tribe, which already had an advantage, was about to break through the city gate. If they were allowed to rush into the settlement, the consequences would be disastrous. "Lord Manjusaka, I beg you, help us." Klein came again. This was the third time he came to Little Other Side since the war began. "We are willing to submit to the rule of Mill City, as long as you help us drive away these invaders." Little Bian looked at the front line. It seemed that the battle was almost over. If the battle continued, the rock tribe would unilaterally massacre the tribesmen of the barbarian bull settlement. She finally stood up and headed for the battlefield. "Okay. Remember your promise. Quick! Blow the horn for counterattack. Our reinforcements are coming." Seeing that Little Bian had given in, Klein excitedly asked his men to blow the largest horn in the barbarian bull settlement. Woo! In an instant, the low horn sound spread throughout the battlefield. When the Bull Clan soldiers who were confronting the Rock Clan on the outer city wall heard this, they immediately cheered excitedly. "Our reinforcements are coming! Our reinforcements are coming!" The Rock Clan soldiers, who were fighting, felt a chill in their hearts. They did not expect that the Bull Clan had a backup plan. They immediately formed fortifications and put the dead bodies in front. As the gate of the inner city wall slowly opened, a woman in a black skirt in the middle of winter and a pink-haired little girl holding a monster toy appeared in everyone's sight. This made the cheering barbarian bull soldiers all silent, as if a bucket of ice water was poured on their heads, instantly chilling them to the bone. "Why did you run out? We want reinforcements." "Reinforcements? What's the use of women and children?" The silent barbarian bull soldiers all thought sadly. The soldiers who were carefully forming a formation for defense almost burst out laughing. "Is this your reinforcement? Women and children? Go! Crush them!" Little Bian said nothing, ignoring the dead soldiers rushing towards her, and walked with calmness and elegance. And the tents around were gently blown up by the breeze. This breeze gently caressed the faces of everyone present as Little Bian walked. Death came quietly, without any signs, without any special effects. The corpses moved slower and slower, finally fell to the ground. Mold colonies climbed up their cheeks. Their eyeballs began to turn white rapidly, their muscles withered, and finally the whole withered corpses shattered on the ground like a mummy, and then blood-red bien flowers bloomed on these remains. Little Bien smiled, and countless bright red bien flowers grew under his feet, red as if blood. Lostia followed little Higgin and squatted down from time to pick 2 beautiful Higgin flowers and put them in her ears. The little tentacle also broke off 2 flowers, but she put them directly in her mouth. As little Higgin approached, the living rock warriors were aging, becoming thin. Their hair turned gray and sparse, and they coughed up bloody teeth. Their weapons also became extremely heavy and could not be swung at all. At this time, they could not run away. Even the armor they wore became an unbearable weight, crushing them to the point of breaking their bones. The barbarian soldiers, who had been splashed with cold water, opened their mouths wide, with a look of disbelief. Most of them had seen little Bien before. They had originally thought that she was a human slave loved by the chief and his eldest son, Byron. Many people looked down on her. If it weren't for the pressure from the chief that made them hold back their dissatisfaction in their hearts, then they would probably be lying on the ground now. These soldiers immediately knelt on the ground, knelt down to little Bien, muttered repentance, and begged for little Bien's forgiveness. The soldier who just mocked them for being useless fainted. Little Bien ignored them. She knew some skills of soul echo, but she was too generous to bother with them. They were just a bunch of barbarians. Lostia was also a little surprised. This was the first time she saw little Bien using her ability. Generally speaking, little Bien would summon black vines. She had never seen her attack methods. This move surprised not only the orcs, but also her. The necromancer priest on the opposite side frowned deeply. Just a moment ago, he felt a pure breath of death passing by his face, and then the lively battlefield seemed to be strangled, no more sound. When the outer wall gate of the barbarian bull tribe was crushed by the black vines that suddenly appeared, little Bien and Lostia stood in the encirclement of the rock tribe. You have been surrounded. The necromancer on the opposite side, who pretended to be a ghost, immediately came down and knelt down to beg for mercy. Lostia stood in front of little Bien, imitation Fong Jia's way of sticking out her waist, and shouting to the necromancer on the opposite side. Poochie poochie. The opposite side. Surrounded? Surrender? The little tentacle also jumped down to make trouble. Ha ha ha. Surround me? Just you. A woman and a child. The necromancer laughed. Although I don't know what your strange dark magic is, but you alone may not be able to surround me. Orcs, for your glory. Go! Ah! The orcs beat their armor and rushed toward Xiao Bian, and the other 2 again. But when they were more than 10 meters away from Xiao Bian, they all aged and died. The bodies piled up together. This scene scared the warriors of rock. They retreated involuntarily. Damn it! It's the goddess of death. Didn't she disappear? The necromancer was shocked and shouted immediately. Summon the dead? The people who had just fallen in front of little Beyond did not react at all. They did not stand up like before and attack the enemy again. Bone-tied. When the necromancer saw that summoning the dead was useless, he immediately changed his attack method. A large number of skeletons crawled out from the ground, including orcs, wolves, beasts, and mammoths, and they howled and rushed towards little Beyond again. And he quickly ran away. Chapter 142. The Source of the Plague. The walls of the barbarian bull city were full of orcs. As long as they could move, they basically stood on the walls. They looked at the various skeletons rushing towards them like a wave, with panic on their faces, which formed a sharp contrast with the little other short Lostia, who calmly faced the wave of skeletons under the wall. Run! An orc on the city gate warned the little other shore, and shouted to attract his attention. As a result, the 2 people below did not move at all. Instead, Lostia ran 2 steps forward, and her body became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a beautiful dragon. The beautiful pink dragon took a deep breath, and a row of lavender light began to shine from the fin-like membrane at the tail, echoing with the pink metallic scales, and shone from the tip of the tail to the head. A dazzling light of indistinguishable color sprayed out from the mouth of the beautiful dragon, and everything it passed was turned into dust. Along with this devastating light, there were countless explosions and heat waves that were hot enough to melt the snow. The light of destruction lasted for about 3 seconds, but for the audience watching it, it seemed like only 1 second had passed. After spitting out the fusion breath, Lostia looked back at the little orc standing on the wall. Who said to run just now? There were too many of you, and I couldn't see clearly. As a result, all the orcs were stunned, completely petrified, and the orc who just shouted at them to run quickly seemed to have lost his soul. Lostia said arrogantly. Humph. With a sound, the huge body began to shrink, and turned back into the soft and cute little girl. At this time, the dazed orcs finally reacted, and a long cheer rang out from the city wall. Byron was flying in the sky and witnessed this shocking blow. Compared with the orcs below, his appearance was no less than that of the orcs below. He was the one who had kidnapped Lostia before, and he was indeed worthy of being the demon king of the fourth maze. However, before he could sigh for a while, he fell directly, because the yek flying dragon he was riding was frightened by Lostia's breath, and it seemed to be frozen in the sky, and it didn't even dare to flap its wings, and fell instantly. Byron almost lost his soul in the sky, leaving only a long string of awe. Just as Lostia was transformed, little Byron put a huge leaf-made dress on her. I said you transformed again? And your clothes are gone again. There are so many orcs. What if you were seen naked? Lostia spread his hands, indicating that it didn't matter. Anyway, he had been seen naked when he turned into a dragon. Cough cough. Lostia was about to speak, but was interrupted by a cough, which not only brought out hot white smoke, but also brought out a lot of blood. Are you okay? When Xiao Bian saw Lostia coughing up blood, he immediately took out the blood bottle and passed it to Lostia. It's okay. The fission in my body is still a little out of control. I have to rest for a while every time I use the atomic breath. Lostia drank the blood bottle and waved her hand, telling Xiao Bian not to worry about her. But didn't Fang Jie say he wanted to catch that person back? If you just spit out the breath, wouldn't he turn into ashes directly? No, I didn't spit in the place where he ran away, and I saw the little tentacle, so he should have been caught. Sure enough, after a while, the small tentacles grabbed a person and crawled over. The dead priest looked extremely miserable. His face was black, and he was caught by the small tentacles. Not only did they tie him up tightly, but the tentacles became virtual and directly reached into the dead priest's brain. This level of touch caused the dead priest to roll his eyes, like an idiot, drool, and twitch from time to time. Hey little tentacle, will this guy be fooled by you? Fang Jie still wants to ask him for information. Xiao Bian quickly put the little tentacle into the tentacle of the dead priest and pulled it out. Poochie poochie. Run away. Catch him. Dizzy. The little tentacle made an attacking gesture, and then a struggling gesture, and then a dizzy and falling gesture. But you can't just end up being an idiot. Xiao Bian covered his face. The little tentacle just tilted its head and looked at Xiao Bian in a silly and cute way. Fang Jie said that you can't bite people, so she didn't do it this time. Why is it still not possible? Little Bian's expedition was basically a complete success. He rejected Byron and Klein's efforts to retain him, and embarked on the journey home with a pair of plumhorn fox wolves that were tribute by the barbarian bull clan. The plumhorn fox wolf is a very rare magical beast. It looks a bit like a fox, but it is unusually strong and has fluffy and shiny fur. For bony horns similar to plum branches will grow on its forehead and shoulders. Pink plum flowers will really grow on them. Generally speaking, this is a sacred beast used for sacrifice by the great orc tribe. They believe that this magical beast will bring their beliefs to their gods. The reason why they are precious is that their fur is not only warm, but also changes color over time. It is white during the day and turns pure black at night. In addition, Xiao Bian has no resistance to these cute little animals, so he accepted them. In the underground palace, without the disturbance of the little bad guys, Fang Jie made the difference machine smoothly. After nearly a month of assembly, he finally assembled this very steam-style difference machine. This beautiful machine covers an area of 82 square meters, and is composed of 53,000 precision parts. It can perform complex editable calculations. It consists of 3 parts: warehouse, storing numbers; workshop, calculating numbers; and control console, editing calculations. Fang Jie also specially made the location of the digital editor into a Nixie tube style, which is both eye-catching and accurate. The whole machine is powered by a special steam engine to ensure that there is enough power to drive its calculations. Looking at this exquisite machine, Fang Jie was full of pride. This was the joint achievement of him and Xiao Bai. However, since Xiao Bai had been sleeping since she woke up once before the completion of the airship, Fang Jie temporarily blocked the news of the completion of the differential machine. He wanted to wait until Xiao Bai woke up to share the joy of completion with her. Before that, Fang Jie planned to interrogate the dead priest. It just so happened that today was the day when Xiao Huabao and his friends returned from the expedition. Welcome back. When the airship door opened, Fang Jie went to meet him, but only saw Xiao Yu. Huh? Why are you alone? Where's Xiao Bian? He's pretending to be a snail in the back. Xiao Yu was also speechless. Xiao Bian took a long time to get off the airship, sneered at Fang Jie, and said with a guilty conscience, Well, Fang Jie, we are back with the captives, but there is a problem. What happened? Are you injured? Fang Jie was confused by Xiao Bian's hesitant words. No, it's the problem of the prisoners, you should see for yourself, said Xiao Bian and dragged the necromancer out. Fang Jie saw a sloppy orc uncle drooling and rolling his eyes. He has become an idiot? Can he still communicate? Fang Jie's eyes widened. We tried for a long time, but this person didn't respond. Poochie. I can. The little tentacle jumped out again and lay directly on Fang Jie's head. Put a tentacle on Fang Jie's head. A tentacle became virtual and stretched directly into the head of this sloppy orc. As the yellow lines on the little tentacle lit up, Fang Jie seemed to go to another world in an instant and became another person. The picture flashed very quickly, but they were all some daily routines without any problems, until the picture entered a gray scene. Gray fog covered the sky, the black stone sword pierced the sky, the witch's sad cry sounded again. Countless people in black robes stood in the abyss of the Rift Valley in the gray fog. A black-haired boy stood in front of them, and said loudly, All believers of death, the god of death has disappeared, her successor will appear eventually, offer your loyalty to your new master. Bring the curse with the master's magic to the world. Use their souls to help the master in exchange for freedom. As he spoke, the gray fog surged and rushed straight up the canyon, but when the gray fog touched the edge of the canyon, a light blue mysterious magic circle blocked it, and countless gray fogs collided with the magic circle, and aroused a little light blue fluorescence. The scene ends here. The little tentacle looked a little tired, but he didn't faint. Fang Jie had no problem, but the scene switched too fast, causing him to feel a little dizzy, but the orc uncle on the opposite side was in a miserable state, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was about to die. Fang Jie shook his head, stopping the dizziness caused by the scene switching. Little tentacle, this is the touch of the spirit, from now on. The torture chamber will be placed in your maze. With this skill, it will be perfect. Great. The little tentacle didn't care what the torture chamber was. She liked everything Fang Jie gave her. In the combat meeting room, Fang Jie told everyone all the scenes he saw. At present, it is certain that this super plague did come from the collector Monsis. Its function should be to collect death energy, in order to break the seal set by others. And now it seems that his seal is not very stable. Add to this the cold winter, and the rampant plague, the number of deaths may not be small. Fang Jie shared his guess with everyone. The problem is that even if we know their purpose now, we have no way to stop them. The plague has already broken out among humans and orcs. I guess only Xiao Bian and I can cure this disease in the world. Xiao Huabao was silent for a while, and said, Should we tell others that we can cure the witch's curse, and then take everyone to the underground palace? Lillian also joined the group chat. You've seen those pedantic humans. They don't believe what we say. Even I can be slandered as a witch. You go and tell them that you can cure the witch's curse? They will only say that you are a witch. You want to lead them to hell. Little Bian ruthlessly exposed Lillian's naive thoughts. Since it is a disease, then why can't we make some special medicine or something? As long as we can cure this disease, their conspiracy will not succeed. At this time, Momo interrupted innocently. There really is a special medicine, but I only know it's called streptomycin, and penicillin and the like, which is extracted from mold. But as for how to make it, I'm really confused. Fang Jie rubbed his head. When he heard Fang Jie say that Lostia was extracted from mold, he looked at Xiao Bian. I saw a lot of mold growing out of Xiao Bian's attack moves. Can it be used to make vaccines? Chapter 143 Differential Engine. Start. Attack moves? Fang Jie was confused. Well, how should I put it? I generally don't use my power very much, because it's too dark. Xiao Bian said, and waved his hand. I saw a piece of honey thief lizard jerky on the table, which began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if time had been accelerated, and soon countless bacterial plaques covered the entire jerky. Oh my god! Fang Jie was startled. What a horrible scene it would be if this was used on a human. Xiao Huabao was not surprised at all. She could use some of it herself. But it was not as strong as Xiao Bian's. At most, it could make some plants wither and die quickly. Let's start making a special medicine for streptomycin. Xiaobai's voice suddenly appeared in everyone's heart. You woke up? Xiaobai Fangjie turned his head in surprise, and saw Xiaobai yawning and standing by the door. Xiaobai, who had slept for more than a month, finally woke up. Well, I feel much better after sleeping. I guess I can stop hibernating after adapting. But I may have to hibernate for a long time this winter. Xiaobai shook his head and stretched. Then the special medicine of streptomycin will be handed over to Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian. Fang Jie finally made the decision. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian smiled at each other, and went hand in hand to make preparations. As for using the special medicine to treat patients, it will be left to Gruel to block the rift abyss. He has been fattening up in Mir village these days. It's time for him to move. Shagar will be handed over to you. Okay. No problem. Shagar also took the order and left. Xiaobai, it seems that our spring outing will be postponed. Now, Fang Jie said to Xiaobai with some guilt. Before Fang Jie finished speaking, Xiaobai threw herself on Fang Jie and hugged Fang Jie. Do you believe me? Of course I believe it. Fang Jie immediately patted his chest and promised, if he doesn't believe Xiaobai, who else can Fang Jie believe? Then no matter how effective it is to block the rift abyss, we must go on a spring outing to the edge of the world. I have a feeling that this will be a very important trip for us. And you must remember, believe Lillian, don't ask me why. Oh, Lillian? Why? Although Fang Jie was confused by what Xiaobai said, but since Xiaobai said so, it means that this journey must be very important. I said, don't ask why. Xiaobai threw herself into Fang Jie's arms, and started to act like a spoiled child. Okay, I listen to you. By the way, come with me. I show you a big treasure. Fang Jie helplessly covered Xiaobai's 6 eyes with his big hands, and then guided Xiaobai to a secret base in the underground palace. What is that? It's so mysterious. Xiaobai also cooperated with Fang Jie very well, following Fang Jie with his eyes closed. Almost there. Almost there. Tick-tick. As Fang Jie let go of his hand, a super machine composed of countless gears appeared in front of Xiaobai. Difference engine. You've done it. Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Yes. How's it going? It's handsome. Now all that's left is the ribbon cutting. Fang Jie was so proud that his nose stretched out. So beautiful. Xiaobai slowly stroked the big guy. It's great. Now we can calculate the complete butterfly model. Xiaobai turned around and looked at Fang Jie eagerly. Can we cut the ribbon tomorrow? I can't wait to use it. Of course. Fang Jie looked at the cheering Xiaobai. His eyes were extremely gentle. The next morning, everyone in the Earth Palace gathered in front of the difference engine. As Fang Jie turned on the switch of the difference engine, this huge machine driven by the steam engine began to run. Countless gears meshed together, making a unique click-click sound. Some fast and some slow, like a symphony orchestra. Among the people present, Xiaobai and Lillian were the most excited. Because with this thing, the model they wanted could be calculated immediately. Xiaobai input the required parameters into the console of the differential engine, and the differential engine began to run at high speed. The output component on the other side began to output the results. And a perfect model of Chaos Butterfly was finally drawn. It's out! Lillian picked up the complete mathematical model excitedly. Xiaobai also stared at the model data in Lillian's hand excitedly. Look! Here! The value is lower than the magic power you are consuming now. Here! You can add 0.81 Lillian to get a longer magic effect time. It's perfect! Unlike the excited Xiaobai and Lillian, the others in the Earth Palace were confused and impressed. You looked at me, I looked at you, witnessing the birth of a cross-century machine, but they couldn't understand what it meant. Among the people present, the only one who was interested in this thing might be Momo. During this period, she had just learned all kinds of physics knowledge, and she could use this machine to replace some tedious calculations. On the other side, Xiaobai and Lillian have already started discussing how to apply all 8 magic attributes in this world. But the previous method does not work. Let alone 8 magic attributes, even if 3 magic attributes are added. The butterfly model will collapse. Well, I think we may have thought of something wrong. Xiaobai looked at the butterfly model that collapsed again, and said thoughtfully that the light and flame models are 2 magic attributes under the same root. Adding more attributes to a root will not match the root, causing collapse. What will happen if we use the nesting method to use one chaotic equation to control the other 2 chaotic equations? Ding Lillian's head seemed to have a light bulb popping up. This will create 3 magical chaos butterflies, with 2 small ones nested underneath a large one. Lillian immediately and impatiently input the algorithm into the difference engine. The huge difference engine started working again. This time it took a little longer. At least 5 minutes, and then the difference engine output a complete super chaos model with 3 nested together, 2 sources with 2 properties intertwined, forming a closed loop. It worked! Lillian was so excited looking at the model in her hand that she almost jumped up. Try it now. Try it now. Bring your formula into the magic and try it. Xiaobai also excitedly urged Lillian to try it quickly. Lillian was excited to start with a fireball, choosing the sun and the ocean as the source. As Lillian's magic power was output, a fireball began to form in Lillian's palm after a few seconds. The flame of the fireball shrank, turned into a light ball. After a few seconds, the light ball changed again into a water ball, then the water ball continued to change, turned into an ice ball. As the magic power disappeared, the ice ball also quickly disappeared in Lillian's palm. Success? Success? Great! Lillian excitedly high-fived Xiaobai. Great! Minna? Look! Lillian succeeded. Xiaobai and Lillian were excited to share their joy with everyone, but turned around and were dumbfounded. The whole hall was empty, only Momo was left, Shagar, Xiaowabao and Shubian had already left. Fangjie was lying on a special chair, his head tilted to one side, and he was sleeping very soundly. Xiaoyu lay flat on Fangjie's bald head and fell asleep. Xiaoxia lay on Fangjie's chest and drooled all over Fangjie. Lusha also leaned her head on Fangjie's shoulder and fell asleep. These bastards. It's so interesting. Xiaobai was furious. Momo was holding a small notebook and writing something down while looking at Xiaobai and Lillian with bright eyes. Sister Xiaobai, Sister Lillian, the experiment you did is so interesting. I just realized that magic can be used in this way. Good Momo. You are so considerate. They don't know the value. It's obviously a great discovery. Xiaobai happily hugged Momo and rubbed her delicate little face. That's right. Lillian also pouted, said with some dissatisfaction. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Watch out. Spider web attack. Xiaobai used a spider web attack to stick all 4 sleeping poor students together. Fangjie, Little Tentacle, Lostia, Xiaoyu woke up instantly, but before they could stand up in a hurry, they heard Lillian say, Light water conversion. A large ball of light formed above the 4 of them, and it turned into a water ball the moment it fell. Splash. The 4 poor students were soaked through, and their hearts were high. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you dare to sleep in the lab again. Fangjie reluctantly pulled Xiaoyu and the spider silk off his head. I really didn't know I would rust when I came into contact with water. While helping the other little ones to remove the spider silk from their heads, he said to Xiaobai and Lillian. Did you succeed? I just saw Lillian successfully merge water and light together. Yes. Yes. We have integrated 2 sources for attributes of magic, and we can use this method to successfully complete the transformation in the future. Lillian and I are going to integrate all the magic power into it. Xiaobai proudly said to Fangjie. Okay. What are we having tonight? Fangjie asked perfunctorily, as if he didn't realize how meaningful this was to the world. Ah! Idiot! In front of such an interesting magic, how can you be so perfunctory? Lillian was the first to protest. What can I do? I can't learn magic, I might as well think about what to eat later, after all. This is also a century-old problem. Also, when you test magic in the laboratory, you are next to the difference machine, which is difficult to maintain. It doesn't matter if I rust, but if it rusts, you will cry. Fangjie said helplessly. Listening to 2 top students discussing this is no less than a poor student listening to a stodgy old professor talk about advanced mathematics. The hypnosis ability is awesome. After hearing what Fangjie said, Xiaobai and Lillian realized the seriousness of the matter, and never dared to experiment with magic in the differential engine room again. However, Fangjie still made a thick glass for safety, isolating the main body of the differential engine, evacuating the inside to the maximum extent, protecting the computing components inside, leaving only the console outside for easy operation. After Fangjie finished, he took the 3 children from the underground palace to make lunch, and prepared to build a new big maze in the afternoon. Only Xiaobai and Lillian were left to continue their experiments. Xiaobai and Lillian watched Fangjie leave, and couldn't help sighing in their hearts. The poor students just couldn't be led, and they ate and slept every day. Chapter 144 The Indescribable Great Maze. Fangjie took the kids away. Xiaobai, Lillian and a curious Momo stayed behind to continue exploring how to combine all the magic. They were so busy researching that they didn't even have time to eat lunch, which Fangjie brought down for the 3 of them. After lunch, Fong Jie took a list and counted the things to be done. First, he ticked the back of the difference engine. The list had a long list, such as the second phase planning of Mill City, the indescribable Great Maze, the Lava Maze, Xiaobai's Spider Silk Maze, and the Moving Maze, the ranch, the difference engine, and the airship. Well, it's time to expand the maze again. Fong Jie rested his chin, thinking whether to prioritize the construction of Lash's Lava Lake Maze or the indescribable maze of the Little Tentacle. Fagia. My poof. When the Little Tentacle heard that Fong Jie was going to start building a big maze, it immediately jumped up and covered Fong Jie's face. I want one too. I want one too. Lostia also quickly climbed onto Fong Jie's thigh. Wu Latia, the temperature there is too high. No one can go down to a temperature of several hundred degrees. You can absorb the heat there and lower the temperature to about 100 degrees. At least the temperature on the shore should not be too high. After that, I will find you some small animals suitable for the lava lake environment. After the lava lake ecosystem is established, we can repair your place. Okay. Fong Jie thought about it and decided to give priority to building the maze of the Little Tentacle. Okay. Although Lostia was a little disappointed, she also understood that the temperature there was too high, and even a great wizard might not be able to bear it. Great. Puji the Little Tentacle happily stood up. Lostia was so angry when she saw her smug look that she grabbed the Little Tentacle and squeezed it hard. Just like that, Fong Jie construction group started to build again. This time Fong Jie carefully took the book of film art from Shangar and read through all the art materials in it, and sorted out all the materials about the unspeakable in Maya. Combining these materials, Fong Jie needed to create a maze environment that might not seem to be a big deal. But the more you walk, the colder you feel, and the more panic you get. After everything was ready, Fong Jie started to work. The outer passages of the unspeakable maze were relatively normal. But the further you walked into the maze, the more twisted the passages became, and many tentacle-like structures appeared. These tentacles became denser and denser as you walked towards the center of the maze. As you go deeper into the maze, these tentacles will turn into painful human figures. And even the painful expressions are portrayed vividly, as if humans are really fused with these tentacles. There are also densely packed barnacle-like structures on them, which will make people feel intensive phobia at a glance. Under Shuyo's technical guidance, Fong Jie made all the tentacle sculptures hollow based on the principle of a flute. If there is a breeze, these tentacles will sound like a flute, making some creepy sounds, such as screams, children's laughter, crying, etc. In addition, it is not very real in the passage. Just like an illusion, coupled with the peculiar structure of the passage. Every time you step on the stone, a specific echo will be emitted, which will gradually become distorted after several reflections in the passage, as if there is an invisible monster chasing you with strange footsteps behind you. The dim and humid environment, the double suppression of vision and hearing, directly renders the indescribable atmosphere to the extreme. Even so, Fong Jie still feels dissatisfied. He remembered the horse trough in science in his previous life. He was scared when he saw it at that time. So he imitated it, and made a lot of magnets, and added them to the indescribable underground palace. These things will cause some unpleasant reactions in the human body, such as mild headaches, dizziness, hallucinations, and other symptoms. After everything was done, Fong Jie was still a little dissatisfied with his masterpiece. It didn't look artistic. After all, without the precipitation of time, new and perfect things would not look so good. The little tentacles were so happy to see this. They touched and poked here and there excitedly, and occasionally put their tentacles into the holes. Xiao Bian felt that it seemed to lack a little green. With a wave of his hand, various fungal spores climbed on these tentacles, forming a lot of moss, adding a sense of vicissitudes to the whole indescribable maze. Xiao Yu felt that the environment here was very suitable for growing ghost orchids, so he ran and planted all his surplus food here. Xiaowabeo put some mosquito larvae he found in the underground palace into the maze. These mosquito larvae will parasitize in these holes, and from time to time, they will stick their heads out of the holes to look for food. If you touch it accidentally, it will feel slippery and poisonous. Xiao Tentacles separated several of their tentacles and put them in some quaint stone treasure chests, waiting to give them a big surprise if someone finds them. After such an operation, the big labyrinth of the small tentacles was completely completed. It is guaranteed to make the adventurers who enter the indescribable labyrinth feel happy. Oh! By the way, in the indescribable labyrinth, Fang Jie also built a prison, mainly used to torture and imprison those who are unrepentant and powerful. And the torture aura is also placed here for permanent residence. In the future, if Shadmar encounters some difficult prisoners, who are unwilling to obey the discipline and cannot be reformed through labor, they can also be thrown here to let them experience life. Okay. The indescribable labyrinth is completely completed. It basically does not require any maintenance, and can operate perfectly independently. The only thing that needs a little maintenance is the tentacles separated from the small tentacles. If they do not have food for a long time, they will become a little sluggish and pale. So the small tentacles decided to take them back first, and release them, when someone enters the underground palace. Fang Jie has been helping the small tentacles build a big maze these days. He has not had much rest. With the completion of the indescribable labyrinth, Fang Jie can finally take a break. He will start a celebration dinner. When he is free, he will tell stories to the little girls in the underground palace. At night, he will give these naughty little bad guys a goodnight kiss. Momo was the happiest. Every day was very fulfilling. Every day there were different discoveries. Every day there was endless knowledge to learn. There were delicious foods, a lot of meat that I could only save before. At night, I could fall asleep listening to Fang Jie's stories. Especially the goodnight kiss at night. Fang Jie would never miss it no matter how tired he was. This made Momo feel at home, which was what she had always longed for. After a period of study, Momo could gradually join in the conversations of Lillian and Xiaobai. But she was not very interested in magic, because when she learned to use magic like Lillian, although she could succeed, it seemed that every time she cast a spell, she was holding a fake hand and a staff to cast a spell, which felt very awkward. She was interested in those mathematical models. She felt that these models had an unusual attraction, which attracted her to learn. Now they encountered a bottleneck in building a perfect chaos magic model. Ah! Why? Why? Obviously both sources were successful. Why can't the third source be added? Lillian scratched her golden waves hard into a chicken coop. I think it may be that the butterfly model algorithm is not applicable to more than 2 sources. We may need to think of another model to integrate all the sources. Xiaobai looked at the wrong result output by the differential engine and said thoughtfully, "That, Sister Xiaobai, Sister Lillian, I have always been very curious. I have learned that there are 5 sources of magic, including the sun, the ocean, the storm, the mountain, and the night, which correspond to 8 attributes, namely light, fire, soft water, ice, strong wind, thick earth, darkness and undead. The sun corresponds to 2 kinds of light and fire. The ocean corresponds to soft water and ice. And the night corresponds to darkness and undead. However, the storm and the mountain only correspond to 1 kind each, namely strong wind and thick earth. It seems that there are still 2 attributes missing." Momo drew a few root runes and their corresponding attribute runes on the paper. "I think that either humans have 2 more attributes that they have not discovered, or humans knew it before, but lost it later." Xiaobai spread his claws and said his guess. "Well, the 2 missing attributes are easy to deal with, but there is another more important attribute, which is a big problem, that is the strange Olympiad attribute, which is also a very common magic in the human world. I have studied this attribute for a long time, and it has no roots at all, so I still don't know which category it should be classified into." Lillian lay directly on the table, like a useless piece of wood. "It is true. I have been watching you use the arcane sphere, but I still don't understand its principle." Xiaobai is also very curious. Arcane is also called arcane. Its release mechanism is to attack with pure magic stacking, which consumes more mana. At the same time, because the root rune is missing when it is released, only the last 3 runes are needed, so the casting time will be shorter. There is no attribute restriction, and many magicians like to use it. Could it be that the arcane itself is the source? After all, when releasing magic, in addition to the guidance of the spell runes, you also need to inject magic power, no matter what it is. It is based on magic power. Momo scratched her head and said her guess. Lillian and Xiaobai widened their eyes. Use the arcane as the main source. The other 5 are the secondary sources, and the 5 secondary sources form 5 butterflies with 10 attributes respectively. All the attributes are symmetrical, mutually beneficial and cherishing. Oh my god! Momo, you are really our little angel. Great. Kiss. Xiaobai picked up Momo and kissed her smooth face. Great. Momo, You are really a little genius. Lillian also became excited, and her previous useless look was gone. Lillian and Xiaobai immediately got busy, starting to calculate, plan, and finally came up with a super complex set of equations that filled more than 2 pages. Now it's time to input the difference engine for calculation. Chapter 145. It's decided to be you, Fireball. Xiaobai and Lillian waited anxiously beside the difference machine, walking back and forth non-stop, waiting for the difference machine to come up with a result. Their looks and expressions were like a father waiting for his child to be born. Why haven't you finished calculating yet? It's been so many days. Will it crash? Lillian really wanted to knock open the glass that was in the way to see how far the calculation had progressed. It was really strange. The longest calculations before were probably only more than 10 hours. Why did it take so long this time? How about I go find a hammer? Xiaobai raised her leg and walked outside, preparing to borrow a hammer from the orcs outside. Momo quickly stopped Xiaobai. Don't, Sister Xiaobai. It's a vacuum inside. If you break the glass, it's possible that some fragments will be sucked in, which may affect the calculation results. Ah! So annoying. This won't work. And that won't work. Xiaobai is the same as Lillian. This month, she was so excited that she didn't even hibernate, and everything she ate was delicious. Next time, I must install a progress bar on this broken machine, Xiaobai said bitterly. Well, the difference machine that was a treasure a few days ago has now become a broken machine. Momo looked at the two helplessly, walking back and forth, feeling dizzy. These two people are now unable to eat or drink, just waiting for the machine to output the results. Ding. As the indicator light of the difference machine lit up, the calculation was finally completed, and a perfect magic attribute model was output. The center of this model is a pentagon, and the 5 corners are respectively occupied by 5 double-winged chaos butterflies, and the lines are interlaced and flowing between the 5 roots and 10 attributes. It's perfect. Lillian and Xiaobai widened their eyes at the same time, as if the paper in their hands was a priceless treasure shining with light. Our treasure house will add another extremely precious thing. Xiaobai couldn't help sighing as he looked at the graph. Look at this red line. Xiaobai pointed at the red line, and while moving along the direction of the line, he said to Lillian and Momo that this line is perfect. All its indexes are balanced. It runs through the entire attribute model, and finally forms a closed loop. It is a perfect curve in a perfect model. It just consumes a lot of mana, requiring 486.77 Lillian's amount. This is almost all of Lillian's mana. I can't wait to try it. Lillian looked at the curve, and her words were slurred. They immediately ran back to the laboratory and began to prepare for practice. Okay. Now we have one last problem, which is what to do with the 2 missing runes. After finishing the preparations, Lillian brought up the last stumbling block that prevented them from obtaining the perfect magic equation. At this time, what else can we do? Just set unknown variables and replace them with X and Y, Xiaobai said indifferently. Will this work? Will it explode? Momo said with a little worry. No. At most the magic will fail, and it will not be successful. Lillian was not too worried. Okay. You guys step back. I'm going to start. Lillian closed her eyes, holding the staff in one hand, and raised the other hand, like a conductor, and began to mobilize magic power and draw magic runes. Fluorescent magic began to gather towards Lillian's position. An extremely complex magic circle formed under Lillian's feet, which was dozens of times more complex than the most complex forbidden spell in the world, and almost filled the entire room. Xiaobai immediately pulled Momo back. She had never seen such a scene before. Momo was so excited that her whole body was trembling, although she didn't know what she was excited about. A ball that looked like liquid appeared at the tip of Lillian's staff, getting bigger and bigger, and finally expanding to the size of a basketball. And its properties began to change. Gradually, the magic ball turned into a fireball. And then the flames gradually extinguished, and it turned into a light ball. The light slowly faded and turned into a water ball. The water ball began to freeze and turned into an ice ball. The ice began to break and turned into a wind ball. The wind ball slowly subsided. Xiaobai and Momo held their breath as they watched from the side. The next ball would have properties they had never seen before. Slowly, a strange sphere appeared in front of everyone. This sphere seemed to be metal or glass, slowly flowing. Xiaobai and Momo both widened their eyes, not wanting to miss a second. They held paper and pen in their hands and frantically recorded everything they saw. Gradually, The strange sphere solidified and turned into a stone ball. The stone ball began to crack and collapse. A dark, completely non-reflective sphere appeared at the tip of Lillian's staff. Fluorescent dots appeared around the sphere, as if attracted by the black sphere. Seeing this scene, Momo almost screamed. But Xiaobai covered her mouth in time, telling her not to make a sound. Lillian's magic did not affect her. The non-reflective black sphere gradually became gentle, forming an ordinary black magic sphere. The black color began to fade, turning into a light green sphere. It seemed that there were souls surrounding the sphere. At this point, the 10 attributes were transformed, and it turned into a fireball again. Is it successful? Momo almost cried out in joy. Not yet. Lillian hadn't opened her eyes yet. Her magic wasn't finished yet. Xiaobai hugged Momo, who wanted to cheer, and nervously looked at Lillian in the middle of the magic circle. The magic circle under Lillian's feet lit up, and her body slowly floated in the air, and the clothes she wore moved automatically without wind, and a perfect curve began to appear on her forehead, and it was shining brightly. I succeeded? Lillian finally opened her eyes, but her eyes were no longer the same as before. There were some fluorescent spots in her eyes. They were not human eyes, but more like 2 light blue arcane balls. Xiaobai and Momo were stunned, and could not make any sound. At this moment, a cracking sound came, attracting everyone's attention. On the magic circle under Lillian's feet, the 2 X and Y runes representing unknown attributes had become shaky and were on the verge of collapse. X and Y shattered with a loud bang. The entire magic circle shattered like broken glass. The magic ball that formed a loop also exploded instantly, directly blowing away Lillian, who was closest to it. Lillian. Sister. Momo. The little prophet. Really got it right. At the moment of the explosion, Xiaobai immediately sent out a spider web, and successfully caught Lillian, who was blown away. Sister Lillian, how are you? Momo and Xiaobai hurriedly untied Lillian from the spider web. Lillian opened her eyes, covered in dust. Her eyes had returned to their original state. I'm fine, but my magic power is exhausted. I think I may need to rest for a while. After that, Lillian fainted. You're bleeding. And you're still okay? Momo was also very anxious. She saw that Lillian's clothes under her ribs were stained red with blood. Fangjia also rushed in at this time. What happened? Why did I hear an explosion? Come and help. Lillian just tried magic, and there was an explosion, which injured her. Come and carry her to the blood jar. Fangjia immediately went forward and picked up Lillian, and began to run towards the bathroom. Blood slowly flowed out from Lillian's ribs, and one of her ribs was broken and pierced her skin. Hold on. Lillian. We be there soon. Fangjia heaved a sigh of relief after putting Lillian into the blood jar. At this moment, he actually heard the system prompt sound, and 2 drops blood bond successfully established a link object, elemental which Lillian. Possessing skills. Element Control LV1 Compound Magic LV1 Magic Affinity LV3 Crisis Sense LV5 Max. Drops Elemental which is Healing. Remaining time 74 minutes. Poof! Fangjia almost dropped his jaw in shock. What is this? How did Lillian suddenly become a witch? Fangjia's head was full of question marks. Seeing that Lillian in the blood altar was fine, Fangjia went to find Xiaobai to ask about the whole story. When she found Xiaobai, she was discussing the 2 mysterious attributes that she had never seen before with Momo. Darkness? It doesn't seem like it. Momo's pretty face wrinkled up, like a little bun. It shouldn't be. The black peaceful magic ball behind it should be the dark attribute. It just looks very similar. Xiaobai also looked at his notes, and was puzzled. Ahem, is there no one ready to explain to me what happened? Fangjia interrupted Xiaobai and Momo's discussion helplessly. Lillian had just been injured while studying magic, and then Xiaobai and Momo came up again. They were really like moths to a flame. Woo, you're here. Is Lillian okay? It's okay. The blood spring is healing her body. Momo, you study it first. I find your sister Xiaobai to find out the situation. Fangjia pulled Xiaobai out of the laboratory without saying anything. After finding a secluded place, Fangjia began to ask Xiaobai. What kind of experiment did you do? Why did Lillian suddenly become a witch? What? Lillian became a witch? No wonder. Xiaobai was also very surprised to hear this news. We just practiced the perfect attribute magic transformation curve. When Lillian just finished this magic, she seemed to have become a different person. Her eyes were shining, her hair moved without wind, as if an angel had descended to earth, and at the same time, The perfect curve of attribute transformation appeared on her forehead. Fortunately, this magic failed because the 2 missing magic runes were not found. Otherwise Lillian might really become that strange, and could not come back. So what Lillian said before was true, that witches are humans, who broke through the boundary between gods and humans. But I still don't believe it. Just testing the lowest level fireball magic can break the boundary between humans and gods? Fangjia looked like I didn't read much. Don't lie to me. Chapter 146, A big wave of demons is approaching. Don't look down on this fireball. The knowledge involved here may be something that people outside can never figure out in their lifetime. If it weren't for you building a differential engine to help us complete the complex calculations, where can we get this perfect model? With the math ability of those outside, who are not even as good as that of elementary school students, you can't figure it out in your lifetime. Xiaobai thinks that this thing has a high technical content, and it has indeed entered the realm of God. Okay, what you said makes sense. We asked Lillian when she's better if she knew she had become a witch. Would she go crazy? She only knew that witches would be persecuted before. Now that she's become a witch, she'd be scared to death. Ha ha ha. I don't know if she'd be scared to death, but given Lillian's witch state, beating up the Knights of Judgment would be like playing. Xiaobai also laughed. In the underground palace, a certain salty girl was humming a little tune while taking a bath. The past is gone, the end is coming. The stars return to their positions, all things return to one. The seal of the 10 solstices, the ring of the 5 wheels. The original thing, break the seal and come out. Long live Krusar. Long live Krusar. This is the Krusar hymn that Polly often sings to the little tentacle. Every time she hums this tune, the little tentacle will fall asleep quickly. She has a very good life during this period. The main job is to hum songs to coax the little tentacle to sleep every day. The rest of the time, she is either praying to Krusar or eating and sleeping. There is plenty of food in the underground palace. In addition, Fangjia always thinks of delicious food in a different way, which makes her unable to stop, so much that she has gained a lot of weight. Suddenly, a throbbing sensation struck my heart. Seal? Something went wrong? Realizing that something might have happened to the temple, Polly immediately became anxious, jumping and walking on her fish tail to find Fangjia. Fangjia had just finished chatting with Xiaobai and came out to see Polly, who looked anxious. What's wrong with you? What happened? You're so anxious, the scales on your tail have fallen off. Fangjia said as he picked up Polly, preparing to put her in the hot water of the hot spring. The Sea Clan. Something happened. I feel the seal is collapsing. I need you to take me back quickly. Polly looked anxious. Seal? Has your jewelry store been robbed? Is there something valuable sealed inside? Fangjia asked curiously, and didn't think there was anything wrong. What kind of seal does a jewelry store need? It's the seal of the Sea Clan. It's sealed inside. Polly paused suddenly. Don't worry about what it's sealed inside. It's a seal that's very important to the Sea Clan and to the world anyway. Oh, it's important to the whole world. Fangjia didn't care. Tell me what's sealed. I'm curious about what you mean by something important to the world. Polly was so anxious that she was running around in circles, which was in sharp contrast to Fangjia's indifferent attitude. It's the destroyer beast. Polly looked at Fangjia's rogue look, and could only whisper helplessly. What the hell? Fangjia thought he had heard it wrong. It's our holy beast Krusar, which is your destroyer beast. Polly said loudly. Fuck. Isn't that your legend? Is he still alive? Fangjia also felt that this matter was serious. Of course he exists. The destroyer demon beast will not die. It can only be sealed. When the destroyer demon beast descended, it destroyed countless cities, and even killed many gods. Finally, the gods joined forces to seal him in the Hall Abyss. The sea people built the Abyss Temple to appease the violent Krusar, extinguish his anger, and let the world survive. Oh! Wait! If this is the seal of the world-destroying monster as you said, then why is such an important seal connected with a small fry like you? Who are you? Fangjia also became alert. I am? Polly had a desperate expression on her face. I am the saint. Huh? I asked you before. You said you were not. I didn't see you were lying at that time? Fangjia once again doubted the accuracy of his soul echo skill. You asked me if I was a princess. Of course I'm not. You didn't ask me if I was a saint. Polly looked aggrieved. Wait a minute. Explain it to me clearly. The profession of saint is very valuable. Right? Why do you, a saint, have to work? And you were kidnapped by a sea hunter? Fangjia looked like I didn't read much. Don't lie to me. In the past, our Krusar church was the largest church of the sea people, serving the sacred beasts as its mission. At that time, the saints did have a high status. But after several generations of inheritance, the sea people have basically forgotten their mission. In order to keep the church running, we can only work while maintaining the church's expenses. The holy beast Krusar will basically riot once every 5 years. At this time, someone needs to appease him and let him fall into deep sleep again. I am really the daughter of the guard of the Gardesia Sea City. When my father took me to the temple to pray when I was a child, it happened that the holy beast rioted. The priests could not calm the anger of the holy beast no matter how they sang the hymns. I was curious, so I sang along. Unexpectedly, the anger of the holy beast was quickly calmed down. After that, the old priest said that I was a good material for a saint, and then I stayed and became a saint. Perry revealed all her secrets. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Fong Jia was speechless. After listening to Perry's narration, he had a general understanding of Perry. You knew that your holy beasts were about to riot, but you still came out to play, and didn't you stay in your temple? Fong Jia was convinced by this rather out-of-line mermaid. The key is that I only appeased the holy beast once last year. Perry was also having a headache. At the same time Perry's heart palpitated, the sea tribe, Hall Abyss Trench. A huge earthquake broke out in the middle of the huge trench, and the nearby Gardesia Sea City could feel the tremor. Several huge tentacles suddenly appeared in the Hall Abyss Trench, rushing straight to the sea surface. Every movement of them stirred up the turbulent sea waves, and many sea tribe members witnessed this scene in horror. The huge tentacles only appeared for a moment, then disappeared again. The vibration stopped, and the illusion disappeared. The terrified sea creature seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and instantly forgot the extremely terrifying thing they had just seen. They only knew that they seemed to have witnessed something so terrifying that they didn't want to recall it. Many people also had dizziness and vomiting reactions. Unknowingly, madness was spreading. The cliffs of the Hall Abyss Trench were inlaid with temples. The architectural style of this temple was completely different from that of the Gardesia Sea City in the distance. It was more ancient, more vicissitudes, and had a sense of vicissitudes of life. Such an ancient building stood still in the earthquake, and the strong earthquake only shook off a lot of floating dust on the seabed. Sir, the monument has cracks. A seaman in white clothes hurried over and reported to the old priest who was praying. This won't work. If the monument is completely broken, the world-destroying monster will surely reappear in the world. We don't have much time left this time. That prophecy is coming true. We must calm the anger of Lord Krusar. An old fishman with a white beard said to the old priest. Why are you panicking? What's coming will come. Aren't we serving Lord Krusar so that he can eat us later when he comes? The old priest reprimanded the white-bearded old fishman next to him. Hurry up and organize the members of the cult to prepare to pray to Krusar. After giving instructions, the old priest called the sea tribe member, who had just reported to him, aside. Go to the Gardesia Sea City and call back the saint who is working there. We need her singing. Go. Yes. High priest. The sea tribe member immediately took the order and left. The old priest looked at the Gardesia Sea City in the distance and couldn't help shaking his head. The Krusar temple has fallen. Everyone has forgotten the danger of the world-destroying monster, forgot their mission, and indulged in fun. Now there are less than 100 people in the Krusar temple, and it is so poor that even the saint has to go out to work. After understanding what Perry said, Fong Jia made a decision, that is, to advance the spring outing seafood tour plan, and let Perry solve the big problem of their sea tribe first. Anyway, it is actually the end of winter now, and the time is almost right. We originally planned to leave in spring because we took Xiaobai into hibernation. However, Xiaobai did not hibernate well this winter, so it doesn't matter whether we leave in spring or now. Speaking of which, 2 weeks ago, when Xiaobai and the others were anxiously waiting for the calculation results, Xiaobao and Xiubian also developed streptomycin for the treatment of plague. Of course, it is not clear whether it is a streptomycin formula, but it can indeed inhibit the growth of superbacteria. And because of Xiaobian's presence, this streptomycin-like stuff was mass-produced, and along with the organized epidemic prevention manuals, it was loaded into almost 20 mammoth vehicles and delivered to Gruel, asking him to take it out and rescue the suffering people. Fong Jia also specifically instructed that more should be given to humans, and not to selfishly leave it all to the orcs. After receiving the orc merchant's reply, he sent him out of the underground palace, and sent an epidemic doctor expedition team to escort him and to monitor Gruel. Before departure, Fang Jie handed over the supreme control of the great underground palace to Shagar. Originally, Fang Jie wanted Shagar to go with him, but because of the many official duties in Near Village, and they also had to prepare for the summer astrology festival, Shagar could only be tied to his post to look after the house. Moreover, more and more people came over the mountain from the southern slope, and a large part of them were attracted by Mir City. So Fang Jie simply set up a camp at the southern slope to guide those who wanted to cross the mountain to Mir City. And by the way, eliminate some people who came to inquire about the news or could not accept coexistence with other races. All the others boarded the airship to conquer the Sea Tribe's territory. Sea Tribes, are you ready to welcome a large group of demon kings from Kepamir? Chapter 147 Cape of Hopelessness. The airship flies at an altitude of 4,800 meters. The air is cool. The view here is the best. You can see the endless sea of clouds and the blue sky. The airship itself is painted with white camouflage. From a distance, it looks like a fast-flying cloud. So basically, there is no need to worry about being seen by people standing on the ground. There are only Lostia, Little Tentacle and Momo in the observation room. There are only the most people here on the first day. Everyone has never seen the scenery in the air, so they all gathered here to watch. But after a long time, it feels like that. So there are fewer and fewer people. In the end, only these three little Lolas are left. There were cumulus clouds under the airship. This sea of clouds looked like cotton balls soaked in water. Wrinkled, the little tentacles had tried to stretch out their tentacles to grab the white clouds several times, but they were blocked by the glass made by Fang Jie every time. This made her very angry. She kept looking for a gap in the observation room to squeeze through. Lostia was just sitting here to feel the feeling of flying. After all, this was the sky she longed for. Momo was not looking at the scenery outside, but reading a book here, sitting on the soft poo-poo camel mat. She felt like she was in the sea of clouds. She also held a cup of Pamir's specialty honey flower tea. It was simply amazing. After the novelty wore off, the others went back to their own work. Fang Jie was burning the boiler. The airship could only carry a limited amount of supplies, so they saved as much as they could. Xiao Bai was sleeping in the boiler room, which was the warmest and closest to Fang Jie. Xiao Yu was the captain in the airship cockpit, leading all the black men to drive the airship. Lillian mysteriously pulled Miss Salty Fish Pearly into the lounge, asking her if the Sea Tribe had any treasured magic books and historical documents. Since she recovered, she has been asking around about the two unrecorded magic runes. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Baiyan stayed in their rooms to study high-altitude creatures. Yes, that's right. There are creatures in the sky. They are almost transparent, have a main core, and look a bit like fish, and a bit like insects. They are soft when poked, and the skin feels like a very thin film. They have a lot of magic power in their bodies. However, if the skin is broken, the magic power in their bodies will disappear quickly, and finally disappear on Xiao Huabao's temporary dissection table as if evaporated. They vary in size, from the small ones as big as a palm to the large ones over 10 meters, shuttling between the sea of clouds freely. After the research of the two sisters Xiao Huabao, they were classified as atmospheric life. Fang Jie also saw them for the first time. He did not expect that there were such magical creatures in the sky of another world. As soon as he caught them, he wanted to try to see if he could trigger the blood contract of the system. But unfortunately, these creatures did not even have blood, let alone blood contracts. However, this also reminded Fang Jie that he must catch a Leviathan to do hard labor in the future. Let it carry the airship, so that he can be liberated and no longer have to work as a hard-working water boiler. The airship flew at an economic cruising speed of 80 kilometers per hour for nearly a week, and finally flew to the location of Cape Hopeless mentioned by Gruel before. There is a large port city here, which is the closest port to the edge of the world. All ships that want to explore the edge of the world basically have to make the final supplies here. At the beginning, humans and sea tribes were not so peaceful. So without exception, the ships that went to explore would never return if they went a little deeper, and could only explore at the outermost edge. Therefore, the desperate adventurers later called this place Cape Hopeless, which has been used until now. Sister Fang. Sister Fang. Puff. Fang Jie. Fang Jie. Come quickly. Come. Fang Jie, who was burning the boiler, saw the little tentacle jump in from the door, and threw himself on his face. At this time, Xiao Yu's voice also reached Fang Jie through the microphone. Fang Jie, please go to the bridge immediately if you hear me. Something has happened. I repeat. Fang Jie, please go to the bridge immediately if you hear me. Something has happened. What happened? Fang Jie left the throne under the boiler, pulled a quilt for Xiao Bai, and after doing everything, he went to the bridge and asked the little tentacle about the specific situation. City. Hula. Puff. Puff. City. Hula. Gone, the little tentacle said, shaking its tentacles. Hula. Gone? Fang Jie was confused, even though he was at level 10 in tentacle language. He still couldn't understand what the little tentacle was saying. Fang Jie rushed to the bridge of the airship, where he could see all the situations in front of the airship. The airship had dropped to 2,100 meters in altitude, and was already below the cumulus clouds. Looking down from here, it was actually a vast ocean. The human city was left with only a few ruins soaked in the seawater. The tide was still receding, revealing a small part of the city ruins. Oh my god! What's going on? A tsunami? Fang Jie's eyes widened, and he was extremely shocked. He had only seen such scenes in the news or in the cinema before, but that was after all through the screen, and it was completely incomparable to experiencing it in person. As the seawater receded, it left behind a devastated city and whitened water. Forget it. Fang Jie really didn't want to watch it anymore. It was too tragic. Descend altitude. Prepare to rescue people. Notify Xiaowabao and Xiubian to rescue people from the water. Where is Polly? Let her see if there is any magic that can make the seawater recede faster. Lillian, prepare for rescue work. Little Tentacle, follow your sister Little Flower Bud. Lottie, change back to your original form and serve as a transport ship for Little Flower Bud and the others. There must be survivors. Quick! 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 Get moving! Fang Jie immediately issued a rescue order. Understood. Everyone cooperated tacitly. After the airship landed, Fang Jie immediately started to build a simple and warm little house. Although it was already the end of winter, this damn weather showed no signs of warming up. Those who survived the tsunami, even if they were not drowned, would be frozen to death. Lostia immediately restored her huge dragon body. She completely obeyed Fang Jie's orders. She didn't argue with Fang Jie about the dignity of the dragon race at this time. Little Flower Bud and Little Other Shore summoned countless vines to pull up the people in the water. Most of them were dead, either drowned or frozen to death. The little tentacle went directly into the water. She seemed to become more flexible in the water. Most of those trapped in the house were pulled up by her. Soon, the first batch of refugees were sent by Lostia to the temporary camp built by Fang Jie. Xiao Baiyan used magic to remove the plague or other bacterial infections from the refugees, reducing their chances of getting sick in this environment. A small cold at this time could kill people. Lillian immediately began to treat them. As long as they were still alive, Lillian would perform recovery spells regardless of magic power. This winter was a double whammy. All kinds of natural disasters were encountered, such as the raging epidemic, the small ice age, and the tsunami, leaving no room for survival. As more and more people were rescued, Lillian's recovery spell could no longer keep up. So she simply released group blessing magic. Although these magics were calculated, consuming the least magic power and lasting the longest, they still couldn't withstand the large number of people. Later, Lillian felt dizzy even when using the simplest recovery magic. Enough. Lillian, stop messing around. Your magic power has been consumed too much. If you cast healing spells again, your vitality will begin to be consumed. I can feel the vitality in your body slipping away. After releasing the magic again, Lillian's face turned pale, and she almost fell down. Xiao Baiyan quickly held Lillian and helped her to the side. With a wave of his hand, a huge black leaf grew out, allowing Lillian to lie on the leaf, rather than falling directly into the cold muddy ground. No! At least there are more than 30 people who are still alive if I don't save them. No! If you continue like this, not only will they survive, you won't be able to live happily either. Little Baiyan refused sternly. I can help a little. A man in a worn-out priest's robe stood up. I am a small priest of the Light Farina Church. I feel much better after warming up for a while. I can help this lady. He chanted the recovery magic. Don't use it on me. I'm fine. Use it on those who need help. Lillian interrupted him with a breath. Okay. The little priest nodded and joined the healing team. With the little priest joining, some people who had recovered gradually joined the aid team, including several mages. This greatly reduced the pressure on Lillian and the others. The entire rescue operation lasted half a day. In the entire city of more than 4,000 people, only 972 people were rescued, and 85% of them survived thanks to Lillian's magic. In the end, Lillian almost fainted because of the exhaustion of magic. It was already night when all the rescue was completed. The small flower bud gave birth to a lot of golu, made a golu soup for these refugees, and finally settled these refugees. The crying has not stopped since the rescue was over. Everyone who is still alive has lost almost everything, relatives, family, even faith. The whole rescue camp is shrouded in a sense of sadness. Fang Jie did not stay here for long. After all, his image is not very good. The main follow-up work is still handed over to Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, as well as Lillian and others. At least humans are more likely to accept their image. Many people are circling around Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian and keep asking, "Are you elves?" I have never seen an elf with such short ears. Little Flower Bud and Little Other Short just smiled and said nothing. Lillian's face was still pale, but it was much better. The little priest walked up to Lillian respectfully. "Hello. Sir, I am Taylor Kovic, the little priest of the Faruna Church. May I ask which church you are the archbishop of?" The little priest was still wearing a tattered priest robe, but his expression was extremely respectful. Chapter 148 Tsunami. Archbishop? No, I am just a little priest, Uda Chapel. My name is Lillian. Nice to meet you, Taylor. Lillian's face turned pale, and she smiled. Little priest? Impossible. You saved so many people. Your magic power has surpassed our bishop and even the little priest. The archbishop and the little priest didn't say 3 words, but Lillian knew what he wanted to say. This time, Lillian alone rescued more than 800 people, while this little priest, together with 5 or 6 magicians who joined later, only rescued less than 200 people. Therefore, this little priest suspected that Lillian was the archbishop of a church, but he did not expect to get such an answer. Haha. There is no need to be surprised. It's just a different way of using magic. After training and learning, you can also do what I did, and even the transformation of different magics. Just like this. Lillian raised her staff, and a tiny flower of light formed at the tip of the staff. 2 seconds later, the light turned into fire, and became a beautiful flower of flame. Taylor's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. It was the first time he saw such beautiful magic. How did you do this? You broke the barrier of attributes. It's just a little trick. If you want to learn more and have strong adaptability, you can do it. Go to Pamir City. Behind the Pamir Mountains, there is an incredible city where you can learn everything you want. But the premise is that you can break the old ideas and accept new things. Lillian's magic attracted many survivors, so she began to promote Mill City. On the airship, Fang Jie. I think the disaster at Cape Hopeless was caused by the seal in the sea. The breaking of the seal by the holy beast would cause some shock. Not to mention the situation that would cause me palpitations. In addition, the tsunami I saw in the encyclopedia you wrote before was caused by an undersea earthquake. So I doubt it. Perry found Fang Jie again. You suspect that the seal caused the earthquake and then the tsunami. Right? Fang Jie took over what Polly said. I also thought it might be the influence of your seal. But no matter what, the disaster has already happened. You don't have to blame yourself. It's not your problem. Polly smiled bitterly. I'm not blaming myself. I want to tell you that just a few days ago, I felt palpitations for the second time. The second time? Damn. Does that mean there might be a second tsunami? Fang Jie paused suddenly, turned around and looked at Perry seriously. I think it's very likely, and this time it may be even more serious than the last time. Perry nodded, with a bitter smile on her face. Fang Jie immediately ran to the bridge. Shall you raise the airship immediately? Fang Jie grabbed the telescope while speaking, looking at the sea line in the distance. With Xiao Yu's control, the height of the airship began to rise. Sure enough, as the height rose, Fang Jie saw a black shadow appearing on the other side of the sea line from the telescope. It was a huge wave that looked like a mountain, sweeping towards the land at an overwhelming speed. Damn it! There really is another tsunami. Xiao Yu, descend immediately. We have to go down and pick up those people. No! We are already fully loaded, and with more than 900 people, we will be overloaded, and the ascent speed will be very slow. We may be hit by the tsunami. Xiao Yu immediately objected. Damn it! Then you maintain your altitude. I will go down and try to see if I can stop that damn tsunami. Fang Jie put on a cloak, opened the hatch and jumped directly from a height of more than 1,000 meters. When he was about to land, he sprayed flames from the soles of his feet to reduce the terrifying impact of his weight. Lillian was still preaching to everyone, trying to convince them to settle in Mill City, when she heard a loud boom. A dark shadow with flames hit the edge of the temporary camp, splashing countless dust. Fang Jie's voice came from the dust. Lillian, Little Flower Bud, Little Other Shore. The three of you lead everyone to the North Mountain immediately. That damn tsunami is coming again. It may be bigger than the last time. Immediately, Fang Jie started shaping as he spoke. A spindle-shaped stone, like a bow of a ship, broke out of the ground, pointing directly to the direction of the tsunami. The refugees around had never seen such a scene before, and were immediately shocked. They thought that it was a god who had sent down a god, and they immediately knelt down to worship. Fang Jie was so angry that he wanted to kill all these people. Why are you kneeling? Get up quickly. Run to the mountain. Quick! 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 Lillian didn't care about that anymore, and kicked Taylor in the buttocks, who was kneeling on the ground. Why kneel down at this time? Little Flower Bud was also very angry, and he directly summoned vines to pull up these stupid refugees. Hurry up! Follow me! Little Bian raised a fluorescent lantern flower as a guide, and asked these refugees to follow the fluorescent lantern flower. Because of the moonlight at this time, Lillian also saw a magical scene. The seawater that had submerged most of the city was retreating at a very fast speed. This was a precursor to the arrival of a huge tsunami. A clear black shadow also appeared at the sea line. A huge wave was coming. Little Flower Bud ran 2 steps, turned his head, and looked at Fang Jie, who was trying his best to extend his shaping skills. What are you going to do? I stay and help you. What help? I'm an Iron Man. Can the seawater crush me? Run away quickly. If I can't stop it, use your root pulling skill that you haven't used for a long time in reverse. Dig your roots deeper. You must not be washed away by the tsunami, Fang Jie said without even turning his head. Okay. After receiving Fang Jie's reply, Xiao Huabao immediately chased after the refugees, who were running towards the mountain. Damn! How high is it? Fang Jie had tried his best to expand and raise his bow-shaped stone wall, but he still couldn't reach the top of the wave. Fang Jie had already maximized his shaping skills, but compared to the towering waves that blocked out the sky, it was still like a gnat trying to shake a tree. No matter how hard he tried, it was just a drop in the bucket in front of nature. As the tsunami approached, Fang Jie finally realized how insignificant he was. This was a super tsunami, with an estimated wave height of more than 80 meters. It was like a wall that covered the sky and the sun, carrying an unstoppable force, sweeping over. And any building that wanted to stop, it was completely swallowed up by it. Damn it! It's too late. It's still not high enough. Fang Jie had tried his best to raise the ship-shaped dam wall, but it was still only more than 60 meters, and the width was just over 100 meters. Boom! The huge waves hit the dam wall, making a huge roar. The dam wall was instantly submerged by the huge waves. Although it failed to block all of them, it had reduced the impact of the tsunami. But the waves were still more than 10 meters high, and it was still easy to swallow up these refugees who had escaped. God, please come and save us! Many people had given up hope of life with a sad face. No! I can't run away! Grab the vines! Little Flower Bud waved his hand, and countless vines grew out of the soil, tightly wrapping the bodies of the refugees, ensuring that they would not be washed away by the waves. Little Bian also hugged Lillian and used the rooting skill, firmly fixing himself and Lillian to the ground. No! We will all die under such an impact. Lillian also looked anxious. The huge waves were already in front of them, and they had no way to escape. Maximize the magic power. Condensate the fine snow. Lillian gritted her teeth and burst out her magic power, which had not recovered much, with all her strength, and even filled up her own vitality. No! You will die! The Little Flower Bud saw the rapid loss of Lillian's vitality. I can't care! Come out! Come out! Lillian roared and used all her strength to construct the spell. A light spot appeared from the tip of Lillian's wand, in the shape of a snowflake, and expanded rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Within 2 seconds, a huge snowflake with a diameter of more than 20 meters was formed. At the moment when the huge wave hit the snowflake turned from light into flames, and became a wall of fire. instantly releasing huge heat. The seawater evaporated quickly, turning into a warm downpour, falling on everyone's face. The waves that broke through the barrier of the fire snowflake magic had completely lost their momentum, just like ordinary waves, unwillingly rushing through the refugees' legs and feet, only able to make them stagger. Damn it! Lillian! Lillian! Wake up! Wake up quickly! Little Bian was closest to Lillian, and she felt the breath of death in Lillian's body soaring, and the breath of life was disappearing. She immediately grabbed Lillian and directed her magic power to Lillian's body, suppressing the dead air in Lillian's body. Lillian! Cheer up! Cheer up! The little flower bud also fell beside Lillian, directing her magic power to Lillian, trying her best to keep Lillian's life force from being lost, while feeding Lillian the blood bottle. I'm fine, just a little tired. The changes in Lillian were more obvious. 5 minutes seemed to have passed 50 years. The originally beautiful golden waves instantly became dry and faded into gray. Wrinkles and gullies climbed up Lillian's originally young face, and her arms began to become thin. In just a few minutes, a girl in her prime turned into an old woman. Damn it. It's all because of us. Taylor knelt down in front of Lillian, tears streaming down his face unconsciously. You are our hero. Yes, you are our hero. Our angel. Many refugees also knelt down like Taylor. Yes. Hero. Our angel. These voices were heard one after another. Suddenly, the cheers of surprise came from behind, attracting everyone's attention. Someone is coming. It's the Knights of the Kingdom. Look. It's the Knights of the Kingdom. They're here to save us. Our hero is saved. Taylor looked up and saw a fire on the hillside in the distance. Countless torches were like a long dragon, moving towards Cape Hopeless. Great. Miss Lillian. The knights are here. Let them take you to the largest nearby Farina church. Please ask the best priest. He will definitely cure you. Taylor turned around excitedly, wanting to tell Lillian the news. But he was stunned. There was no Lillian in front of him. Even the little flower bud and the little other shore disappeared, as if they had never appeared. As for why Fangjie didn't use the shaping skill to sink the refugees into the ground immediately, and wait until the tsunami passed before floating up. It was because time was very tight. Fangjie didn't think of it for a while, and he only had time to think of using the most direct and violent way to stop the tsunami. Chapter 149: The Price of Overdrawing Life. So, this fool burned his own life to save those refugees? Fangjie took off the starfish and algae that were clinging to his forehead, while listening to Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian's narration of what happened. Yes, the general situation is like this. The main reason is the excessive consumption of magic power, which caused a large number of her cells to die. But Xiao Bian and I have controlled the situation. But Xiao Huabao paused with some embarrassment when he said this, and looked at Lillian, who was sleeping on the bed in the temporary ward with a plant drip. She leaned close to Fangjie's ear and said in a very low voice, although we have controlled the death of her body, her appearance cannot be restored. This is irreversible, and her lifespan may be greatly shortened. According to Xiao Bian's calculations, Lillian may only live for 2 years at most. Irreversible? You, a young girl of God who controls the power of life, can't do anything about it? Fangjie found it incomprehensible. Just like controlling the growth of those plants. Can't you just inject Lillian's lost life into her? I thought so too. But the problem is that life energy is not used in that way. We can use life energy to stimulate plants, to make them grow, mature and bear fruit. But we can't use life energy to make a little calf grow up instantly, let alone restore an old life to its youth and prime age. Even plants can't do that. That would be time going backwards. The little flower bud was also helpless. She used the power of life more on plants. As for animals, it didn't seem to be of much use except making them grow stronger, tastier, and less prone to disease. Damn it! And this isn't our biggest problem. Huh? She can only live for 2 years. Isn't that the biggest problem? Fangjie felt that nothing could be more serious than this problem. There is an even bigger problem, which is that after this overdraft, her cells can no longer bear too much magic power, causing her to not be able to use magic in the future. What the hell is this? Fangjie wanted to hammer the table in anger, but when he thought of Lillian sleeping next door, he gently put it down. Lillian is a person who is very obsessed with studying magic. She didn't have the conditions before, but now her talent is fully revealed. If she really knew that she could no longer use magic, wouldn't it be like a painter losing his eyes? She would be as desperate as she could be. Maybe she would end her life without waiting for the end of 2 years. So we can only try our best to enlighten her, and let her shift her attention elsewhere. The little flower but shook her head. She was also a little afraid that Lillian would choose to commit suicide. Try your best, but don't worry too much. As a believer, Lillian's faith should stop her. Fang Jie sighed. We were out for a spring outing happily. How come it turned out like this before it even started? Is there any way to repair the blood spring? This thing can even repair irradiated genes. Fang Jie was still a little unwilling. We tried, but the blood spring still couldn't solve the problem of repair. It may be because this is a trauma caused by magic itself, and it doesn't fall into the range of regular trauma. The little flower bud looked helpless. First, solve the problem of the world-destroying monster in Pearlie's place, and then see if they have any way to help Lillian recover. They are rich in crystals, rich in magic power, and they should have a more thorough study of magic power than us. There is no other good way, so we can only do this for now. The little flower bud also looked helpless. But Fang Jie still had one trick he didn't say, which was to see if he could use the power of the blood altar to repair Lillian. If it still didn't work, then he would try to see if Lillian, as a human, could evolve. Lillian is an elemental who has signed a blood bond with Fang Jie. Fang Jie just doesn't believe it. Even evolution can't save Lillian. A few days later, Lillian dragged her aging body and sat in the observation room, looking at the clouds, with the little tentacles lying beside her hands. Although Fang Jie explained that all this was temporary, she had to rest well and take good care of her overdrawn body, and she would get better slowly. But Lillian was very clear about her current state. This was the sequelae of humans' excessive use of magic, the time of death, a curse that only appeared after overdrawing one's life to use magic, and there was no way to reverse it. Lillian tried to gather her magic power to form the simplest magic. But her body was empty, and she could only create a small spark in the air at most, which made her feel tired and sleepy. Poochie the little tentacle jumped into her arms, and rubbed its head against Lillian's hand. Lillian finally smiled. She remembered that she had just come to her ward with Fang Jie, and put the little tentacle in her hand, saying to herself, when you have nothing to do, just hold it and rub it. It feels great and relieves your stress. By the way, you can also help me keep an eye on her. Don't let her run around. Also, don't think about those messy magic formulas all day long. Just take advantage of this period of recuperation to give your brain a break. She knew that Fang Jie did this to let her focus on other things. She also gladly accepted it. As a believer of Una, she could have accepted her own death calmly, and she sacrificed herself to save others. According to Una's teachings, it is possible to go to the kingdom of God. Lillian's only regret was that she might not be able to witness the appearance of the perfect attribute transformation magic. Thinking of this, Lillian couldn't help but let out a long sigh, gently stroked the little tentacle in her arms, and let her close her eyes comfortably. Lillian. Little tentacle. It's time to eat. Fang Jie brought the food to the observation room. When the little tentacle heard Fang Jie's call, it immediately raised its head, its eyes lit up. Are you feeling better, Lillian? Fang Jie brought the cooked porridge to Lillian. The little tentacle had the honey-glazed barbecue. Much better. I feel a little stronger. Lillian let go of the little tentacle, letting her eat her meal. But the little tentacle didn't go straight to her barbecue plate, but rolled up the spoon with the tentacles, scooped a spoonful of porridge, and came to Lillian and said, "Cha Pooji." Lillian was a little surprised, and ate a mouthful happily. It's delicious. The little tentacle has become obedient too. The little tentacle was so happy that it turned red. Puff. Puff. Praise me for being happy. Come again. Okay. Okay, look. You spilled all over the floor. Let me do it. Go eat your meal. Fang Jie pushed the little tentacle aside, and took the spoon. We will be at the Sea Clan's Gardesia Sea City soon, Polly said. She felt the call of the seal. Fang Jie asked Lillian while feeding her. Do you want to go to the Sea City to take a look? Yes. I want to go. I want to see if there is any news about the 2 missing magic runes. Fang Jie looked at her helplessly. Since you said you're going to play, just take a good vacation. Don't think about those things. It's not too late to think about them when you're well. Fang Jie took care of Lillian, and returned to Xiao Bai's room. Xiao Bai was still sleeping at this time. Fang Jie looked at Xiao Bai's sweet sleeping face, tucked her in, and gently leaned his forehead against Xiao Bai's forehead. Xiao Bai, it's spring, we're almost at the Gardesia Sea City, you missed the scenery along the way, it's a pity, wake up. Xiao Bai just rubbed Fang Jie's face, changed his posture, and continued to sleep sweetly. Fang Jie was helpless, He really couldn't bear to wake Xiaobai up. Okay, then go to sleep. I go to the temple of Perry and the others first. There may be a tribe with a small tentacle there. You can't sleep again after I take care of it. Fang Jie kissed Xiaobai's forehead, left a note, and prepared to set off. The airship was anchored on the sea. Fang Jie's waterproof coating was very good. It was completely fine to float on the sea. It would never get wet. In addition, in order to prevent the boat from being washed away by the waves, Fang Jie also installed a floating airbag and anchor for the airship. The place to anchor the boat was also carefully considered. This was a Great Barrier Reef and was not very deep. It was at most 10 meters deep, making it easier to anchor. As soon as they stopped, many heads appeared on the sea within 2 minutes. These were the guards of the Sea People. The Sea People had a very bad time during this period. Huge and indescribable things appeared twice in a short period of time, turning the whole Gardesia upside down. The earthquake destroyed some buildings, which was a small matter. The main thing was the inexplicable fear and the heavy pressure that made the whole city breathless. Those arrogant royal city lords even sent people to the temple to inquire about the situation. When they figured out the ins and outs of the matter and looked for a saint who could comfort them all over the world, they were told that the saint had been captured by the sea hunters, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. This simply triggered the anger of the whole city. Countless sea people came out to accuse the city lord and the royal family of incompetence. And they were just short of an uprising. Countless people fled from Gardesia. And the sea people who did not flee from Gardesia finally remembered their former duties, making the Krusar temple full every day. All of whom were sea people who came to cram for last-minute help, hoping to calm the anger of Lord Krusar. During this sensitive period, a strange ship suddenly appeared on the sea, which almost scared the extremely nervous sea guards to death. They almost thought that the indescribable had appeared again, and they approached nervously when it didn't disappear after a long time. Who are you? You are surrounded. Show your identities immediately, or we will attack. A sea guard riding a manta ray shouted at the airship that had just landed. Don't attack. It's me. I'm Polly, the saint of the Crusader Temple. The cargo door opened. Polly appeared behind the door and jumped down, jumping gracefully into the sea. Ah! I'm finally home. Polly took a spin happily in the sea. Chapter 150 Going to the Sea. Polly? The sea guards hesitated. But since Polly was also a member of the sea tribe, they put away their harpoon-like weapons. Yes, it's me. You can ask someone to check it out. I am from the sea city of Gardesia. My father is a city guard. My name is... Polly didn't finish her words. Another sea tribe member who looked stronger, who should be a captain, swam to Polly in a hurry and interrupted her introduction. It's really you, Lady Saint. The captain held a portrait in his hand. Are you okay? I heard that you were captured by the sea hunters. I'm so sorry. It's our fault for guarding. The captain immediately apologized to Polly, with his fists clenched and his chest crossed. This is the highest etiquette of apology of the sea people. Ah, don't be afraid. I'm fine. Someone saved me. Polly was a little surprised by the captain's attitude towards her. It was completely different from before. Okay. Then, I need you to come back to the temple with me immediately. The Lord Saint Beast has been angry twice in a short period of time. We urgently need you to comfort the Lord Saint Beast. As the captain was talking, a seahorse car drove out from the depths. No problem. I just brought a few special friends with me, and they may have to go with me. At this time, the captain realized that the unloading port where Lillian jumped out was full of people. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge, very scary puppet, but if he didn't wave a small flag in his hand and wore a very funny peaked cap, it might be more frightening. Surrounding this puppet, there were girls with green hair, black hair, queen, lowly, dragon tail, various girls of different colors, and even an elderly man. They all looked at the head in the water with curiosity. Yes, you read it right. They saved me. And the old man and the little lowly need the help of air bubbles. And others should not need it. They are all good people. You can trust them. Lillian explained to the captain. The captain was silent for a while. Okay, since they are the ones who saved the Saint Lady, then we the sea people must show due respect, but they cannot carry weapons. Of course. We don't have any weapons. Ha ha ha. See. Here I come. Lostia was the first to jump down. Her dragon tail swam, and swam quite fast. See. Pudgy. The little tentacle jumped down right after Lostia. Her tentacles became more flexible in the water, and she started playing with Lostia directly. It's fun. Pudgy. Xiaoyu stood on the airship with a pouty mouth and sulked. She needed to stay on the airship, and could not go play with Lostia and Little Tentacle. When the sea guards saw Little Tentacle, they immediately became alert, but their expressions were horrified, as if they saw something indescribable. The captain immediately protected Pearly behind him. Back off. Saint Lady. What is this? Hey. Hey. Hey, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. She just looks a little weird. She's actually very cute. Polly quickly swam out from behind the captain, grabbed the little tentacle that tilted its head and had a question mark on its face, and then hugged her and squeezed her twice. It feels good. She won't hurt us. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian also went into the water. After Xiao Huabao went into the water, her skirt changed from leaf petals to a kelp-like skirt, which completely spread out in the water and looked very beautiful. Xiao Bian's clothes turned into a pure black bikini, which looked extremely sexy. Well, the water is a little cold. Lillian should be careful. The little flower bud tested the water temperature. It's okay. We see people know a kind of magic. Watch me. Bubble protection. Perry cast a bubble magic on Lillian, which formed a huge bubble and directly wrapped Lillian up. This magic can provide a certain amount of air for the people in the bubble to breathe. Generally speaking, it needs to be recast in about an hour. This kind of magic is often used by humans to go to the sea people. Basically everyone in the sea people can use it. It was developed during the honeymoon period between humans and the sea people. But that was a long time ago. While Perry led the bubble to sink into the water, she explained the origin of this magic. Lillian's eyes widened, and she looked at this magic with curiosity. It was another magic she had never seen before. She really wanted to study it. She poked it with her fingers out of curiosity. Don't poke it. What if it breaks? Fong Jie quickly stopped Lillian's action. This bubble barrier didn't look very strong. Lillian glared at Fong Jie and continued to look at this magic with curiosity, but didn't do anything else. Fong Jie looked at Lillian's expression and knew that this girl was thinking about magic again. Okay. You should take a break. You are still thinking about studying magic after all this? Fong Jie helplessly interrupted Lillian's thoughts. Let Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian take you to their sea city to have a look, buy some local specialties, or special clothes to relax your mood. It would be so nice. I know, you are so nagging. Look at how many sets of clothes I have in my closet in the great underground palace. If this continues, I will become a versatile witch. If people outside know about it, I will definitely be burned at the stake. Lillian complained. Fong Jie stopped talking instantly. In a sense, Lillian was in the dark. He could only wink at Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, asking them to keep an eye on Lillian. At this time, the seahorse car for the sea tribe arrived. This was really a seahorse, but it was countless times bigger than the previous seahorse. Fong Jie estimated that it was at least 3 meters tall. It looked very majestic and domineering. Its slender head made it look more like a sea dragon. Fong Jie was a little curious. He had never seen the ecology of the sea tribe. He wanted to get closer to take a look, but he fell directly into the seawater. Swoosh! With a sound, it sank to the bottom with a series of bubbles, and sank directly into the seabed like an anchor. This made Fong Jie helpless. It was not his fault that it was too heavy. If there was anything to blame, it was the strong gravity of the planet in the strange world. Polly looked at Fong Jie, who sank to the bottom with some amusement, and swam over to take the small flag symbolizing the guide from his hand. You are too heavy, and the dragon-like seahorse can't pull you, so you can only walk over. This little fish will take you to the temple. I will take Lillian and the others over first. See you later? After saying that, Perry immediately waved the flag and led everyone into the luxurious seahorse carriage, driving quickly into the deeper sea. Fong Jie was left alone at the scene with a dried fish with a pug head staring at each other. In the Hall Abyss Trench, Krusar Temple, the High Priest Barnes, and the City Lord David were already waiting at the entrance of the temple. In front of the temple stood 2 rows of sea guards wearing shiny armor. They had received the news of the saint's return and were preparing to welcome her. The seahorse carriage came at full speed. When it stopped steadily, Polly jumped down holding a small flag, waving her tail quickly, and happily hugged the high priest. Grandpa Barnes. I'm back. It's good to be back. Isn't it hurt this time? I was wondering why you didn't write to me for several months this time. I thought you were busy. How could I know that you were kidnapped by a sea hunter? You are so old. The high priest pulled Polly to look left and right. Confirming that Polly was not hurt, he was relieved. You know, I've always had good luck, and I've made friends. Polly only reported good news, and pointed in the direction of the seahorse carriage. Lostia was curiously surrounding a sea guard. She liked this kind of shiny metal. Holding the little tentacle in her arms, in order not to scare others with her appearance, she had to be wrong for a while, wrapped it into a ball with a piece of cloth, leaving only 2 eyes curiously looking out. I'm very sorry, Saint Lady, this is a mistake in our work. The sea hunters haven't appeared for a long time, and they beat us up this time. We entertain your friends, and we need you to help us solve the problem of the holy beast, David said apologetically. Yeah, I felt a strong palpitation this time, twice. Is there a problem with the seal of the holy beast? Polly didn't want to pay attention to the city lord. She didn't like these rulers. They had been giving the temple a hard time before the problem. Yes, the monument was broken. Our believers took turns singing hymns for the holy beast, but he showed no signs of falling asleep, and his activities became more and more intense. A 20-person hymn class could only last less than an hour, and they would feel dizzy and nauseous, and some people even started mumbling to themselves, and had hallucinations. The high priest also looked worried. I try. Don't worry. The holy beast likes me better. Polly immediately ran into the temple, changed back into her saintly clothes, and walked to the cracked monument. This monument is more like a simple big stone than a monument. It is painted with dense runes. In the middle is the image of a tentacle monster, which is very similar to the small tentacle. At this time, the cracks on the monument are very deep. From time to time, you can see some transparent tentacles sticking out from the cracks of the monument. Perry bent her tail, knelt on the soft anemone in the middle of the choir, closed her eyes, and a clear voice flowed out of her mouth. The past is gone. The end is coming. The stars return to their positions, and everything returns to one. The seal of the 10, the ring of the 5 wheels, the original thing, broke the seal and came out. Long live Crusar. Long live Crusar. Perry's words had an outstanding effect. The transparent tentacles that had poked out of the crack slowly retracted into the monument. The pressure on the choir next to them was greatly reduced. Everyone looked at the saint, who was kidnapped, while working outside with curiosity. They could feel that the saint had suppressed the holy beast with her own strength alone, and its power was weakening. 3 hours later, Perry's voice was a little hoarse, but the holy beast still showed no signs of falling asleep. The choir took over Perry's work again. Perry was also very strange. Generally speaking, it only took her an hour to make the holy beast fall asleep. But this time, there was no sign of sleep at all. However, she had no choice but to prepare to rest before coming back. Perry turned around and saw Lillian sitting in the distance of the temple, and the little tentacle in her arms. Fongia was sitting next to them holding a big shell.